Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 89, Carving Fear into Their Genes. As long as the organization's true purpose remains hidden, and as long as each generation keeps the organization running, this unusual state of peace for the vast majority can be achieved. To put it simply, if the ninja world were compared to a village, the villagers don't get along with each other. But if, at that moment, a lunatic starts attacking anyone for no reason, and the villagers have no way of dealing with him, then the villagers will be forced to form groups to resist the lunatic and focus on that. Their attention will shift away from things like, "You took a foot of my land," or, "Your dog scared my child." A trace of disdain flashed through Nagato's eyes after hearing this. Compared to the methods of the Akatsuki, the purpose of the organization Kyoshin spoke of was far too gentle. It seemed he had never experienced real pain. Images of the people around Kyoshin flashed through Nagato's mind. Kuratsuchi, Karen, Ino, Deidara. Even Inoki. However, the other party was too strong. If he rashly fought him and failed to win, then the Akatsuki would fall. At that point, everything would become meaningless. His plan and the Akatsuki's plan shared some similar stages. The two sides did not yet have the conditions to become true enemies. "Your plan is very interesting." After thinking for a long time, Nagato finally said, "But I want to try the Akatsuki's path first. If that path doesn't work, perhaps I'll consider your proposal. I hope you won't interfere during that time." That was also the reason Nagato had come here. He knew recruiting Kyoshin into the Akatsuki would be extremely difficult. His secondary goal was to have Kyoshin remain an observer rather than become an enemy of the Akatsuki. Kyoshin knew that the Akatsuki would ultimately fail because everything was part of Black Zetsu's scheme. With a meaningful look, he said, "Perhaps the two plans can proceed at the same time." Nagato frowned slightly, believing that carrying them out together was unrealistic. The world was large, but not large enough for both ideals to coexist. "Your plan requires hiding its purpose. My plan requires displaying power." Nagato slowly shook his head. The two cannot coexist. Kyoshin didn't explain. He simply looked at Nagato calmly. After a moment of silence, a determined light flashed in Nagato's Rinnegan. "Since our ideals differ, let's settle it through battle." Nagato's voice was especially clear in the night wind. "If you win, I'll agree to your conditions, and both plans will proceed together. If I win, then the Akatsuki's plan comes first, and you won't interfere during that time." Kyoshin showed a thoughtful expression. "This proposal is a bit unfair to me. If I win, I won't ask you to stop your plan and make way for mine. But I do have one condition." Nagato looked at Kyoshin and waited for him to continue. Kyoshin said, "When the Akatsuki collects the tailed beast chakra from Iwagakure, don't harm the Jinchuriki. Just extract part of the tailed beast's chakra, then let the Jinchuriki go." Nagato was silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Agreed." Kyoshin smiled. Then it settled. The two looked at each other, then flew into the air at the same time, one after the other, leaving Iwagakure behind. Strange Rock Mountain lay on the border of the land of Earth. The terrain there was rugged and filled with oddly shaped rocks, completely separating the land of Earth from the land of snow. As a result, any interaction between the two countries could only be done by ship. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of miles around, making it an ideal battlefield. Kyoshin and Nagato appeared on the mountaintop almost simultaneously. The mountain was extremely high. During the day, even the clouds only reached halfway up the mountain. Nagato slowly raised both hands. The Rinnegan trembled slightly. Although his body was thin, the chakra radiating from him now felt almost tangible. 3 tomo appeared in Kyoshin's eyes. As they spun, the tomo connected and transformed, fully opening into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, Kyoshin formed hand seals. A shadow clone sitting in some remote corner was dispelled, and its sage chakra returned to the original body. Golden lightning appeared across his body. His hair gradually turned white and took the shape of twin tails. Thunder Bear Sage mode activated. A hint of surprise flashed through Nagato's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He brought his hands together, fully unleashing the power of the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted from Nagato's body and instantly swept across the entire mountaintop. Rocks shattered. The ground cracked. A powerful shockwave rushed toward Kyoshin. "That's more like it." Kyoshin's left Mangekyo spun gently. The Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei shouldn't be that weak. Judging from how it was shown in the original story, Nagato's Rinnegan had seemed ridiculously weak. Even the Super Shinra Tensei that destroyed Konoha wasn't all that impressive when you really thought about it. The repulsive force was instantly reflected back the moment it struck Kaioshin Susanoo. Nagato knew about Kaioshin's Sharingan ability. He had already dodged in advance while calculating the chakra consumption of both sides. Kaioshin's chakra reserves were absurd, enough to rival his own. But Shinra Tensei only consumed chakra, while Mangekyo Sharingan abilities consumed both chakra and ocular power. In a battle of endurance, he wasn't afraid. Nagato slammed both hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. 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 Huge beast silhouettes appeared across the mountain peak. Kaioshin also formed the hand seals for the summoning technique and pressed his hand onto the ground. Rumble. Lightning split apart the thick white mist. After landing, Kuma grabbed onto a small mountain peak to steady himself. He, Kuma grinned, revealing 2 rows of terrifying white teeth. So this is the human world. Oh no, it's called the ninja world now. I'm back. The moment he saw the giant white bear, the ripple patterns in Nagato's Rinnegan rapidly contracted toward the center. What dense life force. It was hundreds of times stronger than his own, despite him being from the Uzumaki clan. What terrifying chakra. And all of it was sage chakra. Woof. 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 Caw. 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 Chirp. 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 A dense swarm of summoned beasts charged fearlessly toward Kuma. It seems the living beings here have forgotten me. Kuma raised a paw and clenched it slightly. Terrifying lightning coiled around it. Then this time, I'll carve fear into their genes. Boom. A bear paw struck the ground. Like a tidal wave, lightning instantly swallowed the entire mountain peak. Thick pillars of lightning shot into the sky, forming an impenetrable web of thunder. After a burst of crackling sounds, Nagato's summoned beasts were almost instantly wiped out. Even the flying ones were no exception. Nagato himself raised the Predapath's absorption barrier, barely avoiding being swallowed by the sea of lightning. Watching from behind Kuma, the corner of Kaioshin's eye twitched. So when he had fought Kuma before, it wasn't just him holding back. The bear had been holding back too. Its goal had been to return to the ninja world without violating their agreement. Across from them, Nagato brought his hands together. When he opened them again, a black sphere appeared, carrying a sacred aura. The black chakra sphere rose into the sky and generated a powerful gravitational force. The ground split apart. Countless rocks were pulled by the gravity and began gathering toward the black sphere. Chapter 90, Black Zetsu comes knocking. Kuma's body also floated into the sky, flying toward the gradually forming sphere. But unlike when the Ninetales was about to be sealed by Chibaku Tensei, it wasn't nervous at all. Instead, it looked at Nagato with interest. After all this time, has the Rinnegan really become this weak? After finishing his comment, even more terrifying divine lightning erupted around Kuma. Kaioshin looked up at the sky and formed hand seals again. Sage Art, Dust Release, Primitive World Detachment Technique. The golden dust release rapidly expanded in size before flying out of his hands. When it enveloped the Chibaku Tensei, the golden cube visibly distorted. But the next second, golden light burst forth. The matter pulled up by Chibaku Tensei almost instantly disappeared. At the very center, the black core radiated terrifying sealing power. Dust release and the sealing power clashed for less than half a second. The golden cube shrank by a circle. But the core of Chibaku Tensei gradually dissipated. Nagato raised a hand to his chest, feeling his blood and chakra surging inside him. In a tired voice, he said, I lost. With the 6 paths of pain united, Nagato possessed all 6 paths abilities. But his body had been depleted for too long and simply could not recover in a short time. In other words, he was not at his peak strength. However, fighting Kaioshin had already lost most of its meaning. They lacked the conditions for a fight to the death. Nagato could still continue fighting, but there was no need to push his body beyond its limits. Besides, Nagato knew that even if he went all out, he had absolutely no chance of defeating Kaioshin. What a coward. Kuma smacked his lips. He had only come out once and slapped the ground a single time. He hadn't even had enough fun yet. Kaioshin dispelled Sage Mode, and his Mangekyo returned to normal. Nagato looked at Kaioshin. I admit defeat. I accept your conditions. The 2 plans will proceed together. But they must not affect each other. Each will be carried out independently. When the Akatsuki collects the tailed beast from Iwagakure, the Jinchuriki's life will not be endangered. We'll only extract part of the tailed beast's chakra and then let the Jinchuriki go. By the time Nagato returned to Amigakure, dawn was already approaching. Iwagakure was forever shrouded in rain, with raindrops tapping against the windows of the tall tower. Sitting in his wheelchair, a trace of exhaustion flashed through Nagato's Rinnegan. He called together the remaining members of the Akatsuki for a meeting. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Everyone could sense the change in Nagato. Konan stood beside him, concern in her eyes. Nagato slowly spoke, "I lost my battle against Uchiha Kyoshin." The room fell silent. Only the sound of rain drifted in from outside. Kakuzu stopped counting his money and looked up at Nagato. Hayden whistled. Even boss couldn't beat that guy. But we've reached an agreement. He won't interfere with our plan. The Akatsuki will continue gathering tailed beasts, but when collecting the tailed beast from Iwagakure, we can't harm the Jinchuriki. We'll only extract part of the tailed beast's chakra and then release the Jinchuriki. Hayden immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. There goes my chance to offer a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Boss, even though you lost, did you at least get some of his blood? He muttered. I'd stab him to death. If it were that kind of life and death battle, both of us have methods that could instantly destroy the other's body. Nagato shook his head. Their strength kept increasing, but the essence of a ninja was still being fragile. If the two truly fought to the death, obtaining the other's blood would actually be harder than simply killing them. That'll affect our efficiency. Kakuzu lightly wiped a speck of dust from his briefcase. Nagato nodded. I know. That's why I called you here. We're adjusting the plan. We'll lie low for now and gather detailed intelligence on all the Jinchuriki. Once the information is complete, we'll strike by surprise. Quite a few members were killed by Uchiha Kyoshin. Our efficiency has slowed down. I estimate it will take 6 years. Hayden complained, 6 years. That's way too long. Konan coldly replied, this level of caution is necessary. Nagato looked toward Zetsu. Zetsu, your reconnaissance ability is the strongest. Intelligence gathering will be your responsibility. Zetsu nodded. During this time, don't try to provoke Uchiha Kyoshin, Nagato said. Otherwise, you're on your own. Hayden sounded unconvinced. What if he comes looking for trouble with us? I've already reached an agreement with him. As far as Nagato was concerned, Kyoshin had a history of breaking agreements, so his credibility was very low. However, to prevent him from changing his mind, I'll share any intelligence I gather about him with you. Hayden immediately became excited. We're going after him. No. Nagato glanced at the eager Hayden. It's only to slightly increase your chances of survival. Hayden. Black Zetsu obtained all of Kyoshin's information from Nagato. Sage Mode, Mangekyo Sharingan, and that interesting ideal of peace. Now that Obito was dead, the Eye of the Moon plan needed a new executor. It quietly left Iwagakure and headed for Iwagakure. By the time it arrived, Kyoshin was still sleeping in. Possibly because Karen and Nagato had taken turns wearing him out yesterday. Black Zetsu thought to itself, the difficulty of working with him seems lower than it was with Uchiha Madara. The moment Black Zetsu approached Kyoshin's room, it noticed Kyoshin's chakra becoming active. It was obvious he had already woken up. What terrifying perception. Black Zetsu felt a little embarrassed internally, but it had no intention of hiding. It slipped into the room, slowly rose from the floor, and appeared in front of Kyoshin. In a gentle voice, Black Zetsu said, "Hello." Kyoshin sat up in bed wearing pajamas, rubbed his eyes, and then saw Black Zetsu. Why is it here? This old schemer. Let's pretend to be innocent and mess with it. Kyoshin asked in confusion, what are you? Are you even human? Black Zetsu. When obsession and the source of will reach a certain level, they can take physical form. Obsession and will. Those things were difficult to measure. People could never truly understand each other, so no one knew how deep another person's obsession really was. Black Zetsu's line of reasoning could easily tempt anyone with a strong obsession. But it couldn't say that final conclusion directly. Instead, it would guide Kyoshin into saying it himself. After all, conclusions people reached on their own were more convincing than ones they were told. Following Black Zetsu's words, Kyoshin asked, "Oh. So you're saying you were born inside my mental world and have now materialized?" A hint of a smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Let's realize our ideal of peace together. As expected, this was much easier than manipulating Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu began sharing information about Kyoshin, adding support to Kyoshin's assumption. We'll create a public enemy of the world organization and force the ninja world to unite, maintaining it across generations. What a great ideal. Kyoshin activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and observed Black Zetsu. You really know a lot. He didn't attack rashly. Instead, he was gathering information. He wanted to determine whether the Black Zetsu in front of him was the real body and not some other strange thing. Thinking Kyoshin had taken the bait, Black Zetsu began volunteering enthusiastically. Because my existence is rather special, I'm very good at hiding. I can gather intelligence for you. Ah. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40 plus chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 91, Time Traveler. Halfway through speaking, Black Zetsu stopped. Because after confirming that the Black Zetsu before him was the real body, Kyoshin mobilized his chakra at the fastest speed possible and suddenly struck Black Zetsu's chest with a palm. 4-symbol seal. Complex sealing formula surged from Kyoshin's hand and instantly enveloped Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu tried to escape, but the sealing formulas had already locked it down firmly. 4-symbol seal. And a second layer at that. After realizing it could no longer move, Black Zetsu instantly fell into panic. When did you discover me? The corner of Kyoshin's mouth lifted. You'll never know. First, he knew Black Zetsu's origins. Second, if his obsession had really materialized, then that materialized obsession would not have volunteered to gather intelligence. Because regarding this ninja world and this era, Kyoshin understood them better than the people living in them. Was there any need to gather intelligence? Since there wasn't, why didn't a manifestation of his obsession know that? Hadn't it just claimed to know everything about Kyoshin? It seems I won't be able to get any blood from your body. Haiden is going to be short one powerful sacrifice. Black Zetsu calmed down and revealed a strange smile. The Akatsuki's plan and your plan cannot coexist in this world. Is that so? Kyoshin smiled. Then let me guess why you said that. Black Zetsu. To it, death meant the beginning of rebirth, not true destruction. Black Zetsu had tried to provoke Kyoshin with the Akatsuki's betrayal so that Kyoshin would kill it. But Kyoshin didn't do that. Kyoshin continued his analysis. A prisoner's purpose in deliberately provoking an enemy is usually to seek death. Why do you want to die? No one in this world truly isn't afraid of death. So that means you can be reborn. Black Zetsu. Under Black Zetsu's horrified gaze, Kyoshin searched the room for a suitable container. In that case, I'll seal you away forever. Kyoshin picked up a ceramic vase from the windowsill and said with a smile, don't worry. I'll find some remote corner for you. I guarantee no one will ever remove your seal. Black Zetsu. You can't do this. It had never expected to fall here. Its sharp scream revealed the panic in its heart. Kyoshin poured a glass marble out of the vase and examined it carefully. Then he asked curiously, why not? Black Zetsu fell silent for a moment, then after holding it in for a while, finally said, I have consciousness. What you're doing violates humanitarian principles. Kyoshin. Brother, are you stupid? The Hidden Stone Village. Militarized management. People generally married young and had children early, all for more little soldiers, plus a complete military industry. Throughout history, they fought in all 3 great ninja wars and got beaten every time. But even so, the entire village still gave off the same attitude from top to bottom, damn it, I want war. And in a place this poor and rough, you're talking about humanitarian principles to a bunch of unruly people. Even someone born and raised in the Hidden Stone Village might never have heard that term before. In the end, Black Zetsu was sealed inside the glass marble by Kyoshin. The originally colorful marble turned completely black. Black Zetsu was almost in despair, but it quickly thought of a problem. Kyoshin's chakra would slowly disappear over time. When that happened, it would be capable of breaking free from the seal. It had already waited so many years. A few more decades or centuries didn't matter. Since Kyoshin had said he would throw it somewhere, that meant there was still a chance to turn things around. Just treat it as taking a nap. Kyoshin sealed the marble containing Black Zetsu into a storage scroll and carried it with him. He needed to think carefully of a way to ensure Black Zetsu could never revive. That should work. Kyoshin thought about it. There was a strange place in the ninja world that allowed time travel. That place was Rorin. Its power came from the Dragon Veins, an underground river of chakra. If he could find that little turtle, perhaps he could study a way to seal Black Zetsu into a looping space. There was also another method. Kill Kagaya Otsutsuki. What an annoying bunch. Good thing I don't have morning temper. Kyoshin threw himself onto the bed and immediately fell asleep again. 3 days later. It seems there's been some deviation. In a corner of Konoha's streets, a handsome middle-aged man with one arm and a black cloak calmly watched the blonde boy in front of him. A deviation. A trace of emotion appeared in Boruto's blue eyes. Isn't this Konoha? He looked around, then scratched his head and laughed. Even though it's kind of rundown, I still recognize the Hokage rock. Sasuke explained, based on the information we've gathered, we've probably arrived in a parallel universe. A strange emotion appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, Sasuke and Boruto had pursued Otsutsuki Urashiki and entered a technique capable of time-space travel together with him. The moment they arrived here, Sasuke began gathering information. Then there was one piece of information he simply couldn't ignore. In this world, among the survivors of the Uchiha clan massacre, besides himself, there was another person named Uchiha Kyoshin. Whether ninja, civilian, or member of Konoha's ninja clans, people mentioned him in conversation. He was discussed a lot. Because rumor said that Uchiha Kyoshin had killed Uchiha Itachi. That was Itachi. Sasuke knew how powerful he was. Especially after experiencing the Fourth Great Ninja War. He knew that when he challenged Itachi with his 3-tomo Sharingan against Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. If Itachi had not already decided to die by his hand, Sasuke's chance of victory would have been infinitely close to zero. Yet this survivor of the massacre, Uchiha Kyoshin, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 12 or 13 and killed Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kyoshin's deeds were practically public knowledge. It took almost no effort to gather enough information. In short, based on Kyoshin's existence, Sasuke concluded that he and Boruto had entered a parallel universe because of some unknown accident. In his world, the first person to mention the term parallel universe was Orochimaru. So what do we do now? Boruto was starting to panic. If that guy went to the correct universe, we won't be able to find him. And without that treasure, we can't return to our own timeline. Even if we do go back, it might be this universe's timeline. The more he spoke, the more nervous he became. Because if they failed to return to the correct timeline, then to the people in their own universe, he and Sasuke would already be considered dead. Let's go. Sasuke turned around and walked toward an inn closest to Naruto's residence. No matter what, his target is the Nine-Tails chakra. We'll find the Naruto of this world first. Chapter 92, Tsunade's decision. After several days of gathering information, Sasuke learned how this universe differed from his own. Other than the existence of an extra Uchiha Kyoshin, who was so powerful it was almost unsettling, and some small changes in the course of history caused by his actions, it was nearly identical to their universe. This was good news. At the very least, Sasuke and Boruto could focus on dealing with Otsutsuki Urashiki without worry. However, perhaps because the course of history was slightly different, Tsunade in this era took village security a bit more seriously than the Tsunade from their timeline. Sasuke and Boruto were discovered. While they were following Naruto and Jiraiya, a Konoha Umbu stopped them. Hey! A smoky voice came from beneath the Umbu mask. Stop! Sasuke and Boruto halted. I've been watching you for several days, the Umbu said coldly. I've never seen either of you before. You must be outsiders. Come with me. You need to explain why you're following Konoha's Jinchuriki. Sasuke frowned after hearing that. If they weren't staying near Naruto, there was a chance Otsutsuki Urashiki would ambush him. But if they made a move here, even using Genjutsu to control the Umbu, other ninja would likely notice something was wrong. You keep following them. Sasuke looked at Boruto. I'll go with him. Boruto nodded. The Umbu's tone turned sharper. Pretty bold, aren't you? Talking about following the Jinchuriki right in front of me. Both of you are coming. I suspect you're spies. You'll be taken to the police force for questioning. Or interrogation. Sasuke suggested, let's go directly to the Hokage. The Umbu looked puzzled, why? He had never seen such arrogant spies before. Most people tried their best to avoid the Hokage. These two were actively asking to meet her. Sasuke gave no explanation. His eye transformed into the Rinnegan. Since Jiraiya and Tsunade had obtained information about the Akatsuki from Kyoshin, Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, had become a major defense concern for Konoha. So this Umbu knew what the Rinnegan was. Why you the leader of the Akatsuki? The Umbu drew a kunai, as if facing a powerful enemy. Sasuke had no choice but to deactivate the Rinnegan and speak as calmly as possible. I'm not an enemy. Anyway. I'll cooperate with you, but please allow him to continue protecting Naruto. After speaking, Sasuke gave Boruto a look. Boruto immediately ran off, catching up to Jiraiya and Naruto as they gradually moved farther away. There really doesn't seem to be any hostility, the Umbu muttered to himself. But even so, he couldn't let down his guard. Come with me. We're going to see the Hokage. Sasuke followed the Umbu to the Hokage building and met Tsunade. He told her about himself and Boruto, along with the danger Naruto might face. You think I'm an idiot? A vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead as her face darkened. Who in the world would believe this kind of nonsense? Sasuke thought for a moment and then said, in this period of time, I defected from the village in pursuit of power and went to Orochimaru. Tsunade. How does he know that? The information released publicly regarding Sasuke was simply that he had defected. Very few people knew where he had gone. On Iwagakure's side, someone like Kyoshin spent every day racing against time to train and had no spare time to leak information. On Konoha's side, Tsunade had also instructed the ninja involved in the mission to retrieve Sasuke. Throughout the entire mission, this man had never appeared. Continue. Tsunade became serious, realizing that the outrageous things Sasuke had said earlier might actually be true. To earn Tsunade's trust, Sasuke continued, Uchiha Kyoshin was killed by Shimura Danzo. After the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, Sasuke had collected information about the Uchiha. He had obtained this information from Roots records. Tsunade immediately told Shizune, who was standing nearby, to check the files. Lady Tsunade, haven't you already read them? Shizune blinked her large eyes. Did you slack off again? When she saw the look Tsunade gave her, Shizune immediately rushed out of the office. After a while, she returned carrying a file. He's right. What a pain. Tsunade frowned. Looks like the future isn't very peaceful either. Not necessarily. Sasuke recalled, Uchiha Kyoshin killed Obito and Itachi. Uchiha Obito was one of the causes of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The course of history here is different from ours. Since they had already arrived in a parallel universe, there was no need to worry about making major changes to avoid altering history. This was their Konoha, but it was also another Konoha. There was every reason to share all available intelligence. Intelligence isn't the key issue right now. Tsunade looked at Sasuke. How strong is that person? Sasuke briefly explained everything he knew about Otsutsuki Urashiki. After hearing about the enemy's strength, Tsunade fell silent. You people. Tsunade complained, can you stop disturbing other worlds? Because she had already figured out that since history had diverged, this world might never face an enemy like that in the future. Which meant this crisis was entirely the result of paying the bill for another world's history. Anyway, among the strong people currently available in Konoha, only you, Jiraiya, and Might Guy are capable of participating in a battle at that level. Sasuke felt a trace of guilt over what Tsunade said, but his personality wouldn't allow him to apologize proactively. We should gather together and face the enemy as one. By the end, Sasuke's voice had grown quieter as Naruto's image appeared in his mind. Naruto had always been like that. Facing problems together with his companions. Sasuke was different. He had always placed too much faith in the power of the Uchiha. He never expected that one day he would say something like this. Is that so? Tsunade smiled slightly. That's only true according to your timeline. Not ours. Wait. Why Might Guy? Sasuke took the opportunity to explain. Tsunade. That Taijutsu Jonin who usually looked like a complete goofball was actually that strong. Unfortunately, it was a one-time thing. The most important thing right now is protecting Naruto. Sasuke reminded Tsunade. He felt the Hokage in front of him lacked some decisiveness in execution. Tsunade nodded. Of course, but not in the way you're thinking. Someone. An Umbu instantly appeared inside the office. Bring Jiraiya, Naruto, and that one following them. Tsunade paused. The one called Boruto. Bring them here. Umbu, yes. Tsunade stood up and said to Sasuke, get ready. We're heading to Iwagakure. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. It seemed that survivor named Uchiha Kyoshin was far stronger than he had imagined. Even the Hokage, after hearing about an enemy on the level of Otsutsuki Urashiki, had immediately thought of asking him for help. Chapter 93, Information on the Enemy. The team quickly gathered. Tsunade wore her green Hokage robe and crossed her arms as she looked over the group in front of her, making sure everyone was ready. Jiraiya's expression was unusually serious as his eyes swept across the surroundings. Naruto still hadn't figured out what was going on. He stared at Sasuke curiously. Hey, mister, have we met somewhere before? Sasuke. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Sasuke chose not to tell Naruto who he was. Otherwise, this guy would definitely keep asking questions non-stop. No matter which world it was, that was just his personality. Sasuke knew Naruto too well. Boruto stood beside Sasuke, also watching Naruto with curiosity. He never expected that his usually lazy dad had been this talkative when he was young. Good. Tsunade gave the order. Let's move out. The streets of Konoha were filled with busy villagers and all kinds of ninja, making the village look prosperous. Suddenly, Tsunade caught the scent of flowers. Turning her head, she saw a flower shop by the roadside. Roses, lilies, and sunflowers were displayed outside in bright colors. The fragrance drifted through the air, mixing with the cool morning breeze. A familiar figure stood inside the shop, arranging flowers. Tsunade stopped the team and strode toward the flower shop. Lady Hokage. Ino said in surprise. Are you buying flowers? Tsunade grabbed Ino's wrist directly. It's for the mission. Come with me. Ino looked up and noticed the people behind Tsunade. A surprised look appeared on her face. Lady Hokage, this is... Ino's voice was full of confusion. Tsunade didn't explain. She pulled her out of the flower shop. I'll explain on the way. Ino quickly untied her apron and shouted into the shop. Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. Ino joined the team and left Konoha with them. Along the way, Tsunade told her why she had pulled her into the group. Simply put, they were leaving to find Kyoshin and ask for his help against a very powerful enemy. Lady Hokage, don't you know Kyoshin too? A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Ino's face. Can you stop using the bond between him and me? To be honest, she disliked this sort of thing. But dealing with girls her age was easy for Tsunade. This isn't called using you. It's called a honey trap. A honey trap. A faint blush appeared on Ino's cheeks. So you're willing to let me marry over there? After all, she belonged to one of Konoha's ninja clans. The relationship between Konoha and Iwagakure was only average. If Ino went there, Iwagakure would also gain the Yamanaka clan. That would be a huge loss for Konoha. Because of that, this issue had always been a wall separating Ino and Kyoshin. Now that Tsunade said this, did it mean she didn't mind Ino going to Iwagakure? We'll see. Tsunade's attitude toward the matter was relatively relaxed. As long as you don't spread the clan's secret techniques over there. Ino immediately became excited. That was a small matter. Then it's settled, Lady Tsunade. You can't go back on your word. Her steps became noticeably lighter. The team moved along the road toward the northwest. After leaving Konoha, they increased their speed. The group leaped through the trees. Tsunade asked Sasuke, what exactly are Otsutsuki Urashiki's abilities? Sasuke recalled their previous battle and spoke calmly. He uses a fishing rod and a fish basket as weapons. The fishing rod is red, with a golden hook at the end. It can steal a person's chakra. The stolen chakra is stored in the basket, and he can use that chakra whenever he wants. Tsunade frowned, steal chakra. How do you defend against something like that? Sasuke said, move quickly and avoid getting hit by the hook. Or block it with physical weapons. But the hook is very flexible, so it's difficult to avoid completely. He continued, the basket is even more troublesome. It can store and reflect ninjutsu. The ninjutsu you use against him may be reflected back at you. He also has the ability to freeze time. A trace of disbelief appeared in Tsunade's voice. Time-based abilities were beyond the scope of ordinary ninjutsu. How do you deal with that? Sasuke replied, you need extremely fast reactions and interrupt him before he activates the ability. Or possess enough chakra to forcibly break through the restraints of frozen time. He added, in my universe, only a few people can do that. Tsunade thought for a moment. Kyoshin should be able to. There was no special emotion in her voice, as if she were simply stating an unquestionable fact. Sasuke became even more curious. You're that confident in him? You'll understand once you meet him. In truth, Sasuke didn't have very high expectations. The Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed powerful, but the Eternal Mangekyo, the Rinnegan, the Multi-Tomo Rinnegan. Even if that Uchiha named Kyoshin was exceptionally talented, without siblings, the limit of his Sharingan would be the Mangekyo, and he would eventually go blind. However, neither Itachi nor Obito were weak. Since Kyoshin had defeated them, he must possess a powerful Mangekyo ability. A complicated look flashed through Sasuke's eyes. His thoughts drifted back to his own universe. One blurry face after another surfaced from distant memories as he carefully searched through them. But he found no information about Uchiha Kyoshin, neither before nor after the clan massacre. Still, he could make a guess. The Kyoshin in his universe had probably died on the night of the massacre. If that Kyoshin had survived, would he have grown into someone this powerful as well? Would he have changed the course of the entire ninja world? Boruto followed behind the group. After hearing Tsunade's words, he couldn't help muttering quietly. As the Hokage, she trusts a ninja from another village that much. Doesn't she have any confidence in herself? Boruto curled his lips and continued, he's just some 12 or 13-year-old kid. What's so special about him? His voice was quiet, but Tsunade still heard it. Bang. With a dull thud, Boruto covered his head. The pain made him suck in a sharp breath, and a large red bump quickly swelled up. You people caused this trouble. Tsunade's voice was icy cold. If you keep running your mouth, I'll kill all of you. Then I'll take everyone else to find Kyoshin for help. Boruto immediately hid behind Sasuke and looked at Tsunade fearfully. What a violent old hag. The team fell silent again. Only the sounds of footsteps and breathing echoed through the forest. Ino quietly walked over to Naruto and asked in a low voice, "Who is that guy?" She pointed at Boruto, her eyes full of curiosity and confusion. "He looks a lot like you. Don't tell me Lord Fourth has someone out there." At this point, Naruto's background was practically known by everyone. Chapter 94, this punch is going to be crazy. Up to now, Naruto had only gotten a little information about all this. "I don't know either. Granny Tsunade said he's from the future." Ino's emerald eyes filled with surprise. "The future? Seriously?" Tsunade said to her, "It's true. He proved his identity." Shock flashed through Ino's eyes. Someone from the future, what did that mean? It meant they knew what would happen in the future. They knew who would die and who would live. They knew the outcome of wars. More importantly, he knew whether she ended up marrying Kyoshin. However, when Ino asked, she got no answer. Because something's coming. Sasuke's Rinnegan appeared, purple light flickering in his eye. He sensed the flow of chakra around him, searching for any unusual energy fluctuations. As soon as he spoke, the space ahead of the group visibly twisted. The air rippled like water, and a figure slowly emerged from the void. Otsutsuki Urashiki floated in midair wearing a white robe. Nothing supported him beneath his feet, making him look mysterious and strange. A bizarre smile hung on his pale face. His lips were blood red, creating a sharp contrast against his pale skin. "Found you." His gaze swept across the entire group before stopping on Naruto. Greed flashed in his eyes. "Nine-Tails brat, you won't get away this time." Urashiki looked at the Konoha team standing ready for battle, and his smile became even more strange. He raised his red fishing rod and gave it a light swing. The golden hook drew a deadly arc under the sunlight. "The game begins." Tsunade immediately gave the order. "Spread out." The team instantly scattered, each taking a favorable position. Sasuke locked onto Urashiki with his Rinnegan and drew his Kusanagi sword to block attacks aimed at Naruto. Urashiki looked at the prepared Konoha team and raised the corners of his mouth into a polite smile. "Please stop resisting already." The golden hook shot out again like a venomous snake, heading straight for Naruto's chest. Naruto's Rasengan met the golden hook head-on. Blue light and golden light collided. The hook was knocked into the air, then suddenly lunged toward Naruto's stomach from a strange angle. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and pulled him away. Tsunade rushed beneath Urashiki. Chakra gathered in her right fist as her monster strength punch prepared to strike. She leaped into the air, her fist smashing toward Urashiki with a whistling sound. The force was enough to split mountains and crack stone. Urashiki looked down at Tsunade. His blue Rinnegan flashed as he swung the fishing rod again. The distance between Tsunade and the hook grew smaller and smaller. Urashiki's smile became more and more strange. But just as they were about to meet, Tsunade suddenly used the body flicker technique and pulled away. "What?" Urashiki's brows instantly tightened. A feint. Not far away, Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto him. Amaterasu. Black flames appeared out of nowhere and burned around Urashiki. The space itself seemed to distort. The flames of Amaterasu could not be extinguished and would continue burning anything they touched. "Ah!" Urashiki cried out in pain and quickly used his Rinnegan to seal away the Amaterasu on his body. The others' attacks followed immediately after. Urashiki floated higher into the sky, avoiding the dense barrage of attacks. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags. Everything was thrown at him at once. Urashiki dodged and absorbed them with agile movements while looking down at the people below. He could feel that they were stronger than he had expected. But to him, it still wasn't enough. They were only slightly more interesting prey. Warming up is over. Urashiki's voice turned cold. His blue Rinnegan began to change. Red light appeared in his pupils, and his chakra fluctuations increased sharply. "Now let's play seriously." Haha. Urashiki waved his hand and unleashed all the ninjutsu he had absorbed with his Rinnegan. The group scattered in all directions, barely surviving amid the explosions. Seeing everyone struggle to hold on, Urashiki's smile widened. It carried the teasing amusement of a cat playing with mice. He deliberately slowed his attacks, giving the Konoha team time to breathe while enjoying the battle. Tsunade immediately noticed this arrogance. A sharp light flashed through her eyes. The opportunity had come. Now that Urashiki held the advantage, he had started getting careless. It was time to strike back. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a look, and the two nodded in understanding. Sasuke's Rinnegan caught the movement. His gaze then locked onto Urashiki as chakra gathered within him, ready to coordinate at any moment. Urashiki floated in the air, casually swinging his fishing rod as if he were actually fishing. He didn't take the people below seriously at all. He believed victory was already in his hands. That arrogance made him lower his guard, creating tiny openings in his defense. Jiraiya was ready. Sage Art, Fire Release, Gomen. Urashiki became excited. Wow, what an amazing jutsu. He raised an arm, preparing to absorb it. Tsunade seized the chance. Her speed reached its limit as she rushed beneath Urashiki and threw her monster strength punch with full power. Urashiki noticed Tsunade, and a trace of impatience flashed through his eyes because he also wanted to use the technique called Gomen. But now, he had to deal with Tsunade first. Still, this woman's punch probably wasn't that powerful. A simple block should be enough. Urashiki raised his other arm to block. However, when the two sides were only a few meters apart, Sasuke suddenly used the body flicker technique and appeared between them. Before Tsunade could stop her momentum, she discovered that Sasuke and Urashiki had somehow switched places. The thing Urashiki had originally intended to block with his arm had now become something he blocked with his head. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tsunade's lips. This punch was going to be crazy. Bang. Urashiki took the monster strength punch head-on. The violent impact filled his Rinnegan with terrifying blood vessels. His body flew upward. Above him, Sasuke's Susanoo had already been knocked back by Jiraiya's Sage Art, leaving an even larger sea of flames waiting for him. Urashiki's figure was swallowed by the Gomen flames. Everyone gathered together and watched what was happening above. The aftermath gradually faded. Urashiki was gone. Only traces of battle remained in the forest, burning trees and shattered ground. It worked, Naruto shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, this is the power of our bonds. Hearing that familiar laugh, Sasuke almost blacked out. This idiot was still as full of himself as ever. He left, Sasuke said calmly. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, but she didn't lower her guard and continued sensing the surroundings. After confirming that Urashiki had really left, everyone relaxed and began resting. The older Sasuke put away his Kusanagi sword and looked toward Iwagakure with his Rinnegan. He sensed Urashiki's chakra moving in that direction. He's headed to Iwagakure. Ino's face instantly turned pale with fear. This is bad. Kyoshin is in danger. Calm down, Tsunade said to Ino. That guy can't defeat Kyoshin in a short time. Jiraiya's voice was heavy. We need to meet up with Kyoshin as soon as possible. Kyoshin was powerful, but facing an enemy of that level alone could still lead to unexpected problems. Only by joining up with Kyoshin and facing the enemy together could they maximize their chances of victory. Chapter 95, he's going to find Kyoshin. After Urashiki recovered, anger appeared in his eyes. He had actually been driven back by a bunch of insects again. That made him very unhappy. However, there were too many of them. He could only go find the other source of Ninetales chakra in this ninja world. Although its aura was not as strong as the Ninetales inside Uzumaki Naruto, it was enough for Urashiki to achieve his goal of reviving the Ten Tails. He refused to believe that the combat strength of Iwagakure was just as ridiculous. Wait. You people actually dare to chase me. This is an insult to an Otsutsuki. Urashiki immediately changed his target and prepared to turn back and fight those insects to the death. At the same time, the Konoha team entered the land of Earth. The barren rocky terrain was filled with rolling heat. Tsunade led the team over the Rocky Mountains. Ahead was a vast canyon with a harsh environment. Sasuke tracked Otsutsuki Urashiki's chakra and tried to get as close to him as possible. The team's strength was now more than enough. With Jiraiya and Tsunade present, there was no need for him to fight alone. Iwagakure had an extremely high degree of militarization. Once they entered the land of Earth, there was a chance they would discover what was happening. When that happened, Iwagakure ninjas would come to investigate. As long as they could hold Urashiki back, Tsuchikage and that Uchiha Kyoshin would eventually arrive and join the battle. However, there was one thing Sasuke couldn't understand. Why was Urashiki rapidly approaching the direction of Iwagakure? Urashiki suddenly turned back and looked down at the ninjas below. Looks like I can't be too careless. The battle was about to begin. The fighting was intense. The commotion attracted Iwagakure Umbu members who were carrying out missions nearby. At the top of a cliff, three figures quietly appeared, hidden in the shadows of the rocks. Nabitoshi crouched at the edge of the cliff. Behind his wolf mask, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Beside him were Chisato and Kumiko. The three-man Iwagakure Umbu squad. Nabitoshi said quietly, people from Konoha, and that monster. Kumiko nodded. That guy in white robes has very strange chakra. Chisato frowned, should we step in? Konoha seems to be at a disadvantage. After thinking for a moment, Nabitoshi said, observe first. That guy in white is very dangerous. The battle below intensified. Urashiki began to fight seriously. His blue Rinnegan flashed with red light, and his attacks became much more aggressive. The pressure on Konoha's team increased sharply. Everyone gritted their teeth and held on while their stamina was rapidly draining. Watching the battle, Nabitoshi suddenly frowned. That little girl seems to have a pretty good relationship with our Kintsuchi, doesn't she? On the battlefield, Ino, being the weakest combatant, could only barely hold on and avoid being killed. Fortunately, Urashiki's target was Naruto, so she wasn't in immediate danger. That's her. Kumiko nodded. She seems to be from Konoha's Yamanaka clan. Chisato let out an honest laugh. Looks like we'll have to play matchmakers for once. You're the matchmaker. I'm the matchfather, Nabitoshi complained before giving the order. Move. The three disappeared from the cliff and slipped into the shadows like ghosts. After approaching the battlefield, Chisato formed hand seals with both hands. Chakra surged through his body as he prepared a barrier. Nabitoshi jumped off the cliff and formed hand seals in midair. Earth release, rock pillar prison. The ground shook violently. Dozens of stone pillars rose from underground and surrounded Urashiki. The pillars formed a cage, restricting Urashiki's movement and interrupting his attacks. Urashiki frowned and looked at the suddenly appearing stone pillars. Surprise flashed through his eyes. Kumiko appeared behind Urashiki and thrust a kunai toward his back. The attack was extremely fast and completely silent, like a venomous snake in the shadows. Sensing danger, Urashiki spun around and sent Kumiko flying with a sweeping kick. Urashiki floated higher into the air, avoiding more ninjutsu, and locked his gaze onto a certain simple-minded guy in the crowd. That strange chakra. What a pain. Urashiki complained, then turned and disappeared into the sky, apparently planning to find the other source of Ninetail's chakra. Below, both sides stared at each other. None of them had expected the crazed Urashiki from moments ago to calm down in a single second and then leave. Nabitoshi recognized Tsunade's Hokage robe and confirmed her identity. The Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade nodded. Nabitoshi asked, "Why have you come to the land of Earth?" Tsunade replied, "We need Kyoshin's help." She briefly explained the situation. That man in white is called Otsutsuki Urashiki. He's from outer space, and his target is Ninetail's chakra. He's very powerful. We can't deal with him alone. Kyoshin is our only hope. A teasing voice came from behind Nabitoshi's mask. Lord Kintsuchi is now a ninja of Iwagakure. I know, Tsunade explained. But this concerns the safety of the entire ninja world. She told Nabitoshi about the older Sasuke, Boruto, the Otsutsuki, and the future. Nabitoshi's expression changed drastically after hearing everything. He immediately ordered, "We're going back. We must notify the Tsuchikage and Lord Kintsuchi before that guy gets there." As one of Iwagakure's few elite jonin, Nabitoshi knew that Kyoshin had Ninetail's chakra inside him. And that Urashiki's target was Ninetail's chakra. That enemy was extremely powerful. Kintsuchi and Inoki might suffer a loss. The Iwagakure Umbu led the way ahead. Familiar with the terrain, they chose the shortest route. The Konoha team followed closely behind. They moved quickly, but it was much easier than before. At least they had guides now. They no longer had to search blindly, saving both time and stamina. The canyon gradually disappeared behind them. The hot wind still howled, but the immediate threat had been lifted. After teleporting away, Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared atop a rocky mountain dozens of miles away. Floating in the air, he sensed the Ninetail's chakra coming from the direction of Iwagakure. A smile appeared on his lips. Greed flashed through his eyes. A new hunt was about to begin. The Konoha team had joined up with the Iwagakure Umbu. There had been some trouble, but it didn't matter. Once he arrived at Iwagakure, he would first obtain the Ninetail's chakra, then have some fun with them and harvest all their chakra. Urashiki disappeared once more and rapidly moved toward Iwagakure. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Iwagakure Umbu, the Konoha team was also heading toward the same destination. Both sides were converging on Iwagakure at nearly the same time. The crisis was drawing near. Iwagakure remained unaware. Sunlight shone across the buildings of the village. At the training ground, Karen suddenly stopped moving and looked toward the horizon. Her red eyes narrowed slightly as she warned Kyoshin. Someone's coming. A lot of people. Tsunade, Jiraiya, that Jinchuriki, and a middle-aged man whose chakra is close to that of the Uchiha clan. At the very front is a monster. A white monster with Rinnegan. Kyoshin recalled the plot of Boruto and immediately thought of Urashiki, Sasuke, and Boruto, who had once traveled to the past. Reported to Master. After giving the order, Kyoshin connected to the Flying Thunder God mark outside Iwagakure and disappeared from where he stood. 5 seconds later, a red dust release beam over 100 meters wide shot into the sky, shattering the silence. In the distance, the ninjas following behind Urashiki looked up at the never-before-seen ninjutsu. Everyone. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 96, Urashiki, is this guy even human? A red dust release over 100 meters wide shot into the sky like a blood-red pillar of light piercing heaven and earth. The chakra fluctuation spread outward like tangible waves, and the air warped under the intense heat. The Konoha group and the Iwagakure Umbu watching from afar were stunned by the sight and stopped in their tracks. Otsutsuki Urashiki floated directly in front of the dust release. For the first time, a serious expression appeared in his blue Rinnegan. He raised his right hand. The Rinnegan in his palm began spinning rapidly, forming a small black vortex. Not bad chakra. Let me have a taste. Excitement filled Urashiki's voice as the Rinnegan activated its absorption ability at full power. The red dust release touched Urashiki's palm, and the massive amount of chakra was forcibly drawn into the Rinnegan. But after only 1 second, Urashiki's expression suddenly changed, and pain flashed through his eyes. He felt natural chakra inside his body rapidly increasing. What the hell is this? Urashiki let out a sharp cry and immediately stopped absorbing. His body retreated rapidly backward, his white robe fluttering in the airflow as he barely dodged away. He looked down at his right hand. Fine traces of petrification had appeared on the skin of his palm. It looked extremely strange. But the sense of danger had not disappeared. Urashiki noticed a gaze locked onto him from below. That red pillar of light could actually change direction flexibly and was moving toward him again. And because the distance between them was so great, the dust release moved at an unbelievable speed. Urashiki could only rely on his overwhelming mobility and time reversal ability to predict the movement of the dust release in order to dodge it. This won't work. This won't work. What a rude fellow. Urashiki found a moment to swing out his fishing hook toward the ground. Sure enough, to avoid the attack, the other side cancelled the jutsu. The light of the dust release gradually faded, revealing Kyoshin dozens of meters away after dodging the hook. Still can't do it. Kyoshin clenched his fist. Using sage arts and dust release at the same time meant he couldn't spare attention to use his dojutsu. He needed to find a way to overcome that later. Kyoshin formed a seal with one hand. The ultralight weight rock technique made him as light as a feather as he flew into the sky. The red Sharingan slowly rotated in his eyes, and the Mangekyo pattern grew closer and closer from Urashiki's perspective. Urashiki swung his fishing rod. The golden hook shot out like a living creature, tracing a strange arc through the air. The hook was incredibly fast and almost instantly arrived in front of Kyoshin. Kyoshin's left Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly spun. Susanoo. The moment the golden hook touched the Susanoo surrounding Kyoshin's body, Urashiki sensed a strange danger. Looking down, he saw an eerie hook embedded in his chest, with chakra flowing toward it. Shock and anger flashed through his eyes. A reflection ability. Interesting. Urashiki's blue Rinnegan rotated. His time reversal ability activated. The surrounding scenery rewound as time flowed backward by 1 second. But Urashiki himself was unaffected by the reversal. He had no choice but to pull the strange hook out and watch it disappear because of the rewinding time. If not for the disturbance in his chakra, it would have seemed as though it had never existed. Yet something even stranger happened. Urashiki noticed a bizarre mark on his chest, seemingly a coordinate node for some kind of space-time ninjutsu. His expression darkened. Before he could react, Kyoshin instantly vanished and moved using the Flying Thunder God technique. He appeared behind Urashiki. Dust release was already prepared in his hand. A red cube flew out, releasing destructive energy fluctuations. Urashiki reacted extremely quickly and instantly turned around. The bamboo fish basket in front of him blocked the attack. No one knew what material the basket was made from, but it was actually able to physically collide with the dust release barrier, preventing Urashiki himself from being trapped inside it. Seeing little effect, Kyoshin retreated until he was over 100 meters away. He didn't need to kill Urashiki quickly. He only needed to wait for the others to arrive. Urashiki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His breathing had become slightly heavier. This made him feel deeply humiliated. An Otsutsuki like him had been pushed this far by an insect in such a short time. He quickly widened the distance and flew higher into the sky, trying to get away from Kyoshin. Using the ultralight weight rock technique, Kyoshin followed. His speed was not slow at all. He maintained a fixed distance the entire time, neither too far nor too close. Urashiki looked back at Kyoshin. A strange light flashed within his blue Rinnegan. Time freeze. Kyoshin activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared from Urashiki's sight, reappearing behind him. Dust release activated once more. Sensing danger, Urashiki was forced to use time reversal again. Even so, despite desperately dodging, dust release still grazed his clothes and left a tear. What the hell are you? Urashiki gritted his teeth and cursed. The space behind him began to distort, and he entered it before disappearing. More than 10 kilometers away, the moment Urashiki reappeared, he sensed that he had once again been locked onto by that red ninjutsu. Damn it. Urashiki swung his fishing rod. More refined chakra surged out. The hook struck into the dust release itself and actually managed to fish it away in another direction. What a pain. What a pain. If he had known this would happen, he never would have come here. This strange brat was even harder to deal with than that whole group. Urashiki realized he couldn't shake off Kyoshin, and determination flashed in his eyes. Looks like I have to use that. Urashiki used his time reversal ability and mobility to buy himself time. Then he raised his right hand and pressed together his index and middle fingers before stabbing them into his left eye. The blue Rinnegan was dug out and held in his palm. Blood flowed from the empty socket. He placed the Rinnegan into his mouth and swallowed it. His body immediately began changing violently. White light burst from within him, enveloping his entire body as his chakra fluctuations surged wildly. Urashiki's voice became deep and heavy. His body expanded and grew larger. White wings sprouted from his back, their feathers shining with a metallic luster. His facial features changed. His feet turned into sharp claws. Mysterious black markings appeared across his body. In his crane form, Urashiki's taijutsu became incredibly powerful. His speed and strength increased dramatically. With almost a single flash of movement, he escaped Kyoshin's attack range and looked down at him with a ferocious expression. Now, die. Urashiki vanished instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Kyoshin. He kicked out. The speed was so fast that the trajectory was nearly impossible to see. Kyoshin was startled. He used Flying Thunder God to evade, but Urashiki's reactions had already surpassed human limits. Urashiki had long since sensed all the spacetime ninjutsu coordinates nearby. He predicted where Kyoshin would appear and kicked toward empty space ahead of time. The moment Kyoshin appeared, he saw Urashiki's foot flying toward his face. He hurriedly activated the first stage of Susanoo. A white skeletal frame instantly appeared. Urashiki's kick struck the Susanoo skeleton, producing a deafening explosion. A cracking sound followed. Cracks spread across the white skeleton before it completely shattered. Kyoshin was sent flying backward. His chest felt tight, and his breathing became somewhat labored. Chapter 97, The Combination of Origami. Urashiki floated in place and stretched his ankle. As a mere insect, being able to force me into this form is your honor, Kyoshin sneered disdainfully. A space drifter. Urashiki instantly got furious. At the same time, Kyoshin used his eye power again. Chakra poured out wildly and formed a massive energy construct. The complete body Susanoo appeared, its size terrifying. The stone mountains around the land of Earth only reached its waist, and it radiated an overwhelming pressure. The Susanoo wore white armor like an ancient samurai. In its right hand was a giant white dust-release sword, its blade burning with golden sage chakra. Kyoshin stood inside the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, looking down at Urashiki below. Looking at the white Susanoo, excitement flashed through Urashiki's eyes. Now that's more like it. Show me your full strength. He charged at the Susanoo, his wings beating as his speed reached its limit. The air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. A white trail lingered in the sky. Urashiki threw a punch at the Susanoo's chest. The Susanoo didn't have time to block. The sound of metal colliding was deafening, and the shockwaves exploded outward like fireworks. The impact spread in all directions, lifting waves of earth from the ground. Inside the Susanoo, Kyoshin felt a tremendous shock and his body swayed slightly. His eye power continued pouring out to keep the Susanoo stable. Urashiki attacked continuously, every strike carrying terrifying force. Punches, kicks, wing strikes, his attacks fell like a storm. The Susanoo was hit again, and more cracks appeared in the white armor. But Kyoshin's eye power was strong. The cracks rapidly repaired themselves, keeping the defense intact. Origami. Kyoshin's left eye spun again, reflecting part of Urashiki's attacks. Feeling his own power being reflected back, Urashiki immediately adjusted his attack rhythm. He pulled back and floated in the air, breathing heavily. Looking down at the parts of his body struck by the reflected taijutsu, he muttered. What a pain, what a pain. Kyoshin bit his finger and used a summoning technique. Rumble. Along with a huge roar and towering white mist. The terrifying Quanglei appeared and immediately locked onto the enemy ahead. Now this is a fight. Quanglei clenched his bare paw. Lightning burst forth as he raised his fist and leaped into the air. His body doubled in size, and both his chakra strength and sage power were enhanced. Another one. Urashiki's expression changed slightly as he stared at the rolling sea of lightning ahead. The corner of his eye twitched. Another guy using natural chakra. His Rinnegan could absorb ninjutsu and natural chakra, but absorbing too much chakra would cause his body to begin turning to stone. Urashiki had no choice but to deal with Quanlei. Although Quanlei was strong, his opponent was an Otsutsuki. After only a few exchanges, Quanlei was already struggling. Kyoshin. Nearby, Kyoshin had finally finished preparing his attack. Under Quanlei's cover, he seized the opportunity. The Susanu's giant sword swung, and a white and gold sword light slashed toward Urashiki. This was the strongest attack Kyoshin could unleash. The Susanoo sword was wrapped in Sage Art Dust Release, enhanced by the super lightweight rock technique, and covered with the sealing power of the Four Symbols seal. Without considering the Otsutsuki clan, with this range and this power, it could stand at the very top of the ninja world in both power and mechanics. The sword light was extremely fast and covered a massive area, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Slow. It was indeed slow. But it was also truly huge. Urashiki's wings beat frantically as he barely avoided the slash. Half of one wing vanished, and powerful sealing energy slowly flowed into his body. At that moment, Inoki arrived on the battlefield, floating high in the sky. Wearing the Tsuchikage robe, his expression was serious, and his hands were already forming seals. Looking at yet another enemy appearing, Urashiki frowned slightly. Another one. Doesn't matter. I'll deal with all of you together. Kyoshin, let's work together against him. Inoki's voice was steady as Dust Release gathered in his palm and a white beam appeared. Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world technique, pillar. Sage Art, Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world technique, pillar. Kyoshin and Inoki launched their attacks at the same time. Dust Release blasted toward Urashiki from two directions. The red Dust Release and white Dust Release intertwined, forming a destructive energy net. Urashiki weaved through the energy net, still moving agilely. But the pressure on him had clearly increased, forcing him to devote more attention to defense. After only 2 rounds of fighting, the Konoha group and the Iwagakure Umbu squad arrived. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the middle-aged Sasuke appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The Iwagakure Umbu members Nabutoshi, Chisato, and Kumiko followed closely behind, each taking advantageous positions. As for Ino, Naruto, and Boruto, they had already entered Iwagakure village to take shelter. Kyoshin looked toward Nabutoshi and immediately shouted, "Senior Nabutoshi, take the team and withdraw." Urashiki was not an ordinary enemy. Although Nabutoshi, Kumiko, and Chisato were elite jonin in Iwagakure, they couldn't help much in a battle of this level. More importantly, they would be in danger. Nabutoshi and Kumiko had taken great care of Kyoshin during his Umbu days. If they stayed and fought, Kyoshin might get distracted. Nabutoshi didn't hesitate and immediately led the team in retreat. Tsunade stepped forward, her green Hokage robe fluttering in the wind. Jiraiya entered Sage mode. Red markings appeared around his eyes, giving him a fierce appearance, while the 2 great sages of Mount Myoboku sat on his shoulders. The middle-aged Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword, his Rinnegan locked onto Urashiki. Looking at the people surrounding him, Urashiki not only showed no fear but instead burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, everyone's here. Good. I'll deal with all of you at once." He raised both hands as chakra rapidly condensed in his palms, forming a gigantic sphere of energy. The blue light was dazzling, and the energy fluctuations began twisting space itself. Amenosabari Boshino Mikoto, Dragon Palace. Urashiki's voice became solemn, as if he were chanting an ancient spell. His chakra transformed into a giant black-purple oarfish. From its mouth, it could fire a massive purple-red chakra sphere that radiated a destructive aura. Countless points of light flickered inside the sphere, beautiful and deadly like a starry sky. The energy sphere blasted toward the group. It looked slow, but in reality it sealed off every escape route. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to crack apart and rocks to crumble into dust. Everyone's hearts trembled. Standing inside the white Susanoo, Kyoshin's Mangekyo spun wildly. He saw the trajectory of the energy sphere. He saw where the attack would land. At the same time, the Mangekyo in his right eye also began spinning as a complex pattern emerged. Aragami. Pseudo Shaitan. Flying Thunder God. Aragami activated in his left eye, preparing to reflect this destructive technique. Pseudo Shaitan activated in his right eye, freezing his own state and making him immune to all damage. The enormous Susanoo instantly teleported to the impact point of Amenosabari Boshino Mikoto, Dragon Palace. The attack struck the white Susanoo and was reflected by Aragami. Another oarfish appeared, and an energy sphere condensed within its mouth, heading straight for Urashiki. Shock flashed through Urashiki's eyes. He hadn't expected Kyoshin to be able to reflect this technique. Did that ability of his have no limit? Chapter 98, Tsunade, I don't feel safe. Moreover, Urashiki noticed that when his Amenosabari Boshi no Mikoto, Dragon Palace hit the opponent's Susanoo, it didn't produce even the slightest effect. It was as if his technique had struck a true law, like a breeze brushing against a block of iron. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Sasuke used Susanoo to protect everyone inside. They had actually blocked his Amenosabari Boshi no Mikoto, Dragon Palace. At the critical moment, Urashiki made a crazy decision. His body began collapsing inward, turning into a pure line of energy. Karma. Urashiki's voice became sharp as his body transformed into a black energy stream, avoiding the reflected Amenosabari Boshi no Mikoto, Dragon Palace. The energy sphere struck a distant mountain. Several surrounding peaks disappeared instantly. The explosion's light illuminated the sky and earth, while the shockwave swept across the entire battlefield. Amid the dust, Urashiki's compressed file entered Kaioshin's body. The effect of pseudo-Shiden had already ended. The speed of karma was bizarrely fast, far beyond the limits of human reaction speed. The karma merged into Kaioshin's body. Urashiki's voice appeared in Kaioshin's mind, carrying a crazed laugh. I've never seen such a perfect vessel. The moment the karma fused with his body, a burning pain came from Kaioshin's right palm. A black diamond-shaped mark appeared on the surface of his skin. Kaioshin lowered his head and looked at his palm, sensing the abnormal chakra fluctuations within his body. Urashiki's consciousness data was slowly thawing. Perfect vessel, once I'm fully thawed. Urashiki's voice echoed from deep within his mind. Kaioshin closed his eyes and directed his spiritual power inward to suppress the thawing process. You won't get that chance. He responded calmly within his consciousness while constructing a mental barrier. Inoki rushed to Kaioshin's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. How do you feel? The Tsuchikage chakra entered Kaioshin's body to examine him. Tsunade followed closely behind, medical ninjutsu glowing in her palm. His chakra fluctuations are abnormal, but his vital signs are stable. She examined the black diamond mark and frowned slightly. Jiraiya, Naruto, the middle-aged Sasuke, and Boruto gathered around. Everyone's attention focused on the mark in Kaioshin's right palm. What kind of sealing technique is this? Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. The middle-aged Sasuke activated his Sharingan and observed the mark. It's an Otsutsuki clan mark. Kaioshin withdrew his right hand and spoke calmly. I can handle it. Inoki and Tsunade exchanged a glance. There was doubt in both their eyes. But neither continued questioning him. The crisis had only just ended. Kaioshin walked toward the place where Urashiki had disappeared. There were chakra fluctuations on the ground. A dark blue object lay there, its surface covered with golden patterns. He bent down and picked it up. It felt cold and heavy. The object was about the size of a palm and shaped like a turtle. This is... The middle-aged Sasuke's pupils shrank. Karasuki, the Otsutsuki clan's treasure used for time travel. His voice was low and carried mixed emotions. Boruto came over and stared at the turtle-shaped treasure. Kaioshin turned Karasuki over in his hand. The golden patterns reflected light, the outer shell was extremely hard, and a faint chakra core pulsed at its center. You want to use it to return to the future? Kaioshin looked at the middle-aged Sasuke and asked directly. The middle-aged Sasuke nodded. We don't belong to this era. We have to go back. Reluctance appeared on Boruto's face as he looked at Kaioshin. Big brother Kaioshin, you're really strong. The boy's eyes were full of admiration and curiosity. How did you become this strong? Kaioshin handed Karasuki to the middle-aged Sasuke. Train hard and add a little talent. His tone made it sound completely natural. The middle-aged Sasuke accepted Karasuki and injected chakra into it. The golden patterns lit up, and space began to distort slightly. Thank you for your help. The middle-aged Sasuke looked at Kaioshin. A complicated emotion flashed through his Sharingan. The version of you from this era is stronger than I imagined. Be careful of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and the Otsutsuki clan. This was experience summarized by someone who had already gone through it all. Kaioshin knew every word was true. The space distortion intensified. The middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto disappeared. The spatial fluctuations left behind by Karasuki gradually settled, and the battlefield returned to peace. Inoki walked over to Kaioshin, his expression serious. Is that mark really not a problem? Kaioshin replied, I've suppressed it for now. I need time to study a solution. Tsunade frowned deeply. I've never seen a technique like this before. It needs careful observation. Naruto ran over to Kaioshin and stared at his right hand with his blue eyes. Kaioshin, are you really okay? Kaioshin patted Naruto's shoulder and revealed a faint smile. I'm fine. Let's head back to Iwagakure first. The outline of Iwagakure appeared on the horizon. When the guard ninja saw that Tsuchikage returned, they immediately opened the village gates. Kuratsuchi ran out from inside the village. Grandpa. Kyoshin. Are you guys okay? Her gaze swept across the group. Karen followed behind Kuratsuchi, but her eyes never left Kyoshin. Seeing that Kyoshin was safe and sound, she visibly relaxed. After the crisis was resolved, everyone gathered in the Tsuchikage building's reception room. Tsunade stood in front of Kyoshin with a sincere smile on her face. This time, it's thanks to you and Iwagakure. Her voice was gentle, and gratitude showed in her eyes. If you hadn't come to support us in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Anoki sat in the main seat, watching Tsunade vigilantly. Tsunade either didn't notice or simply ignored it. Her tone became friendlier, carrying the casualness of friends talking. I won't forget our friendship. Good grief, you fool, what are you trying to do? Anoki frowned slightly and emphasized, Kyoshin belongs to Iwagakure. That won't change. Tsunade waved her hand, the smile on her face unchanged. I know. I was just mentioning it. She walked up to Kyoshin and directly held out her hand. Give me a Flying Thunder God kunai. Her tone was completely natural, as if she were asking for an ordinary item. Kyoshin looked at her, confusion flashing through his eyes. Why? Tsunade explained confidently, I don't feel safe by myself. What if I run into danger? She looked straight into Kyoshin's eyes, her tone teasing. Just like how you treat your friends. You can't play favorites. Kyoshin rubbed his forehead and took out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Complex formulas were engraved on its surface, faintly shining under the light. He casually handed the kunai to Tsunade. Most of the main story events happened in Konoha. Having a Flying Thunder God kunai there would let him get involved and gain some benefits. As for whether giving Tsunade a Flying Thunder God kunai would make Iwagakure suspicious of him, there was absolutely no need to worry. At this point, it could be said that everything Kyoshin had belonged to Iwagakure. Except Ino. Tsunade put away the kunai and revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Naruto immediately ran over. Kyoshin, I want one too. Then I can come find you whenever I want to play. Helplessness flashed through Kyoshin's eyes. Here. Awesome. Thanks, Kyoshin. Jiraiya stood nearby. A Flying Thunder God kunai. That's a precious thing. There was emotion in his voice, and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. He even felt a little bitter. My Minato. Chapter 99, The Reason for Reassurance. Tsunade looked at Anoki and spoke formally, regaining the dignity of a Hokage. Tsuchikage-sama, it's time for us to return to Konoha. Let that Yamanaka Ino stay in Iwagakure and have some fun for a few days. Anoki spoke casually, as if the idea had just come to him. The Otsutsuki matter is important. It's not a crisis any single ninja village can handle alone. We should share information and resources, shouldn't we? In reality, Anoki's thoughts were, let Kyoshin use the handsome man strategy and win over the Yamanaka clan's princess. A flash of surprise appeared in Ino's eyes. She kept a reserved expression on the surface, but inside she was delighted. She looked toward Tsunade. How could Tsunade not know what Anoki was thinking? But she had just asked Kyoshin for the kunai, and he seemed to trust Kyoshin greatly, showing no reaction at all. Since you trust him so much, then I'll put that trust to the test. Do you want to stay? Tsunade asked Ino. Ino nodded and said happily, if it's possible, I'd like to stay in Iwagakure for a few days. Tsunade waved her hand readily. Then stay. Just remember to come home. Tsunade thought, although the chances aren't high, even if it fails, it can still ease relations between both sides. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto left. Their figures disappeared at the end of Iwagakure's streets. Ino stood where she was, joy rising in her heart. She finally had a chance to spend time alone with Kyoshin. Although Kuratsuchi was still in Iwagakure, this was a rare opportunity. Kyoshin, can you show me around Iwagakure? Ino naturally wrapped her arm around his. The sight made Kuratsuchi and Karen grit their teeth. The stone buildings reflected a gray-white glow under the sunlight. Ninja moved through the village, carrying out their own missions. Walking beside Kyoshin, Ino curiously observed the surroundings. Iwagakure is very different from Konoha, she spoke softly, her voice full of curiosity. Kyoshin nodded and pointed toward a training ground in the distance. That's the training ground. The ninja usually train there. Ino followed his finger. Figures could be seen moving across the field. The conditions really are a bit harsher. Compared to Konoha, Iwagakure was indeed somewhat behind because of its environment. Ino turned to look at him. A complicated emotion appeared in her purple eyes. Are you happy living in Iwagakure? Concern filled her voice. Kyoshin was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. This is my home. His tone was calm, but unwavering. A trace of disappointment rose in Ino's heart, but she quickly adjusted her mood. At least Kyoshin was doing well now. That was enough. Behind them, two figures followed from afar, Kuratsuchi and Karen. After being caught by Ino, Kuratsuchi casually scratched her head. Kyoshin, Ino, are you two sightseeing around the village? Ino. If you're tailing us, then just say you're tailing us. I don't mind. Why are you acting like you don't know what's going on? How about I take you somewhere more interesting? Kuratsuchi walked over and forcibly grabbed Ino's hand, practically pulling it away from Kyoshin, and enthusiastically introduced Iwagakure's attractions. Sure, Ino changed positions and tried to get closer to Kyoshin with her other hand, only for Karen to take hold of it. Ino. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Kyoshin shamelessly laughed out loud. Only after receiving glares from all three girls did he restrain himself a little. Kyoshin muttered quietly, you can't blame me. After all, I carry the mission of restoring the Uchiha clan. Ever since completing his revenge, he had been letting his true nature show more and more. The three girls arrived at one of Iwagakure's specialty restaurants. An inviting smell drifted out from the stone building. Kuratsuchi pushed open the wooden door and led Ino inside. The restaurant was spacious and bright. Stone tables and chairs were arranged neatly. Decorations unique to Iwagakure hung on the walls, and charcoal burned in the furnace. Kuratsuchi sat by a window and waved to a server. For Iwagakure specialty set meals. She ordered with practiced ease, clearly a regular customer. The server nodded and left, soon returning with steaming hot food. Ino took a bite of something that looked a little hard. It's different from Konoha's food, but it's really good too. Kuratsuchi picked up her chopsticks and took large bites of the food in front of her. Of course. The food in our Iwagakure is famous. Basically only within the land of Earth. Time passed as they toured the village, and the sun began to sink. The group arrived at their residences. Kuratsuchi invited Ino, stay at my house tonight. I want to hear some stories about Konoha. TSK. Ino knew exactly what this girl was up to. She understood perfectly. She just didn't want her to be alone with Kyoshin. Before Ino could answer, Kitsuchi's voice came from another courtyard. Kuratsuchi, we're not hosting guests tonight. There are important matters to discuss at home. Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi immediately looked toward Karen for help. Then Chinatsu's voice came from nearby, Karen, it's time for you to come back and practice sealing techniques. Karen, Kuratsuchi. Something's not right. Why does this feel like we're being set up? After the two girls returned to their respective homes, Kyoshin brought Ino to his house and showed her to a guest room. The room was clean and tidy, with basic living facilities. You can stay here. He briefly introduced the room's layout while Ino listened carefully. Thank you. It's very nice here. As Ino looked around the room, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Back then, the Uchiha houses had been so nice. But after coming here, this was where Kyoshin lived. The stone house wasn't crude, and it had everything needed, but compared to the Uchiha district, the gap was still quite large. After all, that remote corner where the Uchiha clan had lived might have been far from everyone else, but space had never been lacking. Ino looked at Kyoshin with concern. You used up a lot of energy today. Get some rest early. Kyoshin nodded and turned to leave the room. Good night. He returned to his own room and closed the door. Ino stood in the room as complicated emotions rose within her. She had finally gotten a chance to spend time alone with Kyoshin. Although it wasn't for long, it was a good start. She walked to the window and looked out into the night. Lights gradually lit up across Iwagakure, creating a night view different from Konoha's. But someone she cared about was here, and that made her feel warm. Still, Kyoshin had just gone through a battle, so Ino had no choice but to suppress her excitement. Back in his room, Kyoshin sat beside the bed and raised his right hand, carefully examining the black diamond-shaped mark. Urashiki's consciousness remained asleep within the seal, while the thawing process continued slowly. Kyoshin had to find a solution before the thawing was complete. Otherwise, this body would be taken over by an Otsutsuki. So he pulled 3 scrolls out of a large box in his room. If these 3 scrolls were revealed to the outside world, almost no one would be able to resist them. Because one of them was called the Sealing Scroll, from Konoha. The second was called the Uzumaki Secret Scroll, from the Land of Whirlpools. The final scroll contained all of Iwagakure's high-level ninjutsu. No matter where they were placed, all 3 scrolls would be considered treasures. Yet they lay unremarkably in Kyoshin's room. That was the level of trust Iwagakure placed in Kyoshin. And it was also the reason Inoki could almost completely ignore the kunai incident. Chapter 100, trouble in Konoha. Tsunade returned to Konoha with Jiraiya and Naruto. The three passed through Konoha's main gate, and the guard ninja immediately saluted. Lady Hokage. Tsunade nodded in response and quickly headed toward the Hokage building. She was still thinking about the trip to Iwagakure. Kyoshin's performance had left a deep impression on her. But Konoha's daily affairs needed handling and couldn't be delayed. Early the next morning, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Tsunade opened it and saw an Umbu ninja standing outside. Lady Hokage, something happened, the Umbu spoke urgently, anxiety visible in his eyes. An abnormal barrier has appeared at the Kurama clan compound. Tsunade frowned and immediately followed the Umbu to the scene. The two arrived at the outer area of the Kurama clan compound, where many ninja had already gathered. The compound was covered by a purple barrier. Streams of light flowed across its surface. Lightning occasionally shot out of the barrier, striking nearby buildings. Flames burst out from inside and set nearby trees on fire. Konoha's ninja were busy putting out fires, and the scene was chaotic. Standing outside the barrier, Tsunade's expression turned serious. When did this start? Yesterday evening. The barrier appeared suddenly. The Umbu quickly reported the situation. Kurama Yakumo is inside the compound and refuses to let anyone enter. Several ninja have already tried to break through the barrier, but they were driven back by genjutsu. Looking at the purple barrier, Tsunade felt a bad feeling rise in her heart. At this point, the Kurama clan had only one awakened member left, a girl named Kurama Yakumo. Yuhi Kurenai had always been responsible for teaching her. Now an accident had happened, and the Kurama clan compound had turned into a genjutsu barrier that rejected outsiders. Only someone from the Kurama clan could possess such terrifying genjutsu abilities. Tsunade immediately ordered the nearby residents evacuated to prevent casualties. She returned to the Hokage building and gathered the relevant people for a meeting. Yuhi Kurenai arrived first, worry written across her face. Lady Hokage, the situation is very serious. Her tone was heavy, and her eyes were full of concern. Tsunade had her sit down and asked for details. Tell me what's been happening recently. Kurenai took a deep breath. Kurama Yakumo possesses a powerful genjutsu Kekkai Genkai. But her body is weak, so she can't become a ninja. Years of suppression led to the birth of a heart demon, and now it's erupted. Tsunade nodded and continued, is there any solution? After thinking for a moment, Kurenai proposed a plan, only a powerful genjutsu user can enter. They need to use genjutsu to create a layer of protection around themselves. Then enter the Kurama clan compound and meet Kurama Yakumo. Only by finding a way to remove her heart demon can the problem be solved. There was actually another solution, enter the barrier and kill Kurama Yakumo directly. Tsunade asked plainly, can you do it? Kurenai was currently Konoha's strongest genjutsu user. If she could do it, she would have already entered and saved Kurama Yakumo from the influence of her heart demon. Kurenai shook her head helplessly. I've tried, but the barrier's strength is beyond my abilities. Kurama Yakumo's genjutsu Kekkai Genkai is too powerful. I can't break through it. Tsunade frowned deeply and considered other possibilities. She thought of Kakashi because he possessed the Sharingan. The Sharingan had strong resistance to genjutsu and might be able to break through the barrier. Tsunade immediately sent someone to call Kakashi. Kakashi quickly arrived at the Hokage's office and listened to the whole story. Putting away his lazy attitude, he said seriously, I'll give it a try. The group returned to the outside of the Kurama compound. The purple barrier still covered the area, with lightning and flames occasionally bursting out. Kakashi stood before the barrier as his Sharingan slowly spun. 3 Tomo appeared within the red eye, and chakra began gathering. He formed hand seals, activating a Sharingan genjutsu. A layer of chakra made from ocular power and genjutsu formed around his body, giving off a faint glow. Kakashi walked toward the barrier and attempted to enter the compound. But ripples spread across the barrier's surface and threw him back. A wave of dizziness hit Kakashi, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. No. The barrier is too strong. Tsunade's expression grew even graver. The situation was worse than expected. Then she suddenly thought of someone, and hope flashed in her eyes. Kyoshin might be able to solve this problem. Tsunade took the Flying Thunder God kunai from her clothes and poured chakra into it, activating the formula on it. A faint glow appeared on the kunai's surface. This was her way of sending a signal to Kyoshin, hoping he could sense it. Konoha needed his help now, or the situation would continue to worsen. Kurama Yakumo's genjutsu barrier was still expanding and had already begun affecting nearby areas. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, all of Konoha could be placed in danger. Unfortunately, while the mark on the Flying Thunder God kunai could allow Kyoshin to sense it even beyond his normal perception range when activated. The distance between the land of earth and the land of fire was simply too great. Standing nearby, Kurenai watched Tsunade's actions. Lady Hokage, are you contacting Kyoshin? Tsunade nodded. He's the only person who might be able to solve this now. Kakashi agreed with the decision. Kyoshin's genjutsu ability is indeed powerful. He might be able to break through the barrier. Everyone seemed to think this was completely normal. After all, Kyoshin's past achievements had long made people forget his age. The group waited for a response from Kyoshin. Second by second, time passed. Lightning shot out of the Kurama compound's barrier again, striking a nearby building. Konoha's ninja hurried to put out the fire. Although the situation was chaotic, it was still under control. After a while, two figures appeared beside Tsunade. Both were young, and they looked well matched together. The Flying Thunder God technique is this fast? Tsunade said in surprise as she quickly walked over. You finally came. Huh. Kyoshin set Ino down from his arms and looked over in confusion. What do you mean I finally came? I was just bringing Ino home. Tsunade. Still, seeing Kyoshin appear clearly eased her worries. Kyoshin turned and looked at the strange genjutsu barrier. What happened? Tsunade quickly explained the matter involving Kurama Yukumo. After listening, a thoughtful look flashed through Kyoshin's eyes. He knew something about Kurama Yukumo's genjutsu Kekkai Genkai. I can try. Kyoshin said calmly. But hiring me is very expensive, you know. Before Tsunade could respond, a sharp, anxious voice came from not far away. What? Uchiha Kyoshin, betraying Konoha was one thing, but Konoha did raise you for several years. Now you're bargaining even over helping with something like this. As expected, all Uchiha are the same. Ambitious and disloyal. Kyoshin raised an eyebrow and looked in that direction. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The speaker wore Konoha ninja clothing and was probably a chunin. One thing worth mentioning was that Konoha had plenty of handsome men and beautiful women. The average appearance level was quite high. This guy looked completely out of place standing among them. And it wasn't even because of his natural features. It seemed more like years of being mean, gossiping, and mocking others had gradually turned his face into something painful to look at. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Can't Let Him Keep Thinking. A white cube flew over and surrounded the ruthless man. As dust release activated, his figure disappeared, leaving behind only a strange square pit. Seeing this, the Konoha ninja all turned their eyes toward Kyoshin. Tsunade had just been stunned by that sharp and vicious remark. She truly could not understand how anyone could dare provoke Kyoshin like that. But before Tsunade could scold him, Kyoshin had already acted. A ninja had died. The matter seemed to have grown much more serious. One gaze after another fell on Kyoshin. Tsunade looked at him. He swept his eyes around once, then fell into thought. Tsunade. Tsunade did not know what Kyoshin was thinking. But she knew one thing: he could not be allowed to keep thinking. A chunin attacked his allies without cause and deliberately stirred conflict between both sides. He brought it on himself. Tsunade first gave a conclusion on what had happened, then said to Kyoshin, the payment isn't a problem. The important thing now is finding a way to solve this crisis. No one around them spoke anymore. Kyoshin nodded, stood before the barrier, and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kurama Yukumo's genjutsu bloodline limit was indeed powerful, and so was the barrier. Anyone who entered the genjutsu barrier would be affected by its genjutsu chakra and fall into illusions. To avoid being affected, one had to create a layer of genjutsu chakra around themselves that genjutsu chakra could not penetrate. And the strength of that genjutsu chakra had to exceed the barrier's genjutsu chakra. Otherwise, the reaction caused when one's own chakra came into contact with the barrier's genjutsu chakra would create a repelling effect. After confirming the method, Kyoshin formed hand seals. Using his ocular power and chakra, he created genjutsu chakra and maintained it over the surface of his body. Then Kyoshin walked toward the purple barrier. Everyone held their breath and watched him approach step by step. Ripples spread across the barrier's surface, but this time it did not repel him. Kyoshin's figure gradually merged into the barrier and eventually entered completely. He had successfully broken through Kurama Yukumo's genjutsu barrier. Tsunade and the others stood outside the barrier, hope rising in their hearts. Perhaps Kyoshin really could resolve this crisis. After entering the barrier, Kyoshin found himself in a strange space. The scenery around him twisted and shifted, reality and illusion intertwining. This was a projection of Kurama Yukumo's inner world, filled with chaos and pain. He needed to find Kurama Yukumo herself and remove the demon in her heart. Kyoshin began exploring this genjutsu space in search of his target. The inside of the Kurama compound appeared larger than it did from the outside. Space itself had been distorted by Genjutsu. Kyoshin moved through the illusionary space while the scenery constantly changed around him. Twisted buildings, shattered skies, chaotic colors. He arrived at a relatively stable area where there was a Japanese-style courtyard. The small building was badly damaged and burned with strange flames. One wall on the second floor had collapsed, revealing an art studio inside. Inside the room stood a young girl with her back facing him. She wore a light purple kimono, and her black hair reached her waist. But when she turned around, Kyoshin saw something completely different. Kurama Yukumo's body was extremely thin. Her skin was a sickly pale white, almost approaching Orochimaru's. Her expression was twisted and ferocious, her eyes filled with malice and madness. The corners of her mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, exposing sharp teeth. Has someone come to die? Her voice was sharp and unpleasant, creating a strange contrast with her appearance. This was the heart demon, Ito. It had already taken over Kurama Yukumo's body. Controlling Yukumo's body, Ito launched an attack on Kyoshin. Clumsily picking up a paintbrush, it activated the Kurama clan's bloodline limit. Genjutsu made real. The ground split apart, lava burst out, and flames came from all directions. Trees turned into giant pythons, rocks became monsters, and lightning descended from the sky. This was the terrifying ability to turn Genjutsu into reality, the Kurama clan's bloodline limit. Kyoshin stood where he was while his Mangekyo Sharingan rotated calmly. All attacks automatically dispersed and vanished before reaching him. The Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power far surpassed ordinary Genjutsu and easily saw through the illusion. Surprise flashed through Ito's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Why isn't it working? Kyoshin tapped the ground with his foot. The next second, he appeared directly in front of Ito. Before it could react, Kyoshin grabbed its arm. The Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu activated, restricting Ito's movements. Through physical contact, Kyoshin's chakra flowed into Kurama Yukumo's body, and his consciousness entered her spiritual world. The surroundings instantly changed. He arrived before a burned-down house. The remains of the house were still smoking, and the smell of burning filled the air. This was Kurama Yukumo's deepest trauma, the memory of the clan fire. On the open ground before the house, Kurama Yukumo lay asleep with a peaceful expression, completely different from the ferocious appearance outside. The real Kurama Yukumo was sleeping here, imprisoned by the heart demon. Ito, wearing the same clothes but with a completely demonic appearance, stood nearby, familiarizing itself with controlling Kurama Yukumo's body. How did you get in here? Ito's voice was sharp and full of disbelief. Ignoring Ito, Kyoshin walked directly toward the bound Kurama Yukumo. Angrily, Ito picked up its paintbrush, and black chains rose from the ground. Don't go near her. The chains shot toward Kyoshin like poisonous snakes, trying to bind him. It possessed a level of Genjutsu capable of altering reality, yet it only knew how to launch such simple attacks. The reason was probably that Ito was Kurama Yukumo's heart demon and possessed only her memories. And Kurama Yukumo had attended the ninja academy for only a few days and had never seen truly powerful ninjutsu. Also, people could not imagine things beyond the limits of their understanding. So Ito's attacks remained limited to creating fire, lightning, and chains through Genjutsu. Instead of creating dust release, truth-seeking balls, the would release Buddha. Kyoshin's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated, and the chains automatically shattered before touching him. Feeling tremendous pressure, Ito's mental state became unstable. She's mine. This body is mine. It screamed as even more chains rose from the ground. The entire spiritual world began to shake, and the house ruins collapsed. But it was still useless. Kyoshin simply walked up to it and used a sealing technique to restrict its movements. After that, Ito had no means of fighting back. Kyoshin shifted his gaze away from Ito and looked at Kurama Yukumo. A good seedling. Unfortunately, she suffered from a bloodline disease. In the original story, the Kurama clan's bloodline limit had been praised to the heavens. Yet there was no real plot evidence to prove it. Kyoshin could not help becoming a little curious. He walked to Kurama Yukumo's side and raised a hand, sending chakra into her spiritual body to release her from Ito's Genjutsu. Kurama Yukumo's body trembled slightly as she awakened from her sleep. She opened her eyes, confusion visible in her purple pupils. Where is this? Yukumo's voice was gentle, completely different from Ito's sharp tone. She looked around at her surroundings and saw the burned house. Pain flashed through her eyes. Then she saw Kyoshin and the Ito beside him, the demon she feared. It seemed unable to move. T/N, if you are liking the novel so far, considering leaving a review, power stone, and comment below the chapter. You can also join the Patreon to support if you want. Enjoy, have a great day. Chapter 102, Geese Passing Over. Who are you? Yukumo's voice carried fear as her body trembled slightly. Kyoshin calmly explained, Uchiha Kyoshin. I'm here to help you. The pain of long-term suppression and being unable to become a ninja. The pressure brought by her family's expectations and the helplessness of her weak body. All these negative emotions gathered together and eventually reached a certain balance with the Kurama clan's bloodline limit in Kurama Yakumo's spiritual world, giving birth to the heart demon known as Ito. Yakumo looked downcast, seeming doubtful that anyone could actually help her. Her eyes were filled with confusion and unease. Curled up in a corner of her spiritual world, her body trembled slightly. Your heart demon has already been sealed by me. He pointed at the motionless Ito nearby. Now use your bloodline limit to eliminate it. Yakumo looked at Ito, a complicated expression flashing through her eyes. You can really help me. Kyoshin nodded, his tone calm. I can solve your physical problems and let you become a real ninja. The darkness in Yakumo's eyes did not fade. Long-term depression could not be reversed with just a few words. My body is too weak. I couldn't even finish the ninja academy. Bitterness filled her voice. This was pain she had carried for a long time. Kyoshin crouched down and met her eyes. Do you want to become a ninja? Tears welled up in Yakumo's eyes. This was the dream she had always wanted but never dared to say out loud. Can someone like me really do it? A faint smile appeared on Kyoshin's face. Of course. I know a very capable, medical ninja. He can cure your bloodline disease and give you a healthy body. That counted as a medical ninja, more or less. Since dropping out of the ninja academy, Yakumo had never interacted with strangers. Seeing Kyoshin smile, she hurriedly looked away, but hope reignited in her eyes. What is the price? Kyoshin revealed his purpose. As the price, you need to join Iwagakure. Become an Iwagakure ninja, not a Konoha ninja. Yakumo was silent for a moment before softly asking, why did you choose me? The Kurama clan's genjutsu made real is a rare bloodline limit. Kyoshin stood up and looked around at the spiritual world. The ability to turn genjutsu into reality is very valuable. He looked at Yakumo, his eyes serious. I need people with potential. You meet the requirements. These were not comforting words meant to temporarily give a depressed person a little hope. Kyoshin was indeed powerful. However, compared to the goals in his heart, an individual's strength was only a basic requirement. Without reliable experts by his side, he would only end up like Black Zetsu or Obito, becoming someone who relied on schemes and manipulation to borrow the strength of others from the shadows. Yakumo lowered her head and considered the choice. If she stayed in Konoha, she would continue suffering from the heart demon while remaining too weak to become a ninja. If she joined Iwagakure, she would have a chance to cure her bloodline disease and become a real ninja. The choice was not difficult. Yakumo did not have much attachment to Konoha. It could even be said that she was somewhat hostile toward it. However, she had still attended school there for a few days and had been influenced by it for a few days. Even now, the first thing she thought about was whether this choice was right. Outside, how is Konoha? Yakumo did not answer directly. With such serious mental problems, after the heart demon had been sealed and she regained her senses, would she still care about others? There were some losses, but nothing major. Kyoshin seemed to understand her concern and spoke frankly. I have people inside Konoha. You're not the only one who has made this choice. Our goal is a higher ideal. There's no need to limit ourselves to a ninja village. I need your genjutsu power. I need you to join Iwagakure, receive training, and become a ninja. But as I said before, if you want to live in Konoha, that's fine too. However, on Konoha's side, even if Yakumo's condition improved, becoming a ninja would probably still be very difficult. Konoha was not Iwagakure. They had an almost obsessive desire to control power that was beyond their grasp. Yakumo raised her head, her gaze gradually becoming firm. I agree. Kyoshin held out his hand. Then the deal is made. Yakumo grasped his hand and felt a warm strength. Her eyes swept across his face before she lowered her head somewhat self-consciously. I'll deal with it now. Yakumo's spiritual body walked to a canvas and picked up a paintbrush, looking toward Ito. I was wrong. Ito began begging in fear. I shouldn't have tried to take control of the body. Spare me. Because I am you, and you are me. Yakumo ignored it. Clearly, the sealed Ito could no longer affect Yakumo on a spiritual level. Yakumo was completely clear-headed now. She used her bloodline limit to erase Ito. As Ito disappeared, Yakumo felt a sense of relief she had never experienced before. The burden of the heart demon was gone. Kyoshin watched everything and smiled knowingly. Well done. You were very brave. Inside the Kurama compound, the purple barrier still existed. Kyoshin and Yakumo stood in the courtyard, surrounded by the distorted genjutsu space. Yakumo opened her eyes and saw Kyoshin standing before her. She looked down at her body. It was still sickly pale and thin. But the burden on her mind was gone, and the heart demon had been completely resolved. Kyoshin looked outside the barrier. Tsunade and the others were still waiting. Let's go. It's time to leave. He turned and walked toward the edge of the barrier, with Yakumo following behind him. But after only a few steps, Yakumo's body swayed and she almost fell. Kyoshin immediately supported her and discovered that her body was so weak she could not even walk. Years of suffering from the bloodline disease and the heart demon had left her body extremely frail. Yakumo's voice was weak. Sorry. Kyoshin did not hesitate. He turned around and faced away from her. Get on. Yakumo felt a little nervous, but she still climbed onto Kyoshin's back. Kyoshin carried her and found that she was as light as a feather. Her long-term weakness had left her extremely light, almost without any weight at all. On Kyoshin's back, Yakumo felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. The two of them walked toward the outside of the compound. Ripples spread across the surface of the purple barrier, and they returned to the real world. When Tsunade saw them appear, she immediately stepped forward. How did it go? Kyoshin nodded. The heart demon has been dealt with. Yakumo is fine. Lying on Kyoshin's back, Yakumo softly said, Thank you for your concern, Lady Hokage. Tsunade noticed Yakumo's condition. She was indeed much better than before. Although her body was still weak, her eyes were clear and no longer held the madness from before. Having lost its chakra support, the purple barrier began to dissipate, turning into countless points of light before disappearing. The Kurama compound returned to normal, and lightning and flames no longer flew out from it. However, it had completely become ruins, because reality altered by genjutsu would not return to its original state when the genjutsu ended. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Plucking Feathers. The Konoha ninja finally relaxed. The crisis was over. Kyoshin carried Yakumo on his back and walked toward Tsunade. Yakumo is very weak. She needs treatment. A trace of caution flashed through Tsunade's eyes after hearing that. Yakumo. You've only known her for a few minutes, and you're already calling her Yakumo. Don't tell me you're thinking about that. Still, Tsunade's hands didn't stop moving. The glow of medical ninjutsu appeared in her palms. She examined Yakumo's condition and frowned slightly. Her body is extremely weak due to a long-term bloodline illness. She'll need a long period of recovery. Medical chakra flowed into Yakumo's body, easing her weakness. Yakumo felt the warm power and felt a little better. But she was still a long way from fully recovering. After finishing the treatment, Tsunade looked at Kyoshin. This time, it's thanks to you. As for the mission reward. Kyoshin interrupted her directly. Yakumo is the reward. Tsunade smiled helplessly. As expected. You really do pluck every feather from a passing goose. Kyoshin carried Yakumo to the Hokage's office. Tsunade was already sitting behind her desk with the necessary documents prepared. Kyoshin gently placed Yakumo into a chair. She was still very weak. She had to support herself with the chair's backrest just to sit steadily, her face pale as paper. Looking at her, sympathy flashed through Tsunade's eyes. She handed a document to Kyoshin. This is Yakumo's Ninja Academy file. Yakumo signed her name, her hand trembling slightly. This was a major turning point in her life. Leaving Konoha and joining Iwagakure. Tsunade looked at Yakumo and spoke gently. Take good care of yourself when you get to Iwagakure. If you run into any difficulties, you can contact Konoha at any time. Yakumo's eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Tsunade nodded. Even though she was no longer a Konoha ninja, maintaining a good relationship was still important. Because of Kyoshin, relations between Iwagakure and Konoha had warmed rapidly and were friendlier than at any other time in history. Still, watching another bloodline limit ninja from the village get taken away by Kyoshin left Tsunade feeling a little annoyed and helpless. What annoyed her was that this was yet another mess left behind by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Those two had definitely known about Kurama Yakumo for a long time, yet they had never taken any effective measures. They were well aware of how powerful the Kurama clan's bloodline limit was. Yet after Yakumo dropped out due to her weak body, the only thing Konoha ever did for her was arrange for Kurenai Yuhi to be her private tutor. It was an idiotic decision. They had no idea how to nurture and retain promising younger generations. Yet they kept talking about everyone being family. Tsunade sighed. The helpless part was that she found herself naturally inclined to go along with whatever Kyoshin wanted. It wasn't because she was personally afraid of him. It was because she was now the Hokage and had to consider Konoha's interests. Her relationship with Kyoshin was practically her only political achievement at the moment. If she ruined it, it would be bad for her reputation. And even worse for Konoha. As things stood, nobody in Konoha could stop Kyoshin from doing whatever he wanted. Once the paperwork was completed, Kyoshin prepared to leave with Yakumo. But her physical condition made him stop. She didn't even have the strength to stand. A long journey would already be difficult for her, let alone being carried by Kyoshin while using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel quickly. Kyoshin supported Yakumo so she could walk normally. The two left the Hokage building and stepped onto Konoha's streets. Sunlight shone across the roads as people came and went. Half of Yakumo's body leaned against Kyoshin as she slowly raised a hand. The warm sunlight fell on her body. Although she still felt unwell, this was a freedom she had not felt in a long time. Kyoshin originally planned to settle Yakumo in an inn first while he went to the commercial district to buy travel supplies. But Yakumo seemed determined to stay with him despite needing rest. Kyoshin didn't mind. He simply carried Yakumo on his back and headed to Konoha's commercial district. It was lively, lined with all kinds of shops. Kyoshin found a carriage rental shop and selected a spacious carriage. The interior was lined with soft cushions and was large enough for 2 people. He also bought enough dried food, water, and medicine and loaded everything into the carriage. Yakumo sat in a chair beside the carriage, watching Kyoshin busy himself. Gratitude welled up inside her. This person had done so much for her. Just like that person back then. In any case, she could not allow the tragedy to happen again. After purchasing everything, Kyoshin returned to her side. Ready. Yakumo nodded, anticipation in her eyes. Ready. Kyoshin waved his hand, and a middle-aged coachman walked over. My lord, shall we leave now? The coachman's face was full of joy. It couldn't be helped. The trip was far, but the payment was simply too generous. It was impossible not to smile. Let's go. Right away. The carriage passed through the streets and out through Konoha's gates. Yakumo turned back and looked at Konoha as it gradually faded into the distance. Complex emotions rose in her heart. Her memories were here. Her pain was here. And her hopes were here as well. But now she was heading somewhere new to begin a new life. The carriage moved along the road toward the land of Earth. Kyoshin sat cross-legged on top of the carriage. While keeping watch for possible bandits, he began studying the Kama. He raised his right hand and looked at the black diamond-shaped mark on his palm. Whenever he circulated chakra through his body, the Kama's extraction speed increased. Fortunately, Kyoshin possessed powerful sealing techniques that could slow the process. However, the black mark constantly reminded him that the danger was still there. He needed to find a way to completely freeze the extraction process. Pseudo-Shibutin should be able to do it. But keeping Pseudo-Shibutin active all the time wasn't realistic. Looks like I'll be busy for a while. At worst, I'll just kill myself, Kyoshin muttered. He vaguely remembered the plot of Boruto. When Boruto's life was in danger, Momoshiki, who lived within the Kama, abandoned the extraction process and resolved the crisis for him. That seemed to prove that the Kama and its vessel were inseparable. As long as he killed himself, the Kama would disappear. Of course, before doing that, he would need to arrange a method of resurrection. The Pure Land became lively. Ever since Tobirama Senju used that technique to create a television between the Pure Land and the ninja world through chakra connections, more and more powerful figures in the Pure Land had discovered it. By now, the place was bustling. Nearly all the powerful figures that Kabuto had reincarnated in the original story had gathered there. After all, being able to see scenes from the ninja world was no different from watching a live broadcast. Everywhere else, there was nothing. The only way to pass the boring time was to let one's consciousness fall asleep and wait for a mysterious force to redistribute the soul, erase its memories, and send it back to the ninja world through reincarnation. After the initial novelty wore off, what everyone paid the most attention to were scenes related to Kyoshin. Chapter 104, Getting Familiar with the Tsuchikage's Work. That kid called Uchiha Kyoshin had already surpassed the vast majority of people here in both growth speed and strength. Just now, a ninja who understood lip reading had revealed Kyoshin's words, at worst, I'll just kill myself. Tobirama's expression turned serious, as if he were worried about Konoha's future. After all, Kyoshin's existence had already become a threat to Konoha. Niji, Yakumo, and those younger generation ninjas. They all seemed to trust him very much. And Kyoshin was too powerful. To put it simply, a person who can slap me to death at any moment lives right next door, who wouldn't be nervous in that situation. Even if that person showed no signs of actually doing it. Why? A crying voice as loud as a barbell echoed over. Tobirama ignored it completely. He was already used to it. Ever since the 3 Raikage from Iwagakure arrived here and learned about Kyoshin's experiences and strength, every time Kyoshin appeared on the screen, every time he displayed even greater combat power, those Raikage would start crying and complaining. The 3rd Raikage beat his chest and stamped his feet. Iwagakure. What's southwest great about that place? The Uchiha were nobles of the land of lightning. The First Raikage also began recalling the past. Why didn't he choose Kimogakure back then? This wasn't baseless speculation. There was a reason for it. The Uchiha had once intermarried with the daimyo of the land of lightning. And whenever the Raikage lamented over there, the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa and the second Tsuchikage Mu nearby looked as if they were holding back laughter. Iwagakure and Kimogakure had always been old rivals. Normally, putting the leaders of those two villages together peacefully would be impossible. But reason was nearby. Hashirama had once stated that arguments and possible fights were forbidden here. So there was no noise. And no fighting. Even over on Tsuchigakure's side, no arguments had broken out. Pakura stood there with her arms crossed, her eyes fixed on one of the screens showing Kyoshin. Unlike everyone else, her hands were clenched tightly. There was a trace of sympathy in her eyes, along with envy. She sympathized because Kyoshin's experience was similar to hers. Both had been betrayed by the village they had been loyal to. She envied him because his sharp political instincts had allowed him to prepare in advance and survive. In a corner of the Pure Land, Uchiha Itachi had been wandering for a long time. He was already dead, yet his soul knew no peace. Living every day in fear and unease. Perhaps the Pure Land possessed some kind of rule. People who thought of each other would always meet there. Itachi suddenly stopped drifting aimlessly forward. Ahead of him stood a familiar figure. Uchiha. Shursui. Shursui also noticed Itachi's presence. Itachi's heart skipped a beat. Itachi. Shursui walked over and sighed regretfully. I didn't expect to see you here so soon. How is Konoha doing? How are the Uchiha doing? I heard about a kid named Uchiha Kyoshin. His ideas seem to have been right. But because of what happened, Danzo. At the time, I didn't get the chance to tell you. Still, you should have noticed him. He's very proactive and definitely would have told you. Oh right, I met Izumi in the Pure Land. But she seems a little depressed and refuses to say anything. Did something happen? Sigh. I originally had high hopes for the two of you. I didn't expect her to die so young. You really have no luck. Itachi, why aren't you answering my questions? Say something. Itachi. The carriage traveled along the road. The outline of Iwagakure appeared ahead. The stone buildings reflected a grayish-white glow under the sunlight. Seeing Iwagakure, curiosity flashed through Yakumo's eyes. Its style was completely different from Konoha's. Rugged and heavy. Kyoshin drove the carriage toward the village gates. The guard ninja immediately opened them when they saw him. Kyoshin brought Yakumo to the Tsuchikage's office. Anoki was processing documents when he saw the two enter. He set down his pen and looked at Kyoshin. Kyoshin, what is it? Kyoshin got straight to the point. I'm here to register Yakumo as a ninja of Iwagakure. My name is Kurama Yakumo. Supported by Kyoshin, Yakumo spoke cautiously. I used to live in Konoha, but I wasn't a ninja. Anoki looked at Yakumo. He nearly lost control of his expression from smiling. Ha ha ha. Another one. Of course Anoki knew about the Kurama clan. They had been one of Konoha's important clans during its founding period. At their peak, the clan's bloodline limit genjutsu had been famous enough to stand alongside the Uchiha. Later, around the time of the Third Great Ninja War, they gradually lost their prestigious status because their descendants could no longer awaken the bloodline limit and had weak physical constitutions. As an old veteran, Anoki understood his opponents very well. What surprised him was that, unlike the Uchiha, the Kurama clan had never been especially high profile. Yet they had still declined little by little within Konoha. During the period of the Kurama clan's decline, Hiruzen Sarutobi had mostly been in power. Had he really not made any effort to save them? Ahem, teacher. Kyoshin's dry cough pulled Anoki back to reality. Anoki quickly restrained his wild grin, worried that Kurama Yakumo might mistake him for some strange old man. Little girl, don't worry. Since you're Kyoshin's friend and want to join Iwagakure, we'll do everything we can to help you solve any problems, Anoki spoke kindly. Yakumo visibly relaxed. Anoki then said to Kyoshin, leave all of this to yourself. It's time for you to get familiar with the Tsuchikage's work. Kyoshin, ? Seeing his expression, Anoki sighed emotionally. Who would have thought that after only a few years, the only thing separating you from becoming Tsuchikage is learning the workflow? Teacher. Kyoshin looked somewhat resistant to the idea. You're still in very good health. Anoki didn't argue with that. Aside from frequent back pain, he didn't consider himself old either. Still, age is age. It would be good for you to get familiar with the work. You wouldn't happen to not want to become Tsuchikage, would you? The old man narrowed his eyes. His gaze became sharp. Kyoshin's breathing stalled for a moment. He raised a hand and wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. No, not at all. Teacher, you're overthinking it. Inoki immediately broke into a smile again and nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Kyoshin. The truth was, Kyoshin really wasn't that interested in becoming Tsuchikage. But the old man sitting in front of him was the person who had given him everything while almost never asking anything from him. The only thing Inoki hoped for was to see him become Tsuchikage. At this point, even if he wasn't interested, he couldn't, and had no reason or face to, refuse. So what if he became Tsuchikage? Even if Inoki somehow mistook Haku's gender and ordered Kyoshin to marry Haku, other than reminding him once, Kyoshin wouldn't say another word of complaint. Chapter 105, Kamui Space. In the end, Kyoshin found a registration form and handed it to Yakumo. Fill this out, and you'll officially be a ninja of Iwagakure. Yakumo took the form, her fingers trembling slightly. This was the identity she had always wanted. And now it was finally becoming reality. She carefully filled out the form, writing every character neatly. During this time, Inoki asked Kyoshin, any plans? I'm planning to let her stay at my place first. Kyoshin thought for a moment. Then have Orochimaru find a way to completely cure her bloodline disease. Actually, Yakumo's physical condition could be considered the least serious problem. The psychological issues caused by years of depression were what would truly take time to solve. Inoki nodded. He fully agreed with the arrangement for Yakumo, but when Orochimaru was mentioned, he frowned slightly. That guy's interests don't seem to lie in this area. Is he willing to help wholeheartedly? Kyoshin smiled. He'll be willing. Inoki froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. It seems our Kyoshin is starting to look like a Tsuchikage. Knowing what attitude to use with what kind of person already put him ahead of most people. Iwagakure had provided Orochimaru with a dedicated laboratory. It was located on the edge of the village, far from residential areas. This was for safety reasons, to prevent any accidents from affecting the villagers. Kyoshin brought Yakumo to the laboratory and knocked on the door. The door opened automatically, and Orochimaru's voice came from inside. Come in. Kyoshin led Yakumo into the laboratory. The laboratory was spacious and filled with various instruments. Orochimaru stood at a workbench, studying something. He turned around and looked at Kyoshin and Yakumo. Kyoshin-kun, it's been quite a while since you came looking for me. What is it? Kyoshin got straight to the point. I need you to treat her bloodline disease. Orochimaru looked at Yakumo. The girl's frail body was reflected in his golden vertical pupils. Yakumo felt a little nervous but tried to remain calm. It seems Kyoshin-kun picked up another bargain. Orochimaru appeared to recognize Kurama Yakumo and casually remarked before adding, no problem. I only need a week to prepare. There had once been a time when Orochimaru loved all bloodline limits equally. That changed after he was instantly defeated by Uchiha Itachi. From then on, he focused solely on the Uchiha. Orochimaru had once considered the Kurama clan's final awakened member, Kurama Yakumo. Unfortunately, he had already left Konoha by then and needed to cooperate with the Akatsuki's operations. By the time he finally had some free time and was preparing to act, Uchiha Itachi taught him a lesson. After that, Orochimaru's attention was completely drawn to the Uchiha, and his plan to adopt Kurama Yakumo was naturally shelved. That fast. Kyoshin was a little surprised. Has your research made another major breakthrough, senior? Orochimaru waved his hand. Not really a breakthrough. Things simply progressed naturally. To treat Kimimaro, I developed a medicine specifically for bloodline disease. This medicine suppresses the strength of the bloodline limit, slowing the progression of the disease. Combined with medicinal treatments to maintain the body and several stages of therapy, it can achieve ideal results. Kyoshin immediately understood. It seemed he had already changed the storyline quite a bit. Originally, Kimimaro died during Sasuke's defection. But now he hadn't. So Orochimaru had continued researching treatments for Kimimaro's bloodline disease. As a result, Orochimaru's research in this field had become more advanced than in the original story. At the same time, regarding Kurama Yakumo. Because of Kyoshin's influence, the timing of Sasuke's defection and the Kurama Yakumo incident had shifted. As a result, Naruto never got involved in the Yakumo incident. In the end, Tsunade asked for help, which ended up benefiting Kyoshin. But the materials needed for this medicine aren't easy to find, so I need a week. Orochimaru looked at Kyoshin and Yakumo. Bring her to me in a week. Kyoshin nodded. Then as compensation. No need. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I currently rely on Iwagakure, and Kyoshin-kun deserves much of the credit for that. The relationship between us is no longer a simple partnership. There's no need to calculate everything so clearly. Kyoshin smiled. People like this were the shrewdest. He said he didn't need anything, but in reality he wanted Kyoshin to owe him a favor. Then, when he needed something in the future, Kyoshin would have a hard time refusing. Thank you, senior. Kyoshin brought up another matter. About Uchiha Obito's Sharingan. Orochimaru answered without hesitation. It's already prepared, but... His snake-like eye shifted toward Kurama Yakumo. Kyoshin understood. After saying goodbye, he took Yakumo home and then returned. Orochimaru was already prepared. And he had prepared very thoroughly. Orochimaru led Kyoshin into a small room. Obito's Sharingan was placed inside a container in the center of the room. A tube connected to the container supplied chakra flow, while the other end was attached to a chakra input device, a handle. In one corner of the room stood an iron cage. Inside, leaning against the bars, was a man with dull, lifeless eyes. According to Orochimaru, this man was a bandit from the land of Earth who had been captured by his subordinates. Don't worry. Noticing Kyoshin's gaze on the man, Orochimaru explained, I wouldn't risk a major ninja village that supports me discovering my activities over a minor inconvenience. The minor inconvenience was finding suitable test subjects who weren't innocent citizens of the land of Earth. Orochimaru had many bases throughout the ninja world, but he usually had to relocate them to avoid searches by the Akatsuki or Konoha's Umbu. That was troublesome and delayed his experiments. Things were different in Iwagakure. Anoki seemed even more open-minded than Hiruzen Sarutobi. As long as you pour chakra into the handle, once Obito's Sharingan combines with your chakra and forms ocular power, you'll be able to control it and use its Mangekyo ability. Orochimaru explained from the side. Soon, Kyoshin succeeded. Black ripples appeared in the air and transported both Orochimaru and Kyoshin into a strange space. Kamui space. It consisted of endless cubes and the abysses between them. The Mangekyo Sharingan truly is a fascinating thing. Orochimaru looked around at the surroundings, excitement stirring in his heart. Just thinking that he would soon obtain Uchiha Sasuke's body made him unable to stop himself from humming lightly. Since this activation of Kamui used ocular power formed from Kyoshin's chakra, Kyoshin held authority over the Kamui space. His perception of the entire space was extremely clear. After examining everything inside Kamui space, the result was exactly what Kyoshin had expected. Obito didn't just use Kamui space for combat. He also used it as a storage room. Kyoshin actually found quite a few valuable things here. Among them were two items that interested him the most. Both were storage scrolls. One of the scrolls had the name Madara written on it. The other one belonged to Rin. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, an interesting development. Kyoshin opened the two storage scrolls. Orochimaru stepped closer, his golden vertical pupils sweeping over the items inside. The corners of his mouth rose. They're all human cells, and they've been preserved very well. Kyoshin looked at the words written on the scrolls. Uchiha Madara's cells. Noera Rin's cells. That Obito guy actually kept these things. Orochimaru's eyes never left Madara's cells. He still remembered what Kyoshin had told him before. Kyoshin put away the scrolls and said calmly, we'll split Madara's cells in half. I have another use for Rin's cells. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Kyoshin-kun really trusts me. The two left Kamui space with the scrolls and returned to the laboratory. Kyoshin divided Madara's cells in half, giving one portion to Orochimaru and keeping the other. Taking the cells, excitement flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. Uchiha Madara's cells. This is good stuff. Kyoshin ignored his excitement and looked at the scroll containing Rin's cells. I need to use that sacrifice. Orochimaru looked toward the iron cage in the corner of the room. Inside was a man with vacant eyes. He waved his hand. That was prepared for Kyoshin-kun. Kyoshin walked to the cage and opened the door. The man looked up, his eyes full of fear. Kyoshin said nothing and simply brought him out of the cage. Kyoshin had already mastered the preparations for the reanimation jutsu. He had simply never used it before. He took the man and Rin's cell scroll to an open area of the laboratory. His hands formed seals, and a summoning formula spread across the ground. Rin's cells were placed at the center of the formula, while the man was bound and placed inside one of the circles within the markings. Kyoshin formed seals, and chakra poured into the formula. Paper scraps flew into the air as the man's body began to break apart. Ah! The scraps gathered in midair and gradually formed a human figure. Short brown hair. A gentle face. Noera Rin's figure appeared among the swirling paper. The reanimation jutsu succeeded. In the Pure Land. Obito was following Rin from a distance. Suddenly, he noticed that the presence of Rin's soul was fading away. Obito instantly came to his senses, panic flashing through his eyes. It was the sign of the reanimation jutsu. Someone in the ninja world had used the reanimation jutsu and summoned Rin's soul. The moment Obito figured this out, his emotions completely collapsed. No. He let out a heart-wrenching roar and rushed toward the direction where Rin's soul was disappearing. But by the time he reached it, Rin's soul had already completely departed. Who was it? Who the hell was it? Obito roared madly as tears streamed from his eyes. He knew how the reanimation jutsu worked. He knew exactly what this meant. Rin's soul had been summoned back to the ninja world and trapped inside a reanimated body. The girl he loved so deeply could not even rest after death. Obito knelt in the empty Pure Land. He hated the person who had used the reanimation jutsu. But he hated himself even more. He hated how powerless he was. As a soul, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Rin's soul disappeared. Uchiha Kyoshin. Obito knew very well that the only place in the ninja world that still had Rin cells, enough to satisfy the requirements of the reanimation jutsu, was his Kamui space. While alive, he had never planned to reanimate Rin. But he had kept that option open and never dared to truly destroy Rin's cells. The only person who could enter Kamui space, find Rin's cells, and use the reanimation jutsu was none other than Uchiha Kyoshin. Back in the ninja world, Noera Rin opened her eyes. She looked down at her hands and saw fine cracks covering her skin. The reanimated body felt unfamiliar. Other than coldness, she couldn't feel anything. She looked up and saw the boy standing before her. Short black hair. Red eyes. A calm face. He wore Iwagakure ninja clothing and carried a steady presence. Rin spoke softly, "What's going on?" Kyoshin answered, "The reanimation jutsu. A ninjutsu that summons the souls of the dead back to the ninja world." Rin looked around. It was a laboratory. Orochimaru stood not far away, his golden vertical pupils observing her. Rin frowned slightly and continued, "Why did you summon me?" Kyoshin didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "What's the situation in the Pure Land? Specifically, do souls remain there forever?" Rin paused for a moment before answering, "Souls that completely enter the Pure Land enter a queue for reincarnation. When a soul's turn comes, its memories are erased, and it's reincarnated into the ninja world." Kyoshin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Where did you learn something like that?" Rin shook her head, "I'm not sure either. It just feels like that's how things are supposed to be." Kyoshin nodded thoughtfully. Looking at Rin, he stated his purpose, "I reanimated you so Obito wouldn't get happiness." Rin froze, a complicated emotion flashing through her eyes. "You're Uchiha Kyoshin." She knew him. Kyoshin was a little surprised. "Hatred only brings pain. It doesn't bring true relief." Rin's voice was gentle and understanding. "As for Obito, I know an apology isn't enough. What he did is unforgivable. Even I won't make excuses for him. But I want to persuade you to let go of your hatred. Obito is already dead. Everything should come to an end. You have your own life besides hatred. Not disappointing the people around you is much more important." Kyoshin looked at Rin, feeling emotional. This girl's kindness exceeded his imagination. Even after being summoned back this way, she was still thinking about others and showed no anger at all. No wonder Obito had gone so crazy for her. Kyoshin slowly spoke, "You're very kind. I understand why Obito became so obsessed." Sadness appeared in Rin's eyes. Kyoshin continued, "If you want, you can return to the Pure Land at any time." It didn't matter anymore. Because he had learned an important piece of information from Rin. She had not forgiven Obito. And Kyoshin quickly figured out why. Unlike in the original story, Obito never went through any redemption. Naturally, Rin couldn't accept someone like that. This was completely different from what Kyoshin had imagined, where Obito and Rin happily spent their time together in the Pure Land. Had he known this, he wouldn't have reanimated Rin in the first place. Rin shook her head. "I want to stay." Kyoshin paused, "Why?" Rin looked at him seriously, "Because I don't want you to follow in Obito's footsteps." Kyoshin remained silent. "I may not be able to do much, but I still want to do whatever I can to stop you from walking that path." Rin showed a gentle smile. "That's the meaning of staying in the ninja world for me." Looking at Rin, Kyoshin understood more and more just how good Obito had had it. "Do whatever you want." "Thank you." Watching the scene from the side, Orochimaru's lips curved slightly upward. What an interesting development. Chapter 107, Akatsuki's recruitment plan. The land of rain was covered by endless rainfall. Inside the central tower of Amigakure, Nagato sat in the main seat. His body had mostly recovered. It was time to take action. Konan stood behind him, her blue hair faintly shining in the dim light. Standing before them were Akatsuki's official members. The ones who were still alive. Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Everyone else had met with accidents. And all of them were because of Kyoshin. If he wasn't impossible to defeat, Nagato would have already. Nagato swept his gaze across the room and slowly spoke, I gathered everyone today because there is an important matter to discuss. We don't have enough people. Even gathering information on the tailed beasts is extremely difficult. I've decided to temporarily abandon the mission of collecting tailed beast intelligence. We'll first look for suitable candidates across the ninja world and invite them to join Akatsuki. Kakuzu spoke calmly, recruiting people isn't easy. The situation in the ninja world is complicated right now, and there aren't many people who are qualified. Nagato nodded, that's why we need to be careful. We need a member who can absolutely suppress the tailed beasts. Kisame thought for a moment before speaking, if you're talking about absolute suppression over tailed beasts, then only the Sharingan qualifies. The room fell silent. Everyone knew how effective the Sharingan was against tailed beasts. Nagato spoke in a low voice, Uchiha Kyoshin refused to join Akatsuki. Kisame brought up some information, however, Itachi's younger brother is still around. Uchiha Sasuke is training under Orochimaru right now, though he's still inexperienced. A thoughtful look flashed through Nagato's eyes. Orochimaru is very close to Iwagakure. And Kyoshin is in Iwagakure. We shouldn't provoke him for now. After a brief pause, he made a decision. In order to obtain information related to the Sharingan, we need to find out why the Sharingan can control tailed beasts so easily. Kisame, infiltrate Konoha and search for relevant information. Kisame nodded, understood. Konan suddenly spoke, Kisame has already infiltrated Konoha once before. There's a high chance he'll be exposed if he goes again. I'll go instead. Nagato looked at Konan, concern flashing through his eyes. But he knew her strength and trusted her judgment. Be careful. Konan nodded, paper sheets fluttering around her body. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed. Konan left Amigakure and headed for Konoha. Paper sheets flew through the sky, avoiding everyone's sight. She crossed the border of the land of fire and arrived near Konoha. Konoha's defenses were still tight, but that wasn't a problem for her. The paper scattered into countless tiny pieces and drifted into Konoha. Konan's target was the Uchiha district. Although the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, there might still be some remaining records there. She arrived at the district and discovered that it had already been emptied out. Most of the buildings had aged or been demolished, leaving only empty houses behind. Konan searched through the district, looking for anything valuable. Unfortunately, it was obvious that wave after wave of people had already searched the place. Almost nothing useful remained. Konan's only gain was a scroll she found beneath a collapsed wall in the ruins of a large house. She opened the scroll and carefully read through it. The scroll recorded the history of the Uchiha clan. Konan quickly skimmed through it, searching for useful information. Suddenly, she stopped on one page. It recorded an Uchiha clansman from the Warring States era who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and had been sealed away for some reason. The location of the seal wasn't clearly recorded, but several clues were mentioned. Konan read carefully, and a light flashed in her eyes. She put away the scroll and left the Uchiha district. Konan returned to Amigakure and entered the tower. Nagato was waiting for her. When he saw her return, he immediately asked, "How did it go?" Konan handed him the scroll. "I found it in Uchiha Fugaku's house." Nagato took the scroll and opened it. Konan continued, "The scroll records a person named Uchiha Hikari. A Mangekyo Sharingan user from the Warring States era who was sealed away." Nagato looked at the records in the scroll, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. Uchiha Hikari. Mangekyo Sharingan. He closed the scroll and looked at Konan. "Where is the seal located?" Konan shook her head. The scroll doesn't state it clearly, but other records point toward an area near the Land of Lightning. Based on the clues, the Uchiha may have had close ties with the Land of Lightning in the past. Uchiha Hikari lived during that period, so there's a high chance she's sealed somewhere in the Land of Lightning. Nagato considered it for a moment and made a decision. Kakuzu is old. He knows more about things from the Warring States era. Having him search the Land of Lightning should be the best option. Konan nodded. "That's what I thought too." Nagato gave the order. "Call Kakuzu and Haiden over." Soon, the zombie duo arrived in the tower. Nagato handed the scroll to Kakuzu. "Go to the Land of Lightning and find a Mangekyo Sharingan user named Uchiha Hikari. She's sealed somewhere in the Land of Lightning. I need you to find her location." Kakuzu took the scroll. "That won't be easy. We're no longer short on time," Nagato sighed. because of Kyoshin. Kakuzu nodded and said nothing more. After Kakuzu and Haiden left, Nagato stood by the window, looking at the rain outside. Uchiha Hikari, a Mangekyo Sharingan user from the Warring States era. If what this scroll says is true, she'll become an important fighting force for us. Konan nodded. Let's hope Kakuzu can find her. Akatsuki was short on manpower and needed new blood. Uchiha Hikari might be exactly the person they needed. Nagato spoke again, have Kisame continue with the recruitment mission from before. Konan's thoughts returned to the period when Akatsuki had the largest number of members. Back then, Orochimaru hadn't left, and the organization hadn't encountered Kyoshin. At the time, they had enough manpower, so recruitment had been suspended. And the recruitment mission had been paused at. Konan recalled, the Land of Bears. Hoshigakure. Nagato gave a small nod. That's right. Have Kisame go there and see what's going on. The leader of that ninja village calls himself a Kage. He should have some strength. After saying that, Nagato withdrew his gaze from the window and turned toward the training room. He needed to continue increasing his strength and prepare for future battles. Konan watched his still thin and frail back, concern flashing through her eyes. But their ideal had to be realized. Even though they had suffered setbacks because of Uchiha Kyoshin. Konan left the tower, found Kisame, and relayed Nagato's mission. Although the chances of finding a strong expert are low. Kisame rested Samahata on his shoulder and immediately prepared to leave. The organization should probably lower its standards for official members too. After all, true Kage-level fighters were rare. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Hikari. At the border of the Land of Lightning, endless mountain ranges appeared and disappeared within the clouds and mist. Kakuzu and Haiden walked along a gravel path, heading deeper into the mountains. Carrying his triple-bladed scythe, Haiden complained, we've been looking for half a month already. Where the hell is this Uchiha Hikari? Kakuzu replied calmly, the information in the scroll is limited. We can only search slowly. Haiden kicked away a stone by his foot. The Land of Lightning is huge. We can't possibly turn over every mountain. Kakuzu frowned as well. He took out the scroll found in the Uchiha district and read it again. The scroll contained basic information about Uchiha Hikari. During the Warring States era, the Uchiha clan had created a living weapon with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of her existence, the Uchiha clan gained an absolute advantage during the final years of the Warring States era. But her power was too great and caused other ninja clans to become wary. In the end, the Senju, Sarutobi, and Uzumaki clans joined forces and sealed Uchiha Hikari away. Kakuzu closed the scroll, a thoughtful look flashing through his eyes. The Senju and Sarutobi clans had later settled in the Land of Fire and became closely tied to Konoha's development. If Uchiha Hikari had been sealed in the Land of Fire, she would have been discovered long ago. So the seal location wasn't in the Land of Fire. That left only one possibility. The ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Let's go to the Land of Whirlpools, Kakuzu said. Haiden froze for a moment. The Land of Whirlpools. That place was destroyed ages ago. What's left there? Kakuzu replied calmly, sealing Uchiha Hikari would require powerful sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan specialized in sealing techniques. The Senju, Sarutobi, and Uzumaki clans sealed her together. The main force behind the seal was definitely the Uzumaki clan. The seal location is most likely within the Uzumaki clan's sphere of influence. Haiden scratched his head. Sounds reasonable. Then let's go. The two changed direction and headed toward the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools. What was once the glorious homeland of the Uzumaki clan was now nothing but ruins. Kakuzu and Haiden passed through the wreckage and headed toward the remains of Uchiha. Uchiha had once been the gathering place of the Uzumaki clan. But many years ago, the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed by a coalition of ninja clans, and the Uzumaki clan was nearly wiped out. Only a small number escaped to Konoha. The rest scattered throughout the ninja world. Kakuzu searched through the ruins, looking for possible clues. Haiden followed behind, kicking stones around out of boredom. He was basically just there to make up the numbers. Kakuzu carefully observed the surrounding terrain. No one had come here for many years, but if he had been the one in charge back then, he would have sealed the target in a relatively hidden location. He looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. If he were the leader of the Uzumaki clan, what kind of place would he choose for a seal? Let's go. There's nothing here. Kakuzu turned and left, planning to search nearby instead. Haiden immediately started complaining. What a miserable job. Several days later. Ikawa Town, located near the ruins of Iwagakure, was an inconspicuous little town. The residents mainly relied on farming and fishing, living peaceful lives. The surrounding rivers and mountains created complicated terrain, making it a suitable place to hide a sealing site. Kakuzu walked around the town and observed the surroundings. His gaze landed on an old temple outside town. The temple had been abandoned for many years, and weeds grew all around it. What caught Kakuzu's attention were the several Jizo stone statues standing around the temple. Jizo statues were not uncommon in the ninja world. But in a remote town like this, having so many statues around an abandoned temple seemed strange. Kakuzu headed toward the temple. Hayden followed behind him. Did you find something again? Kakuzu answered calmly, those Jizo statues might be markers. Hayden looked at the statues but couldn't see anything special about them. The two entered the temple and found it completely run down. There was a hole in the roof, vines covered the walls, and a thick layer of dust blanketed the floor. Kakuzu carefully searched the temple. He knocked on the floor and walls, looking for hidden compartments or passageways. Hayden stood by the entrance keeping watch while muttering, what could this dump possibly have? When Kakuzu's finger tapped one floor tile, it sounded different from the others. He crouched down and pressed hard on the tile. It didn't move at all. Kakuzu increased the force. The tile still didn't react. Bang. Crash. The tile collapsed, revealing a pitch-black passage below. Kakuzu rolled his wrist, his expression serious. Hayden couldn't help commenting, why are you getting angry? That's pretty rough. The two tried to enter through the passage but were blocked by a complicated sealing formula. It clearly belonged to the Uzumaki clan's style. Kakuzu had lived for many years and seen many sealing techniques, but even he found the Uzumaki clan's seals troublesome. He looked up at Hayden. Notify Nagato. Hayden blinked. We can't handle it ourselves. Kakuzu replied calmly, this isn't an ordinary seal. Hayden shrugged and contacted Nagato through his Akatsuki ring. Soon, Nagato received the message and headed to the land of whirlpools. His body was still thin and weak, but his presence was steadier than before. Konan followed behind him, paper sheets drifting around her body. Led by Kakuzu and Hayden, Nagato entered the temple. His Rinnegan swept over the sealing formula on the floor tiles. This is a high-level Uzumaki sealing technique, Nagato said slowly. Are you confident? Konan frowned. Nagato raised his hand as the Pretapath's ability activated. No matter what kind of sealing technique it is, it still requires chakra to function. As long as the chakra is absorbed, the seal will stop working. He couldn't undo the sealing technique directly, but he could render it useless this way. There wasn't much difference between this and using a specific technique to break the seal. As the chakra within the seal was devoured by the Pretapath, the light of the sealing formula gradually dimmed. The underground passage that had been blocked by the seal was fully revealed. The group entered and followed the tunnel until they reached a massive underground chamber. At the center of the chamber floated a figure. It was a young woman. Her long black hair drifted behind her. Her eyes were closed, and dense sealing chains surrounded her body. The chains connected to formula nodes on the floor, walls, and ceiling, forming a complete sealing array. Nagato stepped forward and observed her carefully. The young woman's expression was calm. She looked no older than a teenager. But the presence coming from her body made Nagato feel a trace of pressure. It's the aura of the Sharingan. There was a slight fluctuation in Nagato's voice, as though he had remembered the Uchiha who had caused Akatsuki such heavy losses. A Mangekyo Sharingan user from the Warring States era should not be weak. Nagato continued using the Rinnegan's power to absorb the chakra within the seal. As the chakra was drained away, one sealing chain snapped and dissolved into particles of light. Then a second chain. Then a third. Chapter 109, Unsealing and Choices. The sealing chains kept breaking apart, and the light of the sealing array gradually dimmed. When the last sealing chain snapped, the entire sealing array completely collapsed. Uchiha Hikari's body slowly fell to the ground, her eyes still closed. Everyone looked over. Uchiha Hikari suddenly opened her eyes. The red Sharingan lit up in the dim space, and the three Tomo slowly spun. The next second, the three Tomo changed instantly, turning into the Mangekyo Sharingan, with its unique pattern spreading across her pupils. Her voice was cold, who are you? Nagato replied calmly, I'm the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato. We found you because we want you to join the Akatsuki. Uchiha Hikari said, Akatsuki? Never heard of it. She looked around and saw her surroundings. This place is. Nagato answered, the land of whirlpools, the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. You've been sealed here for many years. Uchiha Hikari fell silent for a moment. She closed her eyes, seemingly recalling something. After a while, she opened them again. The Mangekyo Sharingan flickered with a dangerous light. It doesn't matter. Akatsuki or any other organization, ninja clans or daimyo courts, they're all groups that create tragedies. This will all end. Everyone has to die. She raised a small hand, and her Mangekyo Sharingan began to rotate. The next second, she attacked without warning. Uchiha Hikari's figure disappeared from where she stood and appeared in front of Haiden. Before Haiden could react, he was kicked hard in the stomach. His whole body flew backward and slammed into the wall with a dull sound. Haiden said, "That felt great." Uchiha Hikari, ? Nagato frowned. His Rinnegan began to move. Universal pull. A powerful force pulled Uchiha Hikari toward Nagato. Uchiha Hikari adjusted her posture in midair. A Susanoo skeleton appeared around her. Its heavy mass caught Nagato off guard, and the power of universal pull was not enough to drag her over. When the Susanoo landed, the ground cracked. Hikari looked at Nagato, surprise flashing in her eyes. "What is that?" "The Rinnegan." Nagato said to her, "I know you're strong, but it's impossible for one person to fight against the entire ninja world." Uchiha Hikari sneered. "Just me is enough." Nagato shook his head. "You've been sealed for so many years. You don't know what has happened in the ninja world. The current ninja world has the 5 Kage, the major hidden villages, and all kinds of powerful organizations. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's impossible for you to destroy the entire ninja world alone." Uchiha Hikari stared at him coldly. Nagato continued, "The Akatsuki's ideal is to collect the tailed beasts and create the ultimate weapon. Through absolute power, we will bring peace to the ninja world. We need strong people like you. If you want to destroy the ninja world, you also need reliable allies. Otherwise, you will never succeed." "What a ridiculous idea," Hikari mocked. "Creating an ultimate weapon. That's just another form of oppression. Only by slaughtering every power that surpasses ordinary people can true peace be achieved." Because the records left by the Uchiha might have been somewhat unclear, Nagato did not know that Hikari disliked the term ultimate weapon. His ideals were mercilessly trampled, but Nagato only looked at her quietly. "I already said it. You can't do it alone." If it weren't for those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, Nagato wouldn't have wasted so many words on her. From the Warring States era to the present ninja world, time has moved forward. Nagato explained. People's skill and development in using chakra have continued to improve. The Mangekyo Sharingan is no longer enough to fight the entire world. At this point, whether you agree with the Akatsuki or not, only we have goals similar to yours. And only we have enough power to support you in achieving your goal. But before that, you need to help the Akatsuki fulfill its ideal. Hikari had no interest in the sick old man who had already decided she would join his organization. Instead, she asked, what if the ninja world is still not peaceful by then? Nagato's understanding of this issue was actually very clear. The source of suffering comes from people hurting each other. But ninjutsu and the powers beyond ordinary people that you mentioned are not the root. The real problem is that people fundamentally cannot understand each other. Even without ninja or chakra, there would still be armies, oppression, and pain. It would just take another form. Under the watchful eyes of Konan, Kakuzu, and Haiden, Nagato and Hikari discussed the matter. It had to be said, Nagato's ability to talk people over was part of the reason so many had gathered around him. In the end, Hikari, who lacked much life experience, finally gave in. Then I'll try it first, the Akatsuki's goal. I've been sealed for so many years. I don't know what has happened in the ninja world. I need information. All the intelligence collected by the Akatsuki is in the Land of Rain. You can look through it there. Let's go. Everyone returned to the Land of Rain. Uchiha Hikari stood by the window of the tower, watching the rain outside. She stretched out her hand and let the rain fall onto her palm. Freedom. But this era was completely different from the one before she had been sealed. Nagato walked behind her. The intelligence archive is downstairs. You can look through it as you wish. Uchiha Hikari did not turn around. Got it. She turned and headed downstairs. The Akatsuki's intelligence archive was huge, filled with all kinds of scrolls and documents. Uchiha Hikari picked up a scroll and began reading. She read very carefully, not missing a single detail. And she kept reading day and night. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Azura and God. I don't remember much. But their era has already ended. But this Uchiha Kyoshin. Hikari frowned slightly. According to the Akatsuki's intelligence, this person called Kyoshin had killed 2 Uchiha clan members who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. It seemed Nagato was right. The power of the Mangekyo was no longer enough to threaten the entire world. Then, Hikari casually picked up another scroll and opened it. It was information regarding the land of demons, which she had set aside earlier. The report mentioned that a monster from another world was sealed within the land of demons. Its name was Morio. It could devour people's negative emotions and grow stronger. A light flashed in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. Even without ninja and chakra, people would still oppress and bully each other. Then none of them should live. If Nagato knew what Hikari was thinking, even the leader of this terrifying organization would probably think she had gone insane. Hikari pondered. Compared to the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection plan, Morio suited her much better. If she could release Morio and let it devour the negative emotions of the ninja world, its power would reach a terrifying level. At that time, whether it was the Akatsuki or the 5 great ninja villages, none of them would matter. Chapter 110, Bad Guy. Uchiha Hikari put away the scroll and walked out of the tower, planning to leave the land of rain. Konan discovered her movements and reported them to Nagato. Nagato did not stop her, because the Akatsuki's original goal had not been very clear. For that reason, Nagato had gathered a lot of information, with the goal of creating the ultimate weapon. The demon country's Morio was among that information. There was surveillance inside the tower, and Nagato had already learned of Uchiha Hikari's goal, so he did not stop her. After all, Morio had once been one of the targets considered by the Akatsuki. Now that Hikari wanted to understand it, Nagato was happy to use her to learn more about it. The land of demons was a poor small country. Because it was close to the land of earth, mountains covered much of its land. Hikari was fast and quickly arrived in the land of demons. According to the Akatsuki's information, Morio's seal was located within the land of demons. That monster from another world had been sealed inside an underground palace by the priestess Moroku. The key to breaking the seal was a man named Yomi. Several days later, Hikari found Yomi's base in a hidden valley. Several ninjas in black cloaks were patrolling the valley. They were Yomi's loyal followers. Uchiha Hikari walked over slowly, her eyes sweeping over the patrolling ninjas. "Who are you?" One of the ninjas noticed her and shouted sharply. The Sharingan in Hikari's eyes locked onto him. Her genjutsu activated, and she asked coldly, "Where is Yomi?" The ninja trembled and pointed toward the depths of the valley. In the cave inside. Hikari put away her kunai and continued deeper into the valley. Deep inside the valley, in a naturally formed cave. Yomi's remaining followers had built a simple base here. A middle-aged man sat in front of the altar in the center of the cave. He had a thin face, gloomy eyes, and an ominous aura around him. When Uchiha Hikari entered the cave, a group of absent-minded guards followed behind her from afar. Yomi's voice was low and hoarse. "Who are you?" Hikari answered calmly, "Uchiha Hikari. I'm here to discuss cooperation." Yomi looked her over, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "A little girl. What kind of cooperation can you discuss with me?" Hikari ignored his attitude. "I want to revive Morio." Yomi's expression changed slightly, then he sneered. "Morio is something I intend to use. It's not something you can touch. Men, throw her out." 2 subordinates immediately walked toward Hikari and reached out to grab her. But the scarlet Sharingan in the girl's eyes turned slightly. Their movements instantly froze, and their eyes became empty. "Step back," Hikari said softly. The 2 obediently returned to their original positions. Yomi's expression finally became serious. "What is this?" Hikari answered calmly, "You don't even know the Sharingan. Are you some ignorant fool?" Her attitude was bad, but that strange ability forced Yomi to re-evaluate the girl in front of him. "How do you want to cooperate?" Yomi asked. Hikari said calmly, "I'll help you revive Morio, then kill all ninjas." Yomi sneered, "You must be crazy. If everyone dies, how am I supposed to enslave others? How am I supposed to stand above everyone else?" Hikari's brows furrowed slightly. Enslave? That was completely different from her beliefs. Her goal was to destroy the ninja world, so that no one could or would have the ability to create pain anymore. What Yomi wanted was rule and slavery. Hikari narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" A fanatical light flashed in Yomi's eyes. "That's right. All that so-called peace, those fake ninja village systems, are built on lies. Only through absolute power can this world truly submit." Coldness flashed through Hikari's eyes. She didn't need a partner who wanted to enslave the world. She needed a tool that could help her destroy the ninja world. Hikari raised her head, and her Mangekyo Sharingan began to turn. Bad guy. This was the only word she could find in her mind, from what she had learned, to describe a villain. Yomi was dumbfounded after hearing it. "I just want to enslave others, but you're outright against humanity. And you're calling me the bad guy. Where's your shame?" However, the Mangekyo Sharingan gave off a strange light. Powerful Genjutsu chakra was directly sent into Yomi's spiritual world through Hikari's eye power. Yomi's body froze in place, and his eyes gradually became empty. In front of Hikari's eye power, Yomi had almost no ability to resist. Hikari said calmly, "Tell me everything about Morio." Land of Demons. Cheyenne woke up from a nightmare, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She gasped for air and tightly gripped the blanket with both hands. The dream just now had been too real. Black mist covered the entire land of demons. Countless ghost armies crushed villages and cities. People fled in every direction. Cries and screams rose one after another. Cheyenne took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She was the priestess of the land of demons and possessed the power to seal Morio. At the same time, she also had the ability to foresee death. After a long while, Cheyenne finally calmed down. What does this mean? The deadline was approaching. She threw off the blanket, put on her shrine maiden clothes, and walked out of the room. In the corridor, a young guard was patrolling. Seeing Cheyenne come out, he immediately stopped. "Lady Priestess, why are you out?" Cheyenne's face was still somewhat pale. "Ashifo, I need to talk to you." Seeing her expression, Ashifo felt a bad feeling rise inside him. "Lady Priestess, did you have another nightmare?" Cheyenne nodded. "Come with me." The two arrived at the palace meeting hall. Cheyenne sat in a chair, her hands tightly clasped. "Ashifo, my deadline is almost here." Ashifo's expression changed drastically. What? She was the priestess and could foresee death. And the deadline Cheyenne was talking about. "Someone is after Morio," Cheyenne explained. "Once the seal is broken, the land of demons will fall into disaster." Ashifo said anxiously, "We need to strengthen our defenses." "What use would that be? Can we beat them?" Cheyenne asked back. Then she ordered, "Take some money and hire ninjas to help." Ashifo nodded heavily and asked, "But where should we hire ninjas from?" Cheyenne instinctively wanted to say Konoha. But when she thought of what had happened not long ago, she changed her words. "Investigate first and see if there are any experts who don't hold important positions." Cheyenne felt very uneasy, because she was probably the only one who truly understood how terrifying Morio was. Ordinary ninjas might not be able to protect her until the moment she and Morio destroyed each other together. Understood. Ashifo turned and left the meeting hall to prepare the money needed to hire ninjas. Cheyenne sat alone in the hall, her eyes fixed on the sky outside the window. The sky was gloomy, as if warning of the coming storm. She knew that hiring ninjas could not change fate. But hiring ninjas could make the destined future unfold more smoothly. It could ensure that her death would be called a sacrifice. Cheyenne closed her eyes and silently prayed. She hoped there was still time. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 111, Star. Land of Bears, Hoshigakure. This was a small village hidden deep in the mountains, surrounded by poisonous gas and cut off from outside information. The village chief called himself the Star Shadow. Not only had he failed to gain recognition from the ninja world, but the Akatsuki had also gathered information on him. Since you had the guts to call yourself a Kage, you should have some ability to back it up. If the Akatsuki made the trip for nothing, then the consequences. Outside the poisonous mist, a figure slowly approached. A blue-skinned man carrying a large bandaged sword on his back. It was Kisame Hoshigaki. "Who goes there?" a nearby Hoshigakure ninja asked warily. Kisame grinned. "Akatsuki, Kisame Hoshigaki." The two Hoshigakure ninjas exchanged glances. "No entry." "That won't do." Kisame's rows of sharp teeth moved as he spoke. "I came here because of a mission. I'm afraid I have no choice but to enter." The response he got was a decisive attack. Peacock mystical method. Chakra surged from the Hoshigakure ninja's body and turned into a terrifying tiger that pounced at Kisame. Kisame swung Samahata, and the giant sword instantly absorbed the chakra tiger. Oh. It looks similar to the Uchiha clan Susanoo, but there's a small difference in practice. Kisame analyzed it while the look in his shark-like eyes became fiercer. Seeing his chakra tiger absorbed by Samahata, the Hoshigakure ninja realized he was facing an expert and immediately tried to run into the poisonous mist. The gas mask on his face could keep the poison out. Kisame glanced at the poisonous gas filling the sky. "So this is how you treat guests? I need that mask too. Leave it behind." After forming hand seals, a shark knocked the Hoshigakure ninja to the ground. Kisame removed the man's mask and put it on himself. Carrying Samahata over his shoulder, he swaggered into Hoshigakure. When the villagers saw Kisame, they scattered in fear. It had been a long time since outsiders had appeared. Not to mention an outsider who looked like a monster. Kisame paid them no attention and headed straight toward the center of the village. There stood a huge building, the residence of the Star Shadow. The villagers quickly reported the situation to Star Shadow Akahoshi. Akahoshi came out of the building and looked at Kisame approaching. His expression darkened. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into Hoshigakure?" Kisame grinned. "Akatsuki, Kisame Hoshigaki. Are you the Star Shadow? Our organization is short on manpower right now. The leader sent me to invite you to join the Akatsuki." "Never heard of it." Akahoshi rejected him immediately. "Please leave." Kisame shrugged. "That's not up to you. And before inviting you into the organization, I'm responsible for testing your strength. How about letting me see the real peacock mystical method?" So he came with bad intentions. Star Shadow snorted coldly. "If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." He formed hand seals, and chakra poured out, turning into dozens of chakra arms that attacked Kisame. Kisame swung Samahata and easily cut through the arms. Akahoshi's chakra dispersed in midair. Star Shadow's expression changed greatly. He had never seen such a strange weapon before. Kisame grinned. "This is the strength of the Star Shadow." His figure flashed and appeared in front of Star Shadow, Samahata sweeping across. Chakra wings grew from Akahoshi's back, and with a flap, he flew into the sky. Flying. Kisame didn't chase. Instead, he looked up at him. "Then you've passed. Come with me." Star Shadow snorted. "You really think you can do whatever you want?" 3 minutes later, Akahoshi lay on the ground. Beside him stood Kisame, who had finished having fun. Samahata could absorb chakra. Facing Kisame, ninjas without strong taijutsu were already at a disadvantage, and Kisame himself was far from incompetent. "Seems a bit weak. Even if I brought you back, the leader wouldn't be satisfied." Kisame put away Samahata and asked a question. "I'm a little interested in your peacock mystical method. How do you cultivate it?" Akahoshi's eyes were vacant. The chakra in his body had been devoured by Samahata to the point that he could barely maintain vital signs. Even so, Akahoshi still wanted to keep the secret. It wasn't because he was so dedicated as the acting Star Shadow. It was because he had ambitions of his own. The star was the foundation supporting those ambitions. Until he was fully prepared, Akahoshi did not want the star to appear before the world. Looking at the silent Akahoshi, Kisame sighed. "Then there's no helping it." He swung Samahata again. This time, he held nothing back. Only 1 second before death did Akahoshi finally realize, "Right, if I'm dead, what use are ambitions?" Kisame looked at the Hoshigakure ninjas around him. "Anyone else want to stop me?" The Hoshigakure ninjas looked at each other. No one dared step forward. Instead, a group of children stood up. Kisame dealt with them like a game and knocked them all unconscious. Then he strode toward Hoshigakure's forbidden area. Why did he know where the forbidden area was? Because those kids couldn't keep secrets. And according to his senses, there was a strange chakra presence there. Hoshigakure's forbidden area was just a slightly larger building. In the center of the room was a glowing meteorite fragment. That was the star. Kisame's eyes fell on the meteorite. He could sense tailed beast chakra contained within it. But that chakra didn't belong to any of the 1 tail through 9 tails. After thinking for a while, Kisame used his Akatsuki ring to contact Nagato. "Leader, I found something interesting in Hoshigakure." Nagato's voice came through. "What is it?" Kisame answered seriously, "A meteorite. It contains tailed beast chakra. But it doesn't belong to any of the 1 tail through 9 tails. It's more like a mixture of several kinds of chakra." Nagato said, "Bring the star back to the Land of Rain." Kisame nodded, "Understood." Land of Rain, Akatsuki base. Nagato looked at the star Kisame had brought back, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. This is a fragment of the 10 tails shell. It contains the chakra of the 1 tail through 9 tails. Although the amount is very small and the quality is poor. It is indeed tailed beast chakra. Kisame raised an eyebrow. Then what's the use? We still have to capture the tailed beasts. Nagato calmed down and said flatly, "Tailed beast chakra can be cultivated. If we inject it into the demonic statue of the outer path, given enough time and chakra, the 10 tails can be completely revived." Kisame's voice remained steady, as if nothing was wrong. "So our plan can move forward earlier?" Nagato nodded. "Starting today, the Akatsuki's goal has changed. We will no longer collect tailed beasts. We will cultivate the 10 tails. Everyone will participate, including the outer members and the Rain Village ninjas." As always, Kisame nodded. "It seems that day won't be too far away." Nagato rarely smiled. Yes. Conan was also very happy inside, but for some reason, she felt that something was off about Kisame. As for Kisame, he simply stared quietly at the star. No one could see into the world inside his heart. Mr. Madara. You met with an accident. With only myself left, can I still see a world without lies? Chapter 112, Seeing Sasuke Again. Akahoshi left the palace of the Land of Demons with the money. He arrived at a small town on the border of the Land of Demons. There was an underground information shop here. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary store, but in reality, it dealt in intelligence. Akahoshi pushed open the door. A middle-aged man wearing glasses sat behind the counter. The middle-aged man raised his head. What do you need, customer? We have all kinds of daily necessities here, Akahoshi spoke calmly. I'm not here to buy those things. I need information on experts who don't hold important positions and are likely to be sent out on missions. They must be from one of the 5 great ninja villages. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses. I see. That won't be cheap. 100,000 ryo as a deposit. Akahoshi placed the money on the counter. I'll leave it to you. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Please wait. He turned and walked into the back room. After a while, he came back with several scrolls. These are the people who meet your requirements. Akahoshi took the scrolls and opened them. The first scroll contained information on a white-haired man. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's 3 Sannin, extremely powerful, whereabouts uncertain, holds no official position. Akahoshi frowned. He had heard of Jiraiya's reputation. He was indeed an expert. But with his whereabouts unknown, finding him would probably take a long time. He opened the second scroll. Killer Bee, 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, extremely powerful, usually does not leave the Land of Lightning. Akahoshi shook his head. A Jinchuriki, and far away in the Land of Lightning. There wasn't enough time. He opened the third scroll. Uchiha Kyoshin, Iwagakure Jonin, possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, has defeated many powerful opponents, and easily suppressed the one-tail Shikaku during the Chunin exams. Akahoshi's eyes narrowed. Uchiha. He continued reading. The intelligence detailed Kyoshin's achievements. He had suppressed the one-tail Shikaku during the Chunin exams and displayed both Dust Release and the Sharingan. His strength was rated above Quasi-Kage level. Akahoshi fell into thought. He ranked the 3 in his mind. Jiraiya was an old powerhouse, one of the famous 3 Sannin. His strength was beyond question. Killer Bee was the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and had perfect control over the tailed beast. He was also extremely powerful. But Uchiha Kyoshin had managed to subdue a tailed beast, clearly putting him above Killer Bee. Therefore, Jiraiya was above Uchiha Kyoshin, and Uchiha Kyoshin was above Killer Bee. Akahoshi settled on this ranking in his mind. However, time was tight. Jiraiya's whereabouts were uncertain, and Killer Bee was too far away in the Land of Lightning. Akahoshi discovered that the Land of Earth, where Uchiha Kyoshin was located, bordered the Land of Demons. Although mountains lay between them, it was still better than going all the way to Konoha and gambling on finding the wandering Jiraiya. It would be better to ask Uchiha Kyoshin, whom he would most likely be able to meet nearby. However, Konoha had enjoyed a high reputation for many years, and the strength of its ninjas was also good. Akahoshi decided to send his subordinates to Konoha in the Land of Fire to hire ninjas. That way, he would have double insurance. Putting away the scroll, Akahoshi said to the black market owner, I'll take the information on Uchiha Kyoshin. When selling information, customers were usually only shown part of it first. The more detailed records were written later in the scroll and could only be obtained after payment. The black market owner nodded. Thank you for your patronage. 300,000 ryo. Inside, the owner felt somewhat disappointed. Information on Uchiha Kyoshin was everywhere these days. One could easily ask around and learn a lot. As a result, few people came to buy information about him. The organization behind the black market had spent a fortune gathering intelligence on Uchiha Kyoshin, but very few copies had actually been sold. Because of this, they had no choice but to lower the price again and again. So for the owner standing before Akahoshi, there wasn't much profit in this deal. No. He had to make this customer spend a little more. The black market owner asked, does the customer have some kind of plan? Akahoshi had never traveled the ninja world and lacked caution. He answered directly, I need a powerful ninja to carry out an important mission. But considering Kyoshin is still young and accidents may happen, I've also decided to go to Konoha and post a mission. The black market owner nodded. A wise choice. After a pause, he added, however, customer, a mission requester can usually only hire ninjas from one of the 5 great ninja villages. Hiring ninjas from 2 villages at the same time is not allowed. Akahoshi was stunned. Why? The black market owner explained, there are complicated relationships and even grudges between the 5 great ninja villages. If you rashly hire ninjas from both Iwagakure and Konoha, problems may arise internally. Akahoshi frowned. Then how can I avoid that? The owner smiled, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. That depends on whether the customer is willing. For 200,000 ryo, I can give you some advice. Akahoshi remained silent for a moment. 200,000 ryo was no small amount. But compared to Lady Cheyenne's safety, that amount meant nothing. He nodded. Fine. I'll pay. The black market owner smiled with satisfaction. Very straightforward. The solution is simple. Post missions to Iwagakure and Konoha separately, one under the name of the Land of Demons and the other under your own name. The clients of the 2 missions are different. It just so happens that they meet during the missions, so naturally there won't be a problem with hiring both at the same time. Akahoshi's eyes lit up. I see. After paying the money, he left the black market with the information. Akahoshi stepped outside and took a deep breath. Looking at the information scroll in his hand, he already had a plan. He called over 2 subordinates and handed them money and a mission request. You 2 head to Konoha and post the request in the name of the Land of Demons. Remember, the mission content is different from the one I'll give to Iwagakure. When you reach Konoha, say that I, Akahoshi, need protection. Do not mention Lady Cheyenne. When the time came, he, Akahoshi, would be placed in danger while protecting Lady Cheyenne, and the Konoha ninja would have no choice but to carry out the mission of protecting him. And to protect Akahoshi, Konoha's people would have to fight the enemy. That way, Iwagakure would be carrying out the mission to protect Cheyenne, while Konoha would be carrying out the mission to protect Akahoshi. There was no conflict. The 2 subordinates nodded. Understood. Akahoshi added, be careful on the road. The 2 accepted the order and left. Akahoshi took the remaining money and headed toward the Land of Earth. Iwagakure. After arranging today's training for his shadow clones, Kyoshin brought Yakumo, who was living in his home, and Rin Noera, who temporarily had nowhere to stay, to the Iwagakure training ground. Kuratsuchi, Karen, and Haku were already waiting there. Kuratsuchi wore an Iwagakure ninja vest over a red bodysuit, looking full of spirit. Karen stood beside her, her long red hair especially eye-catching. Haku stood quietly to one side with his gentle demeanor. Anyone unfamiliar with him might think he was the sister of the other 2. But to Kyoshin's surprise, Sasuke was there as well. Chapter 113, The Truth and the Umbu. Sasuke. Kyoshin was a little surprised. What are you doing here? Sasuke turned around, complicated emotions in his black eyes. Orochimaru sent me. He said you'd be training your companions here during the day, so he told me to come and learn too. Kyoshin raised an eyebrow. It seemed Orochimaru planned to use him to train his future body. But that was fine. Since the meat had delivered itself to his door, there was no reason for Kyoshin not to eat it. And Sasuke was a very tasty, very fat piece of meat. After hesitating for a moment, Sasuke said again, also, I have something I want to ask you. Kyoshin noticed something off in his tone. What is it? Sasuke fell silent for a moment and looked directly into Kyoshin's eyes. It's about Uchiha Itachi. The atmosphere in the training ground instantly became quiet. Kuratsuchi and Karen exchanged glances. Kyoshin looked at Sasuke and spoke calmly, the grudges involving the Uchiha clan have already come to an end. You don't need to seek revenge anymore. Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Those words felt like a huge stone being lifted off his shoulders. The hatred and pressure buried deep in his heart for so many years suddenly eased considerably. But he still didn't know the truth. Sasuke pressed on, what exactly happened during the Uchiha massacre? Kyoshin gave a simple explanation. Danzo coveted the Sharingan and took advantage of the tension between the Uchiha and the village. He sent Uchiha Itachi to carry out the mission. That day, Uchiha Obito, who had been working with Danzo, also came. Under Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders, the 2 of them cooperated with Root and completed the night of the massacre. But by now, all the main people responsible are no longer alive. After hearing this, Sasuke's expression became complicated. There was anger, sadness, and confusion. So, the people I've wanted to take revenge on all these years are already dead. Kyoshin nodded. They're all dead. Sasuke closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was confusion in them. Kyoshin asked, what are your plans for the future? Sasuke shook his head, I don't know. For all this time, the goal of my life was to kill that man. Now you're telling me that goal no longer exists. I don't know what I should do. Kyoshin looked at him seriously. You're free now. The first half of your life was arranged for you, but all of that ends here. You can live the life you want. Sasuke still shook his head. But looking at Kyoshin, he said seriously, still, I'm really glad there's a clansman like you. If it weren't for you, I might still be blinded by hatred. Kyoshin smiled, in that case, why not stay in Iwagakure? I'll help you get stronger, and in the future, I'll need your help with some small matters. Specifically, things unrelated to those aliens like Kaguya Otsutsuki. Just matters on this planet. Sasuke barely hesitated, okay. Kyoshin nodded in satisfaction, then let's start training. He walked to the center of the training ground and began assigning tasks. Kuratsuchi, spar with Karen first. Haku, you're responsible for observing from the side and finding flaws in their moves. Kuratsuchi stretched her wrists. No problem. Karen nodded too. Okay, brother Kyoshin. The two walked to the center of the field and took their stances. They exchanged blows back and forth, evenly matched. Haku observed carefully from the side, writing things down from time to time. Kyoshin walked over to Sasuke. Your foundation is good, but your body isn't strong enough. Today, we'll start with basic training. Sasuke frowned. Basic training. Kyoshin nodded. 100 squats, 100 meters of frog jumps, 100 push-ups, 5 laps of long-distance running, and 100 sit-ups. After you're done, rest for 10 minutes, then repeat everything. Although confused, Sasuke still did as he was told. As for Yakumo, because her body was still weak, Kyoshin arranged for her to sit on a bench at the edge and refine chakra. Kyoshin sat beside her, guarding her. He asked, how's your recovery? Yakumo's complexion was much better than before. She revealed a gentle smile. Much better. After Lord Orochimaru treated me, my bloodline limit was suppressed by the medicine. The bloodline disease isn't getting worse anymore, but I still need to take herbal medicine every day to remove the root of it. Kyoshin nodded. That's good. Looking at everyone on the training ground, anticipation flashed through Yakumo's eyes. I want to recover quickly too, so I can help Lord Kyoshin in the future. Kyoshin smiled. No rush. Get your body healthy first. By evening, the setting sun dyed the training ground golden. Kyoshin stood up. That's enough for today. Everyone can head out. Kuratsuchi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Finally over. Karen let out a sigh of relief. So tired. After a whole day of physical training, Sasuke was lying on the ground in a daze. Everyone said their goodbyes and gradually left the training ground. Only Sasuke stayed behind and asked Kyoshin, what's the point of doing this every day? The training Kyoshin had arranged for Sasuke was very simple: squats, frog jumps, push-ups, long-distance running, and sit-ups. In Sasuke's understanding, only intense pressure or even life-and-death battles could quickly increase one's strength. Kyoshin explained, the body is the foundation of everything. I don't need to explain chakra synthesis to you. Teacher Iruka already taught that. At those words, Sasuke's expression became dazed. Only then did Sasuke realize a fact that felt incredibly unreal. Back then, Kyoshin had gone to the ninja academy with him. They had been assigned to Iruka's class and had called the same Chunin their teacher. But now, the gap between them was as wide as heaven and earth. Kyoshin continued, only a strong body combined with spiritual energy can give you a higher chakra limit. Only then can your body hold more chakra. Once that happens, you can begin using shadow clones for training and get twice the result with half the effort. After hearing that, Sasuke suddenly understood. He said seriously, thank you. But because of his personality, his words came out stiff and awkward. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke ran out of the training ground as if fleeing. Kyoshin looked at his back and smiled. Sasuke, Kuratsuchi, Karen, Haku, Yakumo, Deidara. These would all become his foundation in the future. Every one of them had the potential to become Kage-level powerhouses. If trained properly, they could completely be considered another Akatsuki organization. Yakumo, Rin, let's go home. Okay. At that moment, an Umbu member suddenly appeared. Lord Kintsuchi, Lord Tsuchikage wishes to see you. Kintsuchi was the name Kyoshin had asked Inoki to give him back when he had concealed his identity in Iwagakure. Perhaps the Umbu around Inoki had gotten used to calling him that, so they never changed it back. As for Kyoshin, he didn't care at all. Chapter 114, Death by Betrayal. Kyoshin nodded and created a shadow clone to send Yakumo home. He himself followed the Umbu to the Tsuchikage's office. As soon as Inoki saw Kyoshin enter, he got straight to the point. Kyoshin, there's a mission I want you to consider. He handed a mission scroll to Kyoshin. It's a request from the land of demons, Inoki said. Something has happened over there, and they need a strong person to make sure Priestess Cheyenne completes her duty. So they sent an envoy here to post the mission and request your help. Kyoshin took the mission scroll and quickly scanned it. He was puzzled. Isn't this supposed to happen 3 years later? Did something change? Looks like I've already caused quite a butterfly effect. Kyoshin put away the mission scroll. I'll go. At the same time, he began thinking. Morio. There might be something there. If given the chance to grow, it might become something useful. But before thinking about using it, he needed to make sure it was safe. Thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be many things in the ninja world that the original story never explained in detail. For example, the Shinigami mask. Around it were many other masks, and rumors said each one sealed something terrifying. There was also the dragon vein that could travel through time and space. Anoki nodded. Good, then this mission is yours. Ashifu, standing nearby, was very surprised. In his understanding, the Kage's authority was absolute. Whenever assigning missions, they would simply consider the village's interests and issue orders. They wouldn't ask a ninja's opinion unless it was a special situation. Ashifu thought to himself, this boy called Kyoshin probably has a very high status in Iwagakure. Otherwise, the Tsuchikage wouldn't speak to him in such a consulting tone. Looks like I came to the right place, Ashifu secretly observed Kyoshin. The young man didn't seem very old, but his eyes were steady, and he carried a calmness that didn't match his age. Ashifu became even more convinced that perhaps the priestess's mission could really be completed with only him, without Konoha's involvement. After receiving the mission scroll, Kyoshin began considering team arrangements. This mission would not only investigate Morio, but also provide training opportunities for the people around him. Early the next morning, Kyoshin brought his team to the entrance of Iwagakure. Ashifu had already been waiting there, with several guards from the Land of Demons beside him. The group set out toward the Land of Demons. The Land of Earth bordered the Land of Demons, separated by a continuous mountain range. After crossing the mountains and entering the Land of Demons, Ashifu led them to the palace. The palace wasn't very large. It was built entirely of gray-white stone and carried an ancient atmosphere. Cheyenne was already waiting inside. She wore shrine maiden robes, with long black hair hanging over her shoulders and unease in her eyes. Ashifu bowed. Lady Priestess, the ninjas from Iwagakure have arrived. Cheyenne nodded and looked at Kyoshin's group. Without wasting time, she said, I need you to protect me until I complete the seal. Kyoshin asked, what's the situation exactly? The Land of Demons seals a monster from another world named Morio, Cheyenne began. It grows stronger by absorbing people's negative emotions. If it fully revives, the entire ninja world will fall into disaster. My mother, Miroku, used her life to seal it inside the underground palace. My mother and I are priestesses, and we possess the power to seal Morio. Priestesses also have another ability, the ability to foresee death. I can see the moment before a person's death. Not long ago, I saw myself. In short, your mission is to protect me until I complete my duty. Kyoshin nodded. Understood. The moment Deidara heard that, he became interested. Foresee death. He stepped forward curiously. Then can you see how I'll die, Cheyenne looked at Deidara, though her gaze seemed to be looking through him, as if watching some scene. You'll die in an explosion. She had thought Deidara would panic, or even become afraid. Unexpectedly, his eyes lit up. An explosion. Really, That must be a truly magnificent work of art. Cheyenne froze. Looking at Deidara's excitement, she became confused. Is something wrong with his head? Cheyenne concluded that Deidara definitely had mental problems. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi became interested as well. What about mine? Karen raised her hand behind her. And me too. Cheyenne looked at Kuratsuchi and Karen. After a moment of silence, she said, You'll die of old age. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. Old age. So a natural death. Cheyenne nodded and revealed a somewhat awkward smile. That's pretty good. Because all this time, only when Cheyenne told people they would die of old age did they react positively. Anyway. Everyone seemed to think she was some fraud who made a living by saying lucky things. It seemed that getting 2 natural deaths in a row made Cheyenne think her luck had changed, so she turned her attention to the others. It was like drawing cards. After pulling gold several times in a row, you just couldn't stop. Although Sasuke didn't believe in such things, he still stepped forward. Cheyenne looked at him. After a while, her voice became flat again. It seems you'll die by suicide. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Sasuke's expression didn't change. He simply said, understood. It was as though he didn't care how he would die. But the mood clearly became heavy. Cheyenne felt somewhat discouraged and didn't want to say more, intending to talk about something else. However, Kyoshin stepped forward. What about me? Cheyenne had no choice but to answer. Death by betrayal. Everyone reacted differently after hearing that. Yet the atmosphere became even heavier. Kyoshin revealed a thoughtful expression. He had recruited many talented people to achieve his ideals. Up until now, his standards for recruiting people had only been two things. First, strong enough. Second, potential. But Kyoshin had completely ignored their personalities, experiences, and the more complicated issues of human nature. Kyoshin knew Cheyenne prophecies weren't 100% accurate. But he still made a mental note. Noticing that the atmosphere was becoming awkward, he smiled and joked half-seriously to ease the mood. Looks like I'll have to move into the deep mountains. Really? Karen immediately came to his side and grabbed his arm worriedly. Big brother must take me with him. I would never betray you. Kuratsuchi curled her lips. You sure know how to say things. Karen. Just like that, the heavy atmosphere eased considerably. Cheyenne noticed this and looked toward the last person. This young lady, you'll die protecting someone, and it'll happen on a bridge. Haku froze. Kuratsuchi couldn't help laughing. The great Naruto bridge. Young lady. Karen laughed too. Didn't Haku already experience that? Deidara burst out laughing. Looks like the priestess's prophecies aren't accurate after all, Haku lowered his head and pursed his lips, a faint blush appearing on his delicate face. He really did look like a girl, and a very beautiful one at that. And because Cheyenne had mistaken Haku's gender, everyone became convinced that these prophecies weren't necessarily accurate. As a result, the heaviness they felt regarding Sasuke's and Kyoshin's fates lessened considerably. The relaxed and cheerful atmosphere returned. Everyone's laughter echoed through the palace. Cheyenne stood there dumbfounded. She had never seen a group like this before. Faced with prophecies of death, not only were they not afraid, they were chatting, laughing, and even teasing each other. A strange feeling rose in Cheyenne's heart. These people really didn't seem to take death seriously. Just as the atmosphere became harmonious, one of Ashifu's subordinates ran into the palace. He knelt on one knee. Lord Ashifu, the ninjas from Konoha have arrived. Chapter 115, First Meeting with Uchiha Hikari. Ahisfa nodded and walked out of the palace, where he met the Konoha ninja. Leading them was Kakashi. He wore his mask and still had those dead fish eyes. Guy stood beside him with his hands on his hips, full of spirit. Behind them were several genin. Haruno, Sakura and Sai. Niji, Lee, and Tenten. Ahisfa stepped forward. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for accepting the mission. Kakashi asked, what's the mission? Just protect me, Ahisfa said. But I'm Lady Cheyenne's guard. If necessary, I'll sacrifice myself for Lady Cheyenne. Niji frowned and immediately asked, so our real mission is to protect the priestess? Ahisfa was Cheyenne's guard. If Ahisfa was in danger, they would have to save him. And if Ahisfa was in danger, Cheyenne would most likely be in danger too. In other words, the person they really had to protect was Cheyenne. Kakashi smiled. A client using this kind of trick isn't common. But I've run into similar situations before. He looked at Ahisfa. Besides us, did you hire ninja from other villages too? Ahisfa didn't hide it. Ninja from the Hidden Stone village are here as well. He led the Konoha group into the palace. Both sides were surprised when they saw each other. Sakura's eyes lit up when she saw Sasuke. She quickly walked over. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke glanced at her without responding. Sakura looked disappointed, but still asked with concern, are you doing okay? Sasuke stayed silent and took 2 steps back, hiding among the hidden stone ninja. Sakura wanted to say something else, but after Kakashi spoke up, she had no choice but to return to the Konoha group. Meanwhile, Niji was observing the people around Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi, Karen, Deidara, Haku. Niji thought to himself, these people seem to be the helpers Kyoshin cultivated to achieve his dream. His eyes became firm. As Kyoshin's contact within Konoha, he had to become stronger. Kakashi walked over to Kyoshin. Looks like this mission will be pretty easy. Kyoshin replied, since we have enough people, we can take the initiative. Cheyenne's face changed when she heard that, and she hurriedly said, no. You don't understand how terrifying Morio is. It comes from another world. It absorbs negative emotions and grows stronger the more it fights. If you attack recklessly, you'll only make it stronger. Before Kyoshin could speak, Kakashi spoke first, don't worry. If the boy standing in front of you can't deal with Morio, then nobody in this world can help you. Cheyenne froze. She looked at Kyoshin. This boy looked no older than a teenager. Yet a Konoha Jonin trusted him this much. Cheyenne took a deep breath. Then what are you planning to do? Kyoshin said, we need to know where Morio is sealed. Sigh. Cheyenne let out a sigh. Morio's soul is sealed beneath the land of demons' underground palace. And its body is sealed in a shrine in the land of swamps. The soul is closer. Kyoshin made his decision. Take us to where the soul is sealed. Cheyenne was reluctant, but when she looked at Kakashi, she found that the Konoha Jonin truly trusted Kyoshin. That trust even carried a sense of acceptance. As if, in their eyes, this boy was already the strongest ninja in the world. Cheyenne took a deep breath. Fine. I'll take you there. Everyone, get ready. An hour later, everyone set off. Leaving the palace, they crossed the streets, entered the forest, passed several valleys, and arrived at a desolate area. Following a downward passage, they successfully entered the underground. Soon, they reached the place where Morio's soul had been sealed. It was a stone gate, but the stone gate had already been opened. Beyond it was a light that couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye, and a strange aura came from inside. Cheyenne's face changed. The seal has been broken. Morio's soul has already been taken. Before anyone could think further, thunderous footsteps echoed throughout the area. A voice came from the darkness. You've finally arrived. A middle-aged man walked out of the shadows. Behind Yomi stood a mass of moving, stone statues. There were actually 3 Tomo Sharingan in Yomi's eyes, and he spoke in a very unnatural tone. That person said only the priestess can seal Morio, and she would come to us, so we just waited a few days. He waved his hand. The stone statues behind him began to attack. Cheyenne turned pale with fright and instinctively moved closer to Kyoshin. Kyoshin said to the others, I'll leave it to you. Kuratsuchi nodded and rushed out first. Earth style, earth and stone bamboo shoot. The ground rose, and sharp rocks pierced toward the stone statues. Rumble. The statues shook as they were lifted into the air and fell back down, but they seemed unharmed. Seeing that, Kuratsuchi charged straight in. Karen, cover me. Super weighted rock technique. Rock fist. The attack worked. The front stone statue was knocked back and smashed a large number of statues behind it. Karen followed closely, using sealing techniques to provide mid-range support for Kuratsuchi. Deidara shouted excitedly, my turn, yeah. He picked up a cannon and rested it on his shoulder, aiming the dark barrel ahead. Artillery of art, fire. Explosions rang out, and rows of stone statues shattered. Deidara smiled in satisfaction. Art is an explosion, yeah. After that, Haku and Sasuke joined the battle. The Konoha side also showed their own abilities. Although there were many stone statues, they couldn't withstand such an assault. Before long, they had wiped out all of Yomi's stone statues. Seeing this, Yomi's expression remained unchanged. He slowly stepped back, and his body merged into the shadows. Then another figure appeared. A girl with long black hair. The moment Kyoshin saw her, he instinctively asked, Sasuke. Since when did you turn over a new leaf? The Sasuke behind him reminded him, I'm over here. Kyoshin turned around and saw Sasuke standing behind him. Then he looked at the girl again and realized he had mistaken her. This girl looked way too much like Sasuke. She was practically a gender-swapped Sasuke. Uchiha Hikari looked at Kyoshin. A hint of interest appeared in her Sharingan. Uchiha Kyoshin, my name is Uchiha Hikari. Kyoshin blinked and finally remembered. But wasn't she from non-canon original content? Kyoshin was puzzled, but quickly accepted the setting. Oh Hikari. I've seen records about you in the Uchiha clan history. Of course, that was nonsense. He had never read the clan history. But, why are you here? Kyoshin asked. Hikari's young face was full of indifference, but she showed a strange patience toward Kyoshin. Uzumaki Nagato broke my seal and invited me to join the Akatsuki. As soon as she said that, Kyoshin understood. Because of him, the Akatsuki had lost members, so Nagato had no choice but to recruit new ones. And Uchiha Hikari was the person they found. Party Popper shout out to Justin for joining Patreon. Thank you very much, hugging face. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40 plus chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 116, Hikari vs. Kyoshin. Hikari continued, Uchiha Kyoshin, I invite you to join us. As long as all ninja are eliminated, complete peace can be achieved. There will be no oppression, no war, and no tragedies like what happened to the Uchiha. Here we go again. Your idea won't work. Why? Will eliminating ninja erase hatred? The root of hatred has never been power, but the lack of understanding between people. A trace of disappointment flashed through Hikari's eyes. She looked at Yomi, and the Sharingan in her eyes spun. Yomi's body trembled, and his eyes became even more empty. Go unseal Morio's body. Hearing Hikari's command, Yomi nodded mechanically and turned to leave. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately said, we'll go after Yomi. Kyoshin nodded. Okay. Kakashi led the Konoha ninja in pursuit of Yomi. Although Kyoshin wanted to see this so-called Morio and find out whether it could be used by him. Without understanding it, it was better to be cautious. If Morio was sealed, there would be plenty of chances to study it in the future. If Morio was destroyed, that would mean it wasn't worth anything, and there would be no need to waste time on it. Kyoshin looked at Uchiha Hikari in the distance and had an idea. Uchiha Hikari. Although he didn't know much about this character. Looking at her Mangekyo Sharingan alone, he knew she wasn't trash. Should he recruit her? Yes. Kyoshin organized his thoughts and walked out from the crowd toward the girl. Your idea is too extreme. As long as an organization powerful enough to threaten the entire world is created, humanity can be forced to put aside prejudice and unite through mutual understanding. As long as our organization doesn't collapse, large-scale peace will continue. Although this kind of peace was somewhat distorted and would even require sacrificing some people. It seemed to be a more long-lasting method. After hearing this, Hikari frowned slightly. You people keep saying that tragedy comes from the inability of people to understand each other. But the ones committing violence are ninja. They possess power far beyond ordinary people. However, since your idea itself isn't evil, you're not a bad person. So after I defeat you, I won't kill you. She seemed convinced that she would definitely win. Kyoshin had already prepared himself for battle, but he continued gathering information. You people. So before me, you've already met Nagato. I talked with him. Hikari crossed her arms, and her tone carried a trace of disdain. Just like you, he had childish ideas. I see. Kyoshin roughly pieced together what had happened. But he wanted to know more, so he deliberately spoke slowly. What's the current situation in the Akatsuki? The topic was getting more and more off track. A hint of impatience appeared between Hikari's brows. She coldly said, if we can't reach an agreement, then let's fight. Wait. Kyoshin quickly raised a hand to stop her. Our battle doesn't need to affect other people. If you can defeat me, I can guarantee that my companions won't interfere with you anymore. So let's find a quiet place to fight. Hikari clenched her fists, but she seemed to have made up her mind about something and didn't attack immediately. Since you're a good person, I agree to your proposal. Kyoshin and Hikari arrived in a desolate mountain range. Rocky mountains stretched endlessly around them, with no signs of people. This was the most common scenery in the land of Earth and the surrounding areas. Barren and poor. Two pairs of Mangekyo stared at each other. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Huge waves of flames crashed against one another. The shock waves and fire spread out, turning half the mountain red. Kyoshin stood in place, observing Uchiha Hikari's condition. Opposite him, Hikari quickly retreated to avoid the sea of flames rushing toward her. Clearly, in terms of chakra alone, Kyoshin had won. After retreating a certain distance, Hikari gently raised her head, and her Mangekyo Sharingan spun. Tsukuyomi seal. The full moon in the sky suddenly turned crimson. The intricate pattern of the Mangekyo appeared on the moon itself. Moonlight fell, carrying Hikari's eye power with it. Kyoshin didn't understand Hikari's Mangekyo abilities, so he didn't dare lower his guard. Inside his eye sockets, both of his Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Aragami. False Shurten. Hikari's expression froze, and she looked down at her arm. A familiar mark had appeared there. However, it wasn't under her control. A Mangekyo ability that can reflect and nullify. Hikari wasn't flustered. What use was the mark alone? Tsukuyomi seal projected eye power onto the moon, allowing marks to be engraved on all living things under the moonlight. That was the extent of Tsukuyomi seal's effect. But combined with her other Mangekyo ability. Yachihoko. As she opened her mouth, Hikari's chakra rose wildly. Boom. Terrifying waves of chakra erupted around her, to the point that even the air twisted. Only after reaching the limit her body could endure did Hikari stop. Yachihoko could stimulate all living beings marked by Tsukuyomi seal, allowing her to directly control their minds and chakra. Just now, Hikari had drawn an enormous amount of chakra from the marked living beings and used it for herself. A terrifying Susanoo rose from the ground. Uchiha Hikari's perfect Susanoo almost instantly reached a terrifying height of nearly 500 meters, like a towering mountain. Kyoshin frowned in the distance. This couldn't continue. Moonlight was constant. False Shurten could be activated seamlessly, but the cost was enormous. Even Kyoshin could only maintain False Shurten for a few minutes. In that case, one strike would decide the battle. As Kyoshin formed hand seals, he slowly closed his eyes. His hair turned white, with twin tails hanging in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he had entered Sage mode. Sage Art, Dust Release, Primitive World Separation Technique, Sealing Pillar. Kyoshin floated high in the air. Raising both hands, he formed seals and condensed the strongest dust release he could. The dust release was incredibly fast. The pillar-shaped dust release swept toward Uchiha Hikari Susanoo. The combination of sage power and sealing power elevated the might of dust release to another level. Almost instantly, all that remained of Hikari Susanoo was its head. Forced to dispel the Susanoo, Uchiha Hikari looked at Kyoshin in surprise. But in the next second, Kyoshin's body disappeared. A sense of danger came from behind her. Double 4 symbol seal. Bang. 2 powerful palms struck Uchiha Hikari's back. Her body lurched forward, and 2 4 symbol seals appeared on her back. The chakra inside her body solidified at a speed she couldn't react to. The moon returned to normal. Uchiha Hikari collapsed weakly to the ground, breathing heavily. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, A Kind Girl. What is all this? A weak voice came. Kyoshin replied, some little things invented by people of later generations. The flying thunder god mark had locked onto Hikari when the wild god reflected Uchiha Hikari's Tsukuyomi mark. The sealing technique came from the Uzumaki clan. Hikari knew she had lost. She did not respond again and quietly calmed down. Kyoshin walked around to stand in front of her and said seriously, Uchiha Hikari, join me. Your plan can't succeed. Just because you don't agree with my views now doesn't mean you won't in the future. I have an agreement with Nagato. If Nagato's plan fails, he'll come help me. You can think about it then. Why are you so stubborn? Everyone is working toward the same goal. There's no need for us to be enemies. Umph. A kunai appeared in Hikari's hand and she pointed it at her own throat. Kyoshin's pupils shrank. He immediately grabbed the wrist holding the kunai. What are you doing? None of your business. I've already run out of patience with this world. Kyoshin's expression became serious. He was still trying to talk things through. What you hate isn't this world, but the unfairness in it. You want to destroy everything because you've never seen a better possibility. Damn it. I should have learned a few tricks from that brat Naruto. Kyoshin's mind raced as he continued, we're all the same kind of people. We should be helping each other. Trust me. You'll witness a peaceful future. Since you have your own ideals, that means you're a kind girl. Why not wait and see? You finally got out of the seal. Wouldn't it be a waste to die now? Hikari's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked into Kyoshin's eyes. Under the moonlight, the boy's gaze was clear and firm, without a trace of falsehood. Hikari's pupils shrank slightly. She quickly turned her head away, her voice somewhat flustered. Then I'll wait and see. But I can't guarantee that I'll help you. That's more like it, Kyoshin smiled and released the seal on her. Once you see the results, you'll change your mind. Hikari did not reply. After recovering some strength, she quickly left, her figure disappearing into the night. After leaving, Uchiha Hikari moved through the forest. Her mind was a little confused. That boy named Kyoshin clearly had different beliefs from hers, yet he had not chosen to kill her. Was it because she had said before, you're a good person? After I defeat you, I won't kill you. No. Kyoshin's face under the moonlight appeared in her mind again. You're a kind girl. Hikari bit her lip, shook her head to throw away the distracting thoughts, and sped up. By the time she returned to the hidden rain village, dawn was already breaking. Konan informed Nagato that Uchiha Hikari had returned, and Nagato came over directly. How did it go? I met an interesting person. Who? Uchiha Kyoshin. Nagato did not ask about the outcome. At this point, having obtained the star, he no longer cared. I'm cultivating the 10 tails. I need your chakra. Fine. On the other side, after leaving the battlefield, Kyoshin found the hidden stone ninja and the shrine maiden Cheyenne. Kakashi and the others had already brought Yomi back. Yomi was tightly tied up. The Sharingan mark was gone from his eyes, and it seemed Hikari had given up controlling him. Kyoshin walked over, activated his Sharingan, and carefully sensed the condition inside Yomi's body. Sure enough, there was a huge and frenzied soul inside him. That soul was filled with negative emotions, as though it could burst out of the body at any moment. Kyoshin withdrew his gaze. Morio's soul is inside him. Cheyenne's expression turned serious. It must be sealed as soon as possible. She looked at everyone, let's return to the underground palace. I'll use my life to seal Morio's soul. This is the shrine maiden's duty. I have no choice but to bear it. Everyone's expressions became complicated after hearing that. Kuratsuchi frowned, is there no other way? Cheyenne shook her head, only a shrine maiden can seal Morio. This is a mission passed down through generations. She had long prepared herself for this. Back then, her mother Miroku had sacrificed herself in the same way. Now it was her turn. Just as everyone was moved by Shien's spirit of sacrifice, Kyoshin's puzzled voice sounded, since only a shrine maiden can seal Morio, and now you're the only shrine maiden left, if you seal Morio's soul now, and in the future someone with bad intentions uses Morio's soul or body again and breaks the seal, who will step forward and sacrifice themselves then? Shien froze. She had never thought about that question. That's right. If she died and something happened again in the future, who would do the sealing? After her mother's sacrifice, she became the only shrine maiden left in the world. If she also sacrificed herself, then the land of demons would no longer have a shrine maiden. She had always thought sacrifice was the only answer. But now it seemed that even giving up her life would only delay Morio's return to the world. Everyone else also fell silent. They realized this was a problem related to the world's long-term stability. Shien looked somewhat lost. But, this is my responsibility. Kyoshin thought for a moment. Instead of leaving behind hidden dangers, we should find a way to kill Morio completely. I suggest we go to the shrine in the land of swamps and study how to destroy it once and for all. Shien immediately shook her head. No. You have no idea how terrifying Morio is. If the soul and body get too close, they might merge and allow Morio to fully revive. At that point, its power will continue to grow as it absorbs more negative emotions, and the world will be destroyed. Her heart was filled with fear. Before her death, her mother had repeatedly warned her never to let Morio's soul get close to its body. That was forbidden. And now this young man actually wanted to kill Morio completely, something that none of the shrine maidens throughout history had managed to do. She could not let him act recklessly. Shien looked toward the people from Konoha as if asking for help. However, after looking at Shien with his dead fish eyes, Kakashi decisively said in a lazy tone, "We also agree with Uchiha Kyoshin's idea. Since Kyoshin is here, we'll find a way to kill Morio this time. We won't leave trouble and problems behind for future generations." Shien clenched her fists. She still did not want to agree. "You don't understand." Kyoshin asked in return, "You can seal Morio's soul. Then sealing Morio's soul, and sealing both its soul and body at the same time, are only different in that the process is a bit more troublesome. If Morio's soul and body really merge, and we can't solve it, then you can seal it again. If we can get rid of Morio, then you won't have to sacrifice yourself either." Shien still felt uneasy. She was not sure whether she could seal both Morio's soul and body. Shien lowered her head. One hand rose and tightly gripped the amulet her mother had left her. "You only need to do as I say. Seal Morio's soul first. That way, people will have time to study this problem." Chapter 118, Kuratsuchi, what the hell are you hesitating for? Everyone frowned slightly after hearing that. Kuratsuchi couldn't take it anymore. She walked over and grabbed Shien by the collar. "Why are you so damn long-winded?" Because of her age, Shien was a little taller than Kuratsuchi, but she was completely suppressed by this hot-headed girl. Kuratsuchi questioned her, "So you want Morio to break the seal in the future and destroy the world? We're trying to solve the problem completely right now. If we succeed, you won't even have to sacrifice yourself. Do you not trust Kyoshin's strength? Watch it or I'll beat you up. This doesn't do you any harm at all. What the hell are you hesitating for?" Shien. Everyone else. And so, everyone arrived at the land of swamps. Well, sometimes persuading someone was just that simple. Reluctantly, Shien led everyone through the forest and arrived at the foot of a mountain. There stood an ancient shrine made of dark gray stone. Near the shrine was an entrance leading deep into the mountain. Shien pointed at it. Morio's body is sealed inside the mountain. Everyone entered and followed the passage downward. The tunnel became wider and wider, and the smell of sulfur filled the air. The temperature gradually rose. Shien's heartbeat grew faster and faster. She had never been this close to Morio's body before. Her mother had told her that this was a place she must never set foot in. Eventually, they reached the inside of the mountain. Molten lava was everywhere, with paths of volcanic rock separating it. Orange-red lava flowed along both sides of the passage, giving off intense heat. At the center of the volcano was a sealing platform. Complex sealing formulas covered the platform. The moment Shien saw them, her body trembled uncontrollably. She could feel the malice contained within. Like a bottomless abyss, ready to swallow her at any moment. When Yomi saw the platform, excitement flashed through his eyes. He quickly hid it, but Karen's mind's eye of the Kagura caught it. Karen approached Kyoshin and whispered, "Big brother, Yomi reacted just now." Kyoshin nodded and became more alert. He took out a storage scroll, opened it, and pulled out dozens of flying thunder god kunai. "Spread these around the volcano." Kuratsuchi, Karen, Deidara, Haku, and Sasuke took the kunai and quickly scattered. Kakashi also signaled the Konoha people to help. The Flying Thunder God Kunai were placed throughout the passages, forming an invisible network. Kyoshin remained inside the volcano to watch over Yomi and protect Cheyenne. He didn't know much about Morio's actual strength. He wasn't even sure whether its power system belonged to ninjas. To be safe, it was better to set up the Flying Thunder God formation first. After everyone returned and gathered again, Kyoshin walked up to Yomi. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked into Yomi's eyes. Yomi's body trembled slightly, and his eyes became empty. Kyoshin asked, "How do we kill Morio completely?" Yomi shook his head. "Morio cannot be killed. It isn't some monster from another world. It is a product born from the evil and negative emotions in people's hearts. It is a real demon born in the ninja world." Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Kuratsuchi immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Yomi continued, "Even if you kill the current Morio, a second or third Morio will appear in the future. As long as human negative emotions exist, Morio will never disappear." Kyoshin gained some information from his words. It seemed Morio wasn't a creature independent of the ninja world. Then there was no need to fear it too much. Kyoshin continued, "How do we kill the current Morio?" Yomi didn't answer. The soul of Morio inside his body suddenly became restless. A huge amount of black chakra burst out from Yomi's body and easily broke through his flesh. Morio's soul flew into the air, its shape twisted and giving off suffocating pressure. Cheyenne's face changed drastically. "It's trying to escape. Quick, take me to the ceiling platform in the center of the lava." Kyoshin nodded, grabbed Cheyenne's arm, and used Flying Thunder God to bring her onto the platform. After stabilizing herself, Cheyenne began making hand seals. Her hands moved rapidly as she chanted. The priestess sealing technique activated. A barrier rose from the platform and quickly spread, sealing off the entire crater. However, Morio's soul let out a wild laugh. "Ha ha ha. Fool." Its power resonated with the power of the priestess. Morio's soul easily passed through the seal and rushed toward the body below. The two became one. Cheyenne's pupils shrank. How could this happen? My sealing technique actually helped it. Overwhelming guilt surged within her. She had released Morio with her own hands. Boom. The formulas on the sealing platform shattered instantly. A monster made of evil chakra extended out from the seal in the center of the lava. It had many purple dragon heads, each connected to the sealing platform. Twisted and grotesque, it looked like an upside-down octopus. Morio had fully revived. Its body was made entirely of pure negative chakra and gave off a disgusting aura. Morio laughed wildly. Finally, I'm back." It looked at Cheyenne. "Do you know? Morio and the priestess were originally one." Cheyenne froze. "What?" "I am a negative life form formed from the evil thoughts of the world. I represent destruction. And the priestess is the opposite. She represents protection. We are intertwined and maintain balance." Later, the side of destruction became known as Morio, and the side of protection became known as the priestess. Morio's voice was full of temptation. "Once you use the power of the priestess near my soul and body, our chakra will connect. My soul can easily return to my body. No matter what, you helped unseal me now." Ha ha ha. Cheyenne's face turned pale. No wonder her mother's seal had been so strict and why she had never allowed her to come here. So this had all been a trap. Her mother had known all along that using the power of the priestess here would revive Morio. But why hadn't she said anything? Complicated emotions rose in Cheyenne's heart. Her mother had been protecting her, and protecting the world. But now, it was too late. Morio looked at Cheyenne. "Priestess, you and I are originally one. Only by working together can we gain greater power. Join me and reshape the ninja world into the world we want." Cheyenne clenched her fists. "I refuse." She had only one thought in her mind. She absolutely could not let her mother's sacrifice be in vain. Seeing that familiar expression again, Morio became so angry that it laughed. Ha ha ha. Fine. The previous priestess rejected me the same way. She had that same expression. Then I'll rely on my own power and destroy this world. Its dragon heads flew toward Cheyenne, trying to control her. Chapter 119, Morio is dead. Cheyenne instinctively raised her hand to block. The bell-shaped pendant on the necklace on her chest suddenly shone. It was the amulet her mother had left behind. The light formed a barrier, blocking Morio's power. But the shockwave blew the bell away, and it landed in the distance. Cheyenne was startled. That bell was the only keepsake her mother had left her. She wanted to pick it up, but it was already too late. However, at that critical moment, something unexpected happened. After the bell left Cheyenne, a power that had been suppressed inside her seemed to awaken. The bell was protection, an amulet, and also a seal. Cheyenne's mother wanted her to live a peaceful life, so she had told her very little and left behind the amulet. But now, all of that had become meaningless. The moment the seal was removed, the shrine maiden power inside her began to awaken. White light covered her body. Cheyenne became holy and pure. Her skin glowed softly, and her long hair danced in the light, taking on a faint pink color. Her features became more delicate and defined, and a pink diamond-shaped mark appeared on her forehead. Pink chakra patterns spread out from the mark, extending across her cheeks, neck, and the rest of her body. The patterns were like fine embroidery, adding a sacred beauty that could not be violated. She floated into the air, and her white shrine maiden robes fluttered gently in the airflow. A soft glow surrounded Cheyenne, making her look like a goddess stepping out of a painting. Power continuously flowed into her body. It was power formed from people's good wishes. Feeling this power, Cheyenne's heart filled with warmth. She could hear countless voices. They were wishes for peace and hearts longing for tranquility. However, Morio was simply too powerful. There had been too many tragedies in the ninja world, and negative emotions far exceeded good wishes. Compared to Morio, Cheyenne's power was very weak. Morio's voice seemed powerful enough to shatter volcanic rock. With this little power, you think you can resist me? Its dragon heads began gathering chakra, preparing a fatal attack. At that moment, an untimely voice came from the side. Kakashi asked Kyoshin, "You're still not making a move. I can't take part in a battle of this level anymore." Only then did Morio notice that the ninja hired by Cheyenne were still there. It looked at the ninjas, sizing up these insects. From the very beginning, Kyoshin had been observing Morio and Cheyenne with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. By now, he had figured everything out. Morio wasn't a monster from another world. Morio and the Shrine Maidens had always been living beings of the ninja world. They were made from people's emotions, representing two extremes. After understanding everything, Kyoshin decided to give up on using Morio. Instead, he planned to recruit the Shrine Maiden as his ally. After all, it was obvious that Morio was uncontrollable and naturally violent. The Shrine Maiden was the exact opposite. His plans and ideals were also related to eliminating negative emotions from the ninja world. Their interests aligned. No, more accurately, it only benefited Cheyenne. After all, the happier people became, the stronger her protective power would grow. Meanwhile, Kyoshin would gain nothing and could only satisfy his curiosity. In other words, I want to do this and see what happens. In short, Kyoshin's Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Morio. In other words, you're no longer useful. Compared to Morio, the circular Mangekyo Sharingan in Kyoshin's eyes seemed to fit the idea of coming from hell even more. Morio was enraged by Kyoshin's tone. You mere human. It controlled a dragon head and smashed it toward Kyoshin. Kyoshin shook his head in disappointment. You have this level of power, yet your attack methods are this lacking. You're really stupid. Morio became even angrier, and the dragon head moved even faster. Kyoshin raised his hand toward it. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, pillar. A cylindrical dust release barrier shot out and instantly covered one dragon head. A flash of light. The dragon head was completely erased, leaving not even ashes behind. Morio froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. I can never die. The negative emotions of the ninja world will always exist. The destroyed dragon head slowly began to regenerate. Black chakra gathered from the air and reformed into the shape of a dragon head. Then let's try this. Kyoshin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had entered Sage mode. His hair turned white, and twin tails hung in front of him. Sage art, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A massive dust release barrier spread out at an unbelievable speed, covering Morio completely. Kyoshin activated his chakra. The barrier was triggered. Sage chakra and dust release, a power that seemed able to annihilate everything, completely erased Morio's body. But Morio's body began repairing itself again, though very slowly. Kyoshin frowned and planned to try the 8 trigrams seal. But at that moment, Cheyenne flew to his side and took his hand. Her hand was very soft and slightly warm. The moment her fingertips touched his palm, a warm power flowed out from her body. Cheyenne's voice carried a trace of sacredness from the unknown, mixed with gentleness. Only the Shrine Maiden's power can destroy it. Kyoshin felt Cheyenne's chakra flow into his body. That chakra was pure and warm, like sunlight in spring. The two powers merged together. Feeling the enormous chakra inside Kyoshin, Cheyenne was shocked. The power hidden inside this boy far exceeded her imagination. And what amazed Cheyenne even more was that Kyoshin's body seemed to be a perfect machine made entirely for battle. Every inch of flesh was perfectly suited to chakra. Every conscious and unconscious movement controlled chakra with precision. How had he trained? No wonder the Konoha Jonin trusted him so much. He truly had that level of strength. Kyoshin controlled Shien's chakra and formed seals again. Sage art, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. This time, the light of the dust release contained the white power of the Shrine Maiden. The barrier covered Morio. A brilliant flash erupted. Morio's body was completely erased on the physical level. This time, it did not regenerate. However, because the power of the dust release was too great, the volcano began shaking violently. Magma surged, the ground cracked, and layer after layer collapsed. Move. Instead of fleeing at full speed, everyone gathered around Kyoshin. Kyoshin. He grabbed Shien by the wrist, then picked up Karen beside him and used Flying Thunder God to teleport them out of the volcano. Shien only felt her vision blur, and the scenery around her instantly changed. That feeling of being protected gave rise to a sense of security she had never experienced before. Kyoshin's figure flashed several times. Dense shadows appeared one after another until everyone had arrived. Rumble. The volcano erupted. Magma shot into the sky, dyeing half of it red. Chapter 120, can you help me? Right now. Everyone stood in the safe area, looking at the erupting volcano. Shien had already left her guardian form and returned to normal. The pink patterns on her body gradually faded, the mark on her forehead disappeared, and her skin returned to its original color, but she looked more lively than before. It was as if something that had been sealed away had finally been released. Shien looked at the erupting volcano in a daze. The Shrine Maiden's duty is over just like that. She had clearly seen her ending as dying inside the seal. But reality was different from that ending. Complex feelings rose in Shien's heart. She had always thought that sealing Morio would be the end of her life. But now she had survived. What should she do in the future? She looked at Kyoshin beside her and found him staring at the volcano thoughtfully. Morio will revive again as people's negative emotions build up, Shien said softly. But don't worry. I'll definitely be prepared when that time comes. Kyoshin nodded. This mission was really easy. Kakashi stepped forward and looked at Kyoshin and Shien. We should head back. Shien quickly nodded. Okay. Thank you very much for making the trip. Kakashi waved his hand. We didn't really do anything. Then he led the people from Konoha and left. Sasuke ignored Sakura's farewell. Because he was calculating the gap between himself and Kyoshin. His confidence was still unmatched in that regard. Kyoshin didn't lead the group away right away. He looked at Shien. I have something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Peace. Kyoshin slowly explained his plan. Everyone present already knew about it, so he spoke openly. The only one who found it a little boring was Deidara. He muttered quietly, teachers recruiting people into his pyramid scheme again. After listening, Shien fell into thought. But that kind of peace feels somewhat twisted. Kyoshin did not deny it. For most people, as long as the purpose of the organization forcing the world to unite isn't exposed, then peace is peace, and unity is unity. People won't wage war against each other, kill each other, create hatred, and pass it down through generations. Isn't life just living based on what I think? Shien was moved by Kyoshin's words. The boy before her was not only powerful, he also wanted to change the world. And after that, he would gain a bad reputation and might even ruin himself. This feeling. Anyway, maybe she could become part of his strength. Shien became serious and made up her mind. I've decided to help you. Perhaps because her mission had been completed, Shien's mentality changed slightly, just like Kyoshin after his revenge. Shien joked, isn't that cool? Kyoshin smiled after hearing that. Welcome. A feeling of fulfillment she had never experienced before rose in Shien's heart. All this time, she had borne the Shrine Maiden's responsibilities alone. Now, she was no longer by herself. Shien continued, but I need to train hard in sealing techniques and the Shrine Maiden's powers. And I need to pass the Shrine Maiden's power to the next generation. She stopped and stared directly at Kyoshin. Can you help me? She felt a little nervous. She knew what she was saying. And she knew what it meant. Kuratsuchi and Karen's expressions instantly became strange. Kuratsuchi crossed her arms and curled her lips. Another one. Karen widened her eyes and looked full of caution. This woman actually wanted to make a move on him. Kyoshin's expression remained natural. Since you've decided to assist me, I'll naturally assist you as well. I know some sealing techniques, so that's not a problem. As for passing the Shrine Maiden's power to the next generation, that's a parenting issue. I don't understand that yet. Shien thought Kyoshin hadn't understood and timidly reminded him. There isn't a next-generation shrine maiden yet. If there is one, I'll be responsible. After saying that, her heart pounded fiercely. Kyoshin smiled and nodded. Then there's no problem. Cheyenne thought he still didn't understand and stared straight at him. Did he understand what she meant or not? Or was he pretending to be clueless? Kyoshin became a little confused under her gaze. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Here? Right now? This doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" Only then did Cheyenne realize that Kyoshin had understood from the start. Her face instantly turned red, from her cheeks all the way to her ears. She lowered her head and no longer dared to look into Kyoshin's eyes. Kuratsuchi and Karen treated the situation like a major enemy. Because Cheyenne was older than both of them and had already reached the age for marriage and children. Kyoshin smiled. "Let's head back to the land of demons first. As for sealing techniques, I'll make time to teach you." Cheyenne lowered her head and softly replied. "Okay." Inside, she felt both shy and excited about the future. Everyone set off for the palace in the land of demons. Along the way, Kuratsuchi deliberately walked between Cheyenne and Kyoshin, separating them. She glanced back at Cheyenne. "Lady Shrine Maiden, once we escort you home, we'll leave immediately. We definitely won't disturb you." Cheyenne smiled in response. "It's no trouble. Stay one night before leaving. That's my wish as well." Karen stayed beside Kyoshin, tightly holding onto the corner of his clothes and glaring at Cheyenne from time to time. Cheyenne sensed the hostility from the two of them and felt somewhat helpless. She only wanted the Shrine Maiden's duty to continue. She had no intention of taking anything from them. Besides, there was no need. Since the person involved had already agreed, what use was there in the two of them opposing it? By the time they returned to the palace, it was already dark. Ashifu arranged rooms for everyone and deliberately placed Kyoshin's room next to Cheyenne's. Seeing the arrangement, Kuratsuchi's face darkened. "Mr. Ashifu, what do you mean by this?" Ashifu's expression remained unchanged. This was Lady Shrine Maiden's instruction. Kuratsuchi. She took a deep breath, turned around, and returned to her room, closing the door with a loud bang. Karen puffed up her cheeks and left angrily as well. Cheyenne stood in the hallway and looked at Kyoshin. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Kyoshin looked confused. "Leaving?" Cheyenne lowered her head and fell silent. "Yeah. I don't know when I'll see you again. And there's also our promise." Looking at her shy appearance, Kyoshin smiled. "What I mean is, it's not called leaving. It's called going back, and that includes you." "What?" Cheyenne immediately realized that Kyoshin intended to bring her to Iwagakure. "Me too. But the land of demons." Kyoshin waved his hand. "Morio just died. It won't revive that quickly. Besides, the daimyo is still there. We don't need to worry about it." "I understand." Cheyenne's heart was beating wildly as she quickly walked away. But she soon discovered that Kyoshin had followed her. "Why you? What are you doing?" "Of course I'm teaching you sealing techniques. I hate wasting time more than anything. I make use of every minute and every second." Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Going Back. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Cheyenne sat at the table with a scroll covered in sealing formulas spread out in front of her. Her fingers lightly traced across the paper, her eyes focused. Kyoshin sat across from her, watching her reactions. After discussing things all night and receiving careful guidance from Kyoshin, Cheyenne's progress could only be described as astonishing. "You understand now, right?" Kyoshin asked. Cheyenne raised her head, a trace of tiredness in her eyes. "I think so." Kyoshin raised an eyebrow slightly. What he had brought out was the complete scroll of the 4-symbol seal. This was an advanced sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Ordinary people would need a long time just to understand the basic structure. Although Cheyenne already had a foundation in sealing techniques, she had only spent one night. Kyoshin pointed to a complicated node on the scroll. "What is the purpose of this part?" Cheyenne glanced at it and answered without hesitation. "It's the energy convergence point of the sealing formula. It's used to balance the flow of the 4 chakra attributes. If there's a mistake here, the seal will collapse from the inside." The answer was completely correct. Kyoshin finally confirmed something. Cheyenne was completely born for sealing techniques. Her talent even surpassed every Uzumaki clan member he knew of. Kyoshin put down the scroll. "Your talent has exceeded my expectations." Cheyenne smiled. Maybe it's because the power of a shrine maiden comes from the same source as sealing techniques. She stretched out her right hand, and a faint chakra glow appeared in her palm. It was the remaining fluctuations of the guardian power. Kyoshin could feel how pure that power was. It naturally possessed the characteristics of sealing. Like water in a container, they fit together perfectly. And, among all the ninjas Kyoshin had seen so far, this level of chakra control and precision could rank in the top 5. It was truly unbelievable. After all, chakra control precision was the basic requirement for sealing techniques. Only with that could one qualify to learn sealing techniques. Perhaps it was because Cheyenne had been working hard at sealing techniques all this time in order to fulfill her mission. Knock. 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 At that moment, knocking came from outside. Kyoshin. Are you there? It was Kuratsuchi's voice. Kyoshin got up and opened the door. In the hallway, Kuratsuchi was wearing Iwagakure's ninja vest, and her black hair was still messy from just waking up. She crossed her arms and looked Kyoshin up and down before looking past him into the room. Cheyenne was sitting at the table with a large number of scrolls spread out before her. Kuratsuchi's expression instantly became strange. You still haven't rested after an entire night, she asked sourly. How are we supposed to travel today? Oh. Are you jealous? Kyoshin smiled and looked at Kuratsuchi, whose face was getting redder and redder. What's more important, traveling or proper business? Don't we have a carriage? We'll continue in the carriage today. No way. Kuratsuchi made a bitter face. Looking past Kyoshin, her heart ached as she carefully examined every detail in the room. However, the bed was neat, with no signs that the blankets had been disturbed. The room only smelled of paper and ink, with no other scent. Cheyenne's clothes were neat. She looked tired, but that was clearly from staying up all night reading scrolls. Both of them looked natural, with nothing unusual. And those scrolls were actually about sealing techniques. Sealing techniques? So they hadn't done that. Kuratsuchi's mood instantly improved. She walked to the table and picked up a sheet covered in sealing formulas. This stuff is hard, right? For beginners, it really isn't easy, Kyoshin said. But Cheyenne's talent is very good. She mastered the basics of the 4-symbol seal in one night. What? One night? Just one night? Is this a miracle? Kuratsuchi had just relaxed, but now she became tense again. She slowly turned her head and looked at Cheyenne in shock. Back then, even Kyoshin hadn't learned this thing as fast as Cheyenne. Could this be another genius beyond understanding? If so, with just a little time, wouldn't she easily surpass all of them and even monopolize Kyoshin? Kuratsuchi's fingertips trembled. She put down the paper and turned toward Cheyenne. The Shrine Maiden really is talented in many ways. Cheyenne heard the jealousy in her voice and smiled. It's thanks to Kyoshin's teaching. Do your best. Kuratsuchi stared at Cheyenne for a while with the eyes of a poor student looking at a top student, then turned and left the room. In the hallway, she let out a long breath. Sunlight fell on her body, outlining her slender figure. She looked back at Cheyenne's room, and the corners of her lips rose slightly. Although she was a genius, thankfully, they were only studying sealing techniques. She had overthought things just now. After everyone finished washing up, they gathered outside the palace. Ashifu had already prepared dry food and luggage. Cheyenne had changed into clothes suitable for travel. Over her white Shrine Maiden outfit was a light purple cloak. She stood beside the carriage, very close to Kyoshin. On the other side, Karen held Kyoshin's hand while secretly observing Cheyenne. Cheyenne noticed Karen's gaze but didn't care. She knew that the girl relied heavily on Kyoshin. Ashifu walked up to Cheyenne and bowed deeply. Lady Shrine Maiden, please take care of your health. Cheyenne nodded. You've worked hard during this time, Ashifu. This is what I should do. Ashifu straightened up and looked at Kyoshin. Lord Kyoshin, I'll leave Lady Shrine Maiden in your care. Kyoshin said, don't worry. The group set off for the land of Earth. When they reached the border between the land of demons and the land of Earth, the scenery along the way gradually changed from the plains of the land of demons to the rocky mountains of the land of Earth. Kyoshin did not use Flying Thunder God to travel quickly, because there was no real need. He wasn't in a hurry to do anything, and slowly enjoying the scenery along the way wasn't bad either. Of course, Kyoshin wasn't doing nothing. His main body would usually refine chakra while answering Cheyenne's questions about sealing techniques inside the carriage and assigning training tasks to the others. His schedule was fairly full. One day later, the group arrived at the entrance to Iwagakure. The guards immediately saluted when they saw Kyoshin. Lord Kyoshin. Kyoshin nodded in response and led the group into the village. Cheyenne was stunned by the sight before her. Huge stone buildings were built along the mountainside, layer upon layer, imposing and grand. The streets were bustling with ninjas and civilians coming and going. The air carried the smell of stone and dust, mixed with the aroma of food from the roadside stalls. Cheyenne looked around, her eyes full of curiosity. Well. Kuratsuchi walked over to her, pride in her voice. How does it compare to the land of demons? Cheyenne nodded seriously. It really is magnificent. Both the scale and prosperity far surpass my hometown. Kuratsuchi smiled in satisfaction. As for Cheyenne, she only found it new and interesting and wasn't surprised. There were very few ninjas in the land of demons. There wasn't even a ninja village. It was governed by the daimyo's office with military and administrative power combined. So naturally, when it came to matters involving ninjas, its level of prosperity couldn't compare to Iwagakure. Chapter 122, 500 years. However, when it came to buildings, not to mention the daimyo's residence, even Cheyenne's Shrine Maiden Palace was larger than any residence here. This seemed to be because ninjas did not value material enjoyment, and because of Iwagakure's location. The amount of land available for development was not as great as places like the Land of Demons, which was close to flat plains. Kyoshin brought the group to the Tsuchikage building. Anoki had already been waiting in his office. Seeing the new member Kyoshin had brought back, Anoki looked Cheyenne over a few times and nodded. Welcome to Iwagakure. Since Kyoshin brought her back, she definitely had some ability. Who cares who you are? Just welcome her and be done with it. Cheyenne politely bowed. Lord Tsuchikage, sorry for the trouble. I am Cheyenne, the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. Anoki's eyes lit up after hearing that, and he said kindly, there's no need to be so polite. Since you've come here, just think of it as home. I'll have Kyoshin arrange everything for you. Anoki had also heard about the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. That small country didn't have much ninja power, but it seemed to have some foundation in sealing techniques. According to rumors, a Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons once sealed away a powerful demon. It should be the Morio mentioned in this mission. Kyoshin walked to the desk and handed the completed mission report to Anoki. Anoki casually glanced through it, then exchanged looks with Kyoshin. The old fox and the young fox spent a while making faces and communicating with their eyes before Kyoshin finally nodded. Anoki smiled slightly and asked, have you decided how to arrange things? Kyoshin nodded. Near my house. Fine. Anoki nodded with satisfaction and looked at Cheyenne. Young lady, now that you've come to Iwagakure, settle down and live peacefully. If you need anything, tell Kyoshin directly. His authority in Iwagakure is equal to mine. The land of rain was still covered by endless rain that never stopped. In a corner of Amigakure, Kisame Hoshigaki stood by a broken window. Rainwater slid down his shark-like face and dripped onto the stone floor beneath his feet. A woman stood behind him. Uchiha Hikari. She wore a black cloak with the hood pulled low, revealing only half her face. She looked only around 10 years old, but her strength was enough to threaten Uchiha Kyoshin. Hikari's voice was calm. Why did you call me here? I have some interesting information. Kisame turned around, his shark-like eyes fixed on Hikari. It's about Uchiha Madara. You should be interested. Madara? The Uchiha who founded Konohagakure together with Senju Hashirama. That's right. Contrary to what people believe, he didn't die many years ago, but only recently. Kisame grinned. However, there's a plan of his that should interest you. There was a slight mistake in Kisame's words, because Madara had already been dead for a long time. But Obito had never let Kisame know he was Obito. He had been trying hard to roleplay as Uchiha Madara. The Eye of the Moon plan. Kisame took a scroll from his clothes and tossed it to Hikari. Use the power of the Ten Tails to project the Sharingan onto the moon and cast infinite Tsukuyomi on the entire world. Hikari caught the scroll and opened it. Her eyes quickly swept over the words. The ink on the scroll had not even dried completely. It was obvious that this man called Kisame had kept the contents of the plan in his head all this time to prevent information leaks and had never written them down. This detailed Eye of the Moon plan document had only been written recently. Kisame continued, according to the plan, all 9-tailed beasts must be gathered to revive the 10 tails. Then become its Jinchuriki, awaken the Rinne Sharingan, and activate infinite Tsukuyomi. Put the entire world under a Genjutsu. Hikari closed the scroll. Exactly. Kisame nodded. Everyone gets everything they want in their dreams. No war, no pain, no death. Hikari's gaze stopped on the words, infinite Tsukuyomi, and her thoughts returned to the Warring States era. Those endless battles. Those clansmen lying in pools of blood. The cycle of hatred between the Uchiha clan and other clans passed down from generation to generation, never truly ending. She had personally witnessed too many deaths and too many tragedies. Those scenes were still engraved in her memory. If everyone could live in dreams, then there truly would be no more war. No death. No hatred. No pain from losing loved ones. Eye of the moon. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Hikari closed her eyes and tried to judge from every angle whether this plan was perfect. A false world. A false life. But without pain. After thinking for a long time, Hikari still could not convince herself to reject infinite Tsukuyomi. So. She opened her eyes. Since Madara was killed by Kyoshin, then from now on, I will take over the plan. A trace of surprise flashed through Kisame's eyes. You agree? That easily? Why not? Hikari asked in return. I have personally seen the cruelty of war and watched countless people die because of hatred. If the Eye of the Moon plan can truly bring eternal peace, then any price is worth paying. Iwagakure, morning. Kyoshin stood in the open space of his yard and spread out his hand. A black diamond-shaped mark was clearly visible in his palm. It was the karma left behind by Urashiki. 3 days had passed since returning to Iwagakure, and Cheyenne had already settled in. Cheyenne's house was nearby. It was only a 2-minute walk away. Over the past few days, Kyoshin had been studying the structure of the karma. He had gone through a large number of sealing technique books and even dug out his old notes on sealing techniques. After repeated deductions, he finally found a workable solution. Although the extraction process of the karma was irreversible, and although the process itself could not be stopped, he could use a self-created sealing technique to specifically slow down the extraction speed. Kyoshin spent a full 3 months improving it. On the first attempt, the sealing technique collapsed after only 3 days. On the second attempt, it could hold, but the reduction in speed was limited. The third attempt. After every failure, he analyzed the cause, adjusted the structure of the technique, and tested it again. This cycle repeated more than 10 times. Then, just last night, Kyoshin finally completed the final version of the sealing technique. He engraved the sealing formula onto his palm, covering the karma. The moment the technique activated, he could clearly feel the extraction speed of the karma drop sharply. According to precise calculations, at this speed, completely extracting the karma would take at least 500 years. 500 years. By then, he would have died of old age long ago. And if he died, the karma would disappear with him. When Kyoshin was about to die, Urashiki would either have to help Kyoshin extend his lifespan or solve whatever crisis threatened his life, or die together with him. In other words, Urashiki no longer posed any threat to Kyoshin. Kyoshin let out a long breath and felt great. So he notified everyone to gather. At the training ground, Kuratsuchi, Karen, Yakumo, Cheyenne, Sasuke, and Haku arrived one after another. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Then Look at the Future Again. A visible smile was on Kyoshin's face. Kuratsuchi looked at him and asked curiously, "What's got you so happy?" "It's solved." Kyoshin raised his right hand, and the sealing formula in his palm glowed faintly. "The karma problem." Kuratsuchi froze for a moment, then showed a delighted expression. "Really?" "Yeah." Kyoshin nodded. "From today on, Urashiki is no threat to me." Karen ran over excitedly and hugged Kyoshin's arm. "That's great." Cheyenne also smiled. "Ahem." Kyoshin said to everyone, "Starting today, I'll join the training too. Don't slack off, everyone. Even though we're already strong enough. Even though we're already strong enough." Why did saying that feel a little strange? Just as the mood became lively, Karen suddenly frowned and quietly said to Kyoshin, "A familiar chakra is coming. It seems to be that little girl from the Uchiha clan." Kyoshin looked in the direction Karen pointed. A figure silently appeared at the edge of the training ground. Everyone immediately became alert. Uchiha Hikari wore an Akatsuki robe and a cloak. Standing in the shade at the edge of the training ground, her scarlet Sharingan eyes looked at Kyoshin. "I need to talk to you." Kyoshin signaled the others not to act rashly. "Go ahead." "About Uchiha Madara." Hikari walked toward Kyoshin and stopped 20 meters away. "He has a plan." Kyoshin raised an eyebrow. "The Eye of the Moon plan." Kyoshin searched through his memories. Then he found the reason. Kisame must have told her. Now that Obito was dead, Kisame, who knew about the Eye of the Moon plan, had never truly been loyal to the Akatsuki from the beginning, but to the Eye of the Moon plan. So Kisame revealed the plan to Uchiha Hikari. Now, Hikari had come to him and brought up Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. A trace of surprise flashed in Hikari's eyes. "You know about it?" "I've heard of it." Kyoshin didn't hide it. "You should be interested." Hikari stared into his eyes. Madara's plan can bring permanent peace. Everyone can live in dreams, with no more war or pain. Passion shone in Hikari's eyes. She no longer had her usual cold demeanor. She looked just like a gender-swapped Sasuke possessed by Naruto. "Join me." I need your strength. For that, I'm willing to give up everything. If the person standing in front of Hikari had been someone from the original story, then apart from a few chosen ones, probably no one would have been able to refuse. Just as Kyoshin was about to answer, a sharp pain suddenly came from his right palm. He looked down. The sealing formula in his palm was trembling violently. The karma was glowing. It was Urashiki. Hikari also noticed something was wrong. She stepped back and looked at Kyoshin's right hand warily. What is that? Could it be that the Eye of the Moon plan isn't perfect enough? It's not me. Kyoshin gritted his teeth as he answered and tried to suppress the reaction of the karma, but the power was too strong. Hikari carefully looked at Kyoshin's palm and indeed sensed a power that didn't belong to him. After sensing that the speed of his thawing had slowed down, Urashiki launched a counterattack. By consuming his own chakra and life force, along with the pure Otsutsuki bloodline chakra engraved in the karma, he activated a divine technique capable of affecting space and time. Since Urashiki held a low rank among the Otsutsuki, he could only use low-level divine techniques, not the kind that directly affected causality. But even low-level divine techniques were enough. Black markings spread out from Kyoshin's palm and instantly covered the entire training ground. Kuratsuchi shouted, "Kyoshin!" He heard Kuratsuchi's cry, but it was already too late. Space and time twisted. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to collapse. Kuratsuchi, Karen, Yakumo, Cheyenne, Hikari, Sasuke, Haku, everyone was pulled by a powerful force. The next second, everyone disappeared from the training ground. Inside an endless colorful passage, Kyoshin floated in this empty space. Around him were countless bizarre passages leading in different directions. Kyoshin felt dizzy. Kuratsuchi was sucked into one passage, Karen into another. Yakumo, Cheyenne, Hikari, Sasuke, and Haku all disappeared into different passages. When Kyoshin steadied himself and activated his sensory technique, he found nothing. Urashiki's voice echoed through the space. Uchiha Kyoshin. Kyoshin raised his head and saw a phantom appear ahead. Otsutsuki Urashiki. His body was half-transparent, clearly a projection formed from chakra. A victor's smile appeared on Urashiki's face. You thought a sealing technique could trap me. Kyoshin said nothing and only looked at him calmly. I sent them to different parallel universes. Urashiki spread his arms. In this space-time tunnel, you can't find them, and they can't come back. Kyoshin remained silent. I've lived inside your body for so long and observed you for so long. You're rational, calm, and cautious. You prepare for everything. Urashiki looked down at him. Although it sounded like praise, his tone was full of mockery. You're the closest thing to a perfect ninja, but if you can't solve this situation, then as far as this universe is concerned, all of you are dead. Urashiki waited to see Kyoshin lose his composure. Sir, please show me what a calm person looks like after breaking down. Urashiki had learned the phrase, breaking down, by observing Kyoshin. But Kyoshin's expression didn't change at all. By now, he had already figured out what was happening. And he had already thought of a solution. Since you say I'm calm, then you should know I won't break down. Kyoshin's voice was calm, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Otsutsuki divine techniques are powerful. It wasn't easy for you to do all this. But, it seems you can't directly rewrite the world. In that case, use your divine technique and look at the future of this universe yourself. Urashiki froze for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. He used the power of the Otsutsuki to peek into the future of this universe. A moment later, his expression froze. He saw a perfect ending. Everyone was alive. Everyone was happy. There were no tragedies, no betrayals, no regrets. How is this possible? Urashiki muttered. Kyoshin looked at him while trying hard not to laugh. Why did you tell me all this? Urashiki didn't answer. If you hadn't told me your plan, I really might not have guessed what you wanted to do. Kyoshin continued, in that case, your plan might actually have succeeded. Urashiki's face darkened. In that case, I've changed my plan. Now, so what if you know? Urashiki gritted his teeth. I'll trap you in the space-time tunnel for 6 years. No food, no water. You'll starve to death in here. Urashiki activated his divine technique and directly threw Kyoshin into a pure white space. There seemed to be no up, down, left, or right. It was very strange. Chapter 124, 6 years. Kyoshin remained calm and folded his arms. Then look at this universe's future again. Urashiki frowned and looked into the future once more. A moment later, his expression completely fell apart. The future hadn't changed. Even if he trapped Kyoshin here, the future still led to a perfect ending. Impossible. Urashiki roared. That's impossible. Kyoshin slowly said, you said I was cautious, so you should have guessed that I carry 100,000 military ration pills with me to prepare for emergencies. He took out a storage scroll and unfolded it for Urashiki to see. The scroll was packed with military ration pills. Urashiki froze. What is that? Military ration pills provide basic nutrition and chakra, Kyoshin said. 100,000 pills are enough to last me many years. This is the wisdom of ninjas. Urashiki's eye twitched. Without water, food alone won't keep you alive. And I know your chakra affinities are only fire, wind, and earth. You can't create water. Kyoshin calmly said, let me teach you about the ninja body. Everyone has all 5 chakra attributes inside them: fire, wind, earth, water, and lightning. The so-called dual attribute or single attribute chakra only means those attributes are more active and easier to combine. And in courses as basic as kindergarten level, Jonin learn to refine their less active chakra attributes and train corresponding ninjutsu. They do this to deal with ninjas whose active chakra attributes counter their own. By this point, Urashiki had already clenched his teeth. Since you say I'm close to perfect, Kyoshin asked back, didn't you guess that I could refine water attribute chakra? Even weak Jonin can do that. He raised his right hand, and chakra gathered in his palm. At the same time, I also know water release ninjutsu, Kyoshin added. The water attribute chakra above his palm turned into an ordinary water ball. Urashiki's expression darkened further, but he was still immersed in his winning theory. Just military ration pills and water can't provide all the nutrients your body needs. If you keep eating military ration pills, your body will collapse. Since you said I prepare thoroughly, Kyoshin took out another storage scroll and opened it for Urashiki to see, then you should have guessed I have apocalypse anxiety. The scroll was filled with seeds for all kinds of fruits and vegetables. Urashiki's eyes widened. Are you sick in the head? What kind of normal person carries this stuff around? Is this guy even human? With these seeds, I can grow my own food inside the space-time tunnel, Kyoshin said. Conditions are limited, but it's enough to maintain basic nutrition. Urashiki broke down. 6 years. 6 years aren't that easy to endure. Loneliness and despair will destroy your mind. Since I'm someone with apocalypse anxiety, Kyoshin took out a third storage scroll, then carrying some books and entertainment with me is perfectly normal, right? Inside the scroll were huge amounts of books. There were even physical dolls, ahem. Urashiki completely lost it. He cursed loudly, despicable. You're absolutely despicable. After cursing Kyoshin for several hours, Urashiki finally calmed down. Not because he had calmed himself. Nor because he had accepted it. But because Urashiki's chakra and life force could no longer support him. Using divine techniques rapidly consumed his life. Earlier, Urashiki had guessed that his divine technique wasn't perfect enough, which was why he couldn't affect that perfect future. So he had kept using divine techniques to improve the plan. Before his last bit of life force ran out, Urashiki used his divine technique one more time to look into the future. Kyoshin asked with concern, how's the future now? I already learned the result twice from you, so I finally wasn't too worried. But after everything you've done, I'm getting nervous again. Urashiki. Kyoshin said, silent. Then I guess nothing changed. Otherwise, with your personality, you'd already be laughing at me. Thanks. Now I know I have a perfect future. Urashiki's voice was full of despair, barely above a whisper. Forget it. The outcome is already decided. It's time for me to leave. His life force had dropped to the limit. He could no longer maintain his divine techniques, and his chakra was exhausted. Urashiki. Urashiki. How are you? Urashiki. Don't die on me. Kyoshin raised his right hand and sent chakra back into Urashiki. Urashiki was dumbfounded. Why you, what are you doing? Urashiki looked at Kyoshin in disbelief. I can't let you die so easily. A slight smile appeared on Kyoshin's lips. After all, you're my Urakarama. Urashiki's mind went blank. He instantly understood Kyoshin's intentions. Kyoshin wanted to treat him like a tailed beast. And Kyoshin himself would be the Jinchuriki. He wanted to use his power, use Otsutsuki power. And now, all he had left was chakra, which was now Kyoshin's chakra. That could sustain his life. But he couldn't use divine techniques. Not only did the nature of the chakra not allow it, his life force also couldn't support forcefully activating divine techniques. Which meant he couldn't use divine techniques to commit suicide. Urashiki completely despaired. He wanted to struggle, but the chakra Kyoshin had supplied had already become bound to his soul and to the karma. Once bound, it couldn't be undone. As long as Kyoshin wished, he could continuously use Urashiki to generate Otsutsuki-level chakra for himself. Thank you, Urashiki. Kyoshin's voice entered Urashiki's ears again. Thank you for creating such a nice training ground for me. Thank you for giving them such good opportunities for experience. Because I had been worrying about how to let them experience real battles, after all, with my flying thunder god kunai on them, they knew they wouldn't die. With that mentality, it would probably be hard for them to stand on their own. Now, it's all thanks to you. But don't worry. They won't die. None of them are ordinary ninjas, they all have enough potential, and they have the training methods I taught them. So. Urashiki, oh Urashiki. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you. The 4 seasons are warm. Urashiki sat limply in the void, his eyes empty. Of course he could hear Kyoshin's words. His spirit and mentality had completely collapsed. Urashiki's chakra body dispersed, and his soul returned to the karma, falling into a deep sleep. Looking at him like this, Kyoshin couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. At some point, Kyoshin had actually become so lively. Kyoshin withdrew his hand and looked at the karma in his palm gradually stabilizing. 6 years, he muttered to himself, I can finally focus on researching some things. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Training Plan. There was one thing Urashiki said that was right. 6 years was a very long time. A lot would happen in the Naruto universe that Kyoshin had come from. Most importantly, 3 or 4 years later would be the start of Shippuden, and less than a year after that, the 4th Great Ninja War would end. Now, that universe no longer had Kyoshin or Sasuke. Only Naruto remained. He might not be able to defeat the Akatsuki. Many unexpected changes might happen. But Kyoshin wasn't worried at all. Because one thing he was certain of was that Urashiki had seen the perfect ending. With that confirmed point as a reference, no matter how things developed in the middle, the result of the perfect ending would not change. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Kyoshin looked around. A pure white space, with no up, down, left, or right. There was nothing beneath his feet, yet he could stand. Finally, he lowered his head and looked at his palm. The karma had stabilized. Urashiki's soul had fallen into sleep and would not wake up again anytime soon. 6 years. Kyoshin muttered. He took a deep breath and began planning what to do next. The first thing to solve was the food problem. Kyoshin formed hand seals and used earth release to create a large amount of soil. A thick layer of dirt appeared at the bottom of the white space, flat and loose. He then took out a storage scroll and scattered vegetable and fruit seeds into the soil. After that, he used water release to water them, moistening every inch of land. After finishing all that, Kyoshin sat cross-legged on the soil and began making a detailed training plan. He couldn't waste 6 years. He took out a blank scroll and wrote down 4 directions. First, increasing chakra reserves and chakra control. This was the foundation of all ninjutsu. The greater the chakra reserves, the more techniques he could use, and the stronger and higher the upper limit of those techniques would be. The stronger the control, the higher the accuracy and efficiency of ninjutsu. Second, developing sealing techniques and sensory ninjutsu. Sealing techniques were one of the fields he was best at, and there was still plenty of room for improvement. To deal with the danger of the Otsutsuki inside him, Kyoshin had previously been forced to improve his sealing techniques. And then Kyoshin discovered something. Hey! Who exactly invented sealing techniques? This stuff is simply art. Unlike other ninjutsu, the upper limit of its power was unrelated to a ninja's chakra reserves. As long as one had enough imagination, sealing techniques could theoretically achieve many things that seemed impossible. Sensory ninjutsu, meanwhile, was an important support ability in battle. Especially for someone like Kyoshin, who needed to sense the marks on Flying Thunder God kunai during combat. The greater the accuracy, strength, and range of his sensing ability, the faster and farther he could activate Flying Thunder God. Third, the evolution of the Sharingan and deeper development of its eye techniques. Kyoshin currently possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but its power had not yet been fully tapped. Orochimaru had implanted a tiny amount of Hashirama cells into his body, so in theory, there was a possibility of evolving into the Rinnegan. Aragami and Pseudo-Shiten still had more possibilities. Kyoshin felt that his imagination was still too lacking. But that wasn't really his fault. With the combination of Aragami and Pseudo-Shiten acting like a wheelchair, he could achieve excellent results without needing much imagination. They were good enough, so Kyoshin had never developed other ways to use them. Fourth, fixing shortcomings and improving his weaknesses. He needed to find the weak points in his combat system and make up for them. Kyoshin put down the scroll and stood up. He patted the dirt off his hands and didn't rush to begin the first day of training. Instead, he used earth release to create a house and furniture made from earth. After planning out the rooms, Kyoshin finally began training. Kyoshin formed hand seals, and a large number of shadow clones appeared. Under his arrangements, the clones each carried out their own duties and began different specialized training. As for Kyoshin's original body, he sat cross-legged and began refining chakra. In this pure white space, free from outside interference, he could devote himself completely to training. The seeds sprouted. Tender green shoots broke through the soil, standing out clearly in the white space. Day after day passed. The vegetables and fruits began to grow, and vines spread across the surface of the soil. Kyoshin used shadow clones every day to take care of the plants. Until the first batch of vegetables ripened. Kyoshin picked some tomatoes and cucumbers and washed them beside the pond he had created with earth release and water release. Then he bit into them in big mouthfuls. The fruits weren't particularly plump, but they were the first real food Kyoshin had tasted since coming here. It was like eating boiled chicken breast for several months and then finally getting to eat instant noodles. After confirming a stable food source, Kyoshin increased the intensity of his training. Sharingan, sealing techniques, and chakra. In short, the same three things as always. But as the saying went, interest is the best teacher. Whenever Kyoshin developed and practiced sealing techniques, he was always more motivated, and the results of his training were especially noticeable. As for developing sealing techniques, that part was somewhat difficult. The sealing techniques aimed at the Otsutsuki had been created only because Kyoshin's life was in danger, allowing him to develop techniques that could slow the thawing process. Now that the danger was gone, mentally, he wasn't in much of a hurry. But that was fine too. There was no need to rush when developing ninjutsu. Staying calm might allow him to create more unexpected techniques. He failed many times. After every failure, he analyzed the reason, adjusted the formula, and tried again. A year passed like that. Kyoshin's chakra reserves had doubled compared to when he first entered the space. His mastery of sealing techniques had also risen to a higher level. He created several new sealing formulas. One of them could compress and store chakra, then release it when needed. This greatly improved his endurance in battle. That's right. The template he used was Tsunade's seal. Another sealing formula could convert chakra into a defensive barrier to block enemy attacks. This was different from ordinary defensive ninjutsu. It used chakra in a form closest to its original state for defense, instead of converting chakra into defensive ninjutsu. This improved the efficiency of chakra usage. At the same time, the most important point was the unique nature of sealing techniques. While defending, it could seal the chakra contained in incoming ninjutsu. The reference template was the Preta path among the 6 paths of pain. The difference was that the Preta path absorbed, while he sealed. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of absorption was that it could restore one's own chakra, allowing one to sustain battle through battle. The disadvantage of absorption was that if it absorbed chakra incompatible with the body, it could face sealing, such as Senjutsu chakra. Sealing, on the other hand, had no such weakness. In exchange, it could not sustain battle through battle. In the second year, Kyoshin began researching sensory ninjutsu. He closed his eyes and spread his chakra outward. There was no life in the white space. Only himself. Again and again, he improved the chakra circulation method of his sensory technique. Again and again, he practiced the range and accuracy of his sensing. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Oh no, my diary. As time passed, Kyoshin's sensing range expanded by more than 20 times. If he returned to the ninja world, it could cover 1/30th of the land of Earth. This meant that with only a few dozen uses of Flying Thunder God, Kyoshin could cross the entire land of Earth. It also meant that, starting from Iwagakure, he had the incredible mobility to reach anywhere in the ninja world within 5 minutes. In the third year, Kyoshin began focusing on developing his Sharingan. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and carefully felt the power contained in his left and right eyes. The left eye, Aragami, could reflect any technique used on him back to the caster. The right eye, Pseudo-Shiden, could freeze his own state and prevent it from being changed by anything. Both eye techniques had a lot of room for development. Kyoshin tried combining Aragami's reflection effect with his sealing techniques. He engraved a special sealing formula onto his own body. This formula was connected to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the original body came under attack, the sealing technique would be triggered. Then it would activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, automatically triggering Aragami and Pseudo-Shiden. In other words, even if he lost consciousness in battle, his body would still defend itself automatically. Kyoshin spent half a year perfecting this formula. Of course, his training in chakra reserves and control accuracy never stopped during this time. In the end, he succeeded. In the 4th year, Kyoshin began researching new uses for dust release. Dust release was one of his strongest offensive methods, but it had an obvious limitation. It required highly precise chakra control and had a long startup time. At the same time, because of dust release's complexity, even with Susanoo activated, only his real body could use dust release. Susanoo could not imitate the chakra circulation system inside a human body, so naturally it could not use dust release. Kyoshin began thinking about how to solve this problem. He tried extending his chakra into Susanoo and then using Susanoo to imitate the human body's environment. The process was extremely complicated and required extremely high chakra control. At the end of the 4th year, he succeeded. Susanoo could use dust release. And because Susanoo carried the Mangekyosei power, both the power and range were greatly increased. Kyoshin named it Armored Dust Release. At full power, it could directly create a super dust release barrier with a radius of 50 kilometers. That level of power was enough to instantly destroy a large ninja village. Even Kyoshin himself hadn't expected the power increase to be so huge. The only difference between this super dust release and a nuclear bomb was that it was much stronger than a nuclear bomb. In the 5th year, Kyoshin's chakra reserves and eye power continued to grow. As his total chakra increased, his eye power was also affected and became even stronger. The strength of Susanoo increased as well. Kyoshin stood in the white space and activated Susanoo. A massive chakra skeleton appeared around him, then became covered with flesh and armor. In the end, an 800-meter-tall Susanoo appeared in the space. It was around 60% taller than Uchiha Madara's armored form in the original story. And this Susanoo was more agile, no longer moving clumsily. Kyoshin controlled Susanoo and swung its arm. Its movements were smooth and quick. He nodded in satisfaction. Chakra armor also appeared on Susanoo's body, greatly increasing its defense. Kyoshin tried having Susanoo use fire release, and a massive fireball shot out from Susanoo's mouth. Its power was hundreds of times greater than when his real body used fire release. From now on, I can use great fireball technique against a whole class of water release ninjas. He then tried having Susanoo use earth release, and the ground instantly rose up to form a gigantic rock wall. With Susanoo acting as the casting medium, the power of all his ninjutsu was greatly enhanced. In the 6th year, Kyoshin began filling in the gaps. He carefully examined his combat system and found every possible weakness. As for taijutsu, he used shadow clones to spar with himself and improve his close combat skills. His original body's taijutsu seemed to be his weak point. He couldn't reach Guy's level, but at the very least, he should reach the Raikage level, right? So every day, he carried out high-intensity taijutsu training, stopping only when his stamina and chakra had dropped to half. The reason he was being so cautious was because he was still guarding against the possibility that the Otsutsuki inside him still had the ability to fight back. What if he exhausted himself and something happened on the other side? By the end of the 6th year, Kyoshin's strength had reached a completely new level. His chakra reserves had become 64 times greater than when he first entered the space. At that level, he stood at the peak of ninja history. Forget ordinary Kage-level ninja. Even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara came back to life, their chakra reserves would be nowhere near his current level. His chakra control had also reached the limit, allowing him to control every single thread of chakra with precision. No matter how small the chakra fluctuation, he could clearly sense and control it. Combined with sensory ninjutsu, he could tell what technique the enemy was about to use before they even started forming hand seals. It was beyond ridiculous. 6 years had made him much stronger. Not only had his strength improved, but his mentality had become more stable as well. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. They had become longer and stronger than before. 6 years had also changed his body. He had grown much taller, and the childishness had faded from his face, replaced by the sharper features of a young man. If he returned to Iwagakure now, many people probably wouldn't recognize him at first glance. Mainly because of Kyoshin's attitude, since no one was watching anyway, he couldn't even be bothered to shave his sparse stubble. Kyoshin stretched and felt the surging power inside his body. 6 years. He wondered how Kuratsuchi and the others were doing. He wondered how Iwagakure was doing. He wondered how this ninja world was doing. But according to the future Urashiki had seen, everything would head toward the perfect ending. So he wasn't worried. Everything was ready. Kyoshin stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Judging by the time, it should be here already. As soon as the words left his mouth, the white space began to collapse. Kyoshin stood in the center of the space and watched cracks appear on the white walls around him. Crack. More and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. The entire space began shaking violently, and then the white space shattered into countless fragments. Everything inside the white space was smashed apart by the fragments. Thanks to his incredible sensory abilities and dog-like agility, Kyoshin easily avoided them. However, his land and scrolls suffered badly. They were almost instantly destroyed, leaving only one giant scroll. Due to its special material, it wasn't destroyed. Kyoshin appeared inside the space-time tunnel. Around him were still those colorful passages leading in different directions. Before he could steady himself, a powerful suction force came from one of the tunnels. His body was pulled inside. Just before entering, he saw his, Uchiha Kyoshin's training and research journal, drift into another tunnel. Oh no. My diary. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, a martial arts manual falling from the sky. In a parallel universe's ninja world. On the streets of Konohagakure, a little girl with short black hair walked home alone with a school bag on her back. She looked only 8 or 9 years old. Her features were delicate and cute, and her black eyes held a determination that didn't match her age. Uchiha Seiko, 9 years old this year, student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. The shops along the street were closing one after another, and there were fewer and fewer people around. Seiko returned to her doorstep and looked at the empty house with somewhat vacant eyes. I'm home. Her clear voice echoed through the house for a moment. Seiko couldn't force even the slightest smile onto her face. She tossed her school bag into the entryway and headed toward the Uchiha training ground. The training ground was empty. Weeds grew between the cracks in the stone pavement, and the targets were covered in marks left by kunai. Ever since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, she had been the only person using this training ground. Standing in the center of the field, Seiko took a deep breath. She began practicing shuriken throwing. Whoosh! 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 Kunai flew from her hand and hit the center of the target with precision. Then a second one. Then a third. Every throw hit perfectly. Seiko didn't stop and continued with fire release practice. She formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and breathed out a ball of fire. The flames burned in the night sky, lighting up her delicate face. Her features were refined, her skin fair, and her short black hair was damp with sweat and stuck to her cheeks. Seiko then practiced basic taijutsu until it was completely dark. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her breathing had become rapid. Gritting her teeth, Seiko continued throwing punches. Her movements were standard and powerful, and every punch carried killing intent. At the Ninja Academy, she was ranked first in her grade. But that wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. On the night her clan was wiped out, she had hidden inside a wardrobe, trembling as she listened to the screams and the sounds of weapons clashing outside. She would never forget that feeling of helplessness for the rest of her life. She wanted to become stronger. Strong enough to protect herself. Strong enough to face any enemy. The sky became completely dark. Only moonlight illuminated the training ground. Only then did Seiko stop and begin breathing heavily. Her arms trembled slightly, and her legs felt weak. She had trained enough for today. Seiko wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked out of the training ground. Dragging her tired body, she slowly made her way back to her home. Just then, the space above Seiko distorted for an instant. Something fell from the sky and landed squarely on her back. Bang. Ugh. Seiko stumbled and fell forward. Her face slammed directly into the steps. A sharp pain shot through her nose, and warm liquid ran down past her lips. Covering her nose, Seiko was in so much pain that tears almost came out. She angrily turned around and glared fiercely at the culprit that had attacked her. Huh. It was a scroll. A huge scroll lay quietly on the steps, with a little dust on it. The material looked unusual. It didn't seem to be ordinary paper but more like some specially treated leather. Its surface was smooth, and its edges were neat. It was obviously not some cheap roadside item. Seiko frowned. She cautiously looked around, then felt a wave of disappointment. There was no need to check whether anyone was nearby. Seiko carefully walked over. Several words were written on the scroll. Uchiha Kyoshin's Training and Research Journal. Seiko froze. Uchiha. She stared at those words. The owner of this scroll was a member of the Uchiha clan. Taking a deep breath, Seiko picked up the scroll and opened it. The contents were extremely detailed. At the beginning was a general introduction. This scroll records all training and research conducted since entering Iwagakure. Starting from the basics and gradually going deeper, it includes the principles of ninjutsu, chakra control, and methods for refining basic chakra attributes. Dust release practice, sealing technique principles and development applications. Sharingan training insights and speculation on the awakening paths of Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. The refinement of sage chakra and natural energy. Tail beast chakra training and related content for future reference and summary. Seiko's heartbeat began to speed up. This clansman named Uchiha Kyoshin. It seems like he had written this scroll to summarize his training journey. Isn't this basically a diary? What kind of normal person keeps a diary? Still, he seems pretty strong. Seiko continued reading. The first half of the scroll recorded early-stage training methods. During the early period in Iwagakure, chakra reserves were insufficient and needed to be increased rapidly through the shadow clone training method. This method carries fatal risks and requires careful control of clone numbers and training intensity. Maintain 2 shadow clones each day for basic chakra refinement while the main body practices ninjutsu. Initial chakra reserves were approximately at genin level. After 1 month, they increased to chunin level. Principle of the shadow clone training method: when a shadow clone is dispelled, its experiences are fed back to the main body. Using this characteristic, a large amount of training experience can be accumulated in a short time. However, attention must be paid to the accumulation of mental fatigue. Do not exceed your limits. Training chakra control precision, tree climbing and water walking are the basics. Advanced training includes coding kunai with chakra for precision throwing, walking on thin branches, and maintaining stillness on water while forming hand seals. Seiko was completely absorbed. Although these were basic topics, they were explained in a very systematic way. Every training method also came with explanations of the underlying principles, allowing readers to understand both the how and the why. She continued turning the pages. The middle section of the scroll recorded more advanced training methods. Introduction to Sealing Techniques. The 4-symbol seal serves as the foundation. One must understand the principles of seal formula construction, chakra flow, formula nodes, and the core structure of a seal. None of these can be omitted. Chakra compression and storage technology, based on the principles of the Yin seal, create an additional chakra storage space within the body. Compress and store chakra refined during daily training, then release it during battle. The higher the compression ratio, the greater the storage capacity. However, the required precision of chakra control also increases. Defensive sealing barrier: inscribe sealing formulas on the body's surface to form an automatically activated defensive barrier. Unlike conventional barriers, this type does not absorb or block attacks. Instead, it seals attacks within the formula and then releases them through specific methods. Seiko's eyes widened more and more. These topics had already gone beyond what was taught at the Ninja Academy. Even Jonin-level ninja might not possess this knowledge. Wait. Could Jonin really know this stuff? What exactly is all this? Seiko felt a little dizzy. The latter half of the scroll contained insights on Sharingan training. The awakening of the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimulation, but awakening it is only the first step. Subsequent stabilization and evolution are the true keys. After awakening the Sharingan, it is recommended to repeatedly cast Genjutsu on oneself and relive fearful experiences in order to strengthen ocular power. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Could He Be Your Dad? The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is connected to the user's inner self. Before attempting to awaken it, one can use meditation to delve deep into their heart and find their truest thoughts and desires. The abilities of the Mangekyo are often related to the user's deepest wishes. If conditions allow, transplanting Hashirama cells can greatly increase the speed of Sharingan evolution, but the risk is extremely high. Rejection may result in death. If you decide to try it, precise chakra control is required to suppress the rejection reaction, and sufficient medical ninja should be on standby. Seiko was completely absorbed. This kind of knowledge about the Sharingan couldn't be learned at the Ninja Academy. Even when the Uchiha clan still existed, no clan member would have written down these core secrets for others to see. Yet this person named Uchiha Kyoshin had not only written them down, but explained them in great detail. Seiko took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She looked around to make sure no one had noticed her, then carefully hugged the scroll to her chest. Go home. Get home right now. Seiko ran all the way home, rushed inside, and locked the door. Sitting in her room under the light of a desk lamp, she began reading the scroll carefully. The more she read, the more surprised she became. The more she read, the more excited she became. The scroll's contents covered everything from basic to advanced topics, from ninjutsu theory to practical combat applications. It contained almost everything she wanted. And the owner of the scroll, Uchiha Kyoshin, was clearly an Uchiha clan member as well, with unique insights into the development and use of the Sharingan. Seiko looked at a line written at the end of the scroll. This is my diary. If anyone dares peek at it, I swear I'll beat them to death. Beat them to death while they're alive. The really cruel kind. A chill immediately ran down Seiko's spine. But after thinking about it, the clan was already gone. And this scroll had appeared out of nowhere. I'm not peeking. I picked it up. Even so, Seiko had already realized one thing. This person named Uchiha Kyoshin possessed many abilities that were enough to raise ordinary ninja to Kage level. His strength was beyond anything Seiko could imagine. Even if she might get beaten to death, she was still going to read this diary. This scroll belonged to her now. Seiko hugged the scroll tightly and a faint smile appeared on her face. This was the first time she had smiled like this since the night her clan was wiped out. She had already made up her mind. If this Uchiha Kyoshin ever came looking for it, she'd immediately drop to her knees and apologize. Seiko placed the scroll on the table and began reading it carefully from the beginning. She decided that starting today, she would train according to the methods recorded in the scroll. This was her chance. Her only chance. Meanwhile, in another parallel universe. Konohagakure, Chunin Exam Arena. The huge circular stadium was packed with spectators from various villages. In the center of the arena, Naruto Uzumaki stood in front of a blonde teenage boy. In his hand was a forehead protector. It belonged to his son, Boruto Uzumaki. Naruto's expression was serious, and his eyes held disappointment and anger. Boruto, you used scientific ninja tools to cheat and violated the rules of the Chunin exam. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the arena through an amplification ninjutsu. In the name of the Seventh Hokage, I hereby revoke your qualification to participate in the Chunin exam. Boruto stood there with his head lowered, saying nothing. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were nearly digging into his flesh. The audience erupted in discussion. The Hokage's son actually cheated. That's really embarrassing. Voices of discussion rose one after another. Boruto's body trembled slightly. But he didn't argue. Because he really had cheated. Naruto looked at his son, and a trace of pain flashed through his eyes, but he still put away the forehead protector. You may leave. Boruto bit his lip and turned to go. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the arena. A figure fell out of it. Boom. The person landed steadily in the center of the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone froze. Naruto instantly became alert. Who are you? The dust settled. Standing before everyone was a young man who looked around 17 or 18 years old. His face had sharp features, sparse stubble on his chin, and he wore clothes several sizes too small. His arms and legs weren't even fully covered. The young man brushed the dust off his clothes and looked around. Then his gaze landed on Boruto. Boruto recognized him as well. Why you are. His eyes widened instantly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Kyoshin. That's right. The person who had fallen from the sky was Uchiha Kyoshin. Kyoshin looked at Boruto and recognized him too. Yo, isn't this Boruto? Long time no see. He waved with a smile, then his expression changed. Wait a second. It's been 6 years already. How are you still a little brat? Boruto scratched his head in confusion. 6 years? Hasn't it only been a few months? And why did Senior Kyoshin turn into a weird old man after just a few months? After hearing that, Kyoshin guessed, it's probably related to the flow of time in each parallel universe. They're likely different. Boruto ran over in a few quick steps, his face full of excitement. Senior Kyoshin, why are you here? Did you come from that universe? Kyoshin rubbed his chin. Well, that's a long story. Boruto looked him up and down, wearing a puzzled expression. Why do you look like a refugee? Kyoshin's clothes were several sizes too small now. Combined with his stubble, messy black hair that spread like a waterfall, and bloodshot eyes, he looked like someone who might suddenly drop dead at any moment. I was only trapped in a space-time tunnel for 6 years. Kyoshin said it casually, then looked around and asked, are we in the Chunin exam right now? Boruto nodded, then lowered his head awkwardly. Yeah, but my qualification has already been revoked. Oh. Kyoshin raised an eyebrow. Boruto gave a bitter smile and briefly explained what had happened. I used scientific ninja tools to cheat. My dad caught me, and then my qualification got revoked. Ha 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 ha. Boruto, you're really something. Cheating with scientific ninja tools and then getting caught by your own dad on the spot. That's way too embarrassing. Kyoshin laughed at him without mercy. Boruto's face instantly turned red. I can't compare to you. Kyoshin shook his head. You're the Hokage's son, and you still did something like this. In the audience, Boruto's friend stared at the arena in shock. Who is that? Boruto seems really familiar with him. Never seen him before, and he looks like an adult. Who would Boruto know? Sarada adjusted her glasses. I can sense a familiar chakra. It should belong to a Sharingan. But his Sharingan is very powerful. Someone nudged Sarada. Ah. An adult from the Uchiha clan. Could he be your dad? He's pretty handsome too. Chapter 129, Little Turtle. Sarada. Blushing, she demanded, that person looks at most 20 years old. Is your eyesight worse than mine? In the arena, Boruto was being laughed at by Kyoshin. He scratched his head awkwardly. Standing not far away, the caution in Naruto's eyes gradually faded. He could sense a powerful chakra from this young man. And this person had fallen out of thin air, with an unknown background. But seeing how well he was getting along with his son, he probably wasn't a bad person. Naruto asked Kyoshin, who are you? Kyoshin turned to look at Naruto. Naruto was now a mature middle-aged Hokage. His eyes carried more steadiness and authority. My name is Uchiha Kyoshin. He gave a simple introduction. Uchiha. Naruto was surprised. Besides Sasuke, there was actually another member of the Uchiha clan. And judging from Boruto's reaction, they already knew each other. Naruto looked at Boruto. Boruto, you know him. Boruto immediately nodded. Yeah. Back when Uncle Sasuke and I disappeared for a while, we used some kind of device to travel to another world. In that world, Senior Kyoshin helped us. The look in Naruto's eyes immediately became much clearer. He warmly said, haha, so you're a friend who helped Boruto. Let me thank you on his behalf. Kyoshin waved his hand. No need. I'm here to borrow something. What thing? Naruto gave a thumbs up. As long as I have it, I'll definitely lend it to you. Still as warm-hearted as ever. Kyoshin felt a little emotional and said, it should be with Sasuke. An Otsutsuki clan treasure that can travel to other universes. At the same time, Kyoshin looked around. Back in the space-time tunnel, the diary had drifted into another passage, while he had been pulled into this world. And the Boruto of this world was the same Boruto who had once visited his universe. In other words, this was the future ninja world he had seen before. However, the Chunin exams were still ongoing, and Boruto had just been disqualified for cheating. In this universe, the Urashiki incident had already happened, and it had happened before the Chunin exams. Looks like every parallel universe has different events and timelines, Kyoshin muttered to himself. Naruto said to him, I'll call Sasuke back right now. Naruto went to find Sasuke. Boruto grinned and said to Kyoshin, Senior Kyoshin, could you teach me a few moves? Or a training method would be fine too. Ever since visiting Kyoshin's universe, Boruto had never forgotten him. Powerful and calm, far better than his dad in that regard. Even Uncle Sasuke didn't seem to give people the same sense of security. Well. Kyoshin spread his hands. Some of my training methods are suitable for you, but they won't increase your potential limit. Even if you start working hard from now on, your strength will only reach Super Kage level. Once you run into a 6 paths level enemy, you'll be helpless. Only Super Kage level. Boruto's expression became very interesting after hearing that. Unlike Kyoshin's era, people in this era had a much more detailed ranking system for ninja strength. Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, 6 paths. If you don't want to teach me, fine, but why say, only Super Kage, Boruto complained. Besides those fishing Otsutsuki guys, where are we supposed to find 6 paths level enemies these days? Naruto returned with a one-armed Uchiha beside him. Naruto said to Sasuke, his name is Uchiha Kyoshin. He says he wants to borrow something. Without even asking, Sasuke smoothly took out the treasure and tossed it to Kyoshin. It looked like a little turtle, but it was actually an Otsutsuki clan treasure with the power to travel through time and space. Kyoshin caught the turtle and asked, by the way, has anyone from our universe ever come here? What do you mean? Sasuke asked calmly. Kyoshin replied, before that fisherman died, he planted a karma on me. Because I used sealing techniques to slow down his revival, he used a shinjutsu to send me to other universes, along with several people around me. I need to find them and return together. Naruto asked, who exactly are they? The 5 Kage are all here because of the Chunin exams. We can help you look. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. 2 figures floated high above. One of them had pale white skin, gray-white long hair, no eyebrows, and 2 round marks on his forehead. 2 hard horn-like protrusions resembling rabbit ears curved forward from his head. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his face carried a cold expression. Behind him stood a giant that could almost be called a mountain of a human. No. It probably couldn't be considered human. The entire Chunin exam arena fell silent. Everyone felt the suffocating pressure. And who are these guys? Naruto frowned. They don't look like Kyoshin's friends. The giant slowly landed on the ground. Without saying a word, he crouched down and slammed a fist into the earth. The entire Chunin exam arena instantly filled with cracks. Nearby ninja and the other 4 Kage immediately began rescuing civilians. From a distance, Sasuke spotted a collapsing wall rapidly falling toward Sarada. Using the body flicker technique, he brought her to his side. Naruto shielded Boruto behind him. Momoshiki also descended and launched an attack together with Kanshiki. Sasuke reminded Naruto, we can't use our full power here. Otherwise, the people nearby will suffer. To protect their children, the 2 of them maneuvered against the Otsutsuki. Kyoshin's gaze moved away from the Otsutsuki and swept across the surroundings. A familiar figure entered his sight. Hey! Kuratsuchi. Huh. The Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, who was rescuing civilians, looked at Kyoshin in confusion. A trace of disappointment appeared in Kyoshin's heart. Looks like you're not her. Kuratsuchi asked, I heard what you said earlier. Why would the karma on you affect, well, the me from your world? Kyoshin calmly took out his forehead protector. Because I'm also from Iwagakure. Oh. In another world, Iwagakure has a member of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, far away in Iwagakure, an extremely elderly Inoki became visibly emotional after seeing this scene on television. On the screen, a trace of excitement appeared in Kuratsuchi's eyes. Looks like I need to find the you from this world. Kyoshin did not respond. Since she wasn't his Kuratsuchi, there was no point in talking further. At this moment, under Shikamaru's cover, Naruto and Sasuke each brought Boruto and Sarada to a safer distance. Naruto said to Sasuke, they're after me. Sasuke prepared for battle. Behind them, Boruto created a shadow clone and glared fiercely at Momoshiki and Kinshiki. The battle looked ready to break out at any moment. Wait. Kyoshin's voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Can you let me confirm something first? Then I'll leave, and you can continue fighting. Party Popper shout out to Caesar and Kai for joining Trian. Thank you very much Hugging Face. Chapter 130, Fighting in Otsutsuki again. Momoshiki floated in the air, his light purple eyes sweeping across the people below. Then his gaze locked onto Kyoshin. Momoshiki frowned slightly. You also have Nine Tails chakra inside you. He turned to Kinshiki beside him. Kinshiki, we have 2 targets now. Kinshiki nodded expressionlessly. Taking advantage of the moment, Sasuke walked over to Kyoshin. Sorry. This happened because of us. After we deal with the enemies in front of us, we'll find a way to help you. Before Kyoshin could reply, Momoshiki spoke, deal with us. His tone was full of contempt, do insects like you deserve to talk about dealing with us? Boruto gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He raised his right hand, and the mark of a scientific ninja tool appeared on his palm. Whoosh! 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 Several ninjutsu shot out from Boruto's hand. Fire release, water release, lightning release. Different elemental techniques intertwined and blasted toward Momoshiki. But Momoshiki merely raised his hand. The Rinnegan in his palm lit up. Every ninjutsu was absorbed. Momoshiki lowered his hand, a trace of impatience appearing on his face. Boring. He turned to Kinshiki. We're leaving. The 2 of them flew into the sky at the same time. Looking down at the ninjas below, Momoshiki said, I came here for only one reason. Gather chakra, plant a divine tree in this world, and tend the seedling field. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and said to Naruto, they're after chakra fruits. They use them to make pills. Pills. Naruto looked confused. Momoshiki took several chakra pills from his robe. The pills glowed with a deep purple light and contained enormous chakra. You lower lifeforms need to work constantly to gain power. His voice carried mockery. But we of the Otsutsuki clan only need to cultivate chakra fruits to obtain invincible power. After speaking, he swallowed the pills. A massive amount of chakra erupted instantly. A deep blue chakra aura appeared around Momoshiki. His hair was blown upward by the chakra flow, and his robe fluttered wildly. He raised a hand and condensed an enormous sphere of chakra. The chakra sphere was nearly the size of the Chunin exam arena itself, with overwhelming power flowing across its surface. The ninjutsu Boruto had used against him earlier also orbited around it. The flames of fire release, the torrents of water release, the lightning of lightning release rotated around the chakra sphere like satellites. Clearly, Momoshiki possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu and return them. Feel despair. Momoshiki prepared to bombard the area below. At that moment, Kyoshin looked even more impatient than Momoshiki. The way he looked at Momoshiki was like looking at a pile of dog shit wasting his time. His hands formed seals as chakra surged through his body. Natural energy poured in from all directions and merged with his chakra. After 6 years of training, his control over sage arts had reached the point where he could use it however he wanted. The chakra inside him surged like a river, flowing through his pathways. Sage art, dust release, primitive world detachment technique, pillar. A massive pillar of light shot out from in front of Kyoshin. Everything in its path was broken down into nothingness, leaving behind a distorted trail. Momoshiki frowned and immediately released the ninjutsu he had absorbed through his Rinnegan to block it. Fire release, water release, and lightning release intertwined into a chakra net and collided with the white pillar. The 2 forces clashed in the air. The flames of fire release were broken down into sparks. The water release was erased into air currents. The lightning release was consumed into scattered sparks. The instant those ninjutsu touched dust release, it was like paper touching fire. They were broken down into their most basic chakra particles before disappearing into the air. Mamoshiki's expression changed. He had no choice but to use the giant chakra sphere he had created to block it. Sizzle. The chakra sphere collided with the dust release. The buildings below buzzed from the impact. Windows shattered one after another. The shockwave pushed the ninjas on the ground backward. But strangely, not a trace of Mamoshiki's chakra leaked out from within the dust release. Everything was broken down into its most basic state. The chakra covering the sphere peeled away like flaking paint and was swallowed by the white light. The chakra sphere visibly shrank. Finally, it disappeared. Gritting his teeth, Mamoshiki raised a hand toward the dust release and used his Rinnegan to absorb it. But he quickly discovered a problem. The dust release contained natural energy. If he absorbed it by force, the natural energy would run wild inside his body. Part of Mamoshiki's palm had already turned to stone. His skin became grayish-white and stiff like rock. A sharp pain spread through his palm. His face darkened. After absorbing all the dust release, he quickly sealed the natural energy inside his body. Although he had absorbed part of the dust release, it was mixed with natural energy, making it impossible for him to use. For a moment, Mamoshiki looked rather battered. Kyoshin lowered his hand. His tone carried a trace of dissatisfaction. "So, did you not hear what I said?" Mamoshiki frowned at Kyoshin. This lower life form had actually put him in such a miserable state. Anger rose inside him. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he had never been looked down on like this. "You are indeed powerful for an insect," Mamoshiki said coldly, "but why should I make way for an insect's objective?" Kyoshin sighed helplessly. "It seems you still haven't recognized reality." From what Kyoshin knew, Mamoshiki was a pure stats monster. His abilities were strong, but he lacked the special abilities related to space and time that the Otsutsuki fisherman possessed. As long as one's power was high enough, he could be suppressed. Kyoshin formed seals again. Chakra surged wildly through his body. This time he increased the output. The chakra inside him erupted like a volcano. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, unable to bear the pressure. Kyoshin even had enough focus left to use the ultralight-weight rock technique and float in the air. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Both saw shock in the other's eyes. This amount of chakra had already exceeded everything they understood. Sage Art, Dust Release, Primitive World Detachment Technique, Pillar. Again, the pillar form of Sage Art Dust Release. But this time the pillar was 10 times thicker than before, like a giant column connecting heaven and earth. Inside the pillar, particles of natural energy sparkled like countless stars, releasing blinding light. The entire world seemed illuminated. Everyone within several kilometers felt the suffocating pressure. Some weaker ninjas collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. "I already told you that's useless." Mamoshiki's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he continued using his Rinnegan's power to absorb the dust release and constantly seal away the natural energy within it. The natural energy was expelled through the Rinnegan in his other palm, turning into stone chunks that fell from the sky. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 131, Some Things About Science. But this time, the amount of dust release was too large. Mamoshiki's hands began to tremble. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body started to swell. Cracks appeared across his skin like porcelain that was about to shatter. Chakra leaked from the cracks, forming a pale blue mist. If this continued, he would explode from the pressure. "Let's go." Mamoshiki gritted his teeth and flew into the sky together with Kinshiki. Then they disappeared above the clouds. They had escaped. Kyoshin lowered his hand. There wasn't the slightest sign of fatigue on his face. He looked completely relaxed. The other 4 Kage witnessed the whole scene. He had driven back 2 Otsutsuki so easily. Just how strong was this young man called Uchiha Kyoshin? Kuratsuchi swallowed nervously. "He's more suited to beat Tsuchikage than I am." The other 3 Kage couldn't help commenting. "Good thing our world doesn't have a monster like that. Otherwise, the balance between the 5 great nations would be broken. Seriously, that's ridiculous." At the same time, far away in the hidden stone village, Anoki had watched the battle through the television broadcast. When he saw Kyoshin use the terrifying dust release, the old man's eyes instantly became moist. That was dust release. The dust release he was most proud of. And in the hands of a young man, it had displayed such terrifying power. Anoki was overwhelmed with excitement. But soon, he remembered that Kyoshin didn't exist in this world. His mood immediately sank again. Anoki quietly clenched his fist. He decided to speed up that plan. At the Chunin exam venue, the 5 Kage gathered together. Kyoshin spoke the names of the people he needed to find. Kuratsuchi, Karen, Kurama Yakumo, Cheyenne, Uchiha Hikari, Sasuke, Haku. 7 people in total. Kyoshin added, they're all companions who were thrown into the spacetime tunnel with me. The 5 Kage nodded obediently and spoke in unison. We'll search carefully. Naruto patted his chest and promised, now that we have specific names, it should be easy. 1 week should be enough. Thank you. Kyoshin expressed his gratitude. After thinking for a moment, he added, if possible, please do it quickly. As repayment, before I leave, I can give you information about the Otsutsuki clan and their weaknesses. Everyone was delighted to hear that. This was valuable information about the Otsutsuki clan. With this information, they would have ways to deal with future Otsutsuki invasions. So Kyoshin stayed in Konoha. Technology here had already developed to a certain level. Even electronic games already existed. Boruto was the one who recommended them to Kyoshin. Then Boruto regretted it. In one of the rooms in the guest building, Boruto threw down the game console and said unhappily, I'm done. How is your reaction speed any different from cheating? Kyoshin clicked his tongue and smiled. His mood had improved quite a bit. As someone from modern times, it had been a long time since he had touched things like this. The games were crude and immature, but they were enough to satisfy the itch. Kyoshin took out paper and a pen and began recalling the information about the Otsutsuki clan from Naruto, Boruto. Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Abilities, Byakugan, Rinnegan, absorbs chakra and ninjutsu and returns them. Weaknesses, cannot absorb ninjutsu containing natural energy, absorption has limits. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Abilities, enormous physical strength, can create and use pure chakra weapons. Weaknesses, relies on Momoshiki's commands, doesn't have much going for him, a large fodder enemy, strength below 6 paths level. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Abilities, spacetime travel, fishing rod that absorbs chakra, Rinnegan that controls time. Weaknesses, too arrogant, easy to outsmart. Kyoshin wrote down all the information he knew one by one and added his own theories on how to counter them. Even though Urashiki was already inside his body, Kyoshin still included the information. After all, a bad pen is better than a good memory. After finishing, he checked everything once more to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Come in. The door opened, and Naruto walked in. The first thing he saw was Boruto lying on the bed with an angry look on his face. One look was enough to tell he had lost at a game again. Boruto, stop bothering Kyoshin all the time. What do you mean? Kyoshin-senpai was having a great time. As for me. Naruto shook his head and didn't care. He was already used to his son's backtalk. Naruto looked at Kyoshin and said, I finished work early today. To thank you for helping us last time, I've decided. Boruto and Kyoshin both looked at Naruto. To treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Let's go. It's really good. Boruto looked disappointed. That's it. If it were me, I'd at least give a few 100 million or 1 billion. Naruto's face immediately darkened. This brat actually thought Kyoshin was that kind of shallow person. Kyoshin also wanted to try it. After all, the last time he ate Ichiraku ramen was in his own universe, together with little Naruto. So Kyoshin handed the scroll he had just written to Naruto. This is a summary based on the information I know. I hope it helps. Naruto accepted the scroll and began reading it. His expression gradually became serious. This information is extremely important. Naruto carefully put the scroll away. Thank you, Kyoshin. That's why I've decided to give you this. Naruto gestured behind him, and an ANBU member walked in. The Umbu was carrying 2 scrolls and handed them to Kyoshin. Kyoshin asked, what are these? Naruto grinned. One of them contains some things about science. With those, everyone's development, use, and maintenance of resources will improve greatly. I heard from Sasuke that your world is in the period when Sasuke was 12 years old. Back then there weren't even lightning trains. Traveling was very inconvenient. Anyway, you'll need this. You might not understand it, but you can ask Orochimaru for help. Let me tell you, although Orochimaru looks creepy, he's actually a very kind senior to Sasuke. Kyoshin nodded after hearing that. I really do need these. That way, technology in his world would advance rapidly. Naruto continued, as for the other scroll, it records everything that will happen from when Sasuke is 12 until he's 20. You must be careful of the Akatsuki, careful of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and careful of Uchiha Madara. So that's what it was. You really thought this through. Kyoshin smiled. That's not like how you were when you were younger. Naruto scratched his head with a grin. I've always been this thoughtful. He really didn't know the meaning of modesty. The group headed to Ichiraku Ramen together. No, it should be called Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant now. It had already become one of Konoha's top restaurants. After they sat down, Naruto suddenly asked Kyoshin, "In your world, we must be friends too, right? After all." Chapter 132, locking onto the coordinates. Yeah. Kyoshin recalled the Naruto from his memories and nodded. Naruto sighed. About the Uchiha. He stopped talking. After all, Naruto wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan, and the person in front of him was from another world. Talking about it was too heavy. Even though you're not from this world, Konoha will always welcome you. Once I've finished dealing with what's on my plate, I'll come back if I have the chance. Naruto smiled, but deep down he knew that once Kyoshin left this world, they would never meet again. The adult world was always accompanied by letting go. People needed a decent way to exit each other's lives. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. You're helping me look for people too, so there's no need to say that. Time passed quickly. Early one morning, just after Kyoshin woke up, he heard a commotion outside the door. Kyoshin-senpai. Are you awake? It was Boruto's voice. Kyoshin sighed, walked over, and opened the door. Boruto stood outside with a bright smile on his face. Sarada and Mitsuki were behind him. Sarada was a pretty young girl. Unfortunately, she'd become a delinquent girl in the future. Right now, she was looking at him nervously while carrying something in her hands. Mitsuki was Orochimaru's son. He seemed gentle and his eyes were filled with curiosity. You're here this early. Don't you have missions? Kyoshin yawned. It's Saturday. We're off. Boruto said as if it were obvious. We came to hang out with you. He lifted the bag in his hand. I brought you breakfast. Kyoshin invited the three kids inside, washed up, and began eating slowly. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki exchanged glances, as though they had something they wanted to say. Of course, those little actions couldn't escape Kyoshin's eyes. If you have something to ask, just ask. Kyoshin took a bite of a dumpling. It was soft and chewy, sweet without being overly sweet. Sarada took a deep breath and nervously turned sideways. She picked up a box from beside her and placed it on the table, opening it to reveal a neatly folded set of clothes. I specially picked these out for Kyoshin-senpai. Kyoshin glanced at Sarada and asked, "You're here to ask about the Sharingan, right?" Boruto immediately shouted, "You guessed it." Mitsuki still wore his gentle smile. He had long known that for someone this strong, their intentions were practically transparent. Yes. Sarada recalled what she'd been told. Father said you might be able to help increase the strength of my Sharingan. He also said you know how to do it. Kyoshin put down his breakfast and a slight smile appeared on his face. It was the kind of smile adults in the village wore before teasing a child. Then look into my eyes. Kyoshin activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Joy appeared on Sarada's face. Thank you. She looked into Kyoshin's eyes. The strange crimson color was filled with calmness. Two simple circles slowly rotated, almost too subtle to notice. From Sarada's perspective, Kyoshin's eyes shifted slightly, and his gaze landed on Boruto. Come closer. Huh? Boruto asked curiously. What does helping Sarada strengthen her Sharingan have to do with me? Of course it did. Puffed. Kyoshin's movement was almost impossible to predict or react to. His fingers came together. A hand blade suddenly pierced through Boruto's chest. Splash. Blood sprayed out. A still beating heart was forcibly ripped from his chest. Sarada's breathing stopped. Her Sharingan appeared on its own. The chakra in her body collided with the surge of emotions inside her, and power was created just like that, wave after wave rushing into her eyes. You. Sarada had barely spoken when she felt something warm against her mouth. The smell of blood flooded her senses. Kyoshin had pressed Boruto's heart against her lips. Its gradually weakening heartbeat. The blood spraying everywhere. When Sarada woke up, she felt her entire body stiff, and her eyes hurt terribly. Huh? Your eyes really changed. That's amazing, Boruto's voice came from nearby. Boruto. You're not dead. What kind of thing is that to say? Yesterday you took one look at Kyoshin-senpai and passed out. Everyone was worried. Was it a genjutsu? Sarada stared at the completely unharmed Boruto, unable to believe that what she'd experienced yesterday had been a genjutsu. She had never seen, nor read in any book, of a genjutsu that could reach such a realistic level. Kyoshin's method of training the Sharingan was very simple and direct. He used genjutsu to torture himself. Starting from one tomo all the way to the eternal Mangekyo. Aside from transplanting a little Hashirama cell tissue, everything else had been accumulated little by little through genjutsu. When it came to increasing Sharingan eye power through Genjutsu, Kyoshin was extremely experienced. Sarada closed her eyes and felt the eye power that had increased more than tenfold. She could clearly sense that the flow of chakra in her eyes had become much smoother. Her eye power was on a completely different level from before. So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just one Genjutsu could. Where's Kyoshin-senpai? Him. Boruto sighed. He's already gone. While you were unconscious, Dad told him the replies from the other four Kage. The people he was looking for aren't here, so he left. Sarada froze for a moment. A feeling of disappointment rose in her heart. She hadn't even gotten the chance to properly thank him. She looked down at her hands and recalled the realistic touch and smell of blood from the Genjutsu. I hope Kyoshin-senpai's plan goes smoothly. Boruto sincerely offered his blessing. He's a really good person. Dad said that if it weren't for what happened with the Uchiha back then, Kyoshin-senpai wouldn't have gone to the hidden stone village. Sarada nodded and looked toward the sky outside the window. She hoped he could find everyone soon. She clenched her fists and felt the warmth coming from her eyes. The next time they met, she would definitely become stronger. At the very least, she'd be able to thank him in person. Meanwhile, Kyoshin used the Otsutsuki clan's little turtle treasure and successfully returned to the space-time tunnel. So this is how it's used. Kyoshin put away the little turtle and looked toward the seemingly endless space-time tunnel. There are too many of them. Finding a few people won't be easy. Kyoshin felt that wandering around blindly wasn't an option. Otherwise, he might never find any of them in his entire life. If that happened, it would be just as that Otsutsuki fisherman had said. Kyoshin and the others had all disappeared. To the people of their world, they would effectively be dead. That won't do. He had received kindness from Inoki and the hidden stone village and hadn't really repaid it yet. And if he and the others all disappeared, then Inoki. However, Kyoshin quickly adjusted his mindset. Luckily, that fisherman couldn't resist being tricked and revealed the future, perfect ending, himself. Otherwise, even though Kyoshin was a rational person, he wouldn't be this calm right now, even if he wasn't desperate. Chapter 133, Kuratsuchi's Time Travel, Part 1. Endless Darkness. Kuratsuchi felt as if she had been thrown into a blender. Her body was being pulled, twisted, and compressed by some force. She wanted to call out Kyoshin's name, but her voice was swallowed before it could leave her mouth. Finally. Thud. Her back slammed hard onto solid ground, and the pain instantly woke her up. Kuratsuchi opened her eyes and saw the familiar training ground of Iwagakure. The brown rocky ground, the towering Tsuchikage building in the distance, and the dry smell of dust in the air. I came back. Kuratsuchi sat up and rubbed her aching back. She remembered preparing to train with Kyoshin when the power of the Otsutsuki suddenly erupted. Where's Kyoshin? Kuratsuchi looked around. The training ground was completely empty. She stood up, dusted herself off, and walked toward the village. Along the way, she ran into several Iwagakure shinobi on patrol. Hey! Kuratsuchi quickly stepped forward. Have you seen Kyoshin? The ninjas looked at each other. Kyoshin. One middle-aged ninja frowned. Who's that? Uchiha Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi became anxious. That Uchiha Kyoshin. Grandpa's most prized student. Uchiha. The middle-aged ninja shook his head. Since when does Iwagakure have an Uchiha? Lady Kuratsuchi, did you sleep too much? What's going on? A bad feeling rose in Kuratsuchi's heart. She quickened her pace and headed toward the center of Iwagakure. The buildings lining both sides of the street were exactly as she remembered. Ichiraku-bun shop, the Iwagakure weapon store, the intelligence station. But strangely, everyone on the street looked at her with confusion. Miss Kuratsuchi. Why are you so much taller? A bun shop owner called out to her. Kuratsuchi knew this owner. She had been selling meat buns in Iwagakure for 20 years, and her buns were the best in the entire village. Boss, give me 2 meat buns. Kuratsuchi walked over. The owner quickly wrapped up 2 buns and handed them over, looking her up and down. Miss Kuratsuchi, didn't we see each other yesterday? How did you grow half a head taller in just one day? Kuratsuchi took a bite of the bun and asked through a mouthful of food, Boss, let me ask you something. Do you know Kyoshin? Kyoshin. The owner thought for a moment and shook her head. Never heard that name. Is he a ninja from another village? No. Kuratsuchi put down the bun. He's from our Iwagakure. Uchiha Kyoshin. He has the Sharingan and can use dust release too. The owner blinked and innocently asked, Miss Kuratsuchi, since when does Iwagakure have an Uchiha? Have you been training too hard? Kuratsuchi's heart sank. She ran toward the Tsuchikage building. Along the way, she asked 7 or 8 more people. The answers were all the same. Nobody knew Kyoshin, and there were no Uchiha in Iwagakure. How is that possible? Kuratsuchi stood in front of the Tsuchikage building, breathing heavily. How could Iwagakure not have Kyoshin? That boy who amazed everyone with dust release. That genius whom Grandpa called the future of Iwagakure. That person the person she cared about so much. How can he not exist? Gritting her teeth, Kuratsuchi rushed into the Tsuchikage building. In the hallway, Umbu ninjas came and went. They all looked surprised when they saw her. Miss Kuratsuchi. Why are you here? Lord Inoki is about to head to the ninja academy. Why are you coming in from outside? Kuratsuchi ignored them and headed straight for Inoki's office. Pushing open the door, she saw Inoki standing by the window with his back to the entrance. Grandpa. Inoki turned around. When he saw Kuratsuchi, he frowned. Kuratsuchi. Your transformation jutsu has improved again. Even I was almost fooled. Otherwise, how could he explain Kuratsuchi suddenly becoming much taller overnight? Kuratsuchi ignored that and urgently asked, Grandpa, where's Kyoshin? Where is he? Kyoshin. Inoki narrowed his eyes. Who's that? Kuratsuchi felt as if her head exploded with a buzz. Kyoshin. Uchiha Kyoshin. She almost shouted it. He came to Iwagakure a few years ago. You gave him the name Kintsuchi and taught him dust release. Wait. Inoki raised a hand and interrupted her. You're saying an Uchiha came to Iwagakure? Yes. And I taught him dust release? Yes. And he helped us find many talented ninjas and bring them into the village? That's right. Inoki was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Kuratsuchi, have you gone crazy from training? Kuratsuchi grew anxious. Grandpa. Everything I'm saying is true. An Uchiha would come to Iwagakure. Inoki shook his head. Even if he did, why would I trust an Uchiha? And teach him dust release? Do you think I've gone senile? Kuratsuchi became even more confused after hearing that. Didn't you say you trusted him because he showed you truth serum back then? Grandpa, you have to listen to me. This is really important. I can't live without Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. Inoki. Who the hell is this blonde brat named Uchiha Kyoshin? He dared to seduce my granddaughter. However, Kuratsuchi did not notice Inoki's expression. Kyoshin escaped after the Uchiha clan massacre. He fled from Konoha to Iwagakure. At first you suspected he was a spy, but you trusted him after he passed the tests. He even defeated Deidara and passed Akatsuchi's evaluation. His chakra natures are fire, wind, and earth. That's why you decided to teach him dust release. Inoki's expression became serious. He stared at Kuratsuchi with sharp eyes. How did you come up with all those details? I didn't make them up. They're real. Kuratsuchi stamped her foot anxiously. Grandpa. Think carefully. A few years ago, a black-haired boy came to Iwagakure. Inoki fell silent. He did remember that 3 years ago, a boy had come seeking refuge in Iwagakure. But he had only been an ordinary war orphan with decent talent. After graduation, he was assigned to a genin team. Unfortunately, he died during an A-rank mission. That boy you're talking about, Inoki slowly spoke. I think I have some impression of him, but his name wasn't Kyoshin. It was Kintsuchi. Kuratsuchi quickly said, you were the one who gave him that name. Kintsuchi, Inoki repeated the name to himself, then shook his head. No memory. He's an Uchiha. He has the Sharingan. Kuratsuchi shouted. Grandpa. Believe me. You even said he was the future Tsuchikage. I understand now. After hearing this, Inoki showed a look of realization and called toward the door. Someone, take Kuratsuchi to the hospital and bring the best psychologist. Yes, sir. Kuratsuchi, until then, stay by Grandpa's side. Sigh. It's all Grandpa's fault. I pushed you too hard. I shouldn't have let you try training the prerequisite for the prerequisite of dust release. Kuratsuchi. Chapter 134, Kuratsuchi's Time Travel, Part 2. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Lord Inoki, we're running out of time. The Chunin exams. I know. Inoki responded and said to Kuratsuchi, let's go. Come with me to the Ninja Academy. What are we going to the Ninja Academy for? Kuratsuchi was stunned. Inoki glared at her. You're taking the Chunin exams today. Have you forgotten that too? You skipped class and came here to tell me all this nonsense. Once the psychologist arrives and diagnoses you, we'll take our time treating you. Kuratsuchi said, Grandpa, Enough. Follow me. Anoki turned and walked out of the office. Helpless, Kuratsuchi followed behind him. The two arrived at the ninja academy. A group of young students were lined up on the training field. Kuratsuchi immediately spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Short black hair, delicate features, a confident smile. It was herself. No, to be exact, it was 12-year-old Kuratsuchi. Grandpa, look over there. Kuratsuchi turned to say something to Anoki, only to find that his expression had completely changed. He looked at the young Kuratsuchi on the field, then at the Kuratsuchi beside him. His eyes went from confusion to caution. Umbu. At Anoki's command, the surrounding Umbu instantly surrounded Kuratsuchi. Who exactly are you? Anoki asked coldly. You disguised yourself as Kuratsuchi and infiltrated Iwagakure. What is your purpose? Kuratsuchi froze, then laughed helplessly. Grandpa. I am Kuratsuchi. Whether you're Kuratsuchi or not, do you think I wouldn't know? Anoki pointed at the young Kuratsuchi on the field. That's my granddaughter. You came on a mission before even finishing your intelligence gathering. Your disguise is terrible. Meanwhile, after seeing her 12-year-old self, fragments of memories regarding this strange situation finally connected in Kuratsuchi's mind. She understood. She understood everything. So that's how it was. Kuratsuchi had previously learned about several ninjas who came from other worlds. Back then, it was Kyoshin who defeated that fisherman guy. Now she had ended up in someone else's world as well. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath. So I've come to another world. Another world. Anoki narrowed his eyes. Kuratsuchi hurriedly nodded. That's right. I come from a world that's very similar to this one, but different. In that world, I have a friend named Kyoshin. We were caught up in an Otsutsuki's power and dragged into a space-time tunnel. I got thrown into this world. Anoki sneered. Go on. Keep making things up. Kuratsuchi became anxious. She knew words alone would not work. She needed proof. Grandpa. When you were 63, you got drunk one time and insisted on showing off dust release. You blasted a huge hole in your office ceiling. Then you claimed a mouse chewed through it. But what kind of mouse could do that? Everyone knew it was you. They just didn't expose you. Anoki's face changed. And another thing. When you were young, you once liked a woman named. Shut up, Anoki interrupted her. Stop talking nonsense. Kuratsuchi spread her hands. I'm not making things up. You told me all of that. Anoki stared at her, his eyes flickering. Grandpa, I can prove I'm Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi raised both hands to show she meant no harm. I can use earth release. You'll know whether it's real the moment you see it. Anyone can use a little earth release. Anoki snorted. At this moment, even Anoki was beginning to doubt himself. The person in front of him was almost identical to Kuratsuchi in both personality and the way she spoke. Even Anoki himself could not tell what was different between her and Kuratsuchi. She even knew his embarrassing secrets. Damn foreign spy. Had their intelligence work really become this good? What about this? Kuratsuchi formed hand seals, chakra flowing through her body. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. Her body instantly became lighter. Anoki stared in shock. Then Kuratsuchi formed another seal. Earth release, added weight rock technique. The ground beneath her feet cracked under the sudden increase in weight. Finally, she pressed her palms together and slowly floated into the air. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Kuratsuchi hovered in midair. Grandpa, you should believe me now, right? Not everyone can use lightweight rock technique and added weight rock technique. As for ultra-lightweight rock technique, just like dust release, besides you and a few Tsuchikage. Anoki looked at the floating Kuratsuchi with a complicated expression. Those techniques were genuine, and her mastery was not low. But the young Kuratsuchi on the field was also real. What exactly is going on? Anoki frowned. Kuratsuchi landed back on the ground and sighed. Grandpa, people from other worlds appeared in our world too. I was probably thrown into this world by the power of an Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki. Anoki narrowed his eyes. Yes. The clan said to be the ancestors of chakra. Kuratsuchi explained, their power can tear apart space and let people travel between different worlds. Anoki waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to stand down. Come back with me first. This matter needs a careful investigation. Over the next week, Anoki used every method he could to verify Kuratsuchi's identity. Chakra tests, memory verification, ninjutsu examinations. All evidence pointed to the same conclusion. The Kuratsuchi who had suddenly appeared was indeed the real Kuratsuchi. She just came from another world. How strange. Sitting in his office, Inoki looked at the Kuratsuchi before him and then at the young Kuratsuchi beside him. A strange smile appeared on his face. So that means I have 2 granddaughters now. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. Grandpa, you seem pretty happy about that. Of course I'm happy. Inoki laughed loudly. 1 granddaughter is a treasure. 2 granddaughters are double the treasure. The young Kuratsuchi stood nearby, curiously examining Kuratsuchi. This future version of herself was half a head taller, had a more balanced figure, and looked more mature. The young Kuratsuchi asked softly, are you really me? Yes. Kuratsuchi smiled. I'm you from another world, 1.5 years older than you. The young Kuratsuchi became interested. What's that world like? Kuratsuchi's smile froze for a moment. That world had Kyoshin. That world had the person she worried about. Kuratsuchi softly said, it's very similar to this place, but there are some differences. That world has Uchiha Kyoshin. He's Grandpa's disciple. And in this world, you've never met Kyoshin. Your life is really boring. Young Kuratsuchi. Time passed quickly. Kuratsuchi settled down there. While continuing her training, she searched for traces of Kyoshin and looked for a way back to her own world. But 5 years passed, and she found nothing. She traveled across all 5 great nations and asked everyone she could. No one knew Uchiha Kyoshin. No one had ever seen a black-haired boy with the Sharingan and dust release. It was as if Kyoshin had never existed at all. Chapter 135, Kuratsuchi's Time Travel, Part 3. Could it be? Kuratsuchi stood on a cliff outside Iwagakure, looking at the sunset. I really can't go back to that world. Kyoshin's smile, Kyoshin's eyes, the way Kyoshin sounded when he said, you're my family. Every detail was etched into her mind. Kuratsuchi clenched her fists, her eyes feeling a little sore. 5 years. She had grown from 13.5 to 18.5, and her strength had improved greatly. But the emptiness inside her had only grown larger. She wanted to go back so badly. She wanted to see that guy so badly. He was a bit of a flirt. But when she realized they might never see each other again, Kuratsuchi couldn't accept that reality for a long time. Kuratsuchi. Inoki's voice came from behind her. Kuratsuchi wiped the corner of her eyes and turned around. Grandpa, why are you here? Inoki walked to her side and looked at the distant sunset. Thinking about that person named Uchiha Kyoshin again. Kuratsuchi didn't answer. Inoki sighed. I don't know who this Uchiha Kyoshin is, but I imagine he's very important to you. More than important, Kuratsuchi said quietly. He's Iwagakure's future, and your future grandson-in-law. Inoki froze. What? I said he's your future grandson-in-law, Kuratsuchi repeated herself firmly. In that world, I've already chosen him. A kind smile appeared on Inoki's old face. All right. Since you say so, I'll believe it for now. Kuratsuchi looked surprised. Grandpa, you believe me. Whether I believe it or not isn't important. Inoki patted her shoulder. What's important is that since you can't go back right now, you should live well in this world. You can slowly search for a way back. Don't push yourself too hard. Kuratsuchi nodded. Oh, right. Inoki took out a letter from his clothes. The Raikage sent an invitation. He's calling for a 5 Kage summit to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki. This time, you and little Kuratsuchi will serve as my guards. In the land of iron, the Akatsuki have been getting more and more arrogant lately. The Raikage can't sit still anymore. You should come out and relax with Grandpa. No matter what kind of world you come from, you're still Grandpa's granddaughter. Inoki looked at Kuratsuchi with deep concern. He didn't know who Uchiha Kyoshin was. But he knew that person could make his strong granddaughter cry. Land of Iron, 5 Kage Summit Venue. Heavy snow covered the entire fortress. Cold winds swept through, carrying snowflakes everywhere. Standing behind Inoki, Kuratsuchi looked over the other 4 Kage present. Raikage, tall and imposing. Mizukage Darumime, mature and charming, with sharp eyes. Kazekage Gara, young and calm, expressionless. Hokage Danzo, with a cold aura that didn't look trustworthy. Kuratsuchi pulled her gaze away from Danzo, feeling disgusted. This old bastard was the reason Kyoshin had been forced to leave Konoha. Although only because Kyoshin left Konoha did she get the chance to meet him. The suffering Kyoshin endured had been very real. If this world's grandpa Inoki hadn't taken care of her for 6 years, and if acting here wouldn't bring trouble to this world's Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi might have killed Danzo directly. The 5 Kage gathered together, and the atmosphere was serious. The Akatsuki's recent activities had become increasingly frequent, seriously threatening the stability of the ninja world. The meeting went smoothly, and the five Kage reached a consensus to unite against the Akatsuki. Just then, a white, twisted humanoid creature poked its head out from the center. Its green eyes were full of provocation, and the moment it opened its mouth, it announced the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Boom. Lightning flashed. The Raikage grabbed White Zetsu by the neck. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Answer me properly. In this world, the Raikage's younger brother Killer Bee had already been attacked by Sasuke. Sasuke had captured Killer Bee. In reality, Killer Bee had tricked Sasuke with a small piece of the Eight Tails body and was currently enjoying himself somewhere outside. White Zetsu still had that irritating look on its face. Then let me give you a hint. Maybe it was speaking too slowly. Or maybe it simply wasn't answering the Raikage's question. Crack. The Raikage directly snapped White Zetsu's neck. Terumi was speechless. This guy was way too reckless. If we captured and interrogated it properly, we might get information about the Akatsuki. It's useless, Gaara said. They're all stubborn fanatics. They won't reveal anything. The Raikage turned to his guards. See, begin. White Zetsu had appeared, meaning Sasuke was probably nearby. Yes. Boom. The Raikage smashed through a wall with one punch and rushed out first. Seeing this, Inoki commented, that reckless brat from Iwagakure grew up, but he hasn't changed at all. The Raikage and his guards began searching for Sasuke. They quickly found Team Taka, who had infiltrated the summit, and fighting broke out. Meanwhile, at the meeting hall, everyone exchanged a few more verbal jabs. The battle outside seemed to have temporarily died down. Suddenly, Ao, who possessed the Byakugan, spoke. He's here. The flags representing the 5 villages inside the hall were sliced apart. A figure rushed in. Black hair. Black clothes. Crimson Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Sasuke stood upside down on the ceiling, staring directly at Danzo. Sasuke was already prepared for battle. However, Mifune's sword draw was interrupted by Kuratsuchi. Wait a second. Almost everyone turned to look at Inoki's guard. Kuratsuchi stared at Sasuke and asked, do you know Uchiha Kyoshin? Sasuke wasn't interested in Kyoshin. But he was interested in Uchiha. Who is that? Sasuke frowned. Kuratsuchi said, Uchiha Kyoshin. A survivor from your clan. How does she know so much? Sasuke's frown deepened. Kuratsuchi's heart sank. As expected, the Sasuke in front of her wasn't the Sasuke from their world either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted like this. However, Kuratsuchi's question had sparked Sasuke's interest. You know where other Uchiha survivors are? Kuratsuchi couldn't be bothered to keep talking. This Sasuke wasn't someone she knew. She had no interest in saying anything more. You mentioned Uchiha Kyoshin. Sasuke landed on the ground. Who is he? Where is he? Kuratsuchi didn't answer. Sasuke's gaze turned cold. He was always the one acting cold toward others. Today was the first time someone else had acted cold toward him. Just then, Karin, who had come with Sasuke, rushed in from outside. The moment Kuratsuchi saw her, she immediately asked, Karin. Where's Kyoshin? Huh? Karin looked confused. You know me. She's not the one either. Kuratsuchi suddenly felt extremely lonely. However, Sasuke had already lost patience. Chidori formed in his hand. Compared to finding other survivors, Danzo isn't that important. If you won't talk, then I'll have to use other methods to make you speak. Chirp. Chidori crackled with lightning. Kuratsuchi looked annoyed. You. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 136, Chapter 137, Not Even Pretending Anymore. His gaze fell on Karin. Long red hair, a pair of glasses, and the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds. Karin noticed him as well, and their eyes met. Kyoshin read fear in her eyes. He immediately understood. This person was not his Karin. Sasuke stepped forward and stared at Kyoshin. Who are you? He asked coldly. Kyoshin withdrew his gaze and looked at Sasuke. Black hair, black clothes, crimson Sharingan. He was very familiar with this face. But the eyes were different. This Sasuke's eyes were full of vigilance and hostility. There was none of the trust and understanding that Sasuke from their world had. My name is Uchiha Kyoshin, he replied calmly. I'm from another world. Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. Everyone else in the meeting hall was stunned as well. Gaara frowned. Another world. That's right. Kyoshin nodded. I came here only to ask for your help. My companions were randomly sent to different worlds by a divine technique during a previous battle. I need to find them. If you're willing to help, I can offer appropriate compensation. Although the divine technique had locked onto everyone's location, it had targeted the positions where the fishermen had originally thrown them. 6 years had already passed, and there was no guarantee that someone hadn't chosen to travel between different worlds through unknown methods in order to search for other companions. Once the deal is completed, we'll leave this place and won't disrupt your order. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure rushed in from outside. The Raikage, lightning crackled around his body as he charged in aggressively. The moment he returned to the hall and heard Kyoshin's words, he immediately demanded, "Why should we help you?" Kyoshin looked at the Raikage. His tone remained calm, "Because if you don't help, you might die." The Raikage frowned, "Are you threatening me?" Kyoshin didn't answer. He simply raised his right hand. White light gathered in his palm. Dust release. The next second. Boom. A white beam shot out from Kyoshin's palm and pierced straight through the entire meeting hall. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all erased by dust release. The beam connected directly to the outside world, leaving behind a circular hole. Cold wind poured in through the opening, making everyone's robes flap loudly. The hall fell completely silent. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scene. The Raikage's face became extremely ugly. Mei-Terumi turned serious. Gaara's brows knitted tightly. Anoki almost burst out laughing. Good, good, good. Not even pretending anymore, huh? Did you even form hand seals before using a jutsu, damn it? Karen stared blankly at the hole that had been blasted through the building, then said to Sasuke. Danzo and his bodyguards, their chakra signatures have completely disappeared. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. Danzo had escaped. But Kyoshin's attack had directly and accurately hit his escape route. Kyoshin lowered his right hand. The air finally feels a bit cleaner. The Raikage clenched his fists. Lightning flickered around him, but he didn't attack. He had seen the power of that strike clearly. That wasn't an ordinary ninjutsu. It was dust release. The legendary dust release. This young man who called himself Uchiha Kyoshin not only possessed the Sharingan, but had also mastered dust release. Moreover, his proficiency was no lower than Inoki's. At least, the Raikage had never seen Inoki casually raise a hand and instantly cast dust release with such terrifying range and power. Sasuke stared at Kyoshin and asked again, "Are you an Uchiha, or are you from the Hidden Stone?" "I already said it." Kyoshin looked at him. "I'm an Uchiha, but not an Uchiha from this world. In our world, I'm a ninja of the Hidden Stone Village, and the future Tsuchikage." Inoki's smile grew even wider after hearing that. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Ha ha ha. He said he's from the Hidden Stone Village. And the future Tsuchikage." Sasuke fell into thought. Kyoshin's appearance had disrupted his original plan. He had come to kill Danzo, but Danzo had already been erased by Kyoshin's dust release. While Sasuke was thinking, the Raikage moved. His target wasn't Kyoshin. It was Sasuke. "Uchiha Sasuke," the Raikage roared. "You kidnapped my brother, Killer Bee. Don't think you're leaving here alive today." Lightning exploded around him as his fist smashed towards Sasuke with overwhelming force. Sasuke sidestepped and condensed Chidori in his hand. But the Raikage was too fast. He wasn't just the Raikage. He was also the strongest lightning release ninja in the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage shattered Sasuke's Chidori with a single punch and forced him backward. The corner of his lips, already stained with blood, split open even further. Then Inoki attacked as well. After forming hand seals, he said, "Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique." A white cube flew from Inoki's hands and headed straight for Sasuke. "Sasuke!" Karen cried out. Sasuke gritted his teeth. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he searched for an escape route. But his condition was simply too poor. At that moment, the space beside Sasuke twisted. His body was pulled into a vortex by an invisible force and disappeared. Inoki's dust release missed. The next second, a figure wearing a spiral mask appeared in the center of the hall. Uchiha Obito. He wore the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds. Only one hole was visible in the mask, revealing a crimson Sharingan. The Raikage stared at Obito. "Who are you?" "Uchiha Madara," Obito said slowly. "At the same time, I hereby declare that the fourth great ninja war has officially begun." His voice was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority. The hall erupted in uproar. Mei-Terumi frowned. "What did you say?" Obito ignored her and continued. "The Eye of the Moon plan is about to begin. Everyone will obtain happiness within the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is the ideal world I seek." The Raikage roared, "Stop talking nonsense. Just as he was about to attack, Kyoshin interrupted him. Wait. Kyoshin looked at Obito. Can your plan be postponed for a while? Obito turned to look at him. He had been secretly listening to the 5 Kage summit from inside the Kamui dimension and already knew Kaioshin's goal. I know you want to find your companions, Obito said. But the coming of the Eye of the Moon will not be delayed for anyone. He paused, and a trace of admiration appeared in his tone. You're very strong, but I must tell you that no matter how strong you are, you cannot stop the Eye of the Moon from descending. A white beam shot straight at Obito. However, Obito's body instantly became intangible. The dust release passed directly through him and struck the wall behind him, erasing the entire wall. It's useless, mockery filled Obito's voice, your attacks can't hurt me. Kyoshin withdrew his hand and frowned slightly. Obito was telling the truth. He had no way to directly attack the Kamui dimension. This was indeed a weakness. Kyoshin silently noted it down. He would have to find a way to solve this problem in the future. Seeing that Kyoshin showed no further reaction, Obito finally recovered a little from the fear pounding in his heart. This monster. He casually released dust release without any warning. And he came from another world, possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His abilities were still unknown. If he fought Kyoshin head-on, his chances of winning were very low. Perhaps even. Obito possessed the ability to sense chakra. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, Stop showing off your relationship. While I definitely can't erase Kyoshin Susanoo, you're nowhere close. Kuratsuchi wasn't afraid of Sasuke, but she still instinctively reached into her ninja pouch and touched a kunai she had treasured for many years. An ordinary kunai. But it had a flying thunder god mark carved onto it. Kyoshin had left it to her. Back in that world, Kyoshin had once told her, if you're ever in danger, send chakra into this kunai. As long as I'm in this world, I'll be able to sense it. For 6 years, Kuratsuchi had tried countless times, but it had never worked. After sending chakra into the kunai, Kuratsuchi formed hand seals. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The light of dust release gathered in her palm. A white cube gradually expanded, giving off a suffocating pressure. However, at the moment the dust release was unleashed, a figure suddenly appeared. The dust release instantly enveloped him and activated. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened as she looked at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. A familiar face entered her sight. But he looked different from before, more mature. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, and he wore a simple black outfit. Those eyes were dark and deep, carrying a faint smile. Uchiha Kyoshin. Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi's heart jumped. At the moment Kuratsuchi's dust release activated, the sealing technique on Kyoshin sensed a threat. His original body's eyes instantly changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Aragami and False Shurten activated at the same time. Kyoshin was completely unharmed. But a white cubic dust release barrier flew back toward Kuratsuchi. In the instant before the dust release reflected by Aragami activated, everyone only saw Kyoshin raise his hand. The next second, the two disappeared from where they stood. Kuratsuchi. Anoki became excited and instantly lost his composure. Even though she was a granddaughter from another world, this Kuratsuchi was far more outstanding than his own granddaughter. She could even use dust release. Just as tears appeared in Anoki's eyes, Kuratsuchi and Kyoshin reappeared in the hall completely unharmed. Kitsuchi reminded Anoki that technique he just used was Flying Thunder God. The others were also stunned by the series of events. Meanwhile, Kyoshin and Kuratsuchi seemed completely unconcerned with what was happening around them. You. Kuratsuchi opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. 6 years of waiting. 6 years of loneliness. All her emotions surged up at this moment. Her eyes instantly turned red. Sorry. I came late. Kyoshin looked at her. Kuratsuchi threw herself into his arms. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist as she buried her face in his chest. Kyoshin put an arm around her shoulders. Good thing I wasn't too late. Kuratsuchi didn't say anything. She only hugged him tighter. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Kyoshin gently patted her back and said nothing more. He knew these past years must have been hard for her. After a while, Kyoshin suddenly said, looks like you haven't been slacking off, Kuratsuchi. Nicely done. You actually mastered dust release. Shut up. Kuratsuchi wiped away her tears. I'd rather not know dust release. Do you know how I felt just now? A moment ago, she had been preparing to deal with Sasuke's attack when Kyoshin suddenly appeared. The dust release had enveloped him and activated. Fortunately, nothing happened. Now both of them could clearly feel each other's heartbeat and presence. Everyone in the hall watched this scene. Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms, a meaningful smile on her face. My, what a warm scene. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Such a handsome Uchiha, and she got him just like that. What a waste. She turned toward Inoki. Lord Tsuchikage, do couples from Iwagakure always pick times like this to show affection? Inoki frowned. I don't know him. Terumi smiled. Really? Then who is this young man? He seems pretty close to Miss Kuratsuchi. Only then did Kuratsuchi let go of Kyoshin. She wiped the corners of her eyes and tried to make her voice sound calmer. You're so fast. She looked up at him. You're even stronger than before. Kyoshin smiled. Which means the person who kept me single for 18 years is about to have a hard time. Kuratsuchi froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. A faint blush appeared on her face, but she refused to back down. Not necessarily. Maybe you're the one who'll suffer. Terumi cut in from the side. You too, if you're going to flirt, can you do it somewhere else? This is the 5 Kage summit. Kuratsuchi glared at her but didn't argue. There was no need. Why bother arguing with a single woman? Kyoshin didn't care at all. He looked at Kuratsuchi and said seriously, you've worked hard all these years. Kuratsuchi shook her head. It was nothing. You, on the other hand. She looked him up and down, you've changed a lot. It's been 6 years. I couldn't stay exactly the same, Kyoshin replied. How did you find me? Kuratsuchi asked the question she cared about most. Kyoshin explained, do you remember when Urashiki used that divine technique? Kuratsuchi nodded. The moment he activated it, I used origami. But the technique's range was too large and affected other people, so I didn't use false shurten to freeze my own state. The moment the divine technique was reflected, I sealed the power of my left eye with the sealing technique, and also sealed the pseudo-divine chakra created from origami's rules. I originally planned to keep it as a trump card. But later, when I started searching for all of you, I discovered there were too many passages in the space-time tunnel. It was like looking for a needle in the ocean. So I used that pseudo-divine chakra to lock onto your locations. Kuratsuchi looked confused, why not use the divine technique itself to bring everyone back? Kyoshin shook his head. The difference is like this, an Otsutsuki fishing enthusiast randomly throws someone onto a planet, while I'm precisely bringing a specific person back from a planet. The difficulty and gap between those two things are huge, so the amount of pseudo-divine chakra was only enough to locate you. It wasn't enough to bring people back directly. I had just locked onto your location and arrived in this ninja universe when I sensed the flying thunder god mark, so I rushed over. After hearing that, warmth filled Kuratsuchi's heart. So he had been trying to find her all this time. What about the others? Kuratsuchi asked. Karin, Cheyenne, Karama Yakumo, have you found them yet? Kyoshin shook his head. Not yet. You're the first. Kuratsuchi immediately felt a little dizzy. I'm the first. He. Then. Kuratsuchi wanted to keep asking questions, but an urgent shout interrupted her. Karin yelled to Sasuke, Danzo escaped. Hearing that, Kyoshin finally turned to look around. The fortress of the Land of Iron. Heavy snow covered the entire building. 5 flags on the ground represented the 5 great ninja villages. This was the 5 Kage summit venue. Long red hair. A pair of glasses. And an Akatsuki cloak with red clouds. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Limited Tsukuyomi. In his perception, Kyoshin's chakra reserves had already surpassed those of the tailed beasts many times over. Is this guy still a human? Still, to maintain the authority of his Madara Uchiha Act, Obito pretended to stay calm. Obito continued, since you're unwilling to accept my ideal, then experience for yourselves what the world of infinite Tsukuyomi is like. He formed hand seals. Pupil power burst out from him and spread outward as invisible waves. Limited Tsukuyomi. Of course, Kyoshin knew what this was. A technique Obito had used in the original movie. It could pull everyone within range into the same infinite Tsukuyomi world and let them live the lives they wanted. Kyoshin did not use false Takamagara to freeze his own state. Because he needed to pull Kuratsuchi out of the limited Tsukuyomi. Origami. The waves of limited Tsukuyomi struck Kyoshin and affected his chakra. Origami's rule reflected it, and another identical limited Tsukuyomi chakra wave spread back in the opposite direction, instantly enveloping Obito. Obito's body stiffened, and the eyes behind his mask became vacant. How is this possible? This guy. When Kyoshin opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a street. The hidden stone village. Those iconic stone buildings, the neatly arranged streets, and the huge Tsuchikage rock statue in the distance. But something felt off. Limited Tsukuyomi. Kyoshin looked down at his hands and checked the chakra inside his body. His Mangekyo Sharingan was still there, and his chakra reserves had not decreased. Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi stood not far away. Her short black hair framed a delicate face filled with confusion and caution. When she saw Kyoshin, she said, "Let's each say one thing first to confirm who we are." Apparently, Kuratsuchi suspected that the Kyoshin in front of her was someone she had imagined after falling under limited Tsukuyomi. Kyoshin didn't hesitate after hearing that. He spoke a single sentence that stabbed deeply into Kuratsuchi's heart. "If I came from the limited Tsukuyomi, then you'd be the only heroine." Ah. Kuratsuchi grabbed her head and raised a hand to block him. "Stop talking. I surrender." Ha ha ha. After seeing Kuratsuchi, Kyoshin felt much more relaxed. As long as he was here, nothing would happen to her. As for everything else, there was no problem. "We should think about how to get out first," Kuratsuchi said as she looked around. "The atmosphere is too peaceful." She frowned. "The hidden stone village isn't as lively as Konoha, but it shouldn't be this fake." Kyoshin nodded. He closed his eyes and spread out his perception. A moment later, he opened them. "The scope of this world isn't very large," Kyoshin said. "It's roughly the size of the Land of Iron and the core areas of the 5 great ninja villages. Beyond that is nothingness." "Limited Tsukuyomi?" Kuratsuchi asked. "Yeah." Kyoshin nodded. "It's a technique launched by Obito. It pulls everyone within range into a shared illusion world and lets each person live their ideal life." Kuratsuchi asked, "Then why did we meet each other?" "Because there's only one fantasy world in Limited Tsukuyomi." Kyoshin shook his head. "Limited Tsukuyomi is built from everyone's ideals, but this is a shared world. In other words, everyone's ideal worlds overlap and form this space. How do we get out?" Kuratsuchi asked. "Find Obito, defeat him, and cut off the chakra connection between him and the Limited Tsukuyomi," Kyoshin said. "Then this false world will collapse. Obito is inside the Limited Tsukuyomi world." Kuratsuchi frowned. "Isn't he the caster?" "Right now, he's also someone affected by Limited Tsukuyomi." Kyoshin explained. "I reflected the technique with origami and dragged him in too. Here, he's not completely the caster, nor is he completely a prisoner." Kuratsuchi let out a sigh of relief. "That makes things easier." "Don't be careless," Kyoshin said. "The rules of the Limited Tsukuyomi world are different from reality. Everything here is based on ideals and imagination. Even though Obito is trapped here too, he understands this world better than we do." "Where do we go now?" Kuratsuchi asked. "Let's find Inoki first," Kyoshin said. "He should have been pulled in too." The two walked through the streets and arrived at the Tsuchikage building. The guards at the entrance immediately saluted when they saw Kuratsuchi. "Lady Kuratsuchi." Kyoshin asked directly, "Is Lord Tsuchikage here?" The guard looked at him with respect in his eyes. "Lord Kintsuchi, Lord Tsuchikage is waiting for you in his office." "Lord Kintsuchi." Kyoshin immediately understood. In this world, his name wasn't Uchiha Kyoshin. It was Kintsuchi. Kintsuchi of the Hidden Stone Village. The two entered the building and arrived at the Tsuchikage's office. When they pushed open the door, Inoki was sitting behind his desk holding a document. Seeing them enter, a smile appeared on his face. "You're here." Inoki put down the document. "I was just about to discuss something with you." Kuratsuchi looked at Kyoshin. Without wasting words, Kyoshin said directly, "Old man, this world is fake." "This is the world of Limited Tsukuyomi," Kyoshin said. "An illusion cast by Uchiha Obito that pulled all of us into this false world built from ideals." A slight change appeared in Inoki's smile. He looked at Kyoshin, then at Kuratsuchi. The expression on his face gradually became serious. "We need to find Obito and defeat him before we can leave." Inoki was an experienced ninja who had been through countless storms. He knew a thing or two about how illusions like this were maintained. If this world was created by Limited Tsukuyomi, what about everyone else? Inoki asked. "I remember that at the 5 Kage summit, aside from Danzo, the Hokage, whom you killed, the other 4 Kage and their bodyguards were all there." "They should have been pulled in too," Kyoshin said. "We need to meet up with them." Kyoshin thought for a moment. The Land of Iron. That's where the 5 Kage summit was held, and it's also where we were pulled into this world. If the others are looking for a way out too, they'll most likely go there. Inoki stood up. "Then let's go." He walked to the window and looked out at the Hidden Stone Village. The Hidden Stone Village of this world was peaceful and prosperous, without the shadow of war. If all of this were real, how wonderful that would be. But Inoki knew very well that fake was still fake. "Let's go." He turned around. To the Land of Iron. The three left the Hidden Stone Village and headed for the Land of Iron. The scenery along the way wasn't much different from the real world, but there was always an indescribable sense of wrongness in the air. Like a painting that looked perfect at first glance, but revealed traces of brushstrokes when examined closely. When they arrived at the Land of Iron, they discovered that someone had already gotten there before them. The Raikage, A. He stood in front of the castle with his arms crossed and a gloomy expression. His bodyguards, Darui and C, stood behind him with vigilant expressions. When he saw Inoki's group, the Raikage's gaze swept over them. Chapter 139, Minato Namikaze. Tsuchikage. The Raikage said in a deep voice, so you came too. Raikage. Inoki nodded. Where are the others? Not here yet. The Raikage said. I only arrived a short while ago myself. Kyoshin noticed that the Raikage's left arm, which had been burned off by Amaterasu, was now completely restored. The ideal restoration of the limited Tsukimi world. The Raikage noticed his gaze and snorted. Stop looking. This world may be fake, but at least it restored my arm. That's good. Kyoshin said. Once everyone arrives, we can discuss how to get out. The next day. The Kazekage, Gaara, arrived with his guards Kankuro and Temari. Tsuchikage-sama, Raikage-sama. After greeting them, he immediately asked, do you know what's going on? Limited Tsukimi. Inoki said. Uchiha Obito's technique. Gaara frowned. He didn't know much about Obito, but he had heard the name Uchiha Madara. That man who called himself Uchiha Madara. He isn't Madara. Kyoshin said. He's Uchiha Obito, a former Konoha ninja. Later he joined the Akatsuki, and now he's pretending to be Madara while carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. Gaara looked at him. How do you know that? Because I come from another world. Kyoshin said. In that world, I know many things about the future. Gaara nodded and didn't ask further questions. Now wasn't the time to investigate things like that. On the third day, Mei Terumi arrived with her guards Chojuro and Ao. When she saw Kyoshin, her eyes lit up. Oh my, isn't this that handsome young man? Mei walked over with a smile. Even in this world, you're still handsome. Kyoshin didn't respond. Kuratsuchi stepped in front of Kyoshin and looked at Mei coldly. Mei smiled and didn't continue teasing him. Inside the castle of the Land of Iron, everyone sat together. Everyone knows the situation now. Inoki spoke first. We're trapped in Uchiha Obito's limited Tsukimi world. If we want to leave, we have to find Obito and defeat him. Where is Obito? The Raikage asked directly. He should be in Konoha. Kyoshin said. This is his ideal world. He'll definitely stay in the place he wants to be most. Konoha. Mei said thoughtfully. What kind of ideal world does he have? But it's all fake. The Raikage said coldly. No matter how wonderful it is, it's fake. That's right. Kyoshin said. So we need to go to Konoha and find Obito. Konoha village. When they arrived, what they saw was a peaceful and prosperous village. People filled the streets. Vendors called out one after another. Children chased each other through the alleys. Everything looked so real. Yet so fake. Kyoshin led everyone into the village and began gathering information. A statue of Uchiha Madara stood on the Hokage rock beside the first Hokage's statue, labeled as the Second Hokage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still in office, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was still alive. As for Obito, he was a Konoha Jonin. His team with Kakashi and Rin had never disbanded and was still under Minato Namikaze's leadership. Within the village, Obito had an excellent reputation. He was called a hero and was considered one of the most outstanding members of Konoha's younger generation. His relationship with Rin had already reached the stage of discussing marriage. After gathering the information, they found Obito. He was standing beside a river outside Konoha, watching the sunset. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. Obito's expression was very calm. In this world, he had Rin, Kakashi, and his teacher Minato Namikaze. There was no war, no pain, and none of those dark memories. What's Southwest bad about this place? Obito's gaze swept across the faces before him. There was a trace of sincerity in his voice. In this world, everyone is living the life they want. No war. No hatred. No pain. Why do you insist on leaving? The Raikage stepped forward. Cut the crap. I need to get out and find Uchiha Sasuke to avenge my brother. Obito sneered. Revenge. In this world, your brother Killer Bee is still alive, and your hidden cloud village hasn't suffered any harm. Why insist on clinging to the hatred of reality? You don't understand. The Raikage clenched his fist. That isn't real. But here, it is real. Obito reached into his ninja pouch. A flying thunder god kunai lay quietly inside. After sending chakra into it, a golden flash appeared beside him. Minato Namikaze, wearing the Hokage robe, stood there with his golden hair shining in the sunset. His gaze swept over everyone before finally stopping on Kyoshin. Because Kyoshin was the strongest among them. "Why have you come here?" Minato asked. Kyoshin looked at Minato. The Minato Namikaze of this world was the teacher Obito had always wished for. Powerful, gentle, dependable. "My name is Uchiha Kyoshin," Kyoshin said honestly. "I come from another world." Minato froze. Kyoshin continued. "This is the world of the limited Tsukimi, a false world created through your student Uchiha Obito's genjutsu. We are trapped here and need to leave." "A false world?" Minato shook his head. Of course he didn't want to believe it. Here, he had a wife and a child. He had his own experiences and life. Everything felt so real. How could it be an illusion? Everything here was good. No one would think it was fake. Kyoshin frowned. This was a bit troublesome. An enemy who could use the Flying Thunder God technique. He knew that for the Minato of this world, everything here was real. Just as Obito said, everyone here was happy. But happiness built on falsehood was not true happiness. Still, Minato would naturally stand on Obito's side. A battle was about to begin. The Raikage made the first move. Lightning burst around him as his body turned into a bolt of lightning and charged straight at Obito. But Minato was even faster. A Flying Thunder God kunai flew out, and the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Minato instantly appeared in front of the Raikage and drove a Rasengan straight toward his chest. The Raikage had fought Minato before and had seen this move, so he was prepared. He twisted aside. The Rasengan grazed his shoulder and slammed into the ground, blasting out a huge crater. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was far too flexible. His figure flashed continuously across the battlefield, and every appearance was accompanied by a Rasengan strike. Mei had no choice but to use ninjutsu to force Minato into a limited area. Boil release sprayed from her mouth, turning into acidic mist that covered the battlefield. Minato quickly retreated, avoiding the area covered by the acid mist. Gaara raised his hand, and sand surged toward Minato like a waterfall. But for Minato, this attack was simply too slow. It couldn't hit him at all. Kyoshin had been observing Minato's fighting habits the whole time, and now he joined the battle as well. First, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to get close to Minato. Then he pretended to attack him, while in reality his Mangekyo Sharingan had already finished preparing origami. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato looked at Kyoshin in shock. "You can use it too." Chapter 140, we have our own monster too. However, he was still a bit faster. Because there just happened to be a Flying Thunder God mark that he had left behind on Kyoshin's back. Whoosh. Flying Thunder God slash, second stage. Minato flashed behind Kyoshin, driving a Rasengan down toward him. Kyoshin remained calm. The power of his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and the skeleton of a Susanoo appeared around his body. Bang. After taking the hit, Kyoshin showed almost no reaction and landed steadily. On the other hand, a large hole suddenly appeared in Minato's chest. Is that the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Minato appeared in the distance, covering his chest. It should be related to reflection. If all ninjutsu attacks were reflected, how was he supposed to fight? While Minato was thinking of a countermeasure, Kyoshin moved. His figure flashed and appeared beside Minato. Sealing technique. Kyoshin placed his hand on Minato, and sealing formulas instantly spread across his body. Minato tried to use Flying Thunder God to escape, but the sealing technique had already blocked his chakra. Minato froze in place. When did that happen? Since there was still a troublesome opponent like Obito nearby, Kyoshin didn't explain. When origami reflected ninjutsu, Kyoshin could use that moment to place a Flying Thunder God mark on his enemy. Minato fell to the ground and lost consciousness. When Obito saw this, his expression became extremely ugly. He looked at Inoki and demanded, "Tsuchikage-sama, are you still not going to act?" His words were somewhat strange. Everyone's minds froze for a moment, almost unable to process them. White light gathered in Inoki's hand. Dust release. The next second, a white beam shot straight at the Raikage. The Raikage had no guard up at all. Dust release struck his back directly, erasing more than half of his body. "Tsuchikage, you." The Raikage widened his eyes as his body slowly collapsed. Everyone was stunned. Mei looked at Inoki, her eyes full of shock. "Tsuchikage, what are you doing?" Inoki lowered his hand, his expression calm. "There's nothing wrong with the Tsukimi world. At least here, I can have a disciple who can use dust release." Everyone looked at him with confusion and anger. Anoki continued, Kuratsuchi can use dust release, but she's from another world. Kyoshin can use dust release, but he's from another world too. Only in this world do I have a disciple of my own who can use dust release. Obsession. His obsession with passing on dust release had made Anoki ignore the fact that all of this was fake. Kuratsuchi stepped forward and shouted, Grandpa, wake up. This is a fake world. Anoki looked at her. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. But it quickly disappeared. So what if it's fake? Anoki said. In this world, I can see Iwagakure prosper. I can see dust release pass down. It's better than everything in reality. Kyoshin frowned slightly as he looked at Anoki. Anoki felt somewhat unfamiliar. Is this really Anoki? Even if this wasn't the Anoki who had helped him. The Anoki from the original story would never have been so easily affected by something like the infinite Tsukuyomi. In fact, in terms of fighting spirit, Anoki could rank among the best of the 5 Kage. But Kyoshin quickly thought of an explanation. Anoki had personally seen that both Kuratsuchi and Kyoshin, younger members of Iwagakure, could use dust release. But they both came from other worlds. So another voice had appeared in Anoki's heart. That seemed to explain it. Obito said, well said, Tsuchikage-sama. As long as you cooperate with me and kill everyone here, you can stay in the limited Tsukuyomi world forever. Anoki didn't answer, but his eyes already said everything. Mei looked at Anoki and said coldly, why are you still so stubborn? The strength of Uchiha Kyoshin isn't something you and Anoki can overcome. Obito sneered. Of course. He's a monster, but... He looked at Anoki. We have our own monster too. Hearing this, everyone felt their hearts tighten. Because while Kyoshin had been analyzing why Anoki betrayed them, the others hadn't been idle either. They had more or less guessed why Anoki was working with Obito. Since Anoki wanted a successor. And this was a world created by Genjutsu. Then Anoki's wish should have already come true. Sure enough. Anoki took a deep breath and pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai. The Flying Thunder God mark on it belonged neither to Minato Namikaze nor Uchiha Kyoshin. After Anoki poured chakra into it, the mark flashed. A figure appeared before everyone. Black hair. Sharingan. A young face. He looked almost exactly the same as Kyoshin. When he saw this thing, a smile appeared on Kyoshin's face. Things are starting to get interesting. This was the Tsukuyomi world, where all ideals became reality. The Tsuchikage wanted a qualified successor, and Uchiha Kyoshin happened to be the best template. So, Uchiha Kintsuchi was born. Anoki looked at Kintsuchi and ordered, kill all of them. After I leave and help Uchiha Madara complete the infinite Tsukuyomi, I'll come back and reunite with you. Kintsuchi nodded. His eyes turned, and the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Kyoshin looked directly at him with a smile on his face. The fake was going to attack the original. At this moment, Kyoshin had already roughly figured out what level Kintsuchi was at. Anoki's assumptions about Kyoshin's strength had become the source of Kintsuchi's power. And the strength Kyoshin had shown in front of Anoki was only that much. Anoki didn't know about the eternal Mangekyo. In his understanding, the Mangekyo was the highest form of the Sharingan. So Kintsuchi only had a Mangekyo Sharingan, not an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, even Kintsuchi himself didn't know that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan existed. That was enough. Golden chakra erupted around Kintsuchi's body as a massive Susanoo began to form. Kyoshin activated his own Susanoo almost at the same time. A pure white Susanoo skeleton appeared and rapidly expanded, enveloping Kuratsuchi, the Raikage's guards, Mei, and her guards together. As the Susanoo's body continued growing, the group was lifted higher and higher. In the end, 2 Susanoo appeared in Konoha. There was just one small difference. Kintsuchi's golden Susanoo looked up at the giant before it, shock flashing through its eyes. His Susanoo had reached a height of 200 meters, but it didn't even reach the enemy's knee. How was he supposed to fight this? Was he supposed to jump up and punch the enemy's knee? Kyoshin didn't give him any time to react. The Susanoo's palm came crashing down. Boom. Kintsuchi's 200-meter Susanoo shattered from a single slap. Fragments of chakra scattered in every direction. Kintsuchi fell out of the wreckage of the Susanoo, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Too Underhanded. Anoki's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Obito frowned, feeling that something was wrong. It seems the limit of your imagination is even weaker than the enemy. The scene was grand, but the actual battle was disappointing. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, Kyoshin's voice came from the sky. Kintsuchi gritted his teeth as the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye spun. Aragami. Great Moon Heaven. Kyoshin's dust release was reflected back. Inside the Susanoo, Kyoshin became alert. He had only used ordinary dust release instead of Sage Art dust release, and he hadn't even put much power into it. It was all to guard against Kintsuchi having a Mangekyo Sharingan ability he didn't know about. Because Inoki only knew that one of his Mangekyo abilities was reflection. He didn't know the other one was false shurten. So, what exactly was this Great Moon Heaven? To avoid some strange ability setting catching him off guard, Kyoshin raised his hand and formed hand seals. Terrifying chakra spread through every part of the 800-meter Susanoo almost instantly. Flying Thunder God technique. That's right. The 800-meter giant Susanoo could actually use the Flying Thunder God technique. This was what his enormous chakra reserves allowed him to do. The Susanoo instantly appeared outside Konoha. Kyoshin watched the dust release that Kintsuchi had reflected. The width of the dust release rapidly expanded, growing to more than 10 times its original size. Even more. It turned a corner. It flew straight toward Kyoshin himself. So that's how it is. It's a Mangekyo ability that supports Aragami. It could increase the power of any jutsu reflected by Aragami. The increase seemed to be 1,000 times. It could even change direction, making it certain to hit its target. That's seriously ridiculous. Kyoshin complained. As underhanded as it gets. Fortunately, he wasn't worried at all. The dust release was still some distance away from Kyoshin's Susanoo. At that moment, Kyoshin used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone else out of the Susanoo. Then he returned to the Susanoo himself. False shurten. The dust release engulfed Kyoshin along with the upper half of the Susanoo. Buzz. The Susanoo was erased. However, Kyoshin was completely unharmed and landed steadily on the ground. As for Kintsuchi inside Konoha, in order to make sure Aragami reflected the dust release, he was directly erased by the dust release himself. Kyoshin thought it was a pity. If this weren't the limited Tsukumi world, he would definitely have kept today's Mangekyo. He already had Aragami, but Great Moon Heaven really tempted him. We're going back to Konoha. Everyone, come here and grab hold of me. Kyoshin's voice reached everyone's ears. Mei tilted her head and looked at Kyoshin. There was no longer any admiration for a handsome man in her eyes, only one question. Is this even reasonable? Are you really not the legendary sage of 6 paths? When Kyoshin brought everyone back to Konoha, they saw Inoki kneeling on the ground. In front of him was the huge crater left after Kintsuchi had been erased by the dust release. As for Obito, he seemed to have already escaped using Kamui. Kyoshin threw out a Flying Thunder God kunai. Kuratsuchi's heart tightened. Kyoshin. Kyoshin replied, I know. Whoosh. Kyoshin appeared behind Inoki, raised his hand, and pressed it onto him as sealing markings spread across his body. Sorry, you're not my teacher, Kyoshin said. But for Kuratsuchi's sake, since you looked after her for several years, calm down for now. Inoki's chakra was sealed. Kuratsuchi rushed over. Looking at the fallen Inoki, her expression was complicated. She crouched down and helped him up. Grandpa. You're too stubborn. Inoki said nothing and simply closed his eyes. How much he wished the Kuratsuchi before him and the Kyoshin over there truly belonged to this world. Kyoshin stopped paying attention to Inoki. After all, he wasn't really his teacher. If this world's Inoki hadn't taken care of Kuratsuchi, Kyoshin wouldn't have treated him so gently. Kyoshin closed his eyes. Using a sensory ninjutsu to lock onto Obito's location, he instantly caught up with the Flying Thunder God technique. Dust release. A white beam shot straight at Obito. Obito's body turned intangible as Kamui pulled him into the separate dimension. But the dust release kept firing, blocking every possible escape route. It seemed, he was planning to wait until Obito could no longer maintain Kamui. Although I don't know why you know about Kamui, Obito sneered, dust release consumes an enormous amount of chakra. And in this world, Obito had both Mangekyo Sharingan. Which meant his Kamui could be maintained indefinitely. Kyoshin said nothing. He simply kept channeling dust release. Want to compete with me in chakra? Obito felt the Kyoshin in front of him was being childish. Using both Kamui eyes also consumed chakra, but compared to dust release, the cost was much lower. Fine then. If you want to compete, we'll keep going. Once you run out of chakra, I'll leave the Kamui space and kill you. However, as time passed bit by bit, Obito's state of mind began to crack. What kind of monster are you? Obito felt the loss of his chakra and eye power, then proposed a truce. Since your goal is to leave, there's no need for us to fight. Kyoshin said nothing. He simply kept channeling dust release. Obito gritted his teeth. I can use the Akatsuki's power to help you find the people from your world. At this point, blood had begun to flow from Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, and his eye power was draining rapidly. But Kyoshin said nothing. He simply kept channeling dust release. Obito. When Obito's eye power was finally exhausted and he had no choice but to emerge from the Kamui space, he still tried to resist. But that was the power of dust release. Unless you had truth-seeking balls, it didn't matter who you were or what you were made of. The moment dust release touched you, your defense became nothing but a joke. Obito disappeared. The limited Tsukuyomi world began to collapse. Everyone felt the world spinning around them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back at the 5 Kage Summit venue in the Land of Iron. Everything around them was exactly the same as before. The Raikage lay on the ground, badly injured but still alive. Darui and C hurried over to treat him. It seems that because it was an illusion world, his real body wasn't harmed, Kyoshin said as he looked at the Raikage. That meant. Kyoshin looked around. Inoki and Obito were nowhere to be seen. The Obito of this world was still alive. Mei looked around and frowned. Where are Inoki and Obito? Of course they're working with the Akatsuki. Darui said angrily. Kuratsuchi looked at Kyoshin with worry in her eyes. My grandpa. He chose his own path. Kyoshin sighed. We can only wait for him to come to his senses. Inoki's obsession with dust release was too deep. Making him turn back would not be easy. Kyoshin looked at everyone else. I have a proposal. I'll stay in this world to persuade Inoki to change his mind and stop the Eye of the Moon plan. In exchange, you all will help me find any companions from my world who may exist in this one. Chapter 142, then you'll be the ones in trouble. The Raikage struggled to his feet and looked at Kyoshin. Your companions? Why would people from your world appear here? By accident, of course. Kyoshin explained casually. My companions were randomly sent to different worlds. I need to find them and take them home. The Raikage nodded. The arrogance he had before entering the limited Tsukuyomi was gone. It wasn't that he still disliked being ordered around. He simply didn't dare. So this was someone beyond the Kage level. First Raikage-sama. Back then, did you face 2 monsters like this? No wonder you signed Senju Hashirama's peace treaty. If it were him, he would have signed it too. With the Raikage already agreeing, all that remained was the Kazekage and Mizukage. Gaara glanced at Kankuro and Temari beside him. Both wore frightened expressions. This was the expression Kankuro and Temari had shown Gaara the most when they were still genin. But Gaara knew that this time, they weren't afraid of him. Gaara immediately nodded. We'll cooperate with Uchiha Kyoshin as well. Mei sat up straight. There wasn't a trace of admiration for a handsome man left in her eyes, only the determination to stay alive. Since everyone agrees, I have no reason to refuse. The deal was made. Kyoshin closed his eyes, and his sensory ninjutsu spread outward. The fluctuations of chakra rippled out like waves on water in every direction. Soon, he caught 2 familiar chakra signatures. One was as heavy as stone yet as light as a feather, with a very unique presence. The other was cold and twisted. Inoki and Obito. Kyoshin opened his eyes. Found them. Kuratsuchi asked, where are they? Far away, Kyoshin said. They've already left the Land of Iron and are moving toward somewhere. But that's fine. When I reflected Obito's limited Tsukuyomi, I already placed a Flying Thunder God mark on him. So he had prepared for this long ago. He had even thought of this before everyone was pulled into the limited Tsukuyomi. The Raikage, Mei, and Gaara all became even more serious. This wasn't human. Better not offend him. The Raikage was impatient by nature and couldn't help urging him, though his tone was unusually gentle. When are you leaving? Kyoshin explained his plan. After Obito meets up with Inoki, they'll definitely head to the Akatsuki's main base. Mei thought for a moment. You want to wipe them all out? At the very least, I need to deal with the key people who can keep the Eye of the Moon plan going. Kyoshin spoke calmly. Kabuto Yakushi. He has the reanimation jutsu. If the real Uchiha Madara is brought back with reanimation, then things will become troublesome. Your trouble. Everyone's expressions changed. In the ninja world, the name Uchiha Madara was the very definition of a nightmare. Calm down. You're all Kage of your villages. Seeing them become agitated at the mention of Madara, Kyoshin tried to reassure them. I already said I'll stop the Eye of the Moon plan. The others took a deep breath and looked at Kyoshin seriously. Of course you're not worried. You could probably kick Uchiha Madara around like a dog. But what about us? After using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kyoshin appeared on a barren plain. Several kilometers ahead, two chakra signatures were moving quickly. Inoki and Obito. Neither of them noticed Kyoshin following them. Kyoshin suppressed his chakra to the lowest level and followed from far behind. The flying thunder god mark left on Obito was like an invisible thread. No matter where Obito went, he could find him. Just like that, Obito and Inoki left the land of iron and entered an uninhabited area. Kyoshin sensed another extremely unusual chakra signature ahead. Cold, twisted, yet carrying a trace of confusion. Kyoshin immediately understood. Kabuto Yakushi was here. While sensing Obito's location, Kyoshin raised a hand and prepared the 8 trigrams seal. Once the seal was ready, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Kyoshin appeared behind Obito. Sealing markings spread from his palm and pressed directly onto the back of Obito's neck. Obito's pupils suddenly shrank. The feeling of having his chakra sealed was like his body had been hollowed out. Obito immediately used Kamui to make his body intangible. But the sealing chakra had already taken effect inside him. Only a few seconds after entering the Kamui space, his chakra and eye power completely froze, forcing his real body back into reality. Kyoshin reached toward Obito. Slash. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan was dug out, and blood flowed from the empty socket. Ugh. Obito let out a low groan and turned toward Inoki, seemingly asking for help. But Inoki could no longer bring himself to oppose Uchiha Kyoshin. Even when facing Uchiha Madara in the past, he had never felt this way. At the very least, Uchiha Madara was still within the limits of what he could imagine. But this Uchiha Kyoshin had gone completely beyond imagination. He couldn't even bring himself to resist. Kyoshin gathered dust release in his hand and broke Obito's body apart. During that time, Inoki retreated into the distance. Kabuto Yakushi stepped out of the shadows. Behind his glasses, his eyes narrowed into slits. Who are you? Kyoshin didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Inoki. Old man, it's time to wake up. Inoki clenched his fists. Give this old man a reason to reject the infinite Tsukimi. Kyoshin said calmly, the infinite Tsukimi is a lie. The so-called Black Zetsu, the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will, is actually the backup plan that Otsutsuki Kagaya left behind in the ninja world. Black Zetsu's ultimate goal is to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. So the end of the infinite Tsukimi is everyone becoming Otsutsuki Kagaya's puppet. In all his years of life, Inoki had never heard anything like this. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Inoki muttered. That's right, Kyoshin said. The infinite Tsukimi isn't salvation. It's a prison. Everyone wrapped by the divine tree will become Kagaya's nourishment. Inoki's expression kept changing as he struggled inside. He wanted a disciple who could use dust release. He wanted Iwagakure to prosper. But if the price for all of that was being devoured by Kagaya, and that so-called false world couldn't even last forever, then what was the point? Inoki asked unwillingly, then what should this old man do? The inheritance of dust release, the future of Iwagakure. Although dust release is difficult to master, Kyoshin interrupted, your granddaughter Kuratsuchi has the potential to learn it. A trace of hope flashed through Inoki's eyes. Kuratsuchi. In his mind, he recalled the Kuratsuchi from the other world. As long as she was given enough time, she would definitely master dust release. In the end, Inoki let out a sigh. This old man understands. Kyoshin turned to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his face full of caution. What do you want with me? To stop Uchiha Madara from being brought back with the reanimation jutsu, Kyoshin said. You're the only person who knows this technique and still supports the infinite Tsukimi. Kabuto sneered, you think I'll cooperate with you? Chapter 143, Chapter 143, The Innkeeper's Assist. I don't need your cooperation. Kyoshin looked at Inoki. Old man, I need you to have a Mangekyo Sharingan transplanted. Inoki frowned. A Sharingan transplant? I'm not from the Uchiha clan. You don't need the bloodline, Kyoshin said. You only need to use Izanami once. Izanami. Inoki looked confused. What's that? Kyoshin explained, it's a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. By making physical contact, it records the opponent's actions. The person caught by the technique falls into an endless loop of the same period of time. Only by accepting their own fate and truly repenting can they escape. The price is that the user permanently loses the sight in one Sharingan. Inoki thought for a moment. So you want me to use Izanami on Kabuto Yakushi? That's right, Kyoshin said. Make him change his mind and give up the reanimation jutsu. You can take him back to the Hidden Stone Village and try to recruit him. Right now, he's at Super Kage level. Or I can just kill him. Inoki quickly shook his head. I'll do it. Super Kage level. Just kill him. He said it as casually as drinking water. Why didn't I ever meet my own Uchiha Kyoshin? Inoki clenched his fists. Still, if he really could recruit Kabuto Yakushi, who had Super Kage level strength, that didn't sound bad. Kyoshin took out one of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan and began transplanting it into Inoki. The surgery was simple. He only needed to place the Sharingan into the eye socket and use medical chakra to connect the nerves. A moment later, Inoki opened that Sharingan. In the blood-red eye, the three tomo slowly spun. Tsuchikage-sama. Kyoshin looked directly at Inoki. As a genius capable of mastering dust release, learning Izanami in 1 minute shouldn't be difficult. Next, I'll explain the chakra flow and eye power pattern of Izanami. Inoki nodded. Kabuto Yakushi didn't sit idle during this time. Instead, he retreated deeper into the cave and began gathering Senjutsu chakra. After a while, his skin turned pale, and horns grew from his head. Kabuto Yakushi hid in the shadows, planning to ambush Kyoshin and Inoki the moment they entered. But a terrifying dust release shot through. The entire cave was blasted open like a turtle whose shell had been ripped off, exposing everything to the sunlight. Kabuto Yakushi looked up, stunned. Is this guy even human? Who could use dust release over such a huge area? Because he had been busy with too many things just now, Kabuto Yakushi hadn't had time to sense Uchiha Kyoshin. But once he locked onto Kyoshin with Sage Mode's sensory ability, an overwhelming feeling of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. At that instant, Inoki moved. Using Earth Release, he slipped underground and emerged beneath Kabuto Yakushi's feet. His palm pressed against Kabuto Yakushi's calf. Izanami activated. Kabuto Yakushi's body instantly froze. His eyes became empty, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A moment later, his body began to tremble. His Sage Mode slowly faded, returning him to his normal appearance. Kabuto Yakushi knelt on the ground, his face blank. Inoki frowned as he looked at him. Super Kage level. Is he really Super Kage level? But Inoki glanced at Kyoshin from the corner of his eye. Then again, with this person here, the difference between a Super Kage and a Genin seemed to be only a few extra seconds. So Kabuto Yakushi had been scared out of his wits. Kyoshin watched the scene and slowly nodded. The power of Izanami was enough to force anyone to face their own heart. Inside the endless loop, Kabuto Yakushi saw his past and all the mistakes he had made. In the end, he chose to accept them. Let's go. Back to the land of iron. Kyoshin stretched lazily. Tsuchikage-sama, Kabuto Yakushi has only accepted his fate. Whether you can recruit him still depends on you. Still, Kyoshin believed in Inoki. After all, Inoki was talented when it came to recruiting people. When Kyoshin and the others returned to the land of iron, Kabuto Yakushi explained what had happened. The other Kage were all stunned. The Raikage's eyes widened. Why you killed Obito? Yeah. Kyoshin shrugged. The two key people behind the Eye of the Moon plan, Kabuto Yakushi has repented, and Obito is dead. So half of the Eye of the Moon plan in this world has already been destroyed. I said I would sabotage the Eye of the Moon plan, not end it completely. The rest depends on you. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head, lost in thought. Feeling the looks around him, Inoki remembered what he had done earlier, and his old face turned red. He called over Kitsuchi, then left with Kabuto Yakushi. The Raikage spoke first. The Hidden Cloud Village will help you search for your companion. Mei Terumi nodded as well. The Hidden Mist Village will help too. Gaara said, the Hidden Sand Village is the same. Kyoshin cupped his hands. Thank you, everyone. The Kage all smiled awkwardly, almost like forced smiles. It's just part of the deal. No need to be polite. After the Kage left, only Kyoshin and Kuratsuchi remained in the meeting hall. What do we do next? We'll stay here and wait for the search results. We're not going back. The flow of time is different in each parallel universe of the ninja world. If we leave here, we might miss the other Kage's search results. That night, lanterns hung all along the streets of the Land of Iron. The district, filled with samurai culture, was crowded with people. Shops on both sides of the street displayed all kinds of weapons and armor. Samurai from the Land of Iron, dressed in heavy armor, patrolled the stone roads with perfectly synchronized footsteps. Kuratsuchi had changed into a black kimono tied with a dark red sash. Her short black hair reflected a faint glow under the moonlight, and her delicate face looked especially gentle under the warm yellow lantern light. Her slender figure moved through the lantern-lit streets, the hem of her kimono swaying gently with each step. Kyoshin walked beside her. The two strolled side by side. It's been years since I've felt this relaxed. Kuratsuchi looked around at the nearby shops, curiosity flashing in her eyes. The Land of Iron is pretty lively. It's a neutral country, after all. Kyoshin was also completely at ease. He had already found a path for the future, and it was workable. There was no longer any need to worry that the perfect future couldn't be achieved. After walking around for a while, Kuratsuchi stopped in front of a weapon shop. She picked up an exquisite short sword. Under the lantern light, the blade reflected a cold gleam. This is a nice sword. Kuratsuchi turned it over, lightly running her fingers along the blade. The steel is very pure. Kyoshin stood behind her, looking at the side of her face. If you like it, buy it. Forget it. Kuratsuchi put the sword back. My fists are more useful. The two continued strolling down the street. As the night grew later, the number of people gradually thinned. They stopped in front of an inn, its wooden sign gently swaying in the wind. The innkeeper behind the counter smiled when he saw a young man and woman walk in. Would the two of you like a room? Do you still have any rooms available? We do. The innkeeper flipped through the register, looking troubled. But there's only one room left. Only one. That's right. The innkeeper smiled. This is the busiest part of the Land of Iron. The nearby inns are probably all full by now. Then we'll take it. The innkeeper nodded and handed the key to one of his staff. Take this young lady to the room. He then looked at Kyoshin. Sir, I'll need you to stay here and fill out the registration. Before following the staff upstairs, Kuratsuchi looked back at Kyoshin. Her cheeks were slightly red. The smile on the innkeeper's face became meaningful as he lowered his voice. Actually, we still have extra rooms. Kyoshin raised an eyebrow. Oh. The innkeeper pointed at the price board behind him. But we have to make money too. Usually in situations like this, we only use one room and collect triple the room fee. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, then why did you close the door and lock it? Kyoshin immediately understood. He took out some silver and handed it to the innkeeper. Thank you. The innkeeper laughed loudly. No need to thank me. Giving couples in love a little push is also one of the ways we make money. Kyoshin turned and went upstairs. He pushed open the door, and the room was lit with a soft pink light. Kuratsuchi stood by the window with her back to the door. Her fingers lightly pinched the edge of her kimono. When she heard the door open, her body stiffened slightly. Kyoshin closed the door. If you don't like it, we can change to another inn. Kuratsuchi turned around. Her cheeks were bright red, and her eyes shifted uneasily. She bit her lower lip, took a deep breath, then raised her head and looked straight into Kyoshin's eyes. Then why did you close the door? And lock it? Kyoshin smiled slightly and wrapped an arm around her waist. Her body was soft and warm. The fabric of her kimono slid across his fingertips. Her breathing became uneven for a moment as she boldly wrapped both arms around his neck. A moment later. Kuratsuchi twisted her waist slightly, feeling a little hot. I'm going to take a bath. Kyoshin caught her hand. Together. Kuratsuchi's face turned even redder, and even her ears were burning. The two entered the bathroom, and the sound of running water filled the room. Steam slowly rose, blurring the patterns on the glass partition. Through the hazy mist, Kuratsuchi's outline appeared and disappeared. She stood beneath the shower as hot water flowed over her shoulders, soaking her short black hair. Droplets ran down her neck, paused briefly in the hollow of her collarbone, then continued downward. Her skin had a faint pink color under the hot water, and the outline of her shoulder blades looked slender and graceful under the light. Kyoshin walked behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. His hands traced the faint lines of her toned waist. Kuratsuchi's body trembled slightly, but she didn't move away. For more than a week, Kyoshin and Kuratsuchi stayed at the inn. They almost never went outside. The two of them chatted in the room. Drank tea. Looked at the scenery through the window. In short, they were almost never apart. This continued until Mifune of the Land of Iron delivered the search results. Anoki, the Raikage, Meitarumi, Gaara, and Tsunade had all sent their reports to the Land of Iron. Kyoshin opened the documents and read them carefully. The intelligence network of the 5 great ninja villages covered the entire ninja world, but they still hadn't found any trace of the others. That's normal. Kyoshin put down the documents. Besides the Otsutsuki's little turtle, only the dragon vein at Rorin has a similar ability. The chances of them appearing in another parallel ninja world aren't high. Kuratsuchi yawned, leaned her head onto Kyoshin's shoulder from behind, and lazily asked. Since we've already confirmed the coordinates from when we crossed over, who are we going to find first? I'm taking you home first. It might be dangerous. Who knows what strange things exist in other parallel universes? Kyoshin could smell her familiar scent, but he looked a little tired. Kuratsuchi pursed her lips. TSK. Who could possibly beat you? I think you're just trying to keep me from getting jealous. Ahem. Kyoshin coughed awkwardly. It's not what you think. Anyway, let's get ready first. If we go back looking like this, it'd be pretty awkward if your teacher saw us. We're finally back. Looking at the familiar hidden stone village, Kuratsuchi's eyes turned slightly red. Kyoshin held her hand and sensed the flying thunder god kunai inside the village, accurately locking onto the Tsuchikage's office. With a flash, the two of them disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already inside the Tsuchikage's office. 6 years had made Inoki look much older. His already short body had become even more hunched. The wrinkles on his face had deepened like ravines, and the bags under his eyes hung heavily as if weighed down by lead. The desk was piled high with documents, and the tea in the cup beside them had long gone cold. Inoki looked up. The moment he saw the two figures, the document in his hand slipped onto the desk. His eyes widened, and his lips trembled slightly. Kuratsuchi's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Grandpa." She rushed over and threw herself into Inoki's arms. His trembling hands gently stroked her hair as tears rolled down his aged face and fell onto Kuratsuchi's shoulder. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Leaning against the doorframe, Kyoshin watched the scene. His own eyes grew a little warm. After a long while, Inoki let go of Kuratsuchi and carefully looked her over. "Looks like you've been living much better than Grandpa." He wiped away his tears. Kuratsuchi suddenly stiffened. She immediately stood up straight, her uneasy eyes drifting toward Kyoshin. Inoki looked up at Kyoshin standing by the door. His eyes were filled with mixed emotions, worry and happiness. The old man's voice choked slightly. "Kyoshin, what exactly happened?" Kyoshin walked forward and explained everything in detail. He explained every part without leaving anything out. The divine technique of the Otsutsuki fisherman. The 6 years of training. Finding the little turtle treasure, then using its divine technique to locate the others and the original ninja world. As for the last few days with Kuratsuchi, he passed over them with just a brief hint. After all, something like that should be known by an elder. Looking at the young man before him, Inoki was filled with emotion. "Are you still going to look for the others?" "Yes." Kyoshin nodded. "There are still 6 more people I need to bring back." Inoki sighed and stood up from his chair. He walked over to Kyoshin, reached out, and patted him on the shoulder. "When you're out there, your own life always comes first. If you run into an enemy you can't defeat, come back immediately. Grandpa may be old, but maybe I can still help a little." Kyoshin felt the warmth and weight of the hand on his shoulder. It was the concern of an elder. The warmth of family. A warm feeling rose in his heart, and his eyes became slightly hot. "I know, Grandpa." Inoki froze. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. "Why you, what did you call me?" "Grandpa." Inoki's lips trembled. Then he laughed. He laughed loudly. He laughed happily. The wrinkles on his face relaxed, making him seem several years younger. After Inoki finished laughing, Kyoshin asked, "Has anything major happened in the ninja world recently?" Inoki returned to his desk and sat down. The Akatsuki is still hiding somewhere in the ninja world. No one knows what they're doing. But they've gone quiet. Everyone thinks they've been forced to disband. As for everything else, the 5 great ninja villages have realized the threat of the Akatsuki and decided to put their differences aside for now to prepare for any counterattack. After hearing that, Kyoshin relaxed for the time being, but he still reminded Inoki, "Grandpa, Nagato and I have an agreement. If Nagato ever threatens the hidden stone village, remind him of our agreement first. He won't make things too difficult for us." Inoki nodded. Grandpa will remember. Of course he wouldn't make things difficult, unless he no longer wanted to live. Kyoshin looked at Kuratsuchi. The two looked at each other for a while. "You're leaving?" "Yeah." Kuratsuchi walked up to him and reached out to straighten his collar. Her movements were slow, as if she were trying to delay the moment and keep him there for just a few more seconds. Chapter 145, Karen, Part 1. When Karen opened her eyes, her whole body felt like it had fallen apart. She was lying face down on a hard rocky ground. The air was filled with the dry smell unique to the land of Earth. "It hurts." Karen pushed herself up and looked around. She found herself in a narrow alley. On both sides stood the stone buildings that were the trademark of Iwagakure. Karen frowned, closed her eyes, and activated the Kagura Mind's Eye. Her sensing ability spread out like ripples, covering the entire hidden stone village. There was no sign of her mother Chinatsu's chakra. No sign of Kyoshin's chakra. Not even a trace of any familiar presence. Karen's pupils shrank slightly. She expanded her sensing range and caught a familiar chakra signature. A young girl with short black hair was practicing earth release on a training ground. The girl had delicate features and a slim build. She looked no older than 6 or 7. "Kuratsuchi." but much younger than the Kuratsuchi Karen remembered. Karen took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She remembered that Otsutsuki fisherman and his divine technique. She remembered that colorful space-time passage. Had she been sent to another timeline, or another universe? The moment she accepted reality, panic rose in her heart. Did that mean she might never see Kyoshin again? No. Impossible. No matter what happened, no matter where she was, Kyoshin had said he would never abandon her. Karen suddenly sensed 3 chakra signatures approaching her. They were moving fast, and their chakra carried the steady, heavy feeling unique to Iwagakure Umbu. Karen stepped to the side and pressed herself against the wall, her fingers tightening. 3 Umbu wearing animal masks appeared at the entrance of the alley. The leader wore a tanuki mask, with a ninja sword at his waist. The tanuki mask stared at Karen, his eyes stopping on her long red hair for a moment. "You're not a ninja from Iwagakure." Karen said nothing. Hidden inside her sleeve, her fingers quietly formed hand seals. The tanuki mask stepped forward. "Red hair. An Uzumaki. How did you get into Iwagakure?" Karen raised her head, using the Kagura mind's eye to lock onto all 3 of them. The Umbu on the left had already moved behind her. The one on the right stood on a rooftop, cutting off her escape. The tanuki mask spoke again, "Come with us and cooperate with the investigation." Karen shook her head. "I was just passing through." The tanuki mask had already gripped his sword. Passing through. Iwagakure is deep inside the land of Earth. It's surrounded by wasteland and rocky mountains. You were just passing through. Karen waved her hand. Golden chains shot out from behind her. Adamantine ceiling chains. The chains curved through the air like living creatures and wrapped precisely around the ankle of the Umbu on the roof. With one pull, the Umbu lost his balance and fell from the roof. The tanuki mask's pupils shrank as he drew his sword and rushed at Karen. Karen turned aside to avoid the blade. Another chain shot out from her waist and wrapped around the tanuki mask's wrist. She twisted hard. The short sword flew from his hand and landed on the ground with a clang. The third Umbu attacked from behind, thrusting a kunai at the back of Karen's neck. Without even turning around, Karen had already caught his movement with the Kagura mind's eye. She leaned forward and swept her right leg backward, striking his knee. The Umbu let out a muffled grunt and dropped to one knee. The whole exchange took less than 5 seconds. Karen looked at the 3 Umbu. "I told you. I was just passing through." The tanuki mask struggled a few times. When he realized the chains were only tightening, he gave up resisting. "Who are you?" Karen turned and walked toward the other end of the alley. Her red ponytail swayed gently behind her. There was no need to answer. Even in Iwagakure, without Kyoshin's guarantee, she wouldn't be treated well. After all, the Uzumaki clan was widely recognized as one of the best choices for becoming a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Karen quickly moved along the edge of Iwagakure. Her Kagura mind's eye remained active the whole time, letting her avoid every patrol route in advance. Her mind raced. In this world's Iwagakure, there was no Mother Chinatsu. No Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi was still just a little girl. That meant this point in time was about 6 or 7 years earlier than in her own world. This world's Kyoshin should still be in Konoha. Karen's steps paused slightly as she instinctively wanted to change direction and head for Konoha. If Konoha is still here, then I might still have a chance to help Kyoshin. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped again. Karen clenched her fists, her brows drawing together. The Kyoshin of this world didn't know her. He had never saved her, never protected her, never taught her ninjutsu. To this world's Kyoshin, she was just a stranger. And to her, this world's Kyoshin was also a stranger. Karen took a deep breath, turned around, and headed toward Kusagakure. Based on the timeline, her mother and the Karen of this world were still in Kusagakure. They were suffering. Karen's eyes turned cold, and she suddenly sped up. By the time Karen reached the border of the land of grass, it was already dark. A faint smell of blood filled the air. In the distance came the shouts of battling ninja and the sharp sound of kunai clashing. The land of grass was at war. Karen crouched behind a large rock as her Kagura mind's eye stretched forward. On the battlefield, the grass ninja were fighting an unidentified ninja squad. But in a temporary camp behind the battlefield, Karen sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures. Chinatsu. And herself. Karen's breathing became hurried. She saw her mother, Chinatsu, lying weakly on a hospital bed. The exposed skin on her body was covered with bite marks and wounds. Several grass ninja surrounded her. One of them was biting into Chinatsu's arm, greedily draining her chakra. Chinatsu's face was as pale as paper. Her eyes were unfocused, and her cracked lips were bleeding. And herself. No. Or rather, the Karen of this world. She was locked inside an iron cage nearby, curled up in a corner, her body trembling. Bloodshot veins appeared in Karen's eyes. So in their world, if Kyoshin hadn't rescued her and her mother in time, then once Kusagakure entered a state of war, this would have been how they lived. Even Chinatsu probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Karen stood up and stopped hiding. Her feet slammed against the ground, and she shot toward the camp like a red bolt of lightning. Golden chains burst out from behind her. One grass ninja noticed the movement and turned to form hand seals. The adamantine sealing chains had already wrapped around his neck. With one hard twist, the sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. The grass ninja's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Only then did the other grass ninja react, drawing their kunai and shuriken. But Karen was too fast. Golden chains danced through the air, and every swing took another life. One grass ninja tried to attack from the side. Without even looking back, Karen's chain bent as if it had eyes of its own and pierced straight through his chest. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Karen, Part 2. In less than 30 seconds. All 12 grass ninja in the camp were lying on the ground. Blood stained the dirt red. Karen withdrew her chains and quickly walked into the tent. The moment her eyes met Chinatsu's, her heart trembled. Mother, I'm here. Chinatsu's cloudy eyes slowly focused on Karen's face. She opened her mouth. Her voice was so hoarse it was almost impossible to hear. Rin. Karen nodded, her eyes turning red. It's me. Chinatsu's trembling hand reached up and touched Karen's cheek. How have you grown up so much? It's a long story. Karen used the adamantine sealing chains to free the little Karen from the iron cage. Little Karen stayed curled up in the corner, staring at this unfamiliar red-haired older sister with wide eyes. Karen crouched down and held out her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Little Karen hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out and holding Karen's fingers. Karen helped her out of the cage, then turned to Chinatsu. It isn't safe here. Let's leave first. Chinatsu shook her head, her voice trembling with tears. We can't. The elders of Kusagakure won't let us go. Karen held Chinatsu by the shoulders. I'm Karen from another world. I'm your daughter. I grew up. I became stronger. I'll protect you, and her. Chinatsu froze and stared at Karen with wide eyes. Another world. Karen nodded. I was sent to this world by an Otsutsuki's divine technique. In my world, I met Kyoshin-senpai. He saved me and taught me ninjutsu. I'm strong enough now to protect both of you. Naturally, Chinatsu had never heard of anyone named Kyoshin. She looked at little Karen, both of them completely confused. Little Karen asked timidly, who is that? Karen's heart sank. You don't know Uchiha Kyoshin? Chinatsu shook her head. I've never heard that name. Karen bit her lower lip. The Kyoshin of this world might have already died on the night of the Uchiha massacre in Konoha. But it didn't matter. He was just a stranger anyway. Karen stood up and looked toward Kusagakure. No matter what, I'll protect you. From today on, no one will ever hurt you again. Chinatsu grabbed Karen's wrist. Karen, hurry and leave. You killed so many grass ninja. Their reinforcements will be here soon. Karen shook her head, a faint smile appearing on her lips. My training under Kyoshin-senpai wasn't for nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from the distance. At least 20 grass ninja were rushing toward them. Karen let go of Chinatsu's hand and turned to face them. Golden chains spread out from behind her again, giving off a cold glow under the moonlight. The leading grass jonin's face changed the moment he saw the bodies covering the ground. Who are you? Karen raised her hand. The adamantine sealing chains shot out like a rainstorm. The jonin tried to dodge, but the chains were too fast. A golden chain pierced his shoulder and nailed him to the ground. Someone at this level is actually wearing a jonin vest, Karen spoke with disdain. As expected, compared to the 5 great ninja villages, the quality of ninja in the other villages was unbelievably poor. The other grass ninja stopped in their tracks, fear spreading across their faces. Karen looked over them. Who else wants to come? Silence. More than 20 grass ninja looked at each other, but not one dared step forward. Karen withdrew her chains. Take me to Kusagakure. I want to meet your elders. Holding that squad of grass ninja under her control, Karen brought Chinatsu and little Karen with her all the way to Kusagakure. But the moment she stepped into the village entrance, she sensed something unusual. Her Kagura mind's eye detected 12 powerful chakra signatures hiding inside the surrounding buildings. Karen stopped walking and let out a cold smile. She formed hand seals. Golden chains spread out like a spider web, covering the entire ground. Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, 12 figures appeared from the shadows at the same time. The 12 elders of Uchiha. Each of them wore a different animal mask. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Karen looked around once. Is that all? Anyone else? Come together. Don't waste my time. The elder wearing the rat mask spoke in a deep voice. You killed our people, and you still want to enter Uchiha. Karen said, from today on, I'm the one who decides what happens in Uchiha. The rat-masked elder sneered. Arrogant. He waved his hand. All 12 elders attacked at once. Various ninjutsu and hidden weapons flew toward Karen. Karen closed her eyes. Her Kagura mind's eye was fully activated. Every movement. Every ninjutsu's path. Every hidden weapon's flight. Everything appeared clearly within her perception. Karen moved with precise, flexible footwork, as if she had cheats turned on. The golden chains danced around her like living creatures. In less than 10 seconds, all 12 elders had been restrained by the adamantine sealing chains and lay on the ground, unable to move. Karen stood in the middle of them. Her long red hair swayed in the wind. She looked at the pale-faced grass ninja who had been scared speechless. Anyone else not convinced? No one answered. Karen nodded. Good. From today on, I'll be in charge of Uchiha. You can keep doing whatever you've been doing, but there's one rule. She paused, her eyes turning cold. No one is allowed to touch members of the Uzumaki clan again. Otherwise. The golden chains suddenly tightened. One grass ninja was twisted into pieces. 6 years later. Life in Uchiha had gradually become peaceful. Karen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a worn, yellowed Uzumaki secret scroll. Her red hair had grown longer than it was 6 years ago, reaching her waist. The youthful look had faded from her face, replaced by a more mature charm. Inside the house, Chinatsu was cooking. Smoke slowly rose from the chimney. Little Karen squatted in the yard, drawing on the ground with a tree branch. Karen turned another page of the scroll, her brows knitting slightly. The scroll recorded lost sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but there were many parts she couldn't fully understand. If only Kyoshin-senpai were here. A trace of loneliness appeared in Karen's eyes. If Kyoshin were here, he would definitely explain the important parts to her. But it had already been 6 years. Little Karen looked up at Karen. Big sister, tell me the story about Kyoshin-senpai again. Karen put down the scroll and looked at her. Again. You've already heard it hundreds of times. Little Karen ran over, grabbed Karen's sleeve, and acted spoiled. But I really want to hear it. Ever since Karen had rescued her, little Karen's dependence on her had reached its peak over the past 6 years. She had even developed feelings she couldn't quite understand. Karen sighed and gently rubbed little Karen's hair. Her eyes softened, as if she had fallen into old memories. Kyoshin-senpai. He's the most amazing person I've ever met. Little Karen blinked. How amazing. Karen immediately started praising him to the skies. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Karen, Part 3. He knows the Flying Thunder God technique. He can cross the entire ninja world in an instant. He knows dust release. Its white light can erase everything. His Sharingan can see through every genjutsu. His Susanoo is 8,000 meters tall, completely white, like a god descending into the world. Little Karen opened her mouth wide. 8,000 meters. You're lying. But Karen paid no attention to the little girl's doubtful look. She simply held her slightly red cheeks and stayed lost in her own world. And he's very good to me. He saved me. He saved Mom. He gave us a new life. He taught me ninjutsu. He taught me sealing techniques. He taught me how to protect myself. She paused, and her voice became quieter. He said he would come find me. Little Karen tilted her head. But, sister, you've already waited 6 years. Could it be that he doesn't exist at all? Karen's fingers paused slightly. He'll come. He'll definitely come. At the same time, on the other side of Uchiha. Inside Hozuki Castle, Mui stood before the box of bliss with a gloomy expression. Behind him stood several members of the Grass Reality faction wearing animal masks. One of them spoke, Lord Mui, that woman Karen has stayed in Uchiha for 6 years. She doesn't agree with our plan, and she won't let us touch the Uzumaki clan members. If this continues, our plan to unite the land of grass will be delayed indefinitely. Mui was silent for a moment. How is the chakra collection for the box of bliss going? The member answered, it will take at least another 2 years to gather enough chakra to open the box of bliss. Mui turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then speed it up. Dispose of every prisoner in Hozuki Castle. Use their chakra to make up the difference. The member hesitated. But, some of those prisoners are missing nin from other villages. If we deal with them too quickly, it may attract attention. Mui said, then let them pay attention. Once my son is revived and Iwagakure unites the land of grass, who will dare say anything? The members looked at each other before lowering their heads together. Yes. Mui looked up at the box of bliss, his eyes filled with crazed anticipation. Muku, wait a little longer. Father will bring you back very soon. Half a month later. Karen received an invitation from Konoha. The Chunin exams. She casually tossed the invitation onto the table and ignored it. Chinatsu came over with tea. You're not going. Karen shook her head. I'm only here to wait for Brother Kyoshin. Taking part in the Chunin exams will only bring unnecessary trouble. I don't want to attract too much attention. Chinatsu sighed and said nothing more. Another half-month passed. News that Konoha's Chunin exams had ended spread across the ninja world. The fourth Tsuchikage, Raza, was dead. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was dead. When Karen heard the news, she only replied with a calm, oh. None of that had anything to do with her. She only wanted to wait for her brother Kyoshin. But Orochimaru thought differently. That evening, Karen was studying a secret scroll in the courtyard when she suddenly sensed a cold chakra approaching. She immediately got ready and walked over on her own. She saw a middle-aged man with a pale face and long black hair. His hands looked very strange, as if they couldn't move. His golden vertical pupils carried the coldness unique to snakes. Orochimaru. Karen put down the scroll and stood up. What are you doing here? Orochimaru smiled slightly. His voice was hoarse and low. The surviving member of the Uzumaki clan. The true ruler of Iwagakure. I've heard your name for a long time. Karen frowned. If you're here to cause trouble, you've come to the wrong person. She knew very well that Orochimaru was not someone easy to deal with. In her world, it was only because Kyoshin existed that Orochimaru had seemed so well behaved. Orochimaru shook his head. No. I'm here to discuss cooperation. He took a step forward. I know you're looking for someone. Uchiha Kyoshin, right? Karen's pupils shrank slightly. Orochimaru continued, if you do me one favor, I can help you find him. Come with me to Tanzaku town and help me defeat Tsunade. After it's done, I'll use my intelligence network to help you find Uchiha Kyoshin. Karen expressionlessly shook her head. No need. Why would she look for the Kyoshin of this world? She wanted her Kyoshin. The smile froze on Orochimaru's face. You'll regret this. Orochimaru kept his word. Just a few days later, news quickly spread through the underground intelligence network of the ninja world. Iwagakure was hiding 3 surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan possessed enormous chakra reserves and powerful life force. They were the most suitable clan to become Jinchuriki. As soon as the news spread, every major ninja village became interested. Karen had expected this long ago. Her Kagura mind's eye always covered the entire village. The first group of 4 Umbu had just entered the village when she discovered them. Adamantine ceiling chains burst out from beneath the ground and instantly captured all 4. Karen did not kill them. She simply tied up the 4 Umbu and threw them at the village entrance as a warning. But the Umbu came from different ninja villages and ignored Karen's goodwill. This time, Karen hit harder. A few people died. The Umbu withdrew. Before Karen could relax, she suddenly sensed an enormous burst of chakra from the direction of Hozuki Castle. Her eyes snapped open, and she jumped out of bed. Kagura mind's eye instantly spread out. Inside Hozuki Castle, a strange box had already been opened. A huge black figure rushed out of the box and smashed through the roof of the castle. Muku. But Muku had completely lost his human form. His body had grown to the size of several buildings. His skin had turned into a black armored shell. A pair of enormous wings had grown from his back, and 2 curved horns rose from his head. His monstrous appearance was exactly the same as the legendary Satori. The truth of the box of bliss was never that it could grant wishes. Inside the box, there was only destruction and fear. Muku had been imprisoned inside it for 10 years. His mind had been completely consumed by darkness, turning him into a monster that only knew how to kill. Mui stood among the ruins of Hozuki Castle, watching his son become a monster. The hope on his face turned into despair. No, this isn't right. Muku, how could this? Muku looked down at Mui. There was no emotion in his blood-red eyes. He swung one claw. Mui was sent flying, crashing through a wall. Muku spread his wings and flew into the night sky. Soon, he circled above Kusagakure. His body released thick black chakra that covered the entire village like dark clouds. The grass ninja woke from their sleep. When they saw the monster in the sky, they all screamed in terror. Karen stood on a rooftop, looking up at Muku. Golden chains spread out behind her and aimed at him. The chains shot into the air. Muku lightly moved to one side and dodged them. Karen frowned. She attacked again. The adamantine ceiling chains shot toward Muku like a rainstorm. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, maybe I'm destined to run into dust release. But every time, Muku dodged with perfect precision. He moved so lightly that he didn't seem like such a huge monster. Every dodge was perfectly timed. He seemed able to sense Karen's intent to attack, predicting her movements before she even made them. The adamantine ceiling chains were driven by Karen's will and chakra, and they carried her intent to attack. Muku could sense that intent in advance and avoid the attack. Karen gritted her teeth. She tried changing her strategy, using feints and fake moves to fool Muku's senses. But every time her attack was about to hit, Muku escaped by the smallest margin. The monster was too fast. So fast that even Karen's Kagura mind's eye couldn't completely keep up. The grass ninja saw this and gathered around. Their eyes were full of gloating. A grass jonin shouted, "Karen, your days of ruling Kusagakure are over. Get out of here." The other grass ninja joined in. Karen looked around at the people who had once lowered their heads before her. Now every one of them was showing their fangs. A bunch of idiots. Do you think if I leave, this thing will spare you? Karen really couldn't take it anymore. Did these creatures actually have human brains? After saying that, Karen ignored them and rushed toward the house where Chinatsu and little Karen lived. Golden chains cleared the way, knocking away every grass ninja blocking her path. Karen rushed into the courtyard and grabbed Chinatsu and little Karen. Let's go. Under the cover of night, she led Chinatsu and little Karen out of Kusagakure. Only then did the grass ninja realize something. Here, only Karen could stand against the monster. As for them, they would only be slaughtered. After Karen left, screams rang out one after another. They rose and fell without end, as though they would never stop. The entire Kusagakure became hell. Meanwhile, Karen took Chinatsu and little Karen to hide in a cave near the border of the land of grass. Leaning against a rock, Karen breathed heavily. Chinatsu and little Karen sat nearby, both pale. The howls of wild beasts echoed outside the cave, sounding especially harsh in the night wind. "Sister, what do we do? We'll hide here for a few days. Once Muku leaves the land of grass, we'll go back." Little Karen curled up in Chinatsu's arms, still trembling. "Sister, will that monster come after us?" Karen shook her head. "I don't know." She wasn't sure either. Karen shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She took a specially made kunai from her ninja pouch. The handle was engraved with the Flying Thunder God formula. She gripped the kunai tightly and poured chakra into it. The kunai glowed faintly, but nothing else happened. Karen sighed and put it back into her clothes. Watching her, little Karen couldn't help asking, "Sister, will that brother Kyoshin really come?" Karen answered seriously and without hesitation, "He will." Little Karen said, "But you put chakra into that kunai every day. It has never reacted." Karen fell silent. Little Karen continued, "Sister, let's run away. Let's go to another country, somewhere without grass ninja or monsters. That brother Kyoshin won't come. He doesn't exist at all." "Enough." Karen's voice was soft, but cold. Little Karen shrank back in fear and didn't dare say another word. "He'll come. He'll find me. No matter where I am, he'll find me." Karen realized her tone had been too harsh, but she gave no further explanation. Chinatsu looked at Karen, her eyes full of heartache. 3 days passed slowly in anxiety and waiting. Karen kept her Kagura mind's eye active the entire time, sensing everything around her. Muku's chakra disappeared from her sensing range on the very first day. Kusagakure had suffered heavy losses in Muku's attack. More than half the village had been destroyed. Mui was missing. Some said Muku had killed him. Some said he had escaped. Others said he had gone mad. Karen didn't care. There was only one thing she cared about. But things seemed to have gone beyond Karen's control. The news about the 3 Uzumaki clan members in the land of grass had already spread. Together with the monster Muku. The 2 pieces of news attracted the attention of the 4 great ninja villages. Muku was powerful. The Uzumaki clan was ideal for becoming Jinchuriki. Now, all they had to do was come to the land of grass. They could capture the Uzumaki clan members, seal Muku inside one of them, and take them back for brainwashing. It was basically a free Jinchuriki, 2 backup Jinchuriki candidates, and 1 tailed beast. No one could resist that temptation. So the 4 great ninja villages all sent their strongest people. Iwagakure, Raikage, Killer Bee, and several of Killer Bee's students. Konoha, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi. Tsunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Iwagakure, Inoki, Kitsuchi, and Akatsuchi. Besides those whose names were known, there were also Umbu and Jonin squads. So many elite ninja had only one goal. Capture the 3 Uzumaki clan members, seal Muku inside one of them, then take them back to their village, brainwash them, and raise them as Jinchuriki. We have to leave. We need to go somewhere else. Taking advantage of everyone fighting Muku, Karen spoke to Chinatsu and little Karen beside her. But little Karen suddenly looked toward the horizon, her face turning pale. Sister. Karen turned around and saw a small old man flying toward them at incredible speed. She clenched her teeth, moved in front of Chinatsu and little Karen, gripped her flying thunder god kunai tightly, and once again poured chakra into it. Inoki descended from the sky and floated in front of Karen. Little girl of the Uzumaki clan, give up resisting. You're no match for us. As long as you come back with me, I promise you'll be treated well. Although that black monster has been captured by the Raikage, taking a few Uzumaki clan members back will still make this trip worthwhile. Unless Kyoshin was there, Karen would never believe him. After all, she had lived with Kyoshin in Iwagakure. She knew exactly what Iwagakure was like. From top to bottom, inside and out, there was only one thought: I want to go to war. Without Kyoshin's guarantee and protection, Inoki would definitely exploit them because they were members of the Uzumaki clan. That was simply the truth. Karen was very clear-headed. She refused Inoki without hesitation. Inoki shook his head. Then don't blame me for being rude. Since I can't have you. He raised his hands, formed hand seals, and used dust release. A white cube appeared and flew toward Karen. Karen's breathing stopped for a moment as the adamantine sealing chains shot out like a sudden downpour. The adamantine sealing chains possessed sealing power and could physically touch the dust release barrier. Clang. The adamantine sealing chains collided with the dust release barrier, producing a harsh metallic sound. Karen gritted her teeth and held on. But at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind her. Am I somehow destined to run into dust release? Every time I find someone, I end up seeing dust release. Tears instantly streamed from Karen's eyes. The tension in her body disappeared, and the adamantine sealing chains lost their support, forcing them back against the dust release. Kyoshin stood in front of Karen. He raised one arm and aimed his open palm at Inoki's dust release. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Big Sister isn't coming home tonight. Bang. Inoki's dust release was crushed by Kyoshin's dust release almost without any chance to resist. Seeing this, Inoki's jaw nearly dropped. Kyoshin turned around and smiled slightly. Sorry. I'm late. Karen threw herself into his arms and held him tightly. Her tears soaked his clothes. I knew it. Kyoshin gently patted her back. At that moment, the ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages gathered together. Their target was naturally Karen, Chinatsu, and the young Karen, all members of the Uzumaki clan. Kyoshin looked around at the surrounding ninjas, his eyes turning cold. This farce ends here. From now on, I need all of you to search this world for my companions. Before he could finish speaking, an attack came. No one was willing to listen to him. Killer Bee moved first. Tailed Beast chakra burst out instantly, and 8 tails extended from behind him. Drawing his 7 swords, he charged at Kyoshin. Brat, who do you think you are? The corner of Kyoshin's eye twitched. Seriously? Refusing a peaceful way. He raised both arms. 2 beams of white light shot out from his palms, one from each hand. Each beam had a terrifying diameter of 100 meters. The 2 dust release attacks swept wildly across the land like spells meant to destroy the world. Anything unlucky enough to be hit had no chance to resist. Only the monster Muku managed to let out one miserable scream before his body broke apart and vanished in the white light. Not even ashes remained. When Kyoshin lowered his arms and looked around, many people were already gone. Killer Bee, Kankuro, Asuma, Muku, along with a large number of Jonin squads and Umbu who had come with them. Their presence had completely disappeared from the world. As if they had never existed. The elite ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages were all frozen. They looked at the wreckage on the ground, at the fading white light in the air, and at the young man standing before Karen. Their faces were filled with fear. Inoki floated in the air, still holding his hand seal, but his whole body had gone stiff. He had never seen a dust release like this. Instant. Precise. Without a single unnecessary movement. Every strike went straight for the kill. Every strike was fatal. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Kyoshin lowered his hand and looked at Inoki. Can we talk properly now? Inoki's lips trembled. He lowered his hands and spoke in a dry voice, You, who exactly are you? Kyoshin shielded Karen and the others behind him. I come from another world. I came here to find my companions. He pointed at Karen behind him. She's one of the people I'm looking for. Now, I'll give all of you the details of your mission. Inoki suddenly interrupted him. You killed the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, killed Konoha's elite Jonin, and killed Tsuchigage's puppet master. Do you know what kind of consequences that will cause? Kyoshin smiled kindly, You'd better listen until I'm done while I still have some patience. In an instant, everyone present felt a chill run down their backs. It seemed they could hear each other's heavy heartbeats. Only the Raikage continued glaring at Kyoshin with wide, furious eyes. Kyoshin spoke calmly again, To me, this world is only a stop along the way. Once I find my companions, or even if I don't find the others, I will leave. Whether you wage war or live in peace has nothing to do with me. But his gaze swept across everyone present. Before that, if anyone dares to get in my way, I don't mind wiping this world clean. Don't think about playing tricks, like hiding information. My flying thunder god marks can sense the entire world. Silence. No one dared to speak. Kyoshin continued, Yakumo Kurama, Cheyenne, Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Sasuke, Haku. Find them, and tell them Uchiha Kyoshin has arrived. If they know me, then they're my companions. I want you to form a joint search team to cover the entire ninja world. If there are no results within 1 week, or if there's even one place you fail to search, then I'll do it myself. And at that point, you won't be useful anymore. No one needed to ask what happened to people who were no longer useful. Cold sweat appeared on Inoki's forehead. Isn't 1 week too short? Ah. The Raikage suddenly roared in fury and charged at Kyoshin at terrifying speed. Give me back my brother's life. However. A flash of white light. The Raikage disappeared. Kyoshin looked toward where he had been, then shifted his gaze to the blonde, large-breasted woman. From now on, you'll take over as Raikage and complete the mission I assigned. Samui took half a step back, grinding her teeth so hard she wanted nothing more than to tear Kyoshin apart. But in the end, she only said weakly, I understand. Kyoshin looked around. Do I need to remind you when to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, the ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages retreated at full speed. The danger was over, and the mission had been assigned. Kyoshin turned to Karen and smiled. Was I cool? Humph. Karen's eyes were red, and her voice was choked. You finally came. Kyoshin reached out and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. His expression softened. 6 years had turned Karen from an inexperienced girl into a mature woman. Her features had become more defined, and there was more confidence between her brows. But when she looked at Kyoshin, her eyes still carried the same dependence and admiration they had 6 years ago. Karen slowly moved closer to him. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster. But just as the distance between them became almost zero, Karen suddenly turned to look at the young Karen from this world. Kids shouldn't watch. Turn around. Young Karen blinked. Her cheeks puffed up, and her eyes moved back and forth between Kyoshin and Karen several times. Kyoshin suddenly found it interesting. Because from this young Karen's eyes, he could actually tell that she seemed a little concerned about Karen. TSK, TSK. But the two of you are never going to happen. Kyoshin picked Karen up in his arms. Then they did this. And that. Although they didn't completely do that, Chinatsu still covered young Karen's eyes. After a while, Kyoshin and Karen finally separated. Karen didn't dare look Chinatsu in the eyes. Logically speaking, she wasn't her mother. But in another sense, she was. Although they weren't from the same world, Chinatsu still understood her own daughter. Smiling, she said, Now that there's no danger, your little sister and I will head back first. Blushing, Karen nodded. Young Karen let Chinatsu lead her toward the nearest town. She couldn't help turning back to look at Karen. She was already 12 or 13 years old. Under Karen's guidance, she was much stronger than Chinatsu now. But she still didn't dare pull her hand away from her mother's. Even so, young Karen felt a painful tightness in her heart. She looked up at Chinatsu and asked, Mom, isn't big sister coming with us? Chinatsu had long noticed how attached she was to Karen. To make her give up completely, she could only answer softly, Your big sister isn't coming home tonight. Young Karen. Chapter 150, Sasuke. 7 days later. Kyoshin and Karen woke up in a room at the inn. The morning light shone through the paper window and fell across Karen's fair back. Her long red hair was scattered over the pillow, with a few strands resting against her neck. There were faint red marks below her collarbone, left behind from the previous night. Karen turned over and stretched lazily. Her feet slipped out from under the blanket, showing her slender ankles and well-shaped arches. Most importantly, because Karen had met Kyoshin very early and had gone to Iwagakure before war broke out in the land of grass, her body was smooth and unmarked, without a single bite scar. Karen lay on Kyoshin's chest and said lazily, "Those ninjas are back." Kyoshin rubbed his forehead. "Any news?" "Looks like no." Karen shook her head. "I didn't sense anyone else's chakra." "Just as expected." Kyoshin got up and dressed. Karen knelt on the bed and reached over to tie his belt. Her fingers skillfully worked the knot while her long red hair hung down, the tips brushing across the back of his hand. In the inn's lobby, representatives from the 5 great ninja villages stood in a line. Why the 5 great ninja villages? At first, this had nothing to do with Iwagakure. But after the other 4 villages went back, the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. As fellow great ninja villages, they couldn't let only themselves be forced around. So, Iwagakure was dragged into the search team as well. And so, the representatives of the 5 great ninja villages stood before Kyoshin. Every one of them was so well behaved it was almost unbelievable, like fierce beasts that had been tamed. Every face showed exhaustion and fear. Kyoshin walked downstairs, sat in a chair, and picked up a teacup. "So, you didn't find a single one?" Samui answered carefully, "We did our best." Kyoshin took a sip of tea and looked over everyone. "I'll come back from time to time. The reason is simple. To make sure Karen and Chinatsu are safe." The ninjas all understood what he meant. The Karen beside Kyoshin and the Karen of this world clearly weren't the original body and a shadow clone. They were the same person, except one came from another world. Kyoshin was making one thing clear. The Chinatsu and Karen of this world were under his protection. "You can leave." The ninjas felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from them and quickly left. Kyoshin stood up and went upstairs. Only after his figure disappeared did the innkeeper finally let out a long breath. His face was slightly twisted, his eyes full of disbelief, as though he had seen something impossible. Kyoshin returned to the room and pushed the door open. "Finish talking." "Yeah. I'll send you back first, huh?" His words caught for a moment. Because he saw the burning look in Karen's eyes. Karen placed her fingers on her collar and gave it a gentle pull. Her clothes slipped off her shoulders, revealing her smooth shoulders and delicate collarbones. Her long red hair fell down her back, covering half of it. Her bare feet stood on the wooden floor, and her pinkish-white toes curled slightly. The lines of her waist stood out as her breathing rose and fell. Karen walked up to Kyoshin and raised a hand to touch his cheek. "I'm in a hurry, Karen. It won't matter if it's a few minutes later." "You want to say that again?" Karen pushed him onto the bed and smiled mischievously. Hee, don't be mad. I was just using a little trick." A few hours later. The two of them finished tidying themselves up. Karen gathered up her long red hair and tied it into a bun behind her head. "I think I heard you say before that married women wear their hair like this. That's a tradition in a place I've seen." Kyoshin took out the little turtle from his clothes. Karen smiled and held his hand tightly. The little turtle lit up, and a space-time tunnel opened beneath their feet. Inside the space-time tunnel, Kyoshin walked forward alone. Around him was endless darkness and passages leading to different ninja worlds. Just now, he had already sent Karen back to their own timeline and universe. So far, Kyoshin had found 2 people. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be over soon. He sensed the space-time passages marked by his divine technique as he searched for the next target. Suddenly, a faint, unusual chakra entered his sensing range. Kyoshin frowned. This chakra felt very familiar. He followed its source. Time returned to 6 years earlier. Sasuke was thrown into the space-time tunnel by Otsutsuki Urashiki's divine technique. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a grassy field. Above him was a blue sky with white clouds. In the distance stood the huge Hokage rock. Iwagakure. Sasuke reached the edge of the village, disguised himself as an ordinary passerby with the transformation technique, and blended in. At the Ninja Academy training ground, a group of children were practicing shuriken. Sasuke's eyes fell on a black-haired boy. That boy looked exactly like he had when he was little. 6 years old. Still studying at the Ninja Academy. Sasuke stood in the distance, watching the younger version of himself in this world. At this time, he only vaguely sensed that there was some conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. But sitting on his brother's shoulders, he was all smiles. He believed his older brother, who possessed the special Sharingan, could do anything. Sasuke stood by the roadside, his black eyes slowly following the two brothers. He knew there was a good chance he would be exposed. Itachi wasn't an ordinary ninja. There was no way he would fail to notice someone staring at him so openly. But Sasuke simply couldn't look away. As they passed by, Itachi had one hand raised, carefully supporting the younger brother sitting on his shoulders. Their eyes met briefly before young Sasuke's childish voice broke the moment. "Big brother, you had time to pick me up today. Does that mean you're finally free and can teach me ninjutsu?" "I'm sorry, Sasuke." A trace of apology appeared in Itachi's eyes. "I have a meeting with the elders after we get back. If it finishes early." Young Sasuke puffed up his little face. Is big brother going to break his promise again? "I'm sorry, Sasuke. Next time." Since you're so sincere, I'll forgive you, big brother." Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Their figures finally disappeared around the corner. Only after more than 10 minutes did Sasuke come back to his senses. Counting the days, there were exactly 300 days left until the day of the blood moon. Sasuke slowly clenched the hand hidden inside his sleeve and continued watching the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Kyoshin, the strongest ninja Sasuke had ever met, would graduate early from the Ninja Academy in just a few more days. In a time of peace, he had finished Konoha's Ninja Academy in 1 year. He was praised as a genius who could stand alongside Itachi. Sasuke knew Kyoshin trained extremely hard. It could even be called madness. Within the Uchiha clan, Kyoshin was alone. At the Ninja Academy, Iwagakure guided him. Because of that, Kyoshin usually left the academy very late. Sasuke waited there, hoping to see Kyoshin. But he was disappointed. Even after night fell, he never saw Kyoshin. What's going on? Sasuke was certain he hadn't missed a single student leaving the Ninja Academy. That included Itachi when he passed by. The people nearby gradually left until the area became empty. Sasuke's behavior was too strange. Before long, it attracted the Umbu. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, it was clear he really had no other choice. Who are you? What is your identity? Why did you come to Konoha? Who sent you? Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his Hokage hat. Though old, his sharp eyes stayed fixed on the boy in front of him. The other party had used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a villager and stood outside the Ninja Academy for most of the day before finally being brought here by the Umbu. Sasuke looked straight ahead and answered calmly, "Uchiha Sasuke." An Umbu walked to the desk and handed over the items taken from Sasuke to Hiruzen. Among them, 2 ninja headbands stood out. The first was from Konoha. But it had a deep slash across it. The second was from Iwagakure. It looked almost new, as if it had only been used for a few months. Hiruzen ordered the Umbu, "Go bring Fugaku, and call Itachi as well." Those 2 names really did cause a change in Sasuke's emotions. Soon, Fugaku and Itachi arrived at the office. The first thing they noticed was the boy in the room. And they recognized him. Yes. Sasuke was 12 years old now, while the Sasuke of this time was only 6. But as his father and older brother, how could they possibly fail to recognize him? After Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Itachi questioned him in detail, and with Sasuke's cooperation, his identity was confirmed. He was an Uchiha Sasuke from another timeline. Hiruzen pushed the 2 headbands taken from Sasuke to the edge of the desk. "Can you explain these?" In exchange, Sasuke said without changing his expression, "I need you to confirm a few facts for me." After a short pause, he suddenly asked, "Lord Hokage, do you know Shimura Danzo's final plan for the Uchiha?" Hiruzen had been through countless battles and had led the village for many years. But the topic of the Uchiha and the village was far too sensitive. Especially when it came from a member of the Uchiha clan from the future. Hiruzen hit it well, but the timing of his answer was off. It was obvious that, although it lasted only 3 seconds, he had thought it through carefully before speaking. "What plan does he have?" "I understand." The 3 tomo in Sasuke's Sharingan slowly spun. No matter how experienced Hiruzen was, under the Sharingan, he could not hide even the slightest emotional or facial change. As the exchange, Sasuke began explaining the headbands. He directly revealed his own experiences. From the destruction of his clan, all the way to being sent by an Otsutsuki divine technique to another timeline, or rather, another world, which was this place. Hiruzen had no reason to stop him. Fugaku and Itachi heard everything. A suffocating silence filled the Hokage's office. Nothing showed on the faces of Hiruzen, Fugaku, or Itachi. But no one could guess what they were thinking or feeling. In the end, Hiruzen was the first to speak. Since we now know where we went wrong, we should find a way to correct it. A deep look flashed through Fugaku's eyes. He glanced at his eldest son from the corner of his eye, then spoke in as calm a voice as usual. This will require all of us to work together. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I state that I am willing to do everything I can for this. Itachi said nothing. With the clan head present, it wasn't his place to speak. Under Sasuke's watch, both sides exchanged a few polite words. In fact, everything said so far was just for appearances. Neither the Uchiha nor the Hokage knew what the other side was really thinking. Sasuke watched quietly, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Hiruzen and Fugaku continued discussing the matter in greater detail. They even came up with what seemed to be a reliable plan and drafted an agreement that both sides appeared able to accept. The general idea of the agreement was that each side would give a little so they could prevent the tragedy together. At the end, Hiruzen looked at Sasuke. Neither his expression nor his tone showed the slightest dissatisfaction that Sasuke had revealed the future. Since you are also a member of the Uchiha clan, stay here for now. Later, whether you choose to find a way home or decide to remain here, this old man will support you. The more Sasuke listened, the colder he felt inside. He replied with only a few words, I understand. Hiruzen said to Fugaku, then please return for now, clan head Fugaku. I will keep my promise and make sure advisor Shimura is restrained. Fugaku nodded and left with Itachi and Sasuke, returning to the Uchiha compound on the edge of the village. After the three of them left, Hiruzen sat alone in his office with a serious expression. One possible plan after another passed through the old man's mind. After a while, footsteps came from outside the door. There was no knock. No greeting. An old one-eyed man with a cold presence pushed the door open and walked in. The two partners who had worked together for many years understood each other very well. The Umbu and the Root were actually one department. Through Danzo Shimura's selections and transfers, some Umbu and Root members worked across both. So while Hiruzen and Fugaku had been talking, Umbu had naturally been hidden nearby. As a result, Danzo learned everything. The two old men looked at each other. Hiruzen spoke first, Uchiha Kyoshin has enormous potential. And according to that Sasuke, on the night Kyoshin took action in the village, he never tried to contact any other hidden village. That shows Uchiha Kyoshin still has expectations for Konoha. He had far more than expectations. Back then, to stop the night of the Uchiha massacre, Kyoshin had tried every method he could think of. As a transmigrator, Kyoshin had even tried to make Danzo understand Tobirama Senju's political intentions. He actually did something so ridiculous it was hard not to laugh. It was clear Kyoshin really had no other choice. We need to ease our relationship with the Uchiha and treat them accordingly, Hiruzen continued. Once Uchiha Kyoshin grows up, everything will solve itself. Even as he said this, Hiruzen found it a little strange. Perhaps because Sasuke had described Kyoshin as almost perfect, Hiruzen had unconsciously chosen to believe that child. Silence. Silence. Hiruzen slowly narrowed his old eyes and looked at his old friend, who was staring directly at him. Danzo, tell me what you think. Danzo tightened his grip on his cane slightly and said coldly, Hiruzen, you're not fit to be Hokage. Hiruzen, ? Teacher misjudged things back then. Danzo said with a hint of self-mockery. I actually lost to someone like you. Hiruzen. What was that supposed to mean? He came in and started cursing me. Did he eat gunpowder today? Danzo continued, as the Hokage of a village, you don't even know that there is no one named Uchiha Kyoshin among the unstable elements inside the village. Danzo considered himself a hunter. And for a hunter to succeed, he had to understand his prey. His understanding of the Uchiha really did surpass Hiruzen's. What did you say? Hiruzen first questioned him, then gave an order to the Umbu hidden in the shadows. Bring me the Uchiha clan registry. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Endless Worlds. In fact, Kyoshin's existence was completely an accident. And one that could never be repeated. Across the entire ninja world, all timelines, all worlds, all universes, and every similar concept, there was only one outsider. Uchiha Kyoshin. When Hiruzen Sarutobi learned that the Uchiha Kyoshin Sasuke spoke of did not exist, he immediately frowned. Danzo Shimura spoke again, that Uchiha Sasuke may be the Uchiha clan's way of testing the village's bottom line. Hiruzen, it's time to make a decision. The Uchiha clan now has the Mangekyo Sharingan. You know what that means. Do it now, while those two pairs of Mangekyo still believe in the will of fire. Otherwise, you know what will happen. You're old. I'm old too. Even if we were both still young, the outcome against the Mangekyo Sharingan would still be uncertain. The more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he became. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village had existed since the founding of the hidden village, back in Uchiha Madara's time. They hadn't made a decision while they were young. Now the Uchiha had 2 pairs of Mangekyo, and they themselves had grown old. On top of that, among their fellow students, some were dead and some were no longer useful. Only he and Hiruzen still had fighting strength. As for the other 2 still alive, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Yuditane, 2 useless people. All they could do was talk. When it really mattered, other than agreeing with him and Hiruzen in words, they couldn't help at all. So. You all think there's always another solution? A calm but frightening voice came from the Uchiha compound. Standing before Sasuke were Fugaku and Itachi. Faced with their silence, Sasuke continued, "We don't need to fight the village to the death. We just have to leave. We only need to leave." His tone became a little too intense. With Kyoshin here, in a few years the Uchiha will surpass even its greatest peak. What are you hesitating for? Do you not trust my judgment, or do you not trust Kyoshin? Sasuke's voice rose, in front of him, even the sage of 6 paths. Sasuke, Fugaku suddenly interrupted. His voice was stern but steady. We need to make a wiser decision. We have to discuss this with the clan elders. Sasuke. He clenched his teeth so hard they nearly broke. At a time like this, was this really the moment to show off your ridiculous, laughable sense of reason? Fugaku looked past Sasuke and said to Itachi, "Bring me the clan registry." Yes. Even Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, wasn't sure whether someone named Uchiha Kyoshin existed in the clan. The facts proved that Danzo really was evil. But he really was capable. Whether as a ninja or as a politician. The hunter understood the prey better than the prey understood itself. Itachi brought over the registry and handed it to Fugaku. Fugaku looked through it again and again. In the end, he put it down and closed his eyes. There wasn't one. There was no Uchiha Kyoshin. He believed the boy before him was his son. Itachi believed it too. But neither of them believed Kyoshin existed anymore. Fugaku called a clan meeting. Sasuke stood outside, listening to the fierce arguments inside. A feeling of suffocation and helplessness surrounded him. In the end, the elders chose an even more aggressive course. Fugaku was the clan head, but the Uchiha clan was not ruled by his word alone. Sasuke left, his figure disappearing into the darkness. 2 days later, Uchiha Shursui died during a mission. Uchiha Itachi, as an Umbu member, was summoned to the Hokage's office. The same story was happening again. Time became as thick as asphalt, slowed countless times over. When the sun went down, Sasuke, sitting on the steps, looked up at the sky. A bright white moon hung high above. To this world, he was an outsider. But as Uchiha Sasuke, he could not ignore his clan or his parents. He was willing to do everything he could to keep together a clan that should have had nothing to do with him, and to preserve the relationship between that clan and the village. He never hoped to have his family back again. He didn't even hope to live a normal life. He was willing to stay hidden in a corner, watching another version of himself enjoy a complete childhood and a normal life. But all of it seemed like an illusion. He could see it, but he couldn't touch it. Trying to hold it in his hands was even harder than reaching the heavens. Why did it turn out like this? The more Sasuke thought about it, the more emotional he became. The Sharingan in his eyes spun faster and faster. His thoughts returned to that day. Fugaku had personally told him that there was no Kyoshin. At that moment, it felt as if the thing supporting him had been pulled away. He lost the source of the confidence he had always relied on. Ha ha ha. Sasuke crouched alone on the ground, covering one eye with his hand as tears fell one by one. Anyone seeing him would probably think he was mentally ill. Fine. I'll just use this to awaken the Mangekyo. There are plenty of timelines anyway. And the worlds are endless. When Sasuke finally stopped sobbing and his trembling shoulders became still, a power belonging to the Uchiha quietly awakened within his eyes. The evolution of the Sharingan was related to emotional changes, but also to one's own chakra. Without chakra, it was impossible to create more eye power. In that case, suffering was just suffering. Now, Sasuke's chakra had already reached the level needed to awaken the Mangekyo. He staggered to his feet, supporting himself against the wall, a smile on his face. That's enough. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, Sasuke muttered to himself. If someone had ever gone through something like what Sasuke was experiencing now, they would probably understand how he felt. Everything beautiful was placed right before him. It seemed within reach. Yet it was impossibly far away. That helplessness. That hatred. That confusion. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. It's okay. It's okay. Don't cry. Let's leave it at that. Sasuke comforted himself in his heart. He wasn't someone who liked to cry. Looking at Sasuke's life as a whole, he was more like a rabbit. No matter how much pain he suffered, he never made a sound and silently endured it. It was as if he had been born for exactly that. Sasuke took out a storage scroll from his waist, spread it open, and formed hand seals. This was a storage scroll made by Kyoshin. It could be used without having the required talent. Poof. A jar filled with nutrient solution appeared on top of the storage scroll. Floating inside it was a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. That night was later called by Konoha the most brutal battle since the Night of the Nine Tails. Konoha had the Hokage, Danzo, the Umbu, the Root, and the Uchiha faction that had surrendered. The Uchiha had Fugaku, the Hawkish elders, and Sasuke, who had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What happened during the battle was unknown. The fact was that afterward, fewer than 1 in 10 Uchiha remained. Sasuke left and began his training alone. Day after day. Year after year. Until the Akatsuki started the Fourth Great Ninja War. Until the younger Sasuke joined hands with Naruto to seal Tsuchikage. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Such Terrifying Chakra. The moment the sealing was complete, the Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and Sasuke in front of the strongest people of the ninja world and asked, "About that question, is your answer still the same?" Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes firm. Of course. True peace doesn't come from forcing people with power. It comes from understanding and bonds. Sasuke kept his usual blank expression as chakra flowed through his body. The Sage of Six Paths' eyes shifted slightly, locking onto Sasuke, unable to understand what he was about to do. The next second, Amenotejikara activated. Sasuke switched places with the air behind the Sage of Six Paths. One hand landed on the sage's back. Sealing Jutsu. Een power. The Sage of Six Paths chakra was wildly absorbed and sealed into Sasuke's body. The sage turned around in shock, but it was already too late. His body began turning transparent as all of his chakra was absorbed by Sasuke. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Naruto cried out in shock. Sakura, Kakashi, and every ninja present were stunned. "Sasuke." A faint smile appeared on Sasuke's face. "The one you're asking about should be the Sasuke from your world. He died a long time ago." The reanimated Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened. "Why you're?" The Rinnegan in Sasuke's left eye looked into the distance. He used Amenotejikara again and disappeared. Everyone else was left completely confused by what Sasuke had said. "Grandpa Third, what's going on?" Naruto asked Hiruzen. Even in his reanimated state, Hiruzen felt as though his breathing had stopped. After Hiruzen explained everything, everyone finally learned about how Sasuke had once come to this world. Meanwhile, Sasuke appeared on the edge of the Fourth Great Ninja War battlefield. Everywhere around him were ninjas who had just awakened from the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke set up the reanimation jutsu formation and took a small tissue sample from a test tube. He completed the whole process in one smooth motion. It was obvious he had planned this long ago. He had prepared for this day from the very beginning. Sasuke placed Madara's cells in the center of the formation, then captured a ninja and used that person's life to perform the reanimation jutsu. Smoke rose. A figure walked out of it. Uchiha Madara. Madara opened his Rinnegan, looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on Sasuke. "So that's why you secretly contacted me with Genjutsu back then." "I need your help," Sasuke said calmly. "To fulfill someone's ideal. Create an organization that forces the ninja world to unite through fear, keeping wars under control. As long as that continues, large-scale peace will last forever." Twisted. Madara slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Cracks from the reanimation jutsu covered his entire face, but his Rinnegan showed clear interest. Even so, he still refused. And very naive. "I no longer want to interfere with the ninja world." Sasuke stared at him as the Rinnegan slowly spun. "It's not that you don't want to. And it's not because you've repented. You were simply beaten into submission. Now it's my turn." His words were blunt, but they seemed to hit the very core of Madara's change in thinking. Sasuke turned and looked into the distance. "All 9-tailed beasts are nearby. We need to capture them." "That's basically impossible," Madara said with certainty. "You're no match for that blonde brat. But someone is. You only need to hold back those worthless people." Sasuke's voice was cold. "I'll capture the tailed beasts. You'll understand then." Sasuke and Madara returned to the battlefield. Naruto was calming the tailed beasts. After all, they had just watched the Sage of Six Paths chakra get sealed away by Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke return, Naruto looked confused. "Sasuke, where did you go just now? Grandpa Third already told me everything. What I want to ask is, why?" Sasuke didn't answer. The power of the Rinnegan burst out instantly. Combined with Amenotejikara, the The three tails, which was closest to him, twisted and shrank before being absorbed into Sasuke's body. Then the four tails. The five tails. The six tails. One-tailed beast after another was sealed into Sasuke's body. Naruto's expression changed dramatically. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" As Sasuke continued sealing the tailed beasts, he looked at Naruto. "Naruto, do you really think peace can be achieved through understanding and bonds?" Naruto froze. "What do you mean?" Sasuke continued sealing the tailed beasts, his voice calm. "When you were at the ninja academy, the whole village rejected you. You experienced that loneliness. And yet you still believe everyone can understand each other." Naruto clenched his fists. "Precisely because I've experienced it, I believe it." Sasuke didn't argue. He was only buying time. Meanwhile, the other ninjas tried to help, but Madara stopped them. His reanimated body displayed overwhelming combat power. By himself, Madara held back dozens of elite ninjas. At last, Naruto made up his mind and attacked Sasuke. A Raisin Shuriken formed in his hand and flew toward Sasuke. But Sasuke had already absorbed the chakra of all the tailed beasts, from the one tail to the 8 tails, along with the Ine half of Kurama. Facing Naruto's attack, Sasuke suddenly activated a Menodajikra and instantly switched places with Madara. Caught completely off guard, Madara was struck by the Raisin Shuriken, and his reanimated body began breaking apart. Naruto shouted, "Madara, don't help him." But Sasuke's voice came from behind Madara. "Hold him back. I'd like to see what your plan is." Madara was curious where Sasuke's confidence came from. The power of becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Or the Sage of Six Paths chakra. Probably neither. Madara fixed his eyes on the blonde brat before him. This guy's strength had already gone beyond the level of a ninja. If Madara were a transmigrator, he would describe Uzumaki Naruto in this state with only 3 words. A stat monster. Madara tried to keep Naruto occupied with his reanimated body, but Naruto immediately used chakra rods to seal his movements. On the other side, Sasuke took out a Flying Thunder God kunai. Without hesitation, he poured his own chakra, the Sage of Six Paths chakra, and the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts into the kunai. Chakra gathered on the kunai, giving off a blinding light. Naruto had already restrained Madara and charged toward Sasuke. Sasuke repeatedly used a Menodajikra to dodge. Trapped by the chakra rods, Madara watched what Sasuke was doing and frowned. "So what exactly are you doing?" "That's just a mark. I'm calling for outside help," Sasuke explained. The stronger and greater the amount of chakra inside a Flying Thunder God kunai, the farther away it can be sensed. As long as there was enough chakra. As long as it was concentrated into a tiny space. It would be enough to break through the barrier between dimensions and send its presence into a mysterious space. Sure enough. After Sasuke used a Menodajikra once more to avoid Naruto's attack. Just as the Flying Thunder God kunai was about to shatter. A figure appeared beside Sasuke using the Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone's attention focused on the two of them. That person. A Mangekyo Sharingan. Someone from the Uchiha clan. Such terrifying chakra. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, what kind of stats are those? Madara narrowed his eyes as he listened to everyone talking. Sasuke looked at Kyoshin. "You can test your plan here, but first we need to deal with Uzumaki Naruto." The moment Kyoshin heard that, he sensed a deadly threat behind him. He turned around and saw a golden figure charging straight at him. Six Paths Naruto. Even Kyoshin was startled. Naruto was so fast that he couldn't even react. But the sealing jutsu engraved on his body activated instantly. Aragami. Pseudo Shurten. Both activated at the same time. Naruto's attack landed on Kyoshin, only to be reflected by Aragami. Naruto was blasted backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Madara and everyone else were stunned. After sealing Kaguya, Naruto's strength had already left a deep impression on everyone. Yet he had been knocked back so easily. And his opponent had taken the attack head-on without suffering the slightest injury. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared with wide eyes at the Uchiha standing ahead with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kyoshin. He really exists. After using the Mangekyo's power to knock Naruto back, Kyoshin turned to Sasuke and asked in confusion, "Why does it look like you've aged by 2 6-year periods?" 6 years. Seeing this, Sasuke relaxed a little. Kyoshin was still as powerful as ever. His Mangekyo abilities were still just as impossible to deal with. "I've spent 10 years here. And I'm planning to stay here and use this ninja world to test your plan." There wasn't much time. After sorting out his thoughts, Kyoshin nodded. "Then I'll come back once every 3 months." The conversation ended. From Sasuke's words, Kyoshin figured out some information. He had experienced 6 years, while Sasuke had experienced 10. It seemed the flow of time really was different in each parallel world. Naruto charged at them again. Kyoshin activated Pseudo Shurten, freezing his own state, while using the Otsutsuki clan's treasure to open a spacetime tunnel. Naruto's chakra rod struck Kyoshin's body, but it shattered like a brittle sheet of paper hitting a block of iron. A spacetime tunnel opened beneath Naruto's feet. He was pulled inside. The tunnel closed. Naruto disappeared. A smile appeared on Sasuke's face. In this world, he no longer had any opponents. I'll handle the rest. Sasuke looked around, killing intent surging in his eyes. Just make sure that person doesn't come back. Everything he had done was for permanent peace. Even Sasuke himself felt like he had become a madman. Kyoshin frowned as he looked at Sasuke. He seemed even more extreme than himself. But that was fine. Sasuke accepted his plan. In that case, using this world as a testing ground wasn't bad. Even Kyoshin was a little surprised by that thought. Maybe it was because of traveling through space-time. After seeing Karen captured by several great ninja villages, Kyoshin's actions in the parallel worlds had become a little unrestricted. Now, he could calmly treat an entire world as an experiment. Are you alright? Kyoshin sensed Sasuke's condition. Sasuke controlled the 9-tailed beasts inside his body as their chakra rapidly regenerated without end. You should go find the others. This place is my territory now. TSK. The kid's all grown up. Looks like he has reached his rebellious phase. Kyoshin shook his head. Then again, it made sense. In the original story, Sasuke had always been like this. Once he gained greater power, he became full of confidence and immediately wanted to jump into battle. Kyoshin pushed those messy thoughts aside, used the little turtle, and entered the spacetime tunnel. However, the moment he entered the tunnel, a figure appeared in front of him. Naruto. He had actually used the power of the 6 paths to resist the tunnel's pull and had been waiting here. What the hell? What kind of stats are those? Kyoshin asked in shock. Gritting his teeth, Naruto shouted, "Send me back. I have to stop Sasuke from going down the wrong path. Not until Sasuke succeeds." Kyoshin looked at Naruto. Because they were inside the spacetime tunnel, Naruto's movement seemed several times slower than before. Origami. Pseudo Shurten. Naruto's attack was reflected once again. His body flew backward uncontrollably and fell into an unknown spacetime passage. Kyoshin marked the coordinates of that passage. Then he turned around and started looking for the next companion. Kyoshin continued traveling through the spacetime tunnel. The surrounding light twisted into countless thin lines, racing backward. Then, the Otsutsuki treasure, the little turtle plow, suddenly stopped. Ahead of Kyoshin, among the dense network of spacetime tunnels, one passage had been marked by divine art. Kyoshin guided plow toward the marked tunnel. Then he sensed a cold black-purple aura spreading out from its entrance. Kyoshin frowned. The aura inside made him instinctively wary. But the divine art mark couldn't be wrong. His companion was inside. Just to be safe, Kyoshin first restored the sealing jutsu engraved inside his body. If his life was threatened, the sealing jutsu would activate his Mangekyo Sharingan and automatically trigger Origami and Pseudo Shurten. The previous seal had already been used up by Uzumaki Naruto. After confirming the seal was complete, Kyoshin entered the spacetime passage. The instant Kyoshin appeared in this world, a thick wave of black-purple miasma rushed toward him. What happened here? Little turtle, where the hell did you bring me? Is this still the Naruto universe? Kyoshin looked around, dumbfounded. The earth was cracked, mountains had collapsed, and visible black mist filled the air. This world seemed to have been completely transformed by some kind of power. And Kyoshin was quite familiar with that power. Because he had fought against it before. It was extremely similar to Morio's power. But it was countless times stronger than the Morio Kyoshin had encountered. The moment the miasma touched him, Kyoshin immediately sensed changes in himself. It felt like he was about to lose his sanity. His urge to destroy grew dramatically. Negative emotions began to appear. Then, once they reached a certain level, they triggered the sealing jutsu inside Kyoshin. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated automatically. Origami and Pseudo Shurten activated together. The next moment, Kyoshin suddenly sensed an unknown creature locking onto him. A feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time returned. It was the same feeling he had when he first arrived in this world. Back then, he had been a baby with the soul of an adult, and he had discovered that the people around him were actually ninjas. That was the first time Kyoshin realized he had come to the world of Naruto. And that his surname was Uchiha. The threat of the Uchiha massacre had immediately weighed on his heart like a heavy block of lead. That feeling of helplessness and despair was something Kyoshin had experienced when he was at his weakest and his enemies were at their strongest. Now, facing the creature, he felt it again. Something's wrong. Kyoshin immediately took out the little turtle and retreated back into the space-time tunnel. Only after leaving that passage did he finally feel much better. It seemed that things still couldn't leave its own space-time. What should I do? Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Sorry, Fisherman. I'll do it again next time. Kyoshin stopped where he was, his brows tightly furrowed. According to the divine technique's calculations, the space-time tunnel in front of him had the largest number of his companions gathered inside. Cheyenne and Haku were both in there. Uchiha Hikari was there too. Kyoshin wasn't sure if Hikari counted as one of his companions. He had only come by on the way to see if she was willing to return. After all, everyone around Kyoshin had left their original timelines because of that Otsutsuki fisherman's divine technique. The perfect ending. Kyoshin narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to look at his palm. Because of the sealing technique, the karma of Otsutsuki Urashiki had almost completely stopped thawing. Urashiki's consciousness had fallen asleep. All this time, Kyoshin had only supplied it with enough chakra to keep it alive. Should he wake him up and ask? The moment the thought appeared, Kyoshin began sending chakra into Urashiki's consciousness inside the karma. After a while, Urashiki's voice sounded in Kyoshin's mind. What is it this time? Kyoshin. It seemed this guy still hadn't forgiven him. Hey, why are you so hostile? Kyoshin rubbed his forehead. I'm the one giving you chakra and keeping you alive. Urashiki said, please stop giving me chakra. Just let me die. Kyoshin. Enough chatting. Ignoring Urashiki's attitude, Kyoshin asked directly, didn't you already see the perfect ending? What was the process? Don't tell me you don't know. I've used the divine technique too. It's incredible. Based on my guess, if you want to see the ending, you have to move the progress bar. With your Otsutsuki memories, you should still be able to remember the process. As soon as he finished speaking, Urashiki sneered. Don't even think about it. If I can drag you down with me, it'll be worth it. Huh. Kyoshin was a little surprised. Aren't you a noble Otsutsuki? Why would you want to die together with an ant like me? Inside the karma, it took Urashiki over 10 seconds to process what Kyoshin had just said. He was completely dumbfounded. How could someone call himself an ant? And say it so naturally, without the slightest bit of shame. Humans. No. How could any living thing have such thick skin? I'm not telling you. Urashiki laughed coldly. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Aren't you just being unreasonable? Kyoshin said helplessly. Is there any chance we can make peace? Urashiki's tone immediately became emotional. First, remove this suffocating sealing technique. Second, find me a strong enough body and plant my karma into it. Kyoshin thought for a while, then shook his head. No. You're my Purama. Urashiki. What the hell? Isn't it you asking me for help now? Why are you acting so tough? By the way, fisherman, Kyoshin continued, since you know the perfect ending exists, don't you want to change that ending through your own efforts? Let me explain it carefully. Listen. Right now, you don't want to tell me the process. So the fact that you don't tell me the process is already part of the route leading to the perfect ending. If you don't want me to reach the perfect ending, then you have to go against what you want and tell me the process. That way, you'll change the route leading to the perfect ending. And that will create the butterfly effect. What? You don't know what the butterfly effect is? Come on, let me explain. Good. Now you understand, right? You only need to change the route leading to the perfect ending. Then, through the butterfly effect, the perfect ending will no longer be perfect. Urashiki stayed silent for a long time. Then, that fool actually told Kyoshin everything directly. After listening, Kyoshin nodded in satisfaction. So that's how it is. The world at the end of the spacetime tunnel before him was one where Morio had fully revived and occupied most of the world. Morio's aura, the miasma Kyoshin had seen, could turn living creatures into monsters similar to zombies, but on a much higher level. Morio could control those monsters and use them to destroy the world. Cheyenne, Hikari, and Haku were all fighting against Morio inside that world. They were currently in a safe zone untouched by Morio's miasma. So all Kyoshin had to do was find a way to resist the miasma, go inside, and bring Cheyenne, Hikari, and Haku back. Easy enough. Developing advanced tech was his specialty. There were several reasons. First, as someone who had transmigrated, Kyoshin's imagination was much broader. Second, his talent was exceptional, almost on the same level as Inoki. Did you know what it meant to graduate in 1 year during peacetime? Finally, Kyoshin had the system. That seemed to be the main reason. Thanks to the system, every time he developed a new technique, all the experience he gained in creating techniques was permanently accumulated. It never faded, leaving him at an endlessly growing peak. Just as Kyoshin was thinking about creating a sealing technique to block the miasma, Urashiki seemed to realize something. Wait. Since you already knew the perfect ending, why did you deliberately give me the chance to create the butterfly effect? Well, Kyoshin said with a grin, because the perfect ending is already a fixed fact. You were tricked by me. You were convinced by me and told me this part of the journey leading to the perfect ending. That itself is the correct path leading to the perfect ending. Urashiki. Kyoshin asked again, so when you were telling me the story, why didn't you first remember what happened before that part? Then you'd have realized that being convinced by me was already the correct path leading to the perfect ending. And then you could have held back and refused to tell me, creating the butterfly effect. Urashiki. The next second, all kinds of foul language poured into Kyoshin's ears. Kyoshin picked at his ear. Don't shout so loudly. At the same time, he pulled away part of Urashiki's chakra until he could no longer keep rambling. Urashiki's voice immediately became much more friendly and peaceful. From now on, after telling you all this, I won't help you with anything ever again. In reality, he was only quieter, but his resentment had grown even stronger. It's fine. After getting the information from Urashiki, Kyoshin was in an excellent mood. While designing the sealing technique in his head, he comforted Urashiki. I'll keep tricking you. Urashiki. Kyoshin said, here's the thing. I still have plenty of tricks like this. Every single one works even better than the last. Even if I use a different one every year for 500 years, I still won't run out. Urashiki went completely silent. Maybe he had been hit a little too hard. Sorry, fisherman, Kyoshin muttered as he raised his hands and began forming seals to build the sealing technique. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Morio. Urashiki finally couldn't take it anymore. I'm not a fisherman. Kyoshin nodded repeatedly. Okay, fisherman. I got it, fisherman. From now on, I'll call you the respected Lord Urashiki the fisherman. Now then, please be quiet. Kyoshin once again drained away some of Urashiki's chakra, leaving him unable to die but also unable to sense the outside world. He even fell back into a deep sleep. After a while, Kyoshin finished developing his new sealing technique. It was a very simple sealing technique, not difficult at all. Its only purpose was to block poisonous gas from outside the body. Compared to the other sealing techniques Kyoshin had developed, this one was child's play. Kyoshin used the sealing technique to protect himself, then entered the spacetime tunnel again. After landing, all the miasma was blocked outside his body. At the same time, because Kyoshin hadn't used the wild god to counterattack Morio, and because he had appeared in a different place, Morio had lost track of him. Morio did notice that some miasma had been blocked. But its range was simply too vast. Across the entire ninja world, there would always be places where the miasma couldn't spread. If Morio wanted to search every area where the miasma had been blocked to find Kyoshin, it would probably take even longer than Urashiki's karma needed to thaw. Kyoshin closed his eyes and spread out his senses. He searched for his companion's chakra while also looking for the Flying Thunder God marks. 6 years ago, the Flying Thunder God kunai he gave to Cheyenne carried his mark. After a while, Kyoshin formed hand seals, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. The wasteland was empty and lifeless. The ground was covered with a layer of black ash. Whenever the wind blew, black dust filled the sky. Kyoshin looked around. As far as he could see, there were only endless sand dunes and scattered bones. The Flying Thunder God mark was somewhere in this wasteland, but it kept moving, as if something was carrying it around. Kyoshin looked in the direction of the mark. A huge black-purple monster, as large as a mountain, was crawling across the wasteland. A Flying Thunder God kunai was stuck in its back. Most of the kunai had rusted away, and the technique engraved on it was barely still working. Looks like Cheyenne lost her kunai. Kyoshin shook his head, but he wasn't worried. The monster sensed his presence and turned around. It let out a deep roar that shook the ground. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A white cube formed in his palm, instantly expanded, and enveloped the monster. The monster's body broke apart, leaving nothing behind. After dealing with the monster, Kyoshin expanded his senses and began searching for Cheyenne's chakra. Once he locked onto it, he quickly rushed over using the Flying Thunder God technique. Inside a valley, Cheyenne sat cross-legged on a raised rock with her hands forming seals. The power of the priestess spread outward in circles of ripples, covering the entire valley. Whenever the miasma touched the pale golden light, it let out sizzling sounds, like grease falling onto red-hot iron, and quickly dissolved. Hikari and Haku stood on either side of Cheyenne, watching the surroundings carefully. 6 years ago, Morio's power had completely erupted, and the black-purple miasma swallowed the whole world. The survivors escaped to this valley and managed to stay alive only because of Cheyenne's priestess power. 6 years had changed many things. Cheyenne had become much more mature. Because she constantly had to make major decisions, she gave off a stern, calm, and steady feeling. Hikari had grown into a graceful young woman, looking almost exactly like a female Sasuke, though her chakra felt somewhat exhausted. As for Haku, he was actually the best-looking among them. That was just ridiculous. Cheyenne suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward the outside of the valley, frowning. Hikari walked over to her. What is it? Cheyenne stood up and brushed the dust off her knees. The miasma is moving. Different from before. Before, it drifted around aimlessly like fog. But now, it's gathering toward one direction as if it has a will. What should we do? Gather everyone. We'll hold a meeting. A short while later, a bonfire burned in the center of the camp, with their main fighting force sitting around it. Because Morio's power was so overwhelming, every ninja who had survived was fairly strong. The 5 Kage, their bodyguards, the elite ninjas from every village, and more than 30 jonin. There were also over 1,000 chunin, most of whom had only reached the safe zone under the protection of stronger people. Standing before the bonfire, Cheyenne clasped her hands together. Morio's miasma has become more purposeful than before. It's moving toward a certain direction. The Fourth Raikage crossed his arms. Then we'll use the usual plan. You drive away the miasma, Haku and Gaara build the defenses, Hikari controls the monsters as cannon fodder, and the rest of us hold the front line. Everyone looked at Cheyenne, waiting for her answer. This time is different. Cheyenne shook her head. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. But the priestess power is being suppressed too much by the miasma. I can only sense 2 living beings heading this way. Everyone looked at each other. Anoki frowned, 2 living beings. Humans or monsters? Cheyenne closed her eyes, sweat forming on her forehead. They're moving too fast. I can't see clearly. One is very large, and the other seems to be human. Before she could finish speaking, the ground began to shake. The miasma outside the valley churned violently like boiling water. The black-purple mist split apart to both sides, and a gigantic shadow slowly emerged from within it. Everyone stood up at the same time. The thing walked out of the miasma, revealing its full form. It looked like a moving mountain covered in pitch-black armor. The armor was covered with countless holes. From every hole extended a long dragon head made of chakra. The dragon head's eyes glowed crimson, blinking continuously in the darkness. There were so many of them that the sight was terrifying. The Fourth Raikage clenched his fists until they cracked. So that's Morio's true body. Cheyenne stared at the monster. Yes. Anoki flew into the air and formed hand seals. White chakra gathered in his palm. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The white cube shot forward and instantly expanded to dozens of meters wide, enveloping the monster's head. When the white cube disappeared, one of the monster's heads was gone. But it quickly grew back. Anoki's pupils shrank. That's a chakra form. It's different from an ordinary physical body. It can regenerate very quickly. Morio's countless eyes all turned toward Anoki at once. It opened who knew how many giant mouths and let out a roar. The sound shook the air itself, sending rocks tumbling down the cliffs on both sides of the valley. The chunin covered their ears, and some fell to their knees. The Fourth Raikage gritted his teeth. How are we supposed to fight this? Sasuke stood up on a tree trunk, his right hand reaching for the Kusanagi sword at his waist. Naruto stood beside him with clenched fists as the Ninetales chakra began flowing out from his body. Cheyenne raised a hand to stop them. Don't act yet. It hasn't really attacked. The monster stopped outside the valley and didn't move any farther. It simply stared at everyone inside the valley. Orochimaru walked out from a corner of the camp, his voice hoarse. It's wary of the priestess's sealing power. Chapter 157, Madara plus Hashirama. But if it doesn't come over and doesn't leave either, that means it's still waiting, Anoki analyzed. Before he even finished speaking, even more footsteps came from the miasma outside the valley. One after another, countless of them, like an army charging forward. The ground shook even harder. Countless shadows appeared in the miasma. They rushed out of the fog. Some looked like giant spiders, some like fanged reptiles, and some like twisted humanoids. Their eyes all glowed red, just like Morio's main body. A monster army. There were too many to count. The Fourth Raikage clenched his fists as lightning-released chakra burst from his body. Blue lightning wrapped around him. His skin darkened, and every strand of his hair stood on end. Lightning released chakra mode. He pushed off with both legs, turning into a streak of blue lightning as he charged out. Boom. The Raikage crashed into the monster horde, smashing the head of a giant spider monster with his right elbow. The force of the strike sent it flying, knocking over more than a dozen monsters behind it. Children, begin. Inoki formed hand seals as rocks around him started floating. The ground rose, and rocks gathered into a stone giant dozens of meters tall. The giant punched the ground, smashing a large group of monsters into pulp. A group of ninja rushed forward. Tsunade clenched her fist as chakra gathered around it. She slammed a monstrous punch into the ground. The earth cracked apart, and the spreading fissures swallowed several monsters. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Lightning cutter gathered in his hand, making a sound like 1,000 birds chirping as it pierced straight through a monster's chest. Guy opened the sixth gate. Green steam burst from his body. He unleashed a leaf great whirlwind, kicking 3 monsters away. Mei Terumi formed hand seals and spat out acidic mist. The mist landed on the monsters, making hissing sounds as their shells began to melt. Hikari stood at the edge of the valley, her Mangekyo Sharingan spinning. Marked Tsukuyomi. Her eye power spread outward with the moonlight, connecting to the spiritual worlds of every living being touched by its light. I've almost gotten used to it, Kabuto Yakushi said as he adjusted his glasses while following behind Orochimaru. But every time I experience it, it still makes my heart race. All the ninja were marked by marked Tsukuyomi. That meant as long as Hikari wanted, she could take everyone's life at any time. For people like Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru, that was something they found difficult to accept mentally. After Hikari used her technique, countless monsters suddenly froze before turning around and attacking their own kind. But sweat appeared on Hikari's forehead. Her body began trembling slightly, and her Sharingan became more and more strained. The 8,000 spears had a limit. The monster's chakra was incompatible with her own. Every additional monster she controlled increased the burden on her. As for Morio's main body, her Mangekyo ability could not compete with it at all. That monster seemed to have some kind of resistance against it. Haku formed hand seals as ice release chakra erupted. Ice release, ice wall. A wall of ice dozens of meters tall rose from the ground, sealing off the entrance to the valley. The monsters slammed into the wall, sending ice fragments flying, but the wall did not move at all. Cheyenne stood in the middle of the camp, forming hand seals as pale golden light burst from her body. The light spread in every direction, driving the miasma out of the valley. She looked at Orochimaru. Prepare the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru frowned and replied in a gloomy voice, I know. The only reason these ninja were willing to let a young girl give them orders was because she alone had the ability to keep the miasma away for a long time. Even Orochimaru had no choice but to obey. The reanimation jutsu was the key to the survivor's survival. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi arrived at an open area. The ground was already covered with complicated reanimation jutsu formations. Many white zetsu were imprisoned beside them, raised here as sacrifices for the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru and Kabuto divided the work. Reanimation jutsu. Times. The formations lit up. White light poured from them and wrapped around the white zetsu. The white zetsu turned into ash-like fragments before being rebuilt. One reanimated powerhouse after another appeared. Madara opened his Rinnegan, looked toward the distant monster army, and showed an extremely impatient expression as Susanoo burst out instantly. Tobirama folded his arms and reminded Hashirama and Minato beside him, the monsters are here again. These two idiots. Every time they came out, Tobirama had to remind them before they reacted. Just look at my monkey. He's already swept away a huge area with his golden cudgel. Thanks to Orochimaru and Kabuto's efforts, more and more legendary figures from history joined the battle. They all understood the current state of the ninja world. So they could only put aside their hatred and face the enemy together. The Third Raikage, the Second Mizukage, the Second Tsuchikage, as well as the fallen Kage-level ninja and elite jonin. On the battlefield, a gigantic blue Susanoo drew the long sword at its waist and slashed downward. The blade's light reduced a huge number of monsters to dust. But there were simply too many monsters. As the slain monsters fell, those behind them stepped over the bodies and continued charging forward. Madara frowned and formed hand seals. Heavenly obstruction quaking star. A roar echoed through the sky. A meteor fell through the clouds, crashing toward Morio's main body. Madara, don't use such powerful jutsu. It'll affect everyone. Hashirama Senju called out from atop his true several thousand hands. Madara glanced at him, the corner of his eye twitching. What do you mean by such powerful jutsu? Before saying that, throw away the true several thousand hands under your feet first. The heavenly obstruction quaking star descended toward Morio's head. But Morio's body was far larger than the meteor. Countless dragon heads flew into the sky and shattered the entire meteor. Seeing this, Madara frowned deeply and instinctively looked at Hashirama. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. I can't do it. It's your turn. Madara, we can't keep fighting like this. Hashirama pressed his palms together and guided the true several thousand hands closer to Madara's Susanoo. It's too huge. I can't deal effective damage either. We have to work together. Madara said nothing. He instantly used the body flicker technique to stand beside Hashirama atop the true several thousand hands. A vast amount of eye power surged out, covering the giant statue. The combined chakra of the two of them more than doubled the power of the true several thousand hands. That's it, Madara. Hashirama became excited. He had never experienced anything like this before. Because in every era except now, there had never been an enemy that required both him and Madara to fight together. True with several thousand hands. Boom. 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 A rain of countless fists crashed onto Morio's body. Everyone's spirits lifted as they watched for the result. So this is the god of shinobi. That's terrifying. I can't imagine what things were like back then. But Morio merely cried out in pain and was pushed back several hundred kilometers. Even then, they could still vaguely see its enormous body towering far above the clouds. It doesn't seem to have done much. Even a technique like that has no effect. For a moment, despair began spreading among the survivors. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, I can finally fight at full strength. Ding. A flying thunder god kunai landed beside Cheyenne. Tobirama appeared and asked her, Priestess, how effective is your sealing power against Morio's main body? Cheyenne looked straight at Morio's distant body. I can try. Tobirama nodded. It isn't coming over, which means it's still wary of you. I can send you there. I've already made up my mind, Cheyenne interrupted. As the priestess, this is my duty. Haku rushed over and stood in front of Cheyenne. No. If Lord Kyoshin comes looking for you, how am I supposed to explain it to him? Cheyenne looked at Haku calmly. If sacrificing one person can save the world, I don't know how many of our people would wish for that chance. Haku felt wronged after hearing that. He believed his duty was to protect Cheyenne until Lord Kyoshin arrived. But Cheyenne had chosen to sacrifice herself. Everything here. Madara turned around and looked at everyone. We can use infinite Tsukimi to pull everyone, the monsters, and Morio into the illusionary world. Hashirama immediately frowned and looked back at him. Madara, at a time like this, do you still trust that Black Zetsu? Madara snorted, I already killed Black Zetsu. Simply using infinite Tsukimi won't loosen Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal. Cheyenne took a deep breath and formed hand seals. Pale golden light burst from her body, becoming brighter and brighter. I'll use the priestess's sealing power to completely seal Morio's main body. In her guardian form, Cheyenne became even more holy. Powerful sealing energy spread around her. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. You only need to focus on sealing it. Minato and I will handle everything else. But at that moment, Madara suddenly looked up toward the distant horizon, his pupils shrinking slightly. Someone's coming. Hashirama sensed it too and looked surprised. Wow, looks like quite an amazing youngster. Everyone followed Madara and Hashirama's gaze. At the end of the horizon, a white light was rising. It became brighter and brighter as it drew closer. The black miasma in the air let out piercing shrieks under the white light. The monster horde became restless. They stopped attacking, turned toward the white light, and let out uneasy roars. The white light approached. It was a white Susanoo 800 meters tall. The giant held a long sword made from dust release. The blade glowed with white light, and wherever the light reached, the miasma scattered. A pair of huge wings of light spread from its back, stirring fierce winds as it flew. It swung its sword. Dust release sword energy burst out. White light swallowed everything. The moment the monsters within dozens of kilometers touched the white light, their bodies began to break apart. Their shells shattered. Their flesh evaporated. They turned to dust. With a single slash, not one monster remained within a range of 10 kilometers. Everyone in the valley was stunned. Anoki was dumbfounded. Was that dust release? Can that even be called dust release? Looking at the white giant, silent tears rolled down Cheyenne's face. A smile appeared at the corner of Haku's mouth. Hikari closed her eyes. At last, her Mangekyo Sharingan could rest. Standing atop the white Susanoo was a single figure. Kyoshin controlled the Susanoo and pointed the dust release light sword at Morio's main body. A dust release sword wave stretching 80 li roared toward Morio like divine punishment. Sensing the danger, Morio's main body controlled countless dragon heads. Endless miasma was drawn in from every direction, forming a layered barrier between itself and the dust release sword wave, slowly rising upward. The Susanoo's dust release sword wave struck. The fine miasma somehow collided with it physically. Although the miasma was rapidly being erased, there was simply too much of it. By the time the dust release sword wave reached Morio's main body, it barely grazed over its head before flying into the sky. When the sword wave exploded, huge patches of clouds and miasma disappeared, revealing the dark and frightening outer space beyond. At almost the same moment, Morio's dragon heads manipulated the miasma, creating countless flying dragon heads that swarmed toward Kyoshin Susanoo. Kyoshin raised his hand and formed seals. The enormous Susanoo used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly moving several hundred li to the edge of the battlefield. Inside the safe zone, Tobirama analyzed, Morio's goal from the beginning was to find that person. It's finally making its move. Everyone's spirits rose. Morio had sensed that Kyoshin Susanoo could use teleportation just like Tobirama and Minato. So it made a move that put the safe zone in danger. Miasma from all over the world rapidly gathered together. Under Morio's control, it smashed down in every direction. It seems to be launching a map-wide attack to increase its chances of hitting the target. Kyoshin noticed Morio's intention and immediately teleported in front of the valley. This place was also within the attack's range. Cheyenne, Haku, and Hikari were all there. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions erupted from the Susanoo. The earth shook violently. It was almost impossible to stand. When the dust finally settled, more than half of Kyoshin Susanoo had been destroyed. For a moment, everyone fell into despair. Kyoshin dispersed the Susanoo. His real body fell from the sky. Cheyenne, Haku, Hikari, Madara, Hashirama, and the other powerful fighters all gathered around him. As strong winds howled, Hikari's long black hair danced wildly behind her. She looked at Kyoshin and asked, "Why didn't you use your Mangekyo ability?" Erigine. False Shurten. Both were conceptual-level Mangekyo abilities. Back then, Hikari had lost to Kyoshin because of his Mangekyo ability. But in the battle just now, Kyoshin had not used it at all. Kyoshin explained, "I learned the details from that Otsutsuki fisherman. Morio's power is made from negative emotions. If I use Erigine to reflect its attacks, then the reflected attacks are still made from negative emotions. For Morio, that isn't an attack. It's nourishment. As for that defensive ability, there was simply no need to use it." Hashirama could tell that Kyoshin had not actually used much chakra, but he still reminded him, "Young men, don't be careless. Morio has absorbed almost all the negative emotions in the world. It's much stronger than we imagined." Madara stood beside Hashirama with his arms crossed. His expression was complicated. First, Susanoo really could become strong enough to completely surpass the true several thousand hands. He simply had not been strong enough. Second, the Uchiha clan had actually produced someone of this level. That genuinely pleased him. Those conflicting feelings were reflected in both Madara's heart and his expression. In the distance, Morio still showed no sign of stopping. Kyoshin said to everyone, "An enemy has finally managed to break through my Susanoo. That makes me very happy. I can finally fight at full strength." Hashirama tilted his head. "So, what does that mean? If you're going to fight at full strength, then just fight. Why did you have to say it out loud? Could he possibly be even more Chuyuni than me, Hashirama Senju?" "Wait. I, Hashirama Senju, am not Chuyuni." Chapter 159, Chapter 159, The Ultimate Trump Card. "It means you should all stand farther back." After saying that with a smile, Kyoshin raised his hands and began forming hand seals. A clear black mark appeared on his forehead and gradually spread across his entire body. This was a sealing technique Kyoshin had developed. It had the same effect as the Een seal, except men could use it as well. Release. Boom. A terrifying wave of chakra burst out from Kyoshin's body. The ninjas, who had already retreated far away, were forced to fall back again. Even Hashirama's eyes flashed with shock. But Kyoshin wasn't done yet. The seal contained the chakra he had stored over time. Now his total chakra increased dozens of times over, far beyond even the Sage of Six Paths. After releasing the seal, Kyoshin formed another hand seal. Sage Mode, activate. Senjutsu chakra spread through his body. His black hair turned white, and white steam surrounded him. Kyoshin bit his thumb, and blood dripped from his fingertip. The Susanoo was powerful, but its strength was still limited by eye power. What came next was a pure stat monster. Senjutsu, Earth Release, Golem Technique. Using his blood, Kyoshin drew a red mark on his palm that spread out and sped up chakra flow, then slapped the ground. A massive flood of chakra poured from his body into the earth. Rumble. The nearby ground instantly came to life. Like planetary devastation, the earth rose into the sky. But it wasn't forming a planetary devastation. Instead, it compressed and reshaped itself into a new mountain. A mountain with the body of a giant. The movement was so huge that the many ninjas had to retreat once again. Finally, the Senjutsu, Earth Release, Golem technique was complete. A giant mountain shaped like a humanoid stood there. Its surface glowed with white light like immortal energy, strengthened by Senjutsu chakra. It stood over 4,000 meters tall. Numbers alone couldn't describe the scene. More than 4,000 meters was equal to stacking 3 mountains on top of each other. For some reason, Morio's true body stepped back half a step, which meant more than 10 kilometers. It was the first time it had seen something that was mobile and had reached 1/10 of its own size. Taking advantage of Morio's moment of surprise, Kyoshin kept stacking buffs. Standing on the golem's shoulder, he raised a hand and circulated chakra. The characters for fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth appeared one after another on his fingers. Then he lifted his shirt and pressed his hand against his stomach. The 8 trigrams seal appeared. As Kyoshin twisted his palm, the Ninetales chakra emerged over his body. Kurama. I know. Kurama was much more sensible than Urashiki. After 6 years of Kyoshin feeding him without limits, the Ninetales inside Kyoshin had spent 6 years devouring and growing at full power. By now, the Kurama's total chakra had surpassed the combined chakra of both the and Yang Ninetales. Even so, to Kyoshin, it was only barely useful. Red-tailed beast chakra continuously poured out of Kyoshin's body. In the end, the Kurama's chakra wrapped around the entire golem in a thick net. Don't ask why it was a net. Because it couldn't completely cover it. Kurama, you're still a bit weak. Keep eating well and grow up quickly. I look forward to the day we truly fight side by side. He stayed silent, like a wife in a certain Japanese genre who had been humiliated but couldn't resist. But Kyoshin still wasn't finished. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes and spun faster and faster. The bright red color gradually faded, even showing signs of turning purple. His eye power was pushed to its limit. Susanu's chakra armor spread across the golem's entire body, protecting the areas the Ninetales chakra couldn't cover. Ultralight-weight rock technique. Kyoshin took out a flying thunder god kunai, cast the jutsu on it, and threw it toward the sky above Morio's true body. The tip of the flying thunder god kunai turned bright red from the intense heat caused by rubbing against the air at terrifying speed. Almost instantly, the flying thunder god kunai appeared above Morio. As soon as Morio reacted, it began gathering power, seemingly preparing to clash head-on with Kyoshin. Flying Thunder God technique. The golem, enhanced with the Ninetales chakra and Senjutsu chakra, was instantly teleported above Morio. The sight alone was terrifying. Imagine 3 mountains suddenly appearing above your head. Morio's countless dragon heads had already finished charging and rushed toward the golem from every direction. Senjutsu, Earth Release, Super Heavy-Weight Rock Technique. The golem's weight suddenly increased to a terrifying level. The dragon head slammed into the golem and shattered into pieces. The golem, meanwhile, only suffered damage to the outermost layer of Susano chakra armor. Inside that was still the Ninetales chakra cloak and the golem itself, strengthened by Senjutsu chakra. The golem rapidly fell toward Morio. Morio's body looked like a giant island, or more accurately, a huge slab of flesh. The golem crashed into Morio's true body. Morio's body collapsed almost instantly. The entire ground seemed to turn into a raging tidal wave, with shock waves spreading outward in circles. Inside the safe zone, the survivors and the Edo Tensei ninjas began using ninjutsu to block the shockwaves. Morio's true body let out a painful roar. Standing on the golem's shoulder, Kyoshin formed hand seals again. The almost solid sealing power turned into a giant net in the golem's hands. The golem swung the net and covered Morio's true body. After temporarily sealing Morio's movements, Kyoshin prepared his ultimate move. He slowly formed hand seals with complete focus. They were unbelievably slow, showing that this technique had gone far beyond ordinary ninjutsu in complexity. Finally, Senjutsu returned to the abyss conversion. Kyoshin slammed a palm onto the golem. The golem, the Ninetales chakra, and the Senjutsu chakra were almost instantly wrapped by the return to the abyss conversion technique. Then, its enormous body turned into the purest chakra and gathered toward Kyoshin's palm at terrifying speed. In the end, a black sphere the size of a thumb appeared above his palm. Sweat formed on his forehead. Even for him, controlling that much chakra at once was close to his limit. Then Kyoshin guided the black sphere, which contained sealing power, Senjutsu chakra, tailed beast chakra, and his own chakra, along the same pattern used for dust release. Return to the abyss conversion was a ninjutsu Kyoshin developed to give dust release more room to reach its full potential. It could strip all chakra outside his body from its original form, turning it into its most basic chakra structure while remaining under his control. The advantage was simple: Kyoshin could control this enormous amount of chakra in an instant. The difference between using this chakra and using the chakra inside his body to perform dust release was the chakra inside the body first had to be drawn out, while this method was nothing but pure burst power. Kyoshin named this technique, Senjutsu, return to the abyss conversion, tailed beast, sealing, dust release, primitive world detachment technique. Party popper shout out to Photobug, Zaberz, and Enthesi for joining Patreon. All the support is very welcomed. Thank you very much, Hugging Face. Chapter 160, don't do that again. This time he didn't say it out loud. The name was too long. Whoosh. The chakra sphere instantly expanded in every direction. In almost the blink of an eye, a golden cube enclosed Morio's true body. It was dozens of times larger than the dust release cube Kyoshin could create at full power. Morio, whose movements were sealed, kept roaring. Countless golden spheres of light appeared inside the golden cube, forming a slowly rotating galaxy. Just as Morio broke free from the sealing power, the effect of Senjutsu, return to the abyss conversion, tailed beast, sealing, dust release, primitive world detachment technique activated. Kyoshin's right Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Pseudo-aim no Minakanushi. Bzzz. When the nearly blinding light faded, everything was gone. Kyoshin floated high in the sky. Above him was the pitch-black space of the universe. Below him was a giant cube-shaped crater, with seawater pouring into it from the distance. After looking at the curved horizon far away, Kyoshin felt wave after wave of weakness coming from his body. He raised a hand and closed the 8 trigram seal on his abdomen. Then he threw out a flying thunder god kunai and arrived in the safe zone. The first thing Kyoshin said snapped the stunned ninjas back to their senses. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. I'll take you out of this world. Everyone looked at each other. No one understood what he meant. Cheyenne walked over to Kyoshin and faced everyone. Although Morio's true body has been destroyed, the miasma is still here. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone fell silent. The whole world is the breeding ground for Morio's revival. Cheyenne clenched her hands. It will recover very soon, and it will return at its strongest. Naruto froze. Then wasn't all that fighting for nothing? Kyoshin took out the little turtle and poured chakra into it. Light covered the entire safe zone. Everyone was wrapped in the light, and their bodies became weightless. The next second, they appeared inside a colorful passage. This required an enormous amount of chakra. A space-time tunnel. Kyoshin's chakra was almost completely exhausted. Sending this many people into the tunnel was already his limit. I can only protect 3 people. Kyoshin looked at Cheyenne, Haku, and Hikari. You 3, hold on to me. Hikari grabbed Kyoshin's hand. It felt cool. Haku stood on Kyoshin's other side. Her pretty face turned red as she carefully grabbed his sleeve, but Kyoshin simply pulled her into his grasp. Cheyenne directly hugged Kyoshin from behind. Everyone else drifted apart inside the space-time tunnel, swept away by the chaotic currents toward different directions and different worlds. Whether they were Edo Tensei ninjas or survivors, in another world, without Morio's threat, they still had a chance to survive, and after reincarnating from the Pure Land, they would no longer have to worry about being reborn as monster hatchlings. Using the last of his chakra, Kyoshin rushed in one direction with the 3 of them. Toward home. On a mountain peak outside the hidden stone village. 4 figures appeared out of thin air and landed on the rocks. Kyoshin's legs gave out, and he dropped to one knee. Cheyenne quickly supported him. How are you? Kyoshin shook his head. I'm fine. I just used up too much chakra. Hikari leaned against a tree, her face pale. Her Mangekyo Sharingan had already closed. Thin lines of blood seeped from the corners of her eyes and ran down her cheeks. Haku forced herself to stay standing while watching the surroundings carefully, seemingly not realizing they were completely safe now. In the distance, the lights of the hidden stone village flickered in the night. Kyoshin stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the lights, he asked, Cheyenne, what's Morio's limit? Cheyenne walked over. The night wind lifted her long hair, and her voice was slightly hoarse. I don't know. But if it keeps devouring, one day it will gain the power to cross between worlds. She looked into Kyoshin's eyes. When that happens, no timeline and no ninja world will be able to escape. Kyoshin narrowed his eyes. An enemy at that level could no longer be dealt with using the current ninja system. He could destroy Morio's true body, but it would always be troublesome. He needed another way to wipe Morio out completely. Or should he go to other worlds and kidnap 100 Cheyennes to sacrifice? They're not my Cheyennes anyway, so who cares? Kyoshin was startled by his own thought and quickly shook his head. If Tobirama knew what Kyoshin was thinking, he would only point at him and say, see. I knew it. Those Uchiha are evil by nature. Leaning against the tree, Hikari parted her dry lips. Morio's existence already threatens every timeline. She looked up at Kyoshin. I'm giving up the Eye of the Moon plan. Kyoshin turned to look at her. I'm also putting my plan to help you on hold. Hikari wiped away the blood at the corner of her eye. I'm going to focus on becoming stronger and prepare for the battle against Morio in the future. Kyoshin nodded. Come with me to the hospital first. Recover your body before anything else. Hikari froze for a moment. A trace of emotion appeared in her eyes before she lowered her head. Kyoshin looked at Cheyenne and Haku. Let's go. We'll all head to the hospital. Cheyenne nodded. Haku followed behind Kyoshin. The four of them walked down the mountain and headed toward the hidden stone village along the rocky path. The night wind blew, carrying dust across the ground. Kyoshin walked in front, his steps slightly unsteady. He really had used up too much chakra. Hidden Stone Village Hospital. When the nurse on duty saw the four of them walk in, she froze. Kyoshin waved a hand. Arrange 4 rooms. The nurse came back to her senses and quickly nodded. Yes, Lord Kinsuchi. Whenever people in the Hidden Stone Village called him by that name, Kyoshin remembered those days. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he didn't mind it. Memories could be the source of pain. They could also be good memories. Soon, 4 neighboring rooms were prepared. Not long after Kyoshin lay down, the door to his room was pushed open. Anoki floated in, followed by Kuratsuchi and Karen. How are you? Anoki looked at Kyoshin, concern filling his voice. Kyoshin smiled. Don't worry, Grandpa. I just used up too much chakra. Kuratsuchi walked to the bedside. Looking at his pale face, her eyes were full of concern. What did you run into? Even you ended up like this. Kyoshin gave a brief explanation. Anoki walked to the window and looked toward the neighboring rooms. The one over there. Kyoshin knew he meant Hikari, because Cheyenne and Haku had originally been hidden stone ninjas. He briefly explained Hikari's situation. She originally had her own plan, but she's given it up. She plans to stay in the Hidden Stone Village to train. Anoki nodded. As long as you think she's trustworthy. Kyoshin looked at the ceiling. If Morio really comes back, no one will escape. She doesn't have a choice. Karen's eyes were slightly red. She rolled up her sleeve and held her fair arm out in front of Kyoshin's mouth. What are you doing? Kyoshin looked at Karen with mock disapproval, then reached out and pulled her into his arms. Don't do that again. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Scumbag. Kyoshin was afraid he might drain Karen dry in one bite. Anoki cleared his throat and turned around. Since it's only excessive chakra consumption, Kyoshin should rest well. The other 3 are in worse shape. Grandpa will go get Orochimaru. After Anoki left, Kyoshin looked at Kuratsuchi and Karen in the room, and warmth rose in his heart. Kuratsuchi sat by the bed and reached out to touch his forehead. Don't think about so much. Just get some rest. The room fell silent. After a while, Anoki returned. I've brought Orochimaru. Let him examine all 4 of you. Kyoshin nodded. The ward door opened again. Orochimaru walked in, followed by Kabuto Yakushi. Seeing Kyoshin, Orochimaru curled his lips into a smile. Long time no see, Kyoshin-kun. Kyoshin asked about his plan. It's been 6 years. Why haven't you finished growing Madara's clone yet? That's not a simple thing. Orochimaru felt a headache coming on. Did outsiders think scientific research was just leveling up after beating monsters? Kyoshin casually took out the technology scroll he had obtained from another world and handed it to Anoki. Grandpa, this contains technology from another world. Make a copy and give it to Orochimaru. He had gotten it from Naruto in the Boruto era. Orochimaru was immediately interested and drawn to it. However, under Anoki's urging, he quickly walked over to Kyoshin's bedside, stretched out a finger, and a white snake slithered out from his sleeve, wrapping itself around Kyoshin's wrist. The snake's eyes glowed faintly. After a while, Orochimaru recalled the snake. Excessive chakra consumption. There's no other damage to his body. A few days of rest will be enough. Kyoshin sat up. That's about enough. Let's go check on the other 3. Everyone froze when they saw him move. Wasn't his chakra almost completely exhausted? How was he already sitting up? Orochimaru chuckled and explained, his chakra was almost exhausted, but that's only by Kyoshin-kun's standards. The chakra still left in his body is equal to 3 Kakashis. In other words, even at his absolute lowest chakra level, if Kyoshin wanted to, he could still defeat 99.99% of all living things in this world. Everyone else. Orochimaru turned and walked out of the ward, and the others followed. In Cheyenne's room, Orochimaru examined her the same way. Long-term exhaustion. Her body functions are fine overall. With my medicine, 1 week of rest will be enough. Haku and Hikari got the same results. Life in the world ruled by Morio had truly been hard. Orochimaru put away the snake. In 1 week, all 4 of you will have fully recovered. With that, he turned and left, Kabuto following behind him. Standing in the hallway, Inoki said to Kyoshin, "Get some proper rest. You don't need to worry about Iwagakure." The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the window into the hospital room. Kyoshin opened his eyes and checked the condition inside his body. His chakra had completely recovered, much faster than the few days Orochimaru had expected. That was mainly because the system's function worked on a conceptual level. His chakra recovery speed had also improved. Although the improvement was slow, it did grow along with his physical strength. Kyoshin's chakra recovery speed was now not far behind the Nine Tails. He sat up, put on his slippers, and walked out of the room. In the room next door, Cheyenne was leaning against the headboard, looking at the sky outside the window. Hearing the door open, she turned and saw Kyoshin walk in. She had recovered some of her energy and got straight to the point. "There's something I want to ask you. Do you still remember our promise? To pass on the power of the priestess?" Kyoshin gave a dry cough. "Let's wait until we've fully recovered." A faint blush appeared on Cheyenne's face, and a hint of expectation flashed through her eyes. 1 week later. Kyoshin had long since recovered. He had been thinking about Morio while also looking for ways to become stronger. During that time, he went to bother Urashiki again. Using a different trick, he got Urashiki to reveal that Yakumo's condition was very stable and very good. Yakumo seemed to be living the best out of all of them. Her bloodline limit had fully awakened, and with a healthy body, her strength was already close to the Super Kage level. Bringing her back would be no harder than going out to pick up takeout. So Kyoshin wasn't in a hurry. After all, traveling through the spacetime tunnel took a very long time. It usually took about half a month to reach the coordinates locked onto by the divine technique. Over the past few days, Kuratsuchi and Karen had bothered Kyoshin quite a bit. Of course, not that kind of bothering. Just bothering. That day, Cheyenne, Haku, and Hikari were discharged from the hospital together. The sunlight felt warm on their bodies. Kyoshin waited outside the hospital and looked at Hikari. "I've arranged a place for you to train in Iwagakure." Hikari nodded. "Thank you." Kyoshin brought them to an open area in the mountains behind Iwagakure. The land here was wide open, with no one around to disturb them. It was perfect for training. At the edge stood a newly built stone house. "You'll train here from now on." He looked at her. "There's some money in the drawer for your daily expenses. If you need anything else, just come to me. As for training expenses, take this kunai and mention the name Kintsuchi. Tell them to send the bill to the Tsuchikage building." Hikari hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the kunai. She looked around, and ripples rose in her heart. This is enough. Kyoshin turned and left, feeling pleased. Judging from Hikari's reaction just now, she seemed to have started developing a sense of belonging to Iwagakure. He had learned this move from Inoki. Back then, Inoki had said the same thing to him. It really worked. Hikari stood in the open field, watching his back disappear around the corner. Why? Did he trust her so much? She was sure there was no surveillance here. She could leave whenever she wanted. And yet Kyoshin still treated her so well. Meanwhile, Haku walked beside Kyoshin, feeling uncomfortable all over. He had noticed that the villagers completely ignored Cheyenne. Instead, they kept pointing at him and Kyoshin, with a single word shining clearly in their eyes: gossip. I'd like to make a trip to the land of snow. Haku bowed to Kyoshin and requested, "Thank you for taking care of me, Lord Kyoshin. This time, I may need about half a month." Kyoshin raised a hand and patted his shoulder. "Go ahead. Stay as long as you want. Even Zabuza needs your protection now." The current Haku had fully matured. Aside from still looking like a pretty boy, he was now completely a Kage-level powerhouse with a bloodline limit. Even Zabuza had no power to resist in front of him. Haku hurried away. With the third wheel gone, Cheyenne became much bolder and took Kyoshin's hand. As for Kyoshin, he suddenly felt like a scumbag. Chapter 162, Yakumo, the Dragon Vein. Kuratsuchi and Karen had both shared enough experiences with Kyoshin to build a solid emotional foundation. Taking that final step with Kyoshin was as natural as his own training. It just happened when the time was right. But with Cheyenne, it felt like breaking through a cultivation realm and jumping forward all at once. For a moment, Kyoshin felt like he was a beast. Then again. If he refused what was right in front of him, that would be even worse. Kyoshin lowered his head. Her fingers were long, with clear joints, and her fingertips were slightly cool. Cheyenne's eyes held a little more heat, and a light blush covered her cheeks. Let's go home first. MHM. At Kyoshin's house. The two embraced on the sofa. Cheyenne's breathing was uneven, and her chest rose and fell more than usual. In this regard, she seemed to be somewhere between Kuratsuchi's reserve and Karen's passion. Cheyenne lifted Kyoshin's hand and pressed it against herself. Warm softness passed into his palm. Even through the fabric, he could still tell how powerful the person in front of him was. Kyoshin naturally didn't hold back. As they responded to each other, the armor on their bodies grew less and less. Cheyenne's skin reflected a soft glow in the light. Her face was completely flushed, the color spreading from her cheeks down to her neck and collarbone. Kyoshin tightened his arms and picked her up. Cheyenne instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her face against his chest. Kyoshin started walking toward his room. A few days later, Kyoshin finished all his preparations before leaving. The main reason was to keep track of any changes in the world's situation in case something happened here. During that time, Inoki had Iwagakure's Umbu gather intelligence. In the end, all of that information reached Kyoshin. The Akatsuki remained quiet. No one knew what they were planning. The other villages had become wary of Iwagakure. Which was only natural. Ever since Kyoshin took part in the Chunin exams 6 years ago, Iwagakure's reputation had continued to rise. Now, Iwagakure's name firmly stood above Konoha's in the ninja world. The village now known as the #1 ninja village was Iwagakure, not Konoha. The first rays of morning sunlight had just crossed the eastern cliffs of Iwagakure, turning the roof of the Tsuchikage building golden. Kyoshin walked out of the house, stood in the yard, and stretched. His bones gave a few soft cracks. Kuratsuchi leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. A few strands of black hair on her forehead swayed gently in the morning breeze, and there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Everyone knew why. Be careful. Kuratsuchi reminded him while casually glancing at Karen, who was standing on tiptoe, helping Kyoshin straighten his clothes. When Cheyenne walked out of the house, Kuratsuchi and Karen looked her over at the same time. Cheyenne had tied her long hair loosely behind her head with a plain ribbon. Smiling, she said, "Don't look at me like that. You two have more than I do." Kuratsuchi and Karen both had fairly complete families. Cheyenne was different, so she had moved into Kyoshin's house. Inoki floated over from next door as usual and gave Kyoshin a few reminders. After responding, Kyoshin took out the little turtle and poured chakra into it. Light spread across the turtle shell, and the space ahead twisted into a colorful entrance. He looked back once at the three women and the old man. Without wasting any more time, he stepped into the tunnel. The entrance closed. A thought crossed his mind. None of the women had started fighting. That made things easier. The exit from the space-time tunnel opened on a hillside. Kyoshin landed on the ground. The grass beneath his feet was as soft as cotton, and the air carried the faint scent of flowers and fresh grass. The world was unbelievably quiet, completely different from the smoke-filled ninja world. Even the sound of the wind passing through the trees could be heard clearly. He spread out his sensory technique and easily found the location of the flying thunder god Kanai Yukumo carried. Nearby, Yukumo's chakra felt steady, far stronger than it had been 6 years ago. Before long, Kyoshin arrived. The wooden house halfway up the mountain was small, but very clean. A stream flowed in front of it, surrounded by flowers and grass. Several wild chrysanthemums swayed in the breeze, with dew still clinging to their petals. An unfinished painting of Iwagakure rested on an easel. The paint had not dried yet, and the brush lay on a ceramic plate beside it. Kyoshin landed in front of the house, his footsteps making a light sound on the stone path. Yukumo walked out. Her hair was much longer than it had been 6 years ago, hanging loosely over her shoulders. Her face had lost its childishness, replaced by calmness and composure, while still looking gentle and graceful. When she saw Kyoshin, she paused for a moment, set down the palette in her hand, wiped her fingers on her apron, and stood where she was. "Pack your things. Let's go home." "Okay." Yukumo smiled and turned back inside. Kyoshin followed her in, his eyes sweeping across the room. The furnishings were simple, a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. But everything was neatly arranged. A painting hung on the wall. The person in it stood on a mountain peak, and the figure from behind looked exactly like him. Even the folds of his clothes had been painted in detail. Yukumo took out a backpack and began packing, moving at an unhurried pace. "What about everyone else?" Kyoshin's gaze followed her movements. "I found them all. You were the last one." The smile on Yakumo's face deepened, but her hands never stopped. I knew you'd come for me last. Why? Yakumo answered with complete certainty. Because I'm the one you have to worry about the least. She was right. When he had carried her out of Konoha 6 years ago, she still needed someone to protect her. She had curled up on his back, too afraid to even look at the guards. But in terms of potential, among everyone around Kyoshin, only Sasuke was above her. Everyone else was firmly below Yakumo. Now, she had lived alone in this unfamiliar world for 6 years. And she had been living the best life out of all of them. After packing her bag, Yakumo walked over to him, fastened the strap across her chest, looked up at him, and said, "There's something we need to take with us." "What is it?" Kyoshin was a little curious. Yakumo walked out of the house with him. Looking into the distance, she said seriously, "Over the past few years, I've used my bloodline limit to gather one of this world's dragon veins." A detail from the original story flashed through Kyoshin's mind. The dragon vein. Yakumo gave a soft nod. The moment Otsutsuki Urashiki used his divine technique, I knew we'd have to face even stronger enemies in the future. The dragon vein's power should be useful. She had really thought things through. On the way to the ruins of Rorin, Yakumo told him about her experiences over the past 6 years and explained the dragon vein in detail. After being thrown into this world, she discovered a dragon vein and tried to make contact with it using her bloodline limit. Her genjutsu bloodline limit could create physical forms, allowing her to gather chakra together by creating air walls. So she decided to gather the dragon vein together. That alone took 3 years. Whenever she felt she couldn't keep going, she would think that maybe this thing could help Kyoshin one day. Kyoshin also briefly told her about his own experiences. How Urashiki's divine technique had scattered everyone across different worlds, what he had gone through, and what had generally happened to the others. Yakumo frowned slightly. So that Morio is going to come back. Chapter 163, Rorin. Kyoshin nodded. Yeah, the miasma is still there. Yakumo smiled. That's why we need the dragon vein even more. We're here. Kyoshin knew the dragon vein had abilities similar to the little turtles. The only difference was that it required the right method to control it. Yakumo had thought this through carefully. The two of them were standing in an underground space. Ahead of them, a flood of chakra flowed like a river through a huge crack in the ground. Kyoshin spread out his sensory technique. The dragon vein's energy was enormous, but extremely unstable. It was like a spring compressed to its limit, ready to snap apart at any moment. He withdrew his senses and looked at Yakumo. You said it had stabilized. Yakumo walked to the edge of the crack and looked down. Her expression changed slightly. She clenched her fist, her voice low. It was stable before I left. Now it's out of control. Kyoshin sensed the surging energy below. If something this unstable erupted, everything nearby would be flattened. Yakumo bit her lip, leaving faint white marks from her teeth. I was careless. Kyoshin looked at her. There's no point saying that now. How long can you hold it? Yakumo closed her eyes and sensed it, extending her bloodline limit deep into the crack. In her perception, the dragon vein's energy surged like raging waves. Every impact was stronger than the last. A moment later, she opened her eyes, her expression serious. At most, 10 minutes. Kyoshin looked into the glowing depths of the crack. The light twisted through the darkness like a giant golden dragon bound in chains, every scale trembling. That's enough. Kyoshin took a sealing scroll from his clothes and opened it with one hand. The densely packed formulas on the scroll glowed faintly as chakra flowed into them. Golden patterns rose from the paper and slowly spread along its fibers. Yakumo stood at the edge of the crack with a brush in her hand and began to paint. Her bloodline limit activated. An invisible force spread from her body like a giant unseen net, covering the dragon vein below. The dragon vein's rampage was suppressed for the moment. The liquid light slowed from a violent surge to a gentle flow, like a wild horse finally fitted with reins. Kyoshin threw the sealing scroll into the air and formed hand seals. The sealing technique burst out from the scroll. It was a modified version of the 8 trigram seal, incorporating part of the principles of the Een seal. Golden formulas wove themselves into a giant net in midair. The net descended over the crack, layer after layer, covering the dragon vein. The first layer weakened the dragon vein's resistance. Regular patterns began to appear across the surface of the liquid light. The second layer deepened those patterns until they formed natural designs resembling sealing formulas. The third layer greatly reduced the dragon vein's violent energy. The rushing current slowed to a gentle stream. Yakumo continued maintaining her bloodline limit. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. Maybe this is a bit too much, Kyoshin muttered as he added a fourth layer of seals. The dragon vein's power was one of the most unique forces in the entire ninja world. In the future, Kyoshin would definitely face that Morio again, and possibly an even stronger Otsutsuki clan. Studying and making use of every source of power he could find was the safest approach. Just then, the dragon vein's core suddenly released far more energy than expected. It wasn't resisting the seal. It was more like the sealing technique itself had awakened something sleeping deep inside the dragon vein. Purple light poured out from its core. The rocks on both sides of the crack began constantly shifting between old and new. A rock on the left instantly weathered into a honeycomb full of holes. The wild grass at Yukumo's feet withered and curled in an instant, then immediately turned fresh green again. Her pupils shrank. This is bad. The dragon vein's chakra has been compressed to such a high density, something unexpected has happened. The golden patterns of Kyoshin's sealing technique became unstable, like wrinkled paper. He increased his chakra output to force the seal to hold together, but the structure of the technique itself was being eroded from within by a strange power. The dragon vein let out a deep rumble. It echoed directly inside their minds, as though someone were whispering in an ancient language. Deep within the crack, countless afterimages appeared inside the purple light. The towers of Rorin piercing the clouds. The desert sunset staining the dunes red. A red-haired woman standing atop a tower with her hands clasped together. The back of a blonde ninja slowly disappearing into endless golden light. The images flashed by in an instant, like torn photographs scattering through the air before piecing themselves back together. Yukumo's bloodline limit finally reached its limit. The invisible force was torn open by the violent current. She was struck by the aftermath and thrown backward. The edges of her clothes strangely faded with age and then returned to normal as they passed through the distorted flow of time. Flying Thunder God technique. Kyoshin appeared behind Yukumo and grabbed her shoulder, steadying her. Yukumo leaned against him, breathing heavily. Without Yukumo maintaining her bloodline limit and Kyoshin maintaining the sealing power, the dragon vein's energy broke through every restraint. Everything around them was swallowed. The crack expanded into a giant vortex, growing from 10 meters across to 100 meters, then to 1 kilometer. The rocks beneath them shattered into dust and were sucked into its depths. One of Kyoshin's arms held Yukumo tightly around the waist. The fingers of his other hand moved slightly as he connected with the Flying Thunder God kunai he had left outside. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. The two instantly appeared on the surface. But a deafening roar came from below. A strange vortex appeared, using an incomprehensible force to pull Kyoshin and Yukumo toward its center. Kyoshin could have used false Shurten to freeze his own state, but in the end, the two of them fell into the vortex. Around them were countless shattered images. The prosperous kingdom of Rorin, with colorful ribbons hanging from its towers as the people cheered during a festival. The ruined remains of collapsed towers, their former glory buried beneath wind and sand. A caravan leading a line of camels across the desert dunes. People dressed in clothing from different eras passed through the same scene, unable to see one another. Fragments of the past, the future, and different parallel worlds flashed through the passage, weaving together into a web of time. Yukumo's hair scattered in the turbulent current. Her long hair brushed across Kyoshin's face. Her face was buried against his chest as both hands tightly gripped the back of his clothes. A light appeared beneath their feet. At the end of the passage was an exit. It drew closer and closer, and the light became brighter and brighter. The two fell out of the exit and landed on the ground. Kyoshin looked around. On the distant horizon, countless tall towers reached toward the sky. Their tips shone beneath the midday sun like golden swords planted in the earth. Their style belonged to no hidden village. Rorin. It's fine. We can still leave with the little turtle. Kyoshin took out the little turtle and poured chakra into its shell. 5-colored light illuminated the sand beneath them, echoing the golden tower tops of Rorin in the distance. More than 10 days later, the exit of the spacetime tunnel opened on a mountain peak outside the hidden stone village. It was the same place where they had returned after bringing Cheyenne back last time. But the moment Kyoshin landed, he immediately realized something was wrong. Kyoshin closed his eyes. His chakra sensing spread outward like ripples, covering the entire hidden stone village. The sensory technique expanded. Chapter 164, The Little Turtle and the Dragon Vein. Karen wasn't here. Neither was Cheyenne. Kyoshin opened his eyes and smacked his lips. Looks like this is a bit troublesome. Yukumo stood beside him, silently looking down at the hidden stone village below the mountain. She didn't need a sensory technique to see that the buildings were different from what she remembered. They had arrived at the hidden stone village of 20 years ago. Even Kuratsuchi hadn't been born yet. Kyoshin took out the little turtle again and turned it over in his hand for a while. Then he spoke, almost as if talking to himself, so it wasn't because of this. Yukumo looked at the little turtle in his hand and quickly followed his train of thought, so it was the dragon vein that sent us 20 years into the past. Kyoshin nodded. It all made sense now. According to his guess, the little turtle's coordinates moved sideways, from one universe to another, between parallel worlds on the same point in time. The dragon vein's power moved along the timeline within the same universe. Kyoshin and Yakumo had been sent 20 years into the past by the dragon vein. So after using the little turtle to return, they were still 20 years in the past here. It was like comparing it to a sheet of paper. Kyoshin's position was in the center. Up and down were different Naruto universes, while left and right were different points in time within the same universe. The little turtle moved up and down. The dragon vein moved left and right. After listening to his explanation, Yakumo asked, "So how do we get back?" Kyoshin poured chakra into the little turtle again. "We'll need the dragon vein. But right now we're on the timeline from 20 years ago in our own universe. We need to go back and use the dragon vein from the universe we were just in. That way, we can avoid changing our own world because of the butterfly effect." Yakumo walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The little turtle lit up for the second time. This time, its destination wasn't their own world. It was the parallel world where Yakumo had lived alone for 6 years. The five-colored entrance opened once more. The two stepped into the tunnel. After returning, they immediately saw the tall towers on the distant horizon. Kyoshin's sensory technique had already spread outward. After a while, he reached a conclusion. The dragon vein is beneath those towers. Let's go. Kyoshin took out a flying thunder god kunai, and Yakumo grabbed his sleeve. Not long after, the two walked through the main gate into Rorin. The city gate was enormous, with a tall tower standing on each side. Golden patterns were embedded in the towers. A grand parade was taking place inside the city. Colorful ribbons stretched between the towers. The streets were packed with people, all cheering while dressed in bright, colorful clothes. But that wasn't what Kyoshin's Sharingan saw. It saw chakra threads. Countless chakra threads hung down from pipes above the streets, each connected to a puppet. The puppets opened and closed their mouths, letting out mechanical cheers while stiffly waving their arms. Every citizen on the street was a puppet. At the top of one tower stood a young woman with her red hair tied up. She wore the robes of Rorin's royal family and clasped her hands before her. A smile rested on her face as she waved to the crowd below. But the Sharingan saw through her outer shell. There was no flesh inside. Only a wooden frame and metal joints. Another puppet. Yakumo followed Kyoshin's gaze toward the top of the tower, then looked at the puppets dancing with chakra threads hanging from their necks along the streets. She spoke quietly. "There aren't any living people here." Kyoshin looked away. "They're just not on the streets." He didn't stop and continued toward the palace. The chakra threads inside the pipes overhead suddenly tightened. Dozens of puppet soldiers leaped out through openings in the pipes. Their joints glowed with the dragon vein's golden light as they landed and charged at the two of them. "Looks like they've already found us." Yakumo spoke calmly, simply stating a fact without the slightest panic. Kyoshin raised a hand and formed seals. A pillar-shaped dust release gathered and effortlessly erased the incoming puppets. But even more puppet soldiers were appearing. "There's too much mixed chakra here. I can't lock onto the main target." In Kyoshin's perception, chakra filled all of Rorin. There was no way to tell who was who. But Kyoshin looked up at the central tower. "That should be the right place. I'll handle the small fry." Yakumo stayed at his side. Whenever a puppet attacked from the side, she casually waved her brush, and the invisible force of her bloodline limit crushed it. The two simply walked straight through the festival. But just then, Kyoshin sensed a familiar chakra. He turned his head. A blonde-haired Naruto stood in the shadows with his mouth hanging open. Beside Naruto stood Rorin's current queen, Sarah, and an ordinary-looking man. "Why you?" Naruto's brain couldn't quite process what he was seeing. He stammered, instinctively swallowing. "Another Uchiha." Kyoshin shifted his gaze away from Naruto and fixed it on the young woman. The real queen of Rorin seemed to possess the ability to control the dragon vein. Sarah took an unconscious half-step back under the gaze of those scarlet eyes. "Who are you people?" Naruto shouted, exactly like his usual self. Kyoshin walked toward them, immediately putting Naruto and Sarah on guard. But contrary to what they expected, Kyoshin simply explained without any hostility. "Just like you, we were sent here from the future by the dragon vein. Now we're looking for a way back too." Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew. I see. Then I guess we have the same goal." Kyoshin nodded. Her name's Sarah. She's the queen here." Naruto pointed behind him at Sarah before casually trying to get closer to them. "But this place isn't what she thinks it is. We need to expose someone's evil plan first, and then the queen can use the dragon vein's power to send us back. We can work together." Sarah frowned after hearing that. I already told you, Anrokuzen isn't that kind of person. Naruto helplessly shrugged at Kyoshin and spread his hands towards Sarah, as if saying, see. She doesn't believe us right now, so she won't help us. Kyoshin briefly analyzed the current situation and concluded that Sarah could play a vital role in helping him gain control of the Dragon Vein's power. If that was the case, then he needed to earn Sarah's trust. Fine. As far as Kyoshin remembered, the Rorin story moved very quickly. It wouldn't take much time. What's your plan? Kyoshin asked Naruto. Naruto immediately began talking passionately about everything he had seen. His words brought Kyoshin's memories back once again. Feeling much more at ease, Kyoshin nodded. Then let's go. Led by Naruto and the ordinary men, the group headed toward a certain location. Yakumo followed behind Kyoshin and spoke quietly. She has an aura similar to Shien's, but it's completely different. Kyoshin gave no outward reaction as he quietly thought it over. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Time Travel. Maybe it was because they all had special abilities. In the end, the group crawled into the underground through a ventilation shaft. Below was a factory. The enslaved people had hands covered in blisters as they did intense work beside the machines. Every one of them looked worn out. From above, everyone looked down at what was happening below. Weapons and armor came off the production line one after another. As the Queen of Rorin, Sarah's eyes moved anxiously across the crowd. The memories in her mind slowly came together, and she finally understood Anrokuzen's true face. Her eyes gradually filled with tears. See. Naruto shouted to Sarah. This is the truth. Sarah was stronger than anyone had expected. She quickly pulled herself together. Her eyes became firm as she fixed them on an empty area in the center of the factory. There, the power of the Dragon Vein was keeping the factory running. Clank. Clank. The sound of metal joints moving echoed out. Naruto instinctively turned around. A pot-bellied puppet soldier had found them. Rasengan. Naruto attacked first and got into a fight with it. Sarah pointed at that spot and nervously said to Kyoshin, "Can you send me there? If I do, I can cut off the Dragon Vein's energy supply and stop the factory." Kyoshin had just taken a Flying Thunder God kunai out of his ninja pouch when Yakumo moved first. She simply waved her brush and made a light stroke. Sarah's body floated in that direction. Kyoshin glanced at Yakumo. She puffed out her cheeks and looked away. Kyoshin. By the time Kyoshin and Yakumo also came down, Sarah had already cut off the Dragon Vein's energy supply. The process left Kyoshin at a loss. Sarah knelt beside the Dragon Vein node with her hands clasped in front of her chest. In the name of the Queen, I command you. You shall cut off your Dragon Vein flow and suppress your power. Then. Sarah spread both hands above the node. By the law, be done. Purple light flashed out. She pressed it down onto the node, and the Dragon Vein stopped supplying power to the factory. The production line stopped. The workers collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Kyoshin. What did he just hear? Where did she even learn that? Sarah stood up. It's done. After defeating the puppet soldier, Naruto leaped down. Then something unexpected happened. One chakra thread after another dropped from above. Puppet parts throughout the factory were controlled, floated into the air, and assembled into combat-ready puppets. A voice came from the platform above. Your Majesty, why are you in a place like this? A bloated figure stepped out. Anrokuzen. He was wearing the official robes of Rorin's minister. The kind and gentle look on his face was completely gone. Sarah clenched her fists. Anrokuzen. I've already cut off the Dragon Vein's power supply to the factory. I will never allow you to use this power for war. As Queen, I order you to stop developing puppet weapons and release these people immediately. Anrokuzen looked at Sarah. There was only cold killing intent in his eyes. You're even more troublesome than your mother. Since you already know, there's no reason to let you live. Thud. Thud. Large numbers of puppet weapons walked out from every direction. Quick. Take everyone and get out of here. I'll catch that guy. Naruto took a fighting stance and stared at Anrokuzen. Before Sarah could move, Kyoshin suddenly spoke. So, it's finally over. His eyes rested on Anrokuzen. Mangekyo Sharingan. Cold sweat instantly covered Anrokuzen's body, but he quickly became arrogant again. As long as I have the Dragon Vein, I'm invincible. His body began to swell. 6 giant spider legs burst out from openings in his back. Even if you... His voice suddenly stopped. Anrokuzen disappeared. Everything around him disappeared too. Only a strange cube-shaped space remained. Kyoshin lowered his hand. This was kind of boring. What kind of invincible was that supposed to be? Beside him, Yakumo held her brush and lightly tapped the air a few times. The puppet soldiers vanished from where they stood, as if they had simply been erased. By the time Minato's team arrived, everything was already over. Enrokuzen was dead. They immediately returned to report the mission. Naruto was sent back to his original timeline. Kyoshin and Yakumo stayed behind. Because Kyoshin told Sarah that he wanted to learn how to control the dragon vein. Sarah looked at the place where Naruto had just disappeared, then at Kyoshin's friendly smile. But from Sarah's point of view, that smile was a little frightening. Standing before her was someone whose strength was beyond imagination. And this person wanted the power to control the dragon vein. Don't tell me, you also want the dragon vein's power and plan to use it for war. Sarah bit her lip. I won't let you succeed. Kyoshin looked confused. Wanting the dragon vein's power means it's for war. If its power were perfectly used in war, it would indeed be useful. But only fairly useful. Then give me an explanation. Sarah stayed on guard. Kyoshin sighed and asked Yakumo, doesn't my expression look friendly enough? Yakumo lowered her head shyly under his gaze. No matter what it is, I think you look friendly. Kyoshin looked back at Sarah. Mangekyo Sharingan. Genjutsu activated. Sarah's expression became blank. Kyoshin asked, how do you control the dragon vein's power? Sarah muttered, feel the flow of time, then match it with this pattern of chakra flow. She demonstrated the hand seal sequence. Kyoshin recorded it with his Sharingan. Then Sarah took off the pendant around her neck that looked like an ordinary decoration. My mother passed this down to me. It contains the dragon vein affinity left behind by every queen of Rorin. It can help you sense the direction of time's flow. Kyoshin took the pendant into his hand and looked at Sarah. Maybe his conscience finally kicked in. He used Genjutsu to explain everything to her in detail. For Kyoshin, the dragon vein wasn't really a way to increase his combat strength. It simply gave him another ability, to travel across timelines. He would not use the dragon vein to wage war. Instead, he planned to study how to deal with the overly powerful Morio. When Sarah woke up, she understood everything. Her attitude became much friendlier, and she even looked a little guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. Anyway. From now on, I'll explain everything you want to know. At the dragon vein, Kyoshin sat cross-legged. Everything Sarah had taught him echoed through his mind again and again. The dragon vein's true nature was the flow of time. Following the correct chakra flow, Kyoshin felt the amber pendant on his chest grow slightly warm. The dragon vein was responding to him. As long as he was beside the dragon vein, he could use it to perform the miracle of traveling across timelines. He just wasn't skilled enough yet. He created shadow clones and started training with the same old method. Night fell. Kyoshin completely mastered the method of controlling the dragon vein. Yakumo stood 3 steps behind him, leaning against a stone pillar. Moonlight filtered through the cracks in the ruins and fell across her face. The shadows of her eyelashes trembled lightly across her cheekbones. Light skin tone person bowing deeply. You can support the story through Patreon, ambitious translator. It also has 40+ chapters of all the novels and fanfics. Thanks for reading. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Pick a Day to Become Tsuchikage. Good work. Kyoshin stood up and looked at Yakumo, who seemed a little sleepy. Yakumo smiled, the little puff under her eyes curving into a perfect arc. It wasn't hard. I'm not the same girl with a weak body anymore. We're going back, then we'll seal away the dragon vein. Kyoshin made the decision without saying more. Yakumo walked over to him, lowered her head, and held out her hand. Her eyes brushed past his sleeve before she took his hand. They returned to this world's timeline, 20 years later. Rorin had already become ruins. Its former prosperity was gone. Even without knowing the original story, Kyoshin wasn't surprised. Although Sarah was strong, she still gave people the feeling of a child who hadn't fully grown up. Her experience and judgment weren't enough to keep Rorin running for the long term. On top of that, because of Enrokuzen, the people of Rorin had already lost faith in its rulers. And Sarah refused to make flexible use of the dragon vein's power by restarting the factory to produce useful everyday items. Her experience was far below Kazuhana Koyuki's. Besides, Koyuki had the completely loyal Sandayu by her side. Because of that, the land of snow continued to prosper. Rorin, on the other hand, declined. Kyoshin and Yakumo returned to the underground dragon vein. Over the past 3 years, Yakumo had gathered the dragon vein's power into a limited area. Its chakra was still violent. But this time was different. Kyoshin had learned a few tricks from Sarah. Working together, Kyoshin and Yakumo gradually compressed the dragon vein's power. Then, using sealing techniques, Kyoshin guided it into a sealing scroll. Before long, the entire dragon vein had been sealed inside the scroll. Then Kyoshin sealed that scroll inside his own storage scroll. This was a portable space storage ninjutsu he had developed. It improved the storage scroll by allowing its internal space to be layered a second time. Simply put, it let him store one scroll inside another, making it possible to carry more things. But it only worked for one extra layer. After putting the scroll into his storage pouch, the mission was finally complete. Let's go. MHM. Inside the spacetime tunnel, Kyoshin and Yakumo could only pass the time by talking. Kyoshin wasn't the type who was good at keeping things to himself. So Yakumo learned about Kuratsuchi, Karen, Cheyenne, and the others. Wow. Yakumo quietly swallowed, her eyes drifting toward Kyoshin's profile. I didn't expect them to move so fast. Hidden inside her sleeve, her pale fingers twisted together as she felt nervous. People often said being shy was the graveyard of love. That fit Yakumo very well. Her childhood experiences had shaped her personality. Kyoshin noticed something was off and turned to look at her. What's wrong, Yakumo? Yakumo quickly looked away. She clasped her hands together uneasily, buried her face in her knees, and only her slightly red ears were visible. Because she was nervous, her feet turned inward a little. I'm just a little sleepy. Let me see. Kyoshin reached over and placed his hand on her forehead. It doesn't seem like a cold. Just get some rest. The moment he touched her, Yakumo could feel her whole face turn bright red. Kyoshin watched her reaction with interest and smiled a little. He didn't tease her any further and focused on controlling the little turtle. They arrived at the same mountain peak outside the hidden stone village. Kyoshin stepped onto the familiar rocks and looked into the distance. The setting sun painted the hidden stone village a warm orange. Rows of houses stretched into the distance, with smoke rising from cooking fires. A few trails of smoke were stretched into thin lines by the evening breeze, hanging across the darkening sky. He spread out his sensory technique. Kuratsuchi's chakra was at the training ground. Its fluctuations were a little unstable, and the amount wasn't very high. She had probably just finished training. Karen's chakra was in the kitchen. It felt cheerful and lively. She seemed to be cooking. Cheyenne's chakra was still at his house. Anoki's chakra was in the Tsuchikage building, still as heavy as rock, though slightly tired. Everyone's chakra was where it should be. The strength matched his memory exactly. The right world. The right time. Let's go. They're waiting for us, Kyoshin spoke to Yakumo. Yakumo nodded and tucked the damp strands of hair on her forehead behind her ear. We're finally back. Kyoshin grabbed her hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the Tsuchikage's office. Grandpa, we're back. Hearing Kyoshin's voice, Anoki put down the documents in his hands. His eyes landed on Kyoshin and Yakumo's joined hands, and he smiled with expectation. Very good. Keep working hard. Don't be satisfied with just a little success. Reviving the glory of the Uchiha clan is your responsibility. Yakumo understood what Anoki was really implying and became nervous again. Kyoshin coughed awkwardly. The little success Anoki mentioned was probably referring to Kuratsuchi, Karen, Cheyenne. After that, Kyoshin reported everything that had happened during this trip. Anoki also filled him in on the recent changes in the ninja world. The Akatsuki still hadn't made any major moves recently. However, one event of some importance had happened inside the hidden stone village. That assistant who followed Orochimaru left a week ago, Anoki guessed. We have no way of knowing whether Orochimaru ordered it. Also, since neither Orochimaru nor that man ever joined the hidden stone village, and considering Orochimaru's relationship with the village, we can't investigate him. Kyoshin, what do you think we should do? Kyoshin thought for a moment. That guy's name was Kabuto Yakushi, right? Anoki looked a little surprised, then his eyes filled with approval. Not bad. Kabuto Yakushi wasn't well known. But he had been following Orochimaru, making him a somewhat important figure. Meanwhile, Kyoshin was one of the Hidden Stone Village's absolute core members, and he'd been busy searching for his companions. Even so, he still remembered the man's name. Not easy. If this had happened before, I might have talked to Orochimaru about it. Kyoshin explained his thinking. But now, it doesn't really matter. No matter what Kabuto Yakushi did, he would never be able to deal any real damage to the Hidden Stone Village or to Kyoshin. At the same time, Kyoshin could use the chaos Kabuto created to push forward his own plans. There was nothing wrong with that. Kyoshin. Anoki's eyes were full of satisfaction. Supporting his back with one hand, he slowly stood up. Grandpa's old now. The village needs you to support it. Kyoshin's expression became serious. He already knew what was coming next. Anoki continued, pick a day and become Tsuchikage soon. At my age, I really can't keep going. I want to rest while I still have enough years left to hold my great-grandchild.